Chapter 2378 A message from the fire worship sect. Who's that young man? Even his servant is so powerful. Lang Yin had a grave expression on his face. You're right, he managed to kill the powerhouse by sect leader's side who's at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a casual wave of his hand. Hong Yun nodded in agreement. A wave of helplessness rose in her heart when she recalled the scene from earlier. At this moment, the burly middle-aged man standing behind Gan Ruyan, who was also the skinny middle-aged man's companion, said, "He's probably a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial at least." Since the burly middle-aged man was the strongest person in the fire worship sect, even Zifeng was weaker than him, nobody doubted his words. Heavens! A 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. A 3-tribulation bodiless celestial at least. This means he could be stronger. He could be a 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Who's that young man? Even his servant is a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. The eyes of the high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect were filled with terror as they discussed among themselves. I've always thought eminent celestials are the strongest existence in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, it seems like eminent celestials are nothing compared to bodiless celestials. Eminent celestials are like the glow from a firefly while bodiless celestials are like the light from the moon. I didn't expect that those who failed the heavenly tribulation are even stronger than eminent celestials. At this moment, all the 4 guardians were looking at Gan Ruyan. Qinghuo said, "Ruyan, inform him about this." "Maybe later." Gan Ruyan shook her head. "Since we have 10 days, let me think about it first." "What's there to think about? Your life is at stake." Qinghuo exhorted. "What if he isn't as strong as them?" Gan Ruyan looked at Qinghuo with a bitter smile on her beautiful face that held a tense expression. If Duan Ling Tian was no match for them and she asked for his return, would she not bring harm to him then? Put aside the fact that she liked him, even if she did not, she could not ask for his return just to save herself. He was her sister's husband and the father of her niece after all. "Ruyan." Qinghuo opened his mouth to speak. Gan Ruyan interrupted him and said, "It's fine, master. I'll think about it." This was the first time Gan Ruyan had interrupted Qinghuo when he was about to speak ever since she became his direct disciple. As soon as she finished speaking, she did not wait for his response and flew into his cultivation place. Since her cultivation place was currently occupied by the 2 mysterious powerhouses, she did not want to enter without their permission. Who knew if they would take offense to it? They might not kill her within these 10 days, but she did not want them to kill the other members of the fire worship sect just to vent their anger. She was the sect leader of fire worship sect, she would not sit and watch as the members of the sect died. Qinghuo sighed. He was not angry at Gan Ruyan since he knew her very well. This lass is too soft-hearted. Lord Guardian. At this moment, one of the vice sect leaders of the fire worship sect looked at Qinghuo and solemnly said, "If Lord sect leader refuses to inform Lord Duan Ling Tian about this, those 2 will surely kill her after 10 days. At that time, they might even vent their anger on our fire worship sect." His words echoed the thoughts of many high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect. For a moment, everyone's eyes were trained on Qinghuo as they waited for his response. "What, are all of you worried Lord sect leader will bring harm to the sect?" Qinghuo, who was already frustrated to begin with, became angry when he heard the vice sect leader's words. As soon as the burly middle-aged man who followed Gan Ruyan heard the exchange, he instantly turned around and glared at the vice sect leader of the fire worship sect. When Zifeng saw the burly middle-aged man turned around, he instinctively cried out, "Please have mercy." The sound of an explosion rang in the air as the burly middle-aged man slapped his palm in the air. An energy shot out from his palm and killed the vice sect leader of fire worship sect in just a blink of an eye before anyone could react. This scene was almost identical to the scene earlier where the mysterious young man's servant killed the burly middle-aged man's companion with a palm strike as well. Both of them had killed effortlessly. Under everyone's fearful eyes, the burly middle-aged man said before he entered Qinghuo's cultivation place, "Whoever dares to disrespect my master will end up like him." The crowd only regained their senses after the burly middle-aged man's figure disappeared from their sight. Qinghuo only smiled helplessly when he saw this. It was obviously satisfying to see the burly middle-aged man kill the vice sect leader for disrespecting his disciple. However, as a guardian of fire worship sect, he felt a small pinch of regret when he thought about how the fire worship sect had lost a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Nevertheless, he knew he had no control over the burly middle-aged man's actions. After all, The burly middle-aged man only followed one person, and that was his direct disciple, Gan Ruyan. As for the three other guardians from the fire worship sect, they only looked at each other before they shook their heads and sighed. Meanwhile, the other high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect were completely silent. None of them dared to speak at all. Disperse, Zifeng said solemnly. As soon as Zifeng finished speaking, all the high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect sighed in relief and left immediately. Even if they felt dissatisfied, they did not dare to express it after seeing what happened. After everyone left, Zifeng turned to Qinghuo and said solemnly, "Guardian Qinghuo." His words sounded disrespectful, but you know it has merits. Qinghuo knew what Zifeng was going to say, so he quickly interjected, "Guardian Ling Tian gave me a communication jade token before he left. It seems like he knew Ru Yan wouldn't ask for help even if she encounters trouble. That's why he left a communication jade token with me. I'm to inform him if anything arises." The eyes of the guardians brightened immediately when Qinghuo took out a jade token that Duan Ling Tian had inscribed. Guardian Ling Tian. Qinghuo recounted everything that had happened with the mysterious young man and his servant as he spoke into the jade token. After he crushed the communication jade token to send the message, he sighed. "Ru Yan, please don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good. I told him that the young man's servant is a three-tribulation bodiless celestial at least, and that he shouldn't return if he's not confident he could take them on." On one of the snow-capped peaks in the northern region, Duan Ling Tian and Ka stood side by side in a pavilion as they admired the scenery of the snow falling. At the side, two ladies were having a snowball fight. "Auntie Tian Wu, I got you again. Si Ling is so powerful now. Auntie Tian Wu won't go easy on you next time. You better watch out. Bring it on. I'm not scared." When the two melodious voices rang in the air, it attracted Duan Ling Tian and Ka's attention. Si Ling seems to enjoy Sister Tian Wu's company. Ka smiled. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a faint smile. However, his smile froze when he sensed something. He quickly took out a jade token. As soon as he took it out, a streak of faint light shot from the southeast and merged with the jade token. "It's a message from the fire worship sect." A worried expression appeared on Ka's face as she asked, "Brother Tien, is it from my sister?" As soon as Ka finished speaking, he crushed the jade token in his hand and the voice of an old man rang in the air. "It's Guardian Qinghuo." Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Qinghuo's voice. However, it did not take long before his eyes widened in surprise. "A mysterious young man whose servant is at least a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. He knows about the fire worship sect and my connection with Gan Ruyan. If I'm not mistaken, these people must be from the Dragon Clan. The young man is probably Li Bing's master." His expression continued to darken as he thought to himself. However, Sandao said that killing Li Bing was justified, so the Dragon Clan wouldn't interfere, right? "Sister." Ka's expression turned grim when she learned about her sister's predicament. Chapter 2379 Fragments of Memories from Ka's Past Life. Duan Ling Tian had just returned to the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land not too long ago. The first time he was in the upper province, he still did not know about the existence of bodiless celestials. When he received the message from Qinghuo, a guardian from the fire worship sect, it was not difficult for him to guess that the mysterious young man and his servant, who was probably a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, were from the Dragon Clan. They had probably come because he had killed Li Bing. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that the people from the Dragon Clan knew he killed Li Bing, since he noticed a mirror image talisman had been activated when he killed Li Bing. The entire scene was probably transmitted to the other person who held the corresponding mirror image talisman. The other person should be Li Bing's master. According to Sandao, the bodiless celestials from the three great sects are forbidden from leaving the Dragon Clan unless they were sent out on a mission by their patron. However, they were only allowed temporary leave. Li Bing was definitely sent on a mission by his patron since he was allowed to leave the clan. He came to the fire worship sect without permission. In this case, according to the agreement between Senior Feng Qingyang and the Dragon and Phoenix clans, Li Bing's death is the result of a direct conflict between the Seven Absolutes sect and the fire worship sect. The Dragon Clan has no reason to interfere at all. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Why did someone from the Dragon Clan come for him? Did the Dragon Clan forget about their agreement with Feng Qingyang? After a while, Duan Ling Tian looked at the extremely worried Ka and said reassuringly, "Ka, don't worry. I won't allow anything to happen to your sister." I'll go look for Sandow now. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he turned to leave. However, Ka quickly called out, Brother Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ka quizzically. Brother Tian, Guardian Qing Huo said. There's no need for you to return if you're not confident you can defeat them. Ka's expression was grim when she spoke. She was, naturally, worried about her sister, but she was also worried about her husband. She would never trade her husband's life for her sister's life. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Duan Ling Tian smiled at Ka reassuringly before he left to find Chen Yiru. Ka remained rooted to the spot, feeling sad. I'm still too weak to help. This was not the first time she felt dejected about her strength. An idea took form in her mind at this moment as her eyes shone with determination. I've only tried it once, but it didn't last long. This time, I'll try to make it last longer. If I can do that, my strength will definitely improve tremendously. Ka had a secret. For fear of worrying the others, she had never spoken about it to Duan Ling Tian or Gan Ruyan. When she was still imprisoned in the fire worship sect's enforcement hall, a casual thought appeared in her mind and caused her to feel as though her soul was being burned. The pain was so excruciating that she could still remember how it felt. The burning pain did not last for long, but she discovered her cultivation base had risen a few stages after that. At that moment, she knew she could rapidly increase her strength and improve her cultivation base by burning her soul. Later on, she experimented a few times and mastered the trick of burning her soul. Since it was painful, she did not attempt to try it again. However, at this moment, she mustered up all her courage and decided to burn her soul to increase her strength in a short time. This was so she would not feel so useless and helpless whenever the people she cared about were faced with danger. Ka began to think of the times when she tried burning her soul. When I tried to burn my soul at that time, apart from the burning pain, I remembered unfamiliar scenes flashing in my mind as well. I wonder if it has anything to do with why Tang Zan thinks I'm the reincarnation of a goddess. Previously, Tang Zan, the former sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, had sworn on the lightning penalty oath that he was not lying when he said she was the reincarnation of a goddess. Although it was hard to believe, she had no choice but to believe it. Maybe the more I burn my soul, the more memories I'll regain from my past life. After Ka discovered she was the reincarnation of a goddess, she had been curious about her past life. She wanted to know what kind of person she was and why did she reincarnate in the mundane realm. Moreover, she wanted to know what was the intention of her cousin from her past life. All these questions had plagued her and taken roots in her heart. This time, I must endure the pain for as long as I can to raise my cultivation base and recover my memories from my past life. Ka thought to herself resolutely as she left the pavilion to return to her room so she could cultivate. No matter who I am in the past, I'm Ka. I'm Brother Tian's wife and Si Ling's mother. Ka thought to herself before she began to burn her soul. She kept repeating this phrase in her mind because she was afraid she would lose herself after regaining the memories from her past life. At this moment, Ka closed her eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed. In the beginning, she looked at peace and her body was still. However, soon after, an agonized expression could be seen on her face as her body began to tremble. It did not take long before she was drenched in her own sweat. Her teeth were chattering even though she tried clenching her jaw tightly. Blood began to dribble out from a corner of her mouth at this point. Inside, Ka felt as though she was being burned. Her consciousness threatened to leave, but she managed to hold on again and again. During this process, she began to gain more and more fragments of her memories. Through the fragmented memories, she saw a breathtaking and gorgeous woman who was always at the center of attention no matter where she went. She was as captivating as the brightest star in the night sky. Apart from being beautiful, she was extremely powerful, capable of moving mountains and rousing the sea. With just a wave of her hand, she could change the sky's color, stop the sun from shining, and turn a 10,000-acre forest into a desolate land. Ka was, naturally, shocked beyond words when she saw this. Is this me in my past life? Even the most powerful existence in the mundane realm, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, seems inferior in comparison. The beautiful woman's strength was unlike anything she could imagine. Ka felt her consciousness begin to slip, and a thought kept repeating in her mind. Hang in there. Just a little more. I must endure this. No one will be able to threaten family if I have even a tenth of my former strength. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Ka's consciousness was at risk of being destroyed and she could die. Otherwise, he would have stopped her at all costs. Chen Yiru, who had learned about what happened from Duan Lingtian, said, "Master, as far as I know, people from the Dragon Clan usually honor their words. There's no reason why they would break the agreement between the clan and Senior Feng Qingyang even if they're displeased that you killed Li Bing. However, your guess is most likely correct. The mysterious young man is probably from the Dragon Clan. Then, what do you think we should do?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Return to the fire worship sect and stop him. Chase him back to the Dragon Clan." Chen Yiru sneered. "If words get out that someone from the Dragon Clan is trying to kill you because of Li Bing, it would tarnish the Dragon Clan's reputation. That person from the Dragon Clan wouldn't dare to seek revenge for Li Bing if he isn't sure word of it wouldn't get out." Chapter 2380. Back at the fire worship sect again. "So this means they won't kill me for no reason even if they're stronger than me." Duan Lingtian's eyes were glinting coldly at this moment. He had come to consult with Chen Yiru about this matter since he was not familiar with the Dragon Clan. The person who had gone to the fire worship sect had a servant who was a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial at least. It was possible that the mysterious young man was a 6 or 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. If Duan Lingtian unleashed all his strength and techniques, he might be able to take on a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, this would not be the case if that person was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although Duan Lingtian was worried about Gan Ruyan, he was not so reckless as to charge in uninformed. Chen Yiru seemed confident as he said, "If they can't guarantee that word will not spread after they kill you, they won't take the risk and harm you. If that's the case, let's return to the fire worship sect. I'd like to see where this man got his courage from to disregard the agreement between the Dragon Clan and Senior Feng Qingyang," Duan Lingtian said in a low voice. Duan Lingtian did not waste any time and left the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate without informing anyone. After listening to Chen Yiru's words, he was certain he was not in any danger. Moreover, he did not think it would take long before he returned. Therefore, he did not think there was a need to make a fuss about this matter. Although the northern region was quite a distance away from the fire worship sect that was located in the western region, with Duan Lingtian and Chen Yiru's speed, it only took them half a day to arrive in the western region. 2 rapidly moving figures shot across the sky above the fire worship sect's estate. They were moving so fast that even the strongest powerhouse in the fire worship sect, Zifeng, would not have been able to see them clearly. These 2 figures were, naturally, Duan Lingtian and his follower, Chen Yiru, who was following closely behind him. Duan Lingtian flew into the fire worship sect's Saint Land and rose up into the sky until he arrived in front of a floating island that was located at the highest point. After a short moment, Chen Yiru arrived as well and stood behind Duan Lingtian respectfully. "People from the Dragon Clan. I, Duan Lingtian, am here," Duan Lingtian said at this moment. His voice rang out through the fire worship sect's estate. The elders and disciples from the fire worship sect were, naturally, shocked and baffled when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. "It's Duan Lingtian. He is back again. Didn't he leave a month ago? Why did he return again so quickly? He just mentioned something about the Dragon Clan." "What Dragon Clan? Did someone from the Dragon Clan come to the fire worship sect?" On the other hand, the high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect who had witnessed their sect leader's follower who was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage being killed with just a palm strike were pleasantly surprised, albeit a little confused. "Dragon Clan? Did Duan Lingtian say those 2 are from the Dragon Clan? I don't remember them saying anything about where they're from when they arrived. They only said they're here for Duan Lingtian. Who knew they would be from the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Clan has bodiless celestials. Even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is only a servant in the clan. That young man must have a high status in the Dragon Clan. Moreover, it's very likely that he's much stronger than his servant." Most of the high-ranking officials were convinced that the young man was extremely strong. After all, just his servant alone was a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial at least. Duan Lingtian was a good example of this. Duan Lingtian was extremely strong. He was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect. He was so strong that he could even kill Li Bing, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he was only an eminent celestial. His servant, Chen Yiru, was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. A golden flame elder spoke up at this moment and made a guess. "Come to think of it, I remember the old ancestor said something about being from the dragon clan when he saw guardian Ling Tian's terrifying strength. Did these people from the dragon clan come to avenge him? When the others heard his words, they were split into two sides based on their opinions. Tisk. The old ancestor was from our fire worship sect, how could he join the dragon clan? If what you say is true, doesn't it mean that the old ancestor deserted the sect to join the dragon clan? How outrageous. It's possible though. After all, many of us heard the old ancestor saying he was with the dragon clan. With the powerhouses from the dragon clan here to avenge him, it seems like it's not outrageous to think he had deserted the fire worship sect to join the dragon clan. None of them would have been able to imagine that their old ancestor did not technically desert the fire worship sect even though he joined the dragon clan. After all, he was forced to join the dragon clan. Moreover, the fire worship sect would not have risen to become one of the three great sects if it was not for the dragon and phoenix clans. Help. He's dead anyway. There's no point in arguing about it now. Let's just wait and see if Duan Ling Tian's able to deal with those two from the dragon clan. Someone said. When the high-ranking officials heard this, they no longer harped on the matter. Instead, all of them began to make their way to where Duan Ling Tian was. Duan Ling Tian is really here. Even his follower, Chen Yiru, is here. Some of the high-ranking officials' eyes brightened when they saw Duan Ling Tian. However, there were also some who looked at Duan Ling Tian gloomily since he had killed the old ancestor of their fire worship sect. Based on the way they looked at Duan Ling Tian, it was not difficult to figure out who believed Li Bing had deserted the sect to join the dragon clan and who did not believe it. It did not take long before Gan Ruyan, the sect leader of fire worship sect, appeared as well. She did not inform Duan Ling Tian about this matter, so she was, naturally, confused by his sudden appearance. Why are you here, Lord Sect Leader? All the high-ranking officials in the fire worship sect bowed and greeted Gan Ruyan when she arrived. However, she did not pay them any attention. Her attention was solely focused on Duan Ling Tian as she looked at him with emotion swirling in her eyes. Before Duan Ling Tian could respond, a voice rang out from behind Gan Ruyan. I'm the one who informed Guardian Ling Tian about this matter. Gan Ruyan whirled around to look at the person who had spoken. Master, it's you. Why would you do that? She could barely hold back her anger when she found out this was her master's doing. If it was someone else, she would have lost her temper. I can't just stay idle and watch you die, Qing Huo replied. You can't watch me die. Gan Ruyan smiled bitterly. Master, do you think I'll be able to live with myself if he dies because of me? Qing Huo trembled when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. Then, he sighed. My girl, I'm wrong this time around. He did not expect his disciple to be so unyielding. Gan Ruyan was about to persuade Duan Ling Tian to leave when a voice rang out in the distance. So you're Duan Ling Tian? The person who had spoken appeared with a middle-aged man in tow. As soon as he appeared, everyone turned their attention to him. It seemed as though he had stolen the limelight from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at the handsome young man who was flying toward him. He did not respond to the young man's question. Instead, he asked, so you're Li Bing's master? When the high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect heard this, those who did not believe Li Bing had joined the dragon clan were in shock. Li Bing's master. They found this difficult to accept. When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the middle-aged man standing behind the young man said imperiously, impertinent. Duan Ling Tian, Lord Di Chen asked you a question. Not only did you ignore his question, but you even talked back at him. Do you think you're above everyone else just because you're the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect? How dare you disregard Lord Di Chen? Di Chen. Many high-ranking officials' eyes widened in horror when they heard that middle-aged man's words. Based on their knowledge, in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, only Imperial Golden Dragons in the Dragon Clan had the surname Di. Was this handsome young man one of the Imperial Golden Dragons? You're the one who's being impertinent. Chen Yiru, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, sneered and said, you're just a mere three-tribulation bodiless celestial, and yet, you dare to scream and shout at my master. Chapter 2381. Although Chen Yiru, as a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, could, naturally, tell with just a glance that the middle-aged man standing behind Di Chen was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he sit back and watch as a mere three-tribulation bodiless celestial who was not even a threat to him shouted at his master? Three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Although the high-ranking officials in the fire worship sect had already suspected that Di Chen's servant was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial at least, they were still stunned when they heard Chen Yiru's words. Chen Yiru, Di Chen's servant, the middle-aged man, was furious. His face was red with anger as he said, "As a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, you actually acknowledged someone like that as your master. You're an embarrassment to all bodiless celestials." Chen Yiru scoffed. "Aren't you a servant as well? Regardless, you certainly act like one. You're no better than I am. You." The middle-aged man was infuriated, but he had no way of refuting Chen Yiru's words since he really did act like a servant to Di Chen. "Master, Di Chen is a five-tribulation bodiless celestial." Meanwhile, Chen Yiru sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. His true form is a seven-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, his father is one of the top powerhouses in the dragon clan who's a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial at least. He's also a seven-clawed golden dragon. Five-tribulation bodiless celestial. All the apprehension and fear Duan Lingtian felt vanished when he heard Chen Yiru's words. Initially, he was worried that Di Chen might be a six-tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger. It would be difficult for him to deal with Di Chen if that was the case. He might have to use the agreement between the Dragon Clan and Feng Qingyong as leverage to chase Di Chen away. However, there was no need for that since Di Chen was a five-tribulation bodiless celestial whom he could easily deal with. Duan Lingtian. Di Chen glared at Duan Lingtian as he said scornfully, "Before you hit a dog, you should find out who is its master. Killing my man is akin to slapping my face. In view of the agreement between the Dragon Clan and the Seven Absolute Sect, I'll let this matter go if you kneel and kowtow to me." He spoke arrogantly as though he was a god speaking to a lowly human. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Di Chen's words. "How dare you?" Chen Yiru was enraged. Many high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect began to speculate among themselves when they heard Di Chen's words. Was Di Chen talking about their old ancestor, Li Bing? The powerhouse from the Dragon Clan, Di Chen, said that Duan Lingtian killed his man. Is he talking about our fire worship sect's old ancestor, Li Bing? It's very likely. After all, it makes sense. Naturally, there were some who were furious that Di Chen likened the ancestor of their sect to a dog. However, none of them dared to express their anger. There were also some high-ranking officials who chose not to believe that their old ancestor had joined the Dragon Clan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian burst out laughing. His laughter was so loud that it felt as though it could shake heaven and earth. The crowd shifted their attention to him, wondering if he would kneel and kowtow to Di Chen. Di Chen narrowed his eyes as his voice turned deeper. "Why, are you unwilling to kneel and kowtow to me?" As soon as Di Chen finished speaking, Duan Lingtian stopped laughing. He said indifferently, "Di Chen, I'll allow you to leave if you kneel and kowtow to me. Otherwise, you can stay here forever." Duan Lingtian's words were met with silence. Everyone was stunned by this turn of events. Initially, Di Chen had threatened Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian turned around and threatened Di Chen. "Master." Chen Yiru, who was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words, quickly sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "I know it's not difficult for you to kill Di Chen. However, we must consider that he's not a normal member of the Dragon Clan. His father is one of the top powerhouses in the Dragon Clan who's a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial at least. If you kill him, his father definitely will not let this matter go." A hint of fear could be heard in his voice when he reached the end of his sentence. A seven-tribulation bodiless celestial could kill them as easily as cutting grass or slaughtering chickens. Even his master was no match for someone like that. "I know." Duan Lingtian responded calmly to Chen Yiru. Through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's calm demeanor puzzled Chen Yiru, but in the end, he chose to stay silent. This time, Di Chen burst out laughing as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. When his laughter finally died down, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Duan Lingtian, do you think you're above everyone else just because you're as strong as an ordinary five-tribulation bodiless celestial? Today, I'll show you that there are many people who can put you in your place. I know there are many people who are stronger than me. However, that doesn't include you," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. "Is that so? We'll see. Even if your strength is comparable to an ordinary five-tribulation bodiless celestial, I, a five-tribulation bodiless celestial, can still defeat you." Di Chen said. As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, leaving tiny cracks in the void. Looking at the void crack's size, it would probably take 15 minutes for it to close. Di Chen had seen Duan Lingtian when he killed Li Bing through the mirror image talisman. Based on that, he deduced that Duan Lingtian was weaker than him. After all, although he was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was much stronger than ordinary 5 tribulation bodiless celestial since he was close to becoming a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. In 6 months, he would have to undergo his 6th bodiless celestial tribulation. After that, he would become a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. He genuinely thought someone like Duan Lingtian, whose strength was only comparable to ordinary 5 tribulation bodiless celestials, was not a match for him. The high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect were astonished when they heard Di Chen's proclamation. 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, Di Chen, is a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. On the other hand, their sect leader, Gan Ruyan, no longer looked worried after learning that Di Chen is merely a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, she was aware that 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were no match for Duan Lingtian. "I'd like to see you try." Duan Lingtian smirked. Then, a destructive and terrifying energy surged out of his body. The shrill sounds of a sword cry reverberated in the air as white sword rays shot out of his body. It did not take long before his body was enveloped by the blinding sword rays. Following that, his body disappeared from sight as though he had become part of the tens of thousands of sword rays. Master is going to go all out. Chen Yiru's eyes widened in anticipation. He had only seen his master exert strength that was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, based on his knowledge, if his master unleashed all his strength, he was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although Chen Yiru was excited to see Duan Lingtian's true strength, he still could not help but worry that Duan Lingtian would accidentally kill Di Chen. "I hope master will show mercy and not kill Di Chen. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble once Di Chen's father finds out about it." After a while, the tens of thousands of sword rays suddenly transformed into a white 3-foot-long sword. When it first appeared, it was glowing faintly. As time passed, the glow faded and it looked like a simple and unassuming sword. "Di Chen, do your best. You might not have the chance to take another shot." A voice suddenly rang from the 3-foot-long sword. Everyone could recognize that the voice belonged to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian became a sword. Is this the legendary body sword fusion that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang used? Duan Lingtian's accomplishment in the sword Dao is so high. Among the fire worship sect's high-ranking officials, there was no shortage of knowledgeable people. It was not difficult for them to identify the technique that Duan Lingtian used. Body sword fusion. Even Di Chen was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian transforming into a sword. This is Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. The body sword fusion comes after the sword-wielding art. The former is much stronger than the later. Duan Lingtian only used the sword-wielding art to kill Li Bing before this. At this moment, Di Chen felt his confidence collapsing. Chapter 2382 equivalent to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although Di Chen's confidence had waned, he did not lose his fighting spirit. As he roared, his energy surged like exploding fireworks. At the same time, all the high-ranking officials present felt as though a burning sun was blinding their eyes. They had to forcefully shut their eyes. When they finally opened their eyes again, they discovered that Di Chen had disappeared. To be more accurate, Di Chen's human form had disappeared. A divine dragon that was several thousand meters long stood in his place. It was so huge and majestic that it even eclipsed the sun. It was a golden divine dragon. Each of its scales was gleaming so brightly that it was almost blinding. Each of its paws had 7 claws, and each claw looked so sharp that it seemed it could tear through anything. The high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect were stunned when they saw the divine dragon. A 7-clawed golden dragon. It seems like Di Chen isn't planning on holding back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reverted to his true form. Those from the dragon clan are the strongest when they're in their true forms. This is particularly true for bodiless celestials. At that stage, most weapons in the mundane realm are of no use to them. It's still the best for them to rely on their own strength. Di Chen is a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial and a 7-clawed divine dragon. No matter how you look at it, he's definitely one of the stronger 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. However, Duan Lingtian's not weak either. Back when he fought our old ancestor, the old ancestor said he's as strong as a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he has inherited the techniques, such as the body-sword fusion, from the legendary sword Saint Feng Qingyan. I really don't know who will emerge victorious in this battle. The crowd continued to stare unblinkingly at the white 3-foot-long sword and the dragon. They were waiting for them to fight to see who would be the last one standing. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect that you've mastered the body-sword fusion, the 4th stage of the sovereign heart sword created by sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Regardless, you'll still lose to me today. Although Di Chen had lost much of his confidence and was even feeling slightly worried, he still knew he could not show it outwardly. It was unfortunate that Duan Ling Tian did not buy his act. Is that so? We'll see. It was a strange sight to see a 7-clawed golden dragon and a white 3-foot-long sword talking. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Di Chen roared angrily. It was so terrifyingly loud that the shockwaves seemed capable of shaking heaven and earth. Those high-ranking officials with a lower cultivation base felt a sharp pain in their ears, someone even ruptured their eardrums. Even those with a higher cultivation base could not help but shudder. All of them were frightened out of their wits. Is this the strength of a 7-clawed golden dragon who's also a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Just a roar is enough to take out those Saint Celestial stage cultivators with a lower cultivation base. Di Chen, the 7-clawed golden dragon, flew across the sky and seemingly disappeared into thin air. Only a handful of them, mostly the guardians, were able to catch his movement. However, after a short while, even the guardians had lost track of him. All they could see at this moment were the cracks in the void that were left in the 7-clawed golden dragon's wake. It seemed like it would take at least 15 minutes for the cracks to mend themselves. It was clear to see that Di Chen did not hold back his strength at all. Meanwhile, the white 3-foot-long sword seemed to have disappeared as well as the sound of a sword cry rang in the air. Among everyone present, only Chen Yiru, the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, and the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan were able to catch the dragon and the sword's movements. How is he so fast? They're not in the same league at all. When the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan saw the sword's movement, a hint of terror and disbelief could be seen on his face. He was still able to catch glimpses of Di Chen who had turned into a dragon, but the sword was just a blur to him. It was clear that the sword's speed was far superior compared to Di Chen. I hope Lord Di Chen will be fine. Otherwise, I'll definitely lose my life. A wave of fear washed over the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan as he thought about the future. If something happened to Di Chen's father would definitely not let him go. His fear took control of him and he shouted in an attempt to stop Duan Ling Tian from killing Di Chen. Duan Ling Tian, if you dare to kill Lord Di Chen, our dragon clan's supreme elder will never rest until you die. You'll bring the 7 absolute sect down with you. The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan could see that Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial after he had cast the body sword fusion. Di Chen was no match for him even if he was one of the stronger 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. There was a huge gap in strength between a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial and the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial after all. Even the strongest 5 tribulation bodiless celestial still would not be able to defeat a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial unless they had some celestial supreme treasures or divine abilities from the Devata realms. How's this possible? As soon as the white 3-foot-long sword moved, Di Chen widened his eyes in shock and fear. He discovered that the speed of the sword exceeded what a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was capable of. In fact, its speed was comparable to that of a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although he found it hard to believe, the truth was laid bare before his eyes. The sword shot out, leaving cracks that were 2 times bigger than the cracks Di Chen made. Chen Yiru was shocked as well when he saw this. He began to fervently pray in his heart, please, please don't let Master kill Di Chen. Otherwise, we're really going to be in deep shit. Barely a second had passed since the sword had moved. Di Chen was thunderstruck when he saw the white 3-foot-long sword approaching him. As it got closer, the sword split into 3, all of them were aimed at him. Each of the clones is as strong as the original. Di Chen was appalled by the discovery when he managed to dispel one of the swords. However, he did not have the chance to continue his thought. His expression changed drastically when he saw the swords and its clones had already landed on his enormous body. At this moment, he felt a deep and agonizing pain. Chen Yiru stared at the scene before him with his mouth agape. The Swords had severed all of the seven-clawed golden dragon's paws and its tail. The dragon body that was known for its durability seemed like a piece of paper when faced with the swords. Dichen, who had stopped moving from the pain, appeared before everyone's sight. The entire fell silent immediately. The majestic seven-clawed golden dragon had lost all its paws and tail. It looked just like a huge worm at this moment. Another sound of a sword cry rang in the air again, as the sword approached the seven-clawed golden dragon who had lost all its paws and tail again. The 3-feet-long swords emitted a destructive aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Are you going to kneel and kowtow to me, or would you prefer to die? Chapter 2383. Ignoring the Threa. Kneel down and kowtow. Do it or die, Duan Ling Tian said coldly as he pointed his 3-foot-long sword at the seven-clawed golden dragon. The sword rays that were constantly released by the 3-foot-long sword gave Duan Ling Tian an oppressive and intimidating air when he spoke. Even Dichen could not help but feel a jolt of fear when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, he was the only one who could feel how terrifyingly strong the 3-foot-long sword was. If the sword rays landed on him, there was no doubt that they would pierce him. The attack was comparable to that of a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. Faced with the intimidating 3-foot-long sword, Dichen eventually put his pride and arrogance aside and lowered his head before he said, Duan Ling Tian, let's forget about this matter. There's no need for you to kneel or kowtow to me. As soon as Dichen finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian burst out laughing as he continued to point the 3-foot-long sword at Dichen. It was as though he had heard an extremely funny joke. As soon as Duan Ling Tian stopped laughing, he slashed the 3-foot-long sword at Dichen at a moderate speed. As the sword slashed across the sky, even the high-ranking official with the lowest cultivation base could see the sword due to its moderate speed. The seven-clawed golden dragon roared in pain when a section of its 1,000-meter-long body was cut off again. Duan Ling Tian had cut off about a few hundred meters of its body. It did not kill Dichen, it only caused him to feel excruciating pain. Although bodiless celestials were formed from energy, they could still feel pain. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, light began to surge out from the seven-clawed golden dragon's body. It did not take long before the section that was cut off was completely regenerated. He regained his tail and claws in just a short moment. However, many people could feel Dichen's aura had weakened after he had healed himself. It was only natural since it took a lot of energy for a bodiless celestial to regenerate their body parts. After Dichen restored his seven-clawed golden dragon form, golden light suddenly surged from his body again, blinding the onlookers. When the crowd opened their eyes, the golden light had disappeared, and they watched as the seven-clawed golden dragon that was a few thousand meters long changed into Dichen's human form. However, even after Dichen had transformed into a human, the 3-foot-long sword still followed him around as it continued to release sword rays. At this moment, it was pointed at his glabella as though it was going to take his life at any time. Duan Ling Tian, Dichen's expression was dark as he bellowed, "Don't cross the line. I gave you an inch, and you want to take a mile. You gave me an inch and I want to take a mile." Duan Ling Tian smirked coldly as he said, "I should be the one to say this to you, right? Anyway, I'm too lazy to waste words with you. I'll give you 10 breaths to decide. If you don't kneel and kowtow to me, I'll kill you." Dichen's eyes widened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He quickly spoke about his father to threaten Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, my father is the supreme elder of the dragon clan. He's a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, even if Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was not a match for his father who was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. Logically, Duan Ling Tian should be afraid of his father. Dichen thought Duan Ling Tian would be cowed. To his surprise and fear, Duan Ling Tian just said nonchalantly, "You have 8 breaths left." Duan Ling Tian was still planning to continue on even after he had said his father was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. Was Duan Ling Tian not afraid of his father seeking revenge from him? Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect gasped when they recovered their senses. Earlier, they had been shocked when Dichen revealed his father was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, they were even more shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring Dichen's threat. Duan Ling Tian doesn't seem to care that Dichen's father is a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. So he's not afraid of a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. Does this mean he hasn't revealed his full strength yet? Impossible. While the high-ranking officials discussed among themselves, Duan Ling Tian's voice rang out again to remind Di Chen that he had 5 breaths left. Di Chen snapped back to his senses when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of fear and confusion in his eyes as he asked, Duan Ling Tian, aren't you worried my father will seek revenge from you on my behalf? Duan Ling Tian did not deign to respond to Di Chen's question, he only said, another 4 breaths left. In a way, his lack of response was his response. He was clearly not cowed by Di Chen's threat. Why you? Di Chen, naturally, realized that Duan Ling Tian was not worried about his father seeking revenge. Another wave of fear washed over him as he thought to himself, is it possible that Duan Ling Tian did not reveal his full strength earlier? Is he stronger than what he has shown? Could it be that he's as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Is that why he's not afraid of father? After a while, he calmed down and thought, it's also possible that he's only putting on an act. 2 breaths left. Duan Ling Tian's indifferent voice rang in the air again. Di Chen was in a dilemma. Should he discard his dignity and kneel and kowtow to preserve his life? Or should he hold on to his pride and dignity but lose his life in exchange? He did not want to die, nor did he want to discard his pride and dignity. 1 breath left. Duan Ling Tian's voice rang coldly. At this moment, the 3-foot-long sword's aura became even more intimidating and oppressive as it hovered in front of Di Chen's glabella. The sword ray that was glinting at the tip of the blade was filled with killing intent. Fear coursed through Di Chen's veins and eventually he kneeled down regardless of the humiliation he had to bear. His face was flushed with anger, but he had nowhere to vent his frustration. When the high-ranking officials from Fire Worship Sect saw Di Chen falling to his knees, they broke out in an uproar. Even Gan Ruyan's eyes were widened in shock. This handsome young man was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon clan. Moreover, he had an extraordinary background. However, he was currently kneeling before Duan Ling Tian. Gan Ruyan could not help but feel worried on Duan Ling Tian's behalf. Di Chen's father is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. It might not be wise for him to act this way, right? Chen Yiru, who was standing in the distance, sighed in relief when he saw this. Fortunately, Master didn't kill Di Chen. Otherwise, Di Chen's father definitely wouldn't let this matter go. After a while, a frown appeared on his face. However, even though Master didn't kill Di Chen, I'm afraid Di Chen's father still might not let this matter go. The sword ray continued to glint at the tip of the 3-foot-long sword that was pointed at Di Chen's glabella. In just a blink of an eye, a purple-clad figure appeared directly in front of Di Chen. Kowtow. Duan Ling Tian, whose eyes and voice were emotionless, stood in front of Di Chen. Duan Ling Tian, how dare you? The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon clan could not help but say reproachfully when he saw this. Just as Chen Yiru's expression darkened and he opened his mouth to retort, the sound of a sword cry rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian had casually slapped his palm in the air before a sword ray shot out and shrouded the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon clan and severed all his limbs. The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial screamed in pain. His face was ashen after he used his energy to regenerate all his limbs. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Duan Ling Tian, and he no longer dared to speak up. Di Chen, who was on his knees, felt extremely humiliated. He asked through clenched teeth, Duan Ling Tian. Are you sure you want me to kowtow? Do you want me to repeat myself? Duan Ling Tian smirked. Have you forgotten that kneeling and kowtowing are both your ideas? Di Chen growled. His body trembled as he forced himself to kowtow to Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, his teeth and fists were tightly clenched to the point where he was bleeding from the corner of his mouth and his hands were bleeding as well. After Di Chen kowtowed 3 times, he instantly stood up and flew out of the Fire Worship Sect. He did not want to stay a second longer in this place where he lost his pride and dignity. Di Chen roared as he flew out of the Fire Worship Sect. His voice reverberated in the air so loudly that it seemed capable of moving mountains and stirring the waves. Duan Ling Tian, I swear if I don't kill you, I'm no longer a dragon. Chapter 2384, Soaring Reputation. Duan Ling Tian, if I don't kill you, I, Di Chen, swear that I'm not a dragon. Although Di Chen had only spoken after he left the Fire Worship Sect's estate, everyone heard him clearly due to his thunderous voice. When the high-ranking officials of the Fire Worship Sect heard Di Chen's words, they had a fearful expression on their faces as they whispered among themselves. All of them feared the imminent danger that would hit their sect. I don't think Di Chen is going to let the matter go after leaving the Fire Worship Sect. I hope our sect won't become the scapegoat. It's not possible for us to bear the brunt of his anger after all. Some of the high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect looked at Duan Ling Tian reproachfully, even though none of them dared to express their displeasure. In their opinion, if Duan Ling Tian did not insist on Di Chen kneeling and kowtowing to him, Di Chen would not be so furious. Was he not putting the fire worship sect in danger by acting this way? It seemed like they had forgotten that Di Chen was the one who requested Duan Ling Tian to kneel and kowtow to him first. Duan Ling Tian was only returning the favor to Di Chen by demanding Di Chen to kneel and kowtow. Meanwhile, Gan Ruyan and Chen Yiru had a worried expression on their faces as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps, most people might think that Duan Ling Tian was far stronger than a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial, since he did not seem afraid when Di Chen said his father was a seven tribulation bodiless celestial, but Gan Ruyan and Chen Yiru knew very well that Duan Ling Tian's current strength was only comparable to six tribulation bodiless celestial. He was definitely not a match for seven tribulation bodiless celestial at this moment. Duan Ling Tian replied calmly, "I'll wait for you." Duan Ling Tian's words did not seem loud to the people present. However, he had infused some energy in his voice, and it was transmitted to Di Chen, who had flown east. When Di Chen heard this, he was further enraged. "Duan Ling Tian, I want you dead. I want you dead." Di Chen roared inwardly. Unknowingly, killing Duan Ling Tian slowly became Di Chen's obsession. This was not ideal for someone who was about to undergo the bodiless celestial tribulation. Although he was aware of this, he could not help the way he felt. After all, the humiliation he had suffered today was unlike anything he had experienced. This was his first time having to kneel and kowtow to someone. There was no doubt he would become a laughingstock in the upper province if word about him kneeling and kowtowing to Duan Ling Tian were to spread. When Di Chen left, the three tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan, naturally, left as well. Before he left, he looked at Duan Ling Tian fearfully. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he realized Duan Ling Tian did not intend to make him stay. Since Duan Ling Tian had already let Di Chen go, there was no reason for him to stop this three tribulation bodiless celestial from leaving. After the high-ranking officials of the fire worship sect left, there were only three people left on the scene. It was Duan Ling Tian, Chen Yiru, and Gan Ruyan. Even the burly middle-aged man who followed Gan Ruyan had retreated in fear of disturbing Duan Ling Tian. "You shouldn't have done that. Di Chen's father won't let you go for humiliating his son," Gan Ruyan said with a sigh. "He brought this humiliation upon himself." Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, "I wouldn't have made things difficult if he didn't request for me to kneel and kowtow to him. Since he dared to say such words, he should take responsibility for it." Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly as he thought to himself, "I won't look for trouble with you if you don't look for trouble with me. However, if you do, I won't let things go so easily." This was one of his principles. "But his father is a seven tribulation bodiless celestial," Gan Ruyan said anxiously. "So what?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned colder. "Are you saying I should be a pushover and accept the humiliation just because his father is a seven tribulation bodiless celestial? Moreover, a seven tribulation bodiless celestial isn't qualified to make me bow." Gan Ruyan's eyes widened in shock. Are you saying you're now as strong as a seven tribulation bodiless celestial?" Chen Yiru's gaze was filled with shock and admiration when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "No, not yet." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. His eyes flashed as he slowly said, "However, it won't be long." Although Gan Ruyan and Chen Yiru were curious about Duan Ling Tian's words, they did not question him further when they saw he had no intention of explaining himself. "You should be worried about yourself instead." Duan Ling Tian's expression was grave as he looked at Gan Ruyan. Due to the relationship between the fire worship sect and the dragon clan, it's impossible for Di Chen to destroy the sect. However, he can easily deal with the sect leader of the sect. After all, the fire worship sect will still remain standing even if there's a different sect leader. "I think it's best if you leave the fire worship sect for now." Gan Ruyan was rather touched by Duan Ling Tian's concern. However, she laughed bitterly before she said, "Where can I go if I leave the fire worship sect? Moreover, if I leave, I'll have to bring my master as well. If Di Chen discovers our relationship as master and disciple, he'll definitely vent his anger on my master when he returns and finds me missing." After a while, Duan Ling Tian finally said, "Why don't both of you follow me to the northern region? Moreover, Ka and Si Ling miss you quite a bit. When Duan Ling Tian came to fire worship sect, he had one companion with him. However, when he left the sect, he had 4 other companions. Apart from Gan Ruyan and her master, Qing Huo, the burly middle-aged man who followed Gan Ruyan tagged along as well. While Duan Ling Tian journeyed back to the 7 Absolutes sect in the northern region, the western region was in an uproar. Duan Ling Tian returned to the fire worship sect and defeated Di Chen, a 7-clawed golden dragon who's also a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, Di Chen had to kneel and kowtow to apologize to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial at the very least. In fact, there's a possibility that he's even stronger than that. The current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect, is certainly outstanding. He's not inferior to Sword Saint Feng Qingyong, the predecessor of the Fog Rain progeny. It did not take long before this news swept out of the western region to the other parts of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land like a tornado. It took only half a month before everyone in the upper province had heard about this. The reason this news had spread so fast was due to Di Chen being a member of the Dragon Clan. Many reclusive bodiless celestials had also helped spread this news. Heavens! The successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute, is really heaven-defying. I didn't expect the Dragon Clan to have 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are already much stronger than eminent celestials. How strong are 5 tribulation bodiless celestials then? So what if 5 tribulation bodiless celestials are very strong? Di Chen was still defeated by Duan Ling Tian in the end. Duan Ling Tian is really terrifying. Previously, he killed a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial from the fire worship sect. We've just gotten over the shock from that, but now, we find out he defeated a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan. In the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land, similar discussions such as these could be heard everywhere. The person that Duan Ling Tian defeated is called Di Chen, right? Based on my knowledge, the surname Di is exclusive to the imperial family of the Dragon Clan. I heard that Di Chen reverted to a 7-clawed golden dragon during his fight with Duan Ling Tian. The bodiless celestials in the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land were in an uproar as well. Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect, managed to make Di Chen kneel and kowtow to him. Monster. He's a monster, indeed. Since he had appeared in the upper province, his strength had risen to where it's comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial in less than a century. After a few more years, is there anyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land who'll be able to suppress him? Who knows if anyone is even able to suppress him now? How can we be sure that his strength is only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? Who's to say he's not stronger? You're right, previously, when he killed Li Bing, we thought his strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Now that he defeated Di Chen, we assumed his strength is comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. He could be stronger than what we think. Every time there's a battle, Duan Ling Tian never fails to surprise us. Who knows what his true strength is? Well, he's the direct successor of Sword Saint Feng Qingyong after all. Sword Saint Feng Qingyong managed to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was just an eminent celestial. As his successor, Duan Ling Tian will, naturally, be outstanding as well. We really can't afford to offend Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that the group of bodiless celestials in the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land had already regarded him as a tiger and was afraid of him. In the 100,000 towering mountains in the eastern region. The Dragon Clan's estate, 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. We have bodiless celestials in our Dragon Clan. Di Chen, isn't he a grand elder of our Dragon Clan about 6,000 years ago? He's still alive. Moreover, he has even become a bodiless celestial. Chapter 2385 Two Tragic News. How unexpected. Previously, when I learned about bodiless celestials, the thought of our Dragon Clan having bodiless celestials did cross my mind. Who knew our clan really has bodiless celestials? Moreover, the bodiless celestial from our Dragon Clan is a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, for some reason, I don't feel extremely proud or happy that our Dragon class has a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's only natural. Our Dragon Clan's 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was forced to kneel and kowtow by the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect. We have our pride, so how can we feel happy? Many of those from the dragon clan were in an uproar when they learned about the existence of a bodiless celestial in their clan. Most of them were angry that Duan Tien, the sect leader of Seven Absolutes sect, had forced their clan's bodiless celestial to kneel and kowtow. Many of these members from the dragon clan were unaware of the existence of bodiless celestials in their clan because the dragon clan was divided into an outer and inner clan. The members from the outer clan were cultivators at or below the eminent stage. Let alone the existence of bodiless celestials, all of the members from the outer clan, barring a few high-ranking officials, were unaware that the bodiless celestials in the clan were segregated into two groups. One group was those bodiless celestials from the dragon clan, and the second group was those who were forcefully brought back to the clan. The dragon clan's estate was divided into three parts. The first part housed the outer clan, the second part housed the inner clan, and the third part housed the bodiless celestials who were forcefully brought back. Based on this, one could see that all the bodiless celestials from the dragon clan belonged to the inner clan. Most people thought the dragon clan only had one patriarch. In truth, there were two patriarchs in the dragon clan. One was the patriarch whom most people knew. He was the outer clan leader and was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The second patriarch was the inner clan leader who governed the bodiless celestials. Needless to say, the inner clan leader was the true patriarch of the dragon clan. For generations now, the inner clan leader had always been the strongest in the dragon clan. This world was one that placed great importance on strength, and the dragon clan was no exception. Only the strongest bodiless celestial in the dragon clans would be able to become the true patriarch and inner clan leader of the dragon. Since the news had spread to the outer clan of the dragon clan, it was only natural that the news had also spread to the inner clan. They were all shaken by the news. Many of them began to mock Di Chen for his cowardice. Di Chen kneeled and kowtowed to Duan Tien to beg for forgiveness. He's an embarrassment to the dragon clan. He's a coward. Di Chen's reputation would have remained untarnished if he had chosen his dignity over his life. However, since he's a coward and chose his life, he'll have to live with this infamy. As seven-clawed golden dragon from the imperial family of our dragon clan, Di Chen actually acted in such a manner. He has really humiliated our clan. If I were him, I would have committed suicide by banging my head on a wall. How dare he return to the clan? Lower your voice. If the Supreme Elder hears your words, you'll be punished. Although many of the members from the dragon clan mocked Di Chen, they would inevitably fall silent when they remembered Di Chen's father was the Supreme Elder of the dragon clan. The dragon clan had 3 Supreme Elders. These 3 Supreme Elders were the strongest after the inner clan leader of the dragon clan. For this reason, they were given a lot of authority in the clan. They could kill a bodiless celestial in the sect and they do not even have to report it to the inner clan leader. How could they not fall silent when they remembered Di Chen's father was a Supreme Elder? In the inner clan, in a courtyard located in a valley with singing birds and fragrant flowers. This place was the residence of Di Chen, the 7-clawed golden dragon. In a room behind a courtyard, a man sat cross-legged on a bed as another man stood by the bed, gazing at the former with a somber expression on his face as though he was deep in thoughts. The man who was sitting on the bed was Di Chen. The man standing by the bed was a tall and muscular middle-aged man. His brows and features looked similar to Di Chen. It was as though he and Di Chen were carved out of the same mold. If the other members from the dragon clan were around, they would recognize this man as Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the dragon clan. Father, no. Di Chen, who was sitting on the bed, was ashen-faced as he said, this enmity. I truly can't let go of it. The only way to resolve this is if Duan Tien dies. A hint of unwillingness could be heard in his voice, and his eyes were cold. Duan Tien. Di Huan's eyes flashed with killing intent when he heard Duan Tien's name. A great force swept out from his body, causing the furniture in the bedroom to move. Father, you have to help me kill him. I want him dead. I want him dead. Di Chen pleaded as he looked at Di Huan hopefully. If Duan Tien did not die, his heart would not be at ease, and the obsession and demons in his heart would only grow stronger. Di Huan's eyes flashed viciously. After a while, he said hesitantly, Chenur, father knows that you hate Duan Tien. However, a few years ago, our patriarch has already asked Elder and to investigate if Duan Tien is a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I want to kill him to help you vent your anger, but I'm afraid the patriarch. He did not finish his sentence since he knew his son understood what he wanted to say. Father, Di Chen cried out anxiously, 6 months. I have 6 months left before I have to face the bodiless celestial tribulation. I'll certainly die if I don't get rid of this obsession and demons in my heart. Father, are you going to watch me get killed by the bodiless celestial tribulation? He had a stubborn expression on his face as he continued to say, the patriarch hasn't even confirmed if Duan Ling Tian is a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Even if you kill him now, the patriarch wouldn't do anything to you. There's no reason for the patriarch to punish you at all for this. Di Huan's eyes brightened like stars in the sky when he heard Di Chen's words. His son's words were reasonable. Since the patriarch was not even sure if Duan Ling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, it did not matter if he killed Duan Ling Tian. He could kill Duan Ling Tian and destroy his corpse first. Even if the patriarch found out about it later, there was nothing the patriarch could do. After all, he was only avenging his son. It's true that those who are involved can't see the big picture. Di Huan muttered to himself. He had been hesitating earlier due to his fear of the patriarch. Although he was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial and one of the strongest powerhouses in the dragon clan, the patriarch could kill him easily. For this reason, he did not dare to go against the patriarch's wishes. If he killed Duan Ling Tian, it could be considered as going against the patriarch's will. However, Di Chen's words had enlightened him. Chen'er, I'll leave the dragon clan to look for Duan Ling Tian now. I'll kill him to seek revenge for you, Di Huan said as he looked at Di Chen affectionately. Father, Di Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Even in his joy, he did not forget to remind his father solemnly, Father, when I fought with Duan Ling Tian, the strength he displayed is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm not sure if he's as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. I've already thought about this, Di Huan said. I plan to invite your Uncle Zhou and Uncle Qin to come along with me to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. Unless Duan Ling Tian's as strong as Sword Saint Feng Qingyong, he'll definitely die. It's, naturally, impossible for him to be as strong as Sword Saint Feng Qingyong. Di Huan continued to say, I'm sure you've read the record that's handed down from the ancestor of the dragon clan. At that time, not only was Sword Saint Feng Qingyong able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he was also a match for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial even though he was just an eminent celestial. This is because he had a fortuitous encounter when he entered an otherworldly secret zone. Uncle Qin, Di Chen's eyes brightened. The Uncle Qin his father mentioned was even stronger than his father. He was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. He burst out laughing. After a month, on an unknown snow-capped mountain in the northern region, on this day, the 7 Absolute Sects' temporary estate welcomed back the Nangong twins, the successors of the Didymus progeny, and Han Shui Nai, the successor of the Red Dust progeny. It was supposed to be a day where Duan Ling Tian would be able to meet his old friends. However, Han Shui Nai brought back tragic news with her. Ji Yu Li and the Yu Wu Ying, the successors of the Kratos progeny and the Dark Shadow progeny, the 3rd and 4th Absolutes respectively, were dead. Chapter 2386 Anger. How's this possible? When the old prophet heard that the successors of the Kratos progeny and the Dark Shadow progeny had died, his face became pale and his eyes became dull. After he had set up the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation and the successors went into it, he could no longer clearly divine their fates. However, he did not expect that 2 of the successors would die just when all the current successors of the 7 Absolutes sect were about to gather. How was it possible now? Tears streamed down Han Shui Nai's face again. Her eyes were swollen and red as she said, Senior Uncle Prophet. My master is dead. Well. What? The old prophet trembled when he heard Han Shui Nai's words. His eyes flashed fiercely as he asked in a low voice, what happened actually? How did your master die? He had already found the deaths of Ji Yu Li and Yu Wu Ying unacceptable, and now he received another blow again when he found out that Han Shui Nai's master had died as well. Who did it? Is it the people from the Black Kshetra sect or the Heaven Divination sect? The old prophet asked. His eyes were filled with anger when he spoke. I don't know. Han Shui Nai replied in anguish. Before my master died, she sent me a message to inform me about Ji Yu Li and Yu Wu Ying's deaths. Apart from that, she also asked me to remind Brother Ling Tian to be careful. It seems like the person who killed my master is searching for Brother Ling Tian. She was killed because she refused to disclose Brother Ling Tian's location. Ji Yu Li and Yu Wu Ying were also killed by this person. My master said she wasn't sure about the person's background, but he's an extremely strong bodiless celestial. At this point, her legs weakened and she slumped to the ground. Shui Nai, two peerlessly beautiful ladies with graceful figures cried out in unison and flew forward to support Han Shui Nai. These two ladies were none other than Ka and Feng Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian was present as well. He had been silently listening as Han Shui Nai recounted what had happened. At this moment, he finally spoke up. Since he's a bodiless celestial, I'm certain this matter has nothing to do with the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect. He knew very well that there were no bodiless celestials in the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect. His eyes were lit with anger as he said through gritted teeth, since that person's looking for me, it can only be those people. An expression of confusion appeared on the old prophet's face. Those people, Master, are you saying that person is from the Dragon Clan? Chen Yiru, who was standing at the side, could not help but ask after he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Apart from them, who else can it be? The flames of anger in Duan Ling Tian's eyes intensified to the point where it seemed it could burn everything into ashes. How could he not be angry? He had a close relationship with his senior brother, Ji Yu Li, and there was no doubt Ji Yu Li had died because of him. As for Yu Wu Ying and Han Shui Nai's master, the former successor of the Red Dust progeny, although he was not close to them, they were still members of the Seven Absolutes sect after all. He found it difficult to suppress the rage in his heart when he thought about how these people had died because of him. Everyone present widened their eyes in shock when they heard this. Dragon Clan, although not all of them knew that the three great sects had the support of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, all of them knew that the Dragon Clan had bodiless celestials. When word about Di Chen, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan, was forced to kneel and kowtow to the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, it had inadvertently revealed the existence of bodiless celestials in the Dragon Clan. Moreover, many people had heard Di Chen's threatening words about his father to Duan Ling Tian in the fire worship sect. For this reason, many people knew there was also a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Dragon Clan. You're saying the person who killed Shui Nai's master, Ji Yu Li, and Yu Wu Ying is from the Dragon Clan. They did it because of Di Chen, and they were killed because they refused to reveal your location. Although the old prophet's cultivation base was not as high as the others, he had much more experience compared to them. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to figure out what happened. Although I'm not completely certain, I'm more than 90% certain that 3 deaths are related to the Di Chen and the Dragon Clan. Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes flashed coldly, they must have been killed by Di Chen or his father. I think it's more likely that it's his father, since Di Chen knows he's no match for me, so he won't dare to act so arrogantly and look for me. Brother Ling Tian. Han Shui Nai looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that were filled with pain, but a hopeful expression could be seen on her face as well. Please avenge my master on my behalf. Please. As she spoke, tears of grief streamed down her face again. Duan Ling Tian's heart ached when he saw the state Han Shui Nai was in. He recalled when he first met Han Shui Nai, she was just a carefree young girl. However, now she had experienced pain akin to losing her parents. His heart burned with flames of rage when he thought about all this. He muttered under his breath, Dragon Clan. I won't forget this enmity between us. He had decided to avenge the 3 people not only because he was close to one of them, but also because of his identity as the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. These people were members of the 7 Absolute sect, and he would not let their deaths go unavenged. Even if the Dragon Clan was dangerous territory, he would still tread on it. As much as he wanted to charge into the Dragon Clan and slaughter everyone now, he knew it was not wise. It was only akin to committing suicide. Let alone those powerhouses who were stronger than Di Chen's father, who might be 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. He was currently not even a match for Di Chen's father. Senior Uncle Old Prophet. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old prophet and said in a low voice, I wanted to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone now. Please give me the key to the Sword Saint's secret zone. The Sword Saint's secret zone was his best chance to raise his strength if he wanted to avenge Ji Yu Li and the other 2. Even if he managed to comprehend the 5th stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, which was also the highest stage, his strength would only be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Let alone an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, it would still be difficult for him to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Based on the old prophet's words, as long as he entered the Sword Saint's secret zone and obtained the second part of Feng Qingyang's legacy, he would be able to become as strong as Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. During his time, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang could even kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, and his strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial even though he was only an eminent celestial. At that time, Senior Feng Qingyang didn't even have the help of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Even Senior Uncle Prophet didn't expect me to be as strong as a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial just by comprehending the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. This means I don't have to worry even if I'm not as strong as Sword Saint Feng Qingyang even after I obtain the 2nd legacy. If I use the elementary devouring tactic, I'll still be as strong or stronger than Senior Feng Qingyang. At that time, I might even be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. These thoughts appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, making him eager to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. If he was lucky, after he exited the Sword Saint secret zone, he would be able to destroy the Dragon Clan effortlessly. After the old prophet heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he hesitated for a moment before he implored, "Please wait for another 3 months. After 3 months, if that little girl hasn't come back, we don't have to wait for her anymore. I'll give you the key at that time and all of you can enter at that time." Naturally, the little girl he mentioned was his direct disciple, the current successor of the Prophet Progeny. Chapter 2387. The successor of the Prophet Progeny attacked again. Ji Yu Li, the successor of the Kratos Progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is dead. Yu Wu Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow Progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is dead as well. This news spread in the Dao Martial Saint Land, causing a huge commotion like an earthquake that could shake heaven and earth. Heavens! There are only 8 people in the current generation of the 7 absolute sect, but now 2 of them are dead. Who did it? Isn't he afraid of Duan Ling Tian seeking revenge from him? Could he be someone from the 3 great sects? That's possible. Since there is a bodiless celestial in the fire worship sect, I don't believe the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect have none. Furthermore, even the Dragon Clan that's slightly weaker than the 3 great sects has a 5 and 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Well, if the 3 great sects have 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, they don't have to fear Duan Ling Tian. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, none of these people were bodiless celestials. After all, those bodiless celestials were aware that the 3 great sects could not compare to the Dragon Clan and there were no bodiless celestials in the 3 great sects. They were also aware that Li Bing, the supposed 4 tribulation bodiless celestial from the fire worship sect, was only able to secretly return to the fire worship sect because the Dragon Clan had sent him out on a mission. How unfortunate that he was slain by the Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. The culprit has to be from the Dragon Clan. A month ago, when we heard about Duan Ling Tian forcing Di Chen, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan, to kneel and kowtow, I already knew Duan Ling Tian and the 7 absolute sect would meet with a disaster. The Dragon Clan placed great importance on dignity after all. Me too. It seems like we're right. The 7 absolute sect has indeed met with a disaster. Tisk tisk. The 7 absolute sect is over now that the successors of the 3rd and 4th absolutes are dead. I'm afraid Duan Ling Tian must be boiling in anger now. So what if he's boiling with anger? There's nothing he can do unless he has the strength to overpower the Dragon Clan. It's not easy to suppress the entire Dragon Clan. It's said that the inner clan leader, the real patriarch of the Dragon Clan, is still alive. I'm afraid there's no one in the upper province who's a match for him. The bodiless celestials could not help but discuss this among themselves. Naturally, they were more knowledgeable compared to most people in the upper province. The successors of the 3rd and 4th absolutes of the 7 absolutes sect are dead. Moreover, people are saying we're the culprit. Mo Zan, the great oracle of Heaven Divination sect, was baffled when he heard the rumors. It did not take long before fear and panic rose in his heart. Would Duan Ling Tian believe that rumor? There are rumors going around that our Black Kshetra sect is stronger than the Dragon Clan and we have a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. When Lang Qian Jing, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, heard the rumors circulating outside, he almost vomited blood from anger. How could I not know if my sect has a bodiless celestial? Moreover, I used to think our sect is stronger than the Dragon Clan, but that's clearly not the case. They have more than 1 bodiless celestials in their clan. If they decide to deal with us, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do but to raise a white flag. After a while, panic rose in Lang Qian Jin's heart as well. Would Duan Ling Tian be stupid enough to believe those rumors? Would he think our Black Kshetra sect killed Ji Yu Li and Yu Wu Ying? Mo Zan, the great oracle of the Heaven Divination sect, and Lang Qian Jin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, did not waste any time and quickly made an announcement to the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. The Heaven Divination sect announced that they would no longer provoke the members of the Seven Absolutes sect. Whenever members of the sects met a member of the Seven Absolutes sect, they had to avoid them. The Black Kshetra sect announced that they had decided to let go of the enmity between their sect and the Seven Absolutes sect. Moreover, if the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect, Duan Ling Tian, was amenable to it, they would present a large amount of quasi-celestial grade saint stone to the Seven Absolutes sect as compensation. When the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land heard the announcements, they were, naturally, shocked. Does this mean our previous theory is wrong? The Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect actually have nothing to do with Ji Yu Li and Yu Wu Ying's deaths. Then, could it be someone from the Fire Worship sect? That's impossible. Since Gan Ruyan, the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect, has left, they haven't even appointed a new sect leader. Moreover, they did not revoke the rules Gan Ruyan made about not antagonizing the Seven Absolutes sect. Then, there's only one possibility left. The Dragon Clan has something to do with Ji Yu Li and Yu Wu Ying's deaths. It's very likely that it's due to that incident a month ago where their clan's 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, Di Chen, was humiliated by Duan Ling Tian. Since the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect had made the announcements, the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land began to shift their focus to the Dragon Clan. After all, it seemed like the Dragon Clan had reasons for killing members of the Seven Absolutes sect. At the same time, many bodiless celestials were also discussing this matter. Those people aren't stupid since they managed to figure out the culprit as the Dragon Clan. Based on how cowardly the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect are acting, they would be real pig heads if they still can't guess the answer. In the eastern region where the 100,000 towering mountains were located, in the inner clan of the Dragon Clan, Di Chen had an anxious expression on his face as he asked, "Father, how did the matter turn so serious? With the way things are, I'm afraid Lord Patriarch must have already found out that the deaths of the 2 successors of the 3rd and 4th Absolutes from the 7 Absolutes sect are related to us. If he's to intervene at this time, how are we going to kill Duan Ling Tian?" He was not worried the Patriarch would give his father trouble over the deaths of the members from the 7 Absolutes sect. After all, his father had a high status in the dragon as a supreme elder. He was only afraid that the Patriarch would find out that they intended to kill Duan Ling Tian and would stop them before he could verify if Duan Ling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. If the Patriarch really gave an order to stop them from killing Duan Ling Tian, they could no longer act recklessly. His father would incur the Patriarch's wrath if he blatantly disobeyed the Patriarch's order. At that time, there was no doubt the Patriarch would kill his father as a show of power. I didn't expect the 2 members of the 7 Absolute sect would be so stubborn. They'd rather die than disclose Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts. Even the former successor of the Red Dust progeny was the same. Di Huan furrowed his brows as well when he spoke about this matter. It seemed like things had become trickier now. He somewhat regretted killing the members of the 7 Absolute sect now. At that time, Di Huan had only wanted to discover Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts. However, the 2 members of the 7 Absolute sect had enraged him with their disobedience. Therefore, he had killed them in a fit of rage. After all, Di Huan was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The 2 members of the 7 Absolute sect were like ants compared to him. Who knew the matter would blow up into this proportion where it might even catch the Patriarch's attention? All of a sudden, Di Huan seemed to have discovered something. He quickly took out a jade token. A faint streak of light flew from the distance and fused with the jade token in his hand. The jade token flickered for a few moments before the light gradually disappeared. Di Huan quickly crushed the jade token in his hand. A voice rang out in the air immediately. "Supreme Elder, our outer clan leader has been killed by the successor of the prophet progeny using the heaven-defying art of cursing. The outer clan has fallen into chaos now." When Di Chen and Di Huan heard this, they were stunned. They were furious when they regained their senses. How bold of the 7 Absolute sect! How dare they kill our outer clan leader? Is the 7 Absolute sect not afraid of the retribution from our Patriarch? The outer clan leader or the Patriarch of the outer clan was merely the public face of the Dragon Clan. He was not even an eminent celestial, and usually, he would not even appear on their radar. When the outer clan leader met them, he even had to respectfully address them as ancestors. Nevertheless, the father and son were still enraged when they learned of his death. After all, he was the public face of the dragon clan even if his cultivation base was not very high. Killing the spokesperson of the dragon clan was like giving the dragon clan a slap in the face. Chapter 2388 The Return of the Old Prophet's Successor. The clan leader of the dragon clan is dead. The current successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolutes sect killed him with the heaven-defying art of cursing. If this was in the past, the death of the clan leader of the dragon clan might not have caused such a huge commotion. However, people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were already made aware of the fact that the dragon clan was much more powerful than the three great sects. Not only did the dragon clan have bodiless celestials, but all the bodiless celestials in their clan were extremely powerful. They even had 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Regardless, it seemed like the dragon clan was not afraid of the Seven Absolute sect. After all, previously, they had killed 2 successors of the Seven Absolute sect. The people from Seven Absolute sect are too bold. She actually dared to kill the clan leader of the dragon clan with a curse. That aside, don't you think it's strange? The dragon clan has 7 tribulation celestials and the clan leader should be quite strong as well. How did he get killed by the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect? Yes, I find it strange as well. Is it possible that the clan leader is not a bodiless celestial? Although people from the upper province were shocked to learn that the clan leader of the dragon clan had been killed by the current successor of the prophet progeny, they found the matter slightly strange. It did not take long before they were given answers. It seemed like this new information was spread by the dragon clan. As it turns out, the clan leader who was killed was only the leader of the outer clan. In a way, he's just the public face of the dragon clan. His cultivation base was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. I heard there's another clan leader for the inner clan. That's right, the inner clan leader is apparently the strongest powerhouse in the dragon clan. Even Di Chen's father, who's a 7 tribulation powerhouse, is nothing compared to him. This news that was intentionally spread by the dragon clan, naturally, caused a stir in the upper province again. How could people not be surprised that there were 2 clan leaders in the dragon clan? Moreover, the cultivation base of the clan leader who was killed was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was just the public face for the dragon clan. Everyone was also curious about the other clan leader of the dragon clan. Then, does this mean the inner clan leader is an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Heavens, the dragon clan actually has an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. After 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, 8 tribulation bodiless celestials are the strongest in the mundane realms. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials are extremely rare. Who knows if we even have any in the Dao Martial Saint Land? If we have none, that means 8 tribulation bodiless celestials are the strongest in the Dao Martial Saint Land. That's right, 9 tribulation bodiless celestials are extremely rare. I think it's unlikely that there's any in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The majority of the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land did not believe that 9 tribulation bodiless celestials existed. People were still in shock when the dragon clan made a shocking announcement. From this day onward, the dragon clan and the 7 Absolutes sect are mortal enemies that will fight to the death. Anyone who can provide information about the locations of the members of the 7 Absolute sect will be handsomely rewarded. This announcement, naturally, caused a great commotion in the upper province again. Everyone could tell the dragon clan was truly enraged based on the announcement they made. Well, I can understand why they're angry. Although the outer clan leader of the dragon clan was not outstanding compared to the rest of the bodiless celestials in the dragon clan, he was still the public face of the dragon clan. For the current successor of the prophet progeny from the 7 Absolute sect to kill him, it's akin to slapping the face of the dragon clan. You're right, it's definitely a humiliation to the dragon clan. This is the only way they can cleanse themselves of this humiliation. They have to destroy the 7 Absolute sect to regain their dignity. There were some people who felt the 7 Absolute sect would be in danger now. It seems like the 7 Absolute sect is about to go through difficult times. Naturally, there were also people who disagreed. The 7 Absolute sect is going to have difficult times. I don't think so. Don't forget that Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect, is no ordinary man. That's right, Although Duan Ling Tian has only shown that his strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, who's to say that is his true strength? He may very well be stronger than that. After all, in the past, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang managed to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial even though he was just an eminent celestial at that time. Duan Ling Tian is Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's successor. Even if he's not as powerful as Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, I believe the gap in strength is not that wide. Perhaps, there are only a few people in the Dragon Clan who are capable of killing him. The 100,000 towering mountains in the eastern region, in the Dragon Clan's estate. Di Chen had a worried expression on his face as he said to Di Huan, "Father, the clan leader has yet to complete his closed-door cultivation. When the clan leader comes out of his closed-door cultivation, won't he blame you for publicly announcing the Dragon Clan's war against the 7 Absolutes sect in such a rush?" "Chenur, don't worry." Di Huan shook his head with a smile. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "It doesn't matter if the clan leader is in closed-door cultivation. If he's here, he won't let the 7 Absolute sect off as well. Moreover, I have Elder Monk's approval." Before Lord Clan Leader entered closed-door cultivation, he said that as long as I have the approval of 2 out 3 Supreme Elders in the clan, I can act as I see fit. A hint of cunning could be seen in the depths of Di Huan's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. "That's brilliant, father." Di Chen's eyes brightened when he heard his father's words. The worried expression on his face was instantly replaced by a joyful smile. "In a way, we have the current successor of the prophet progeny to thank for this. If not for her, our clan would not be able to openly oppose the 7 Absolute sect." His smile grew wider and wider as he spoke. "It's true, we have that little girl to thank for this. However, since she's able to kill the outer clan leader with the heaven-defying art of cursing, we can't underestimate her. You should know the outer clan leader was not an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had almost completely comprehended heaven and earth and was only a step away from undergoing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation," Di Huan said. "So what, she's just a little girl who's not even an eminent celestial," Di Chen said contemptuously. "There's no need for us to worry even if she becomes an eminent celestial. Let alone 4 tribulation bodiless celestials, she probably couldn't even deal with a mere 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. We should just focus our attention on the successor of the Fog Rain progeny." Di Chen's eyes narrowed when he recalled how Duan Ling Tian had humiliated him. The humiliation was so bad that he did not even want to leave his cultivation place. If he were to go out now, there was no doubt that even the members of the Dragon Clan would look at him peculiarly. After all, when he kneeled and kowtowed to Duan Ling Tian, not only did he humiliate himself, but he had humiliated the Dragon Clan as well. It was only natural that those in the Dragon Clan thought he was a disgrace. Di Chen was the only son of Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan. Although he was not the most powerful, not many people dared to cross him. All of them were very respectful to him. However, currently, he had been reduced to hiding in his cultivation place. How could he accept this? Di Chen's eyes burned with rage. This is all Duan Ling Tian's fault. If it's not because of him, I won't be reduced to this state. His hatred for Duan Ling Tian continued to grow and grow when he thought about it. "Chenur," Di Huan called out when he noticed something seemed to be amiss with Di Chen. He knew an obsession had formed in his son's heart due to this incident. He was determined to find Duan Ling Tian in the next 3 months to kill him before his son had to undergo the bodiless celestial tribulation. If his son did not untie this knot in his heart before the tribulation, he might not be able to successfully overcome the tribulation. A sense of urgency overcame him when he thought about this that he instantly left the Dragon Clan after bidding farewell to Di Chen. In the northern region where there were many snow-capped mountains, Duan Ling Tian and the others were welcoming the return of the current successor of the prophet progeny. This was Duan Ling Tian's first time meeting the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. The current successor of the prophet progeny was a woman who was dressed in an all-white robe. Her aura was so extraordinary that everything in the surroundings seemed to dim in comparison. Her long hair hung loosely to her waist like a waterfall. Her face was hidden behind a white veil, but it was not difficult to imagine that she was certainly a peerless beauty based on the lower half of her face that was exposed. As she stood there emitting a cold aura, she seemed like a snow goddess who had descended on earth. After a while, this white-clad woman with a veil on her face turned to the old prophet and said, "Master, I'm back." Chapter 2389 Mu Yi. It's good that you've returned. A smile that had not been seen for a long time appeared on the old prophet's face when he saw his disciple had returned safely. He sighed in relief. He was aware of what his direct disciple had done in the dragon clan. Although his direct disciple had done it to help him vent his anger, he knew how risky it was. After all, the dragon clan was one of the two strongest forces in the Dao martial Saint Land. After a while, the old prophet opened his mouth to introduce Duan Ling Tian, the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of Seven Absolutes sect, to his direct disciple. Yi, he. Before the old prophet could finish his sentence, Mu Yi, his direct disciple and the current successor of the prophet progeny, cried out, Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious that she was familiar with him. However, Duan Ling Tian failed to respond to Mu Yi since he was stunned. Earlier, he had sensed a familiar aura before she had appeared, even though it was really faint. However, as much as he tried, he could not remember who the aura belonged to. It seems like she has 10 different auras, including one of the aura that I'm familiar with. I wonder where I've felt it before. As an eminent celestial, Duan Ling Tian's soul was inferior to bodiless celestials. However, he was still far superior compared to the current successor of the prophet progeny. For that reason, he was able to easily use his divine consciousness to probe the 10 auras. He could clearly sense 9 different auras that were twined around one aura, which was also the strongest aura. It was like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. The aura he was familiar with was one of the 9 faint auras, whereas the strongest aura clearly belonged to the current successor of the prophet progeny. He came to the conclusion that her aura's unique condition had something to do with her cultivation method. At this moment, Han Shui-Nai made her way to Duan Ling Tian's side and tugged on his sleeve to remind him. Brother Ling Tian, junior sister Yi just greeted you. A hint of admiration could be seen in Han Shui-Nai's eyes when she looked at Mu Yi, the current successor of the prophet progeny. It was as though she was looking at her idol. Upon hearing Han Shui-Nai's words, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses immediately. He looked at Mu Yi and said, I'm sorry, junior sister Yi. I was distracted for a moment because your aura feels rather familiar. Before Mu Yi had returned, the old prophet had spoken about her countless times to Duan Ling Tian. He knew that she was a 1 in a million heaven-defying Dao cultivator. She was so powerful that she was only second to him among all the successors of the Absolutes in the Seven Absolutes sect. He had heard about her assassinating the clan leader of the Dragon clan. He felt as though she had helped him vent some of his anger, therefore, he had a favorable impression of her even before they had met. Mu Yi did not seem displeased that Duan Ling Tian was distracted earlier. Instead, she asked a question that stunned him. Do you remember where you've sensed my aura before? Where did he sense her aura before? It took a moment before Duan Ling Tian recalled where he had sensed her aura before. He had sensed this aura when he was in Clarity City that was located at the edge of the western region. He had stayed in Clarity City before he made his way to Sin City in the central region. One of the auras belonged to Chu Mu-ching, the eldest lady of the Chu clan. He had helped her resolve a problem when he was in Clarity City. That was how they had become acquainted. Later on, he discovered that she seemed to have fallen for him. However, she was only a passerby in his eyes. At that time, he did not think they would meet again. Who knew after all these years, he would encounter Chu Mu-ching's aura in Mu Yi, the successor of the prophet progeny. Many of his memories from when he was in Clarity City came rushing back to him at this moment. Finally, Duan Ling Tian answered solemnly, I remember I came across this aura when I was in Clarity City. It belongs to a girl called Chu Mu-ching. When he finished speaking, he saw a hint of joy flitted through Mu Yi's eyes. He was puzzled by this. After a while, Mu Yi sighed softly. Her icy cold aura seemed to have faded as she said, if she were to find out that you haven't forgotten her, she would definitely be very happy. What do you mean? Duan Ling Tian could feel something was amiss based on Mu Yi's words. He asked solemnly, What happened to her? Although he had considered her as just a passerby in his life, he still considered her as a friend after spending those few days with her. Hence, he felt slightly worried when he heard Mu Yi's words that seemed to indicate something had happened to Chu Mu-ching. She and a few people with her were killed by a bastard for perverted reasons when they were making their way to the fire worship sect. She was particularly unlucky since her scattered soul was infected by ruthless qi at the time of her death. When her soul gathered again, It lingered for 3 days and 3 nights, Mu Yi explained slowly. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes immediately when he heard Mu Yi's words. A hint of ferocity could be seen flashing in his eyes. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you know who's the culprit?" "A young man," Mu Yi said with a sigh. Killing intent flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as his body began to emit an aura that was much colder than Mu Yi's aura. His cold aura faded a little as he asked, "Is that person stronger than you?" Since Mu Yi had recounted everything so vividly, Duan Ling Tian was under the impression that she was present and had witnessed the tragic event as well. He thought the culprit had to be stronger than Mu Yi. Otherwise, she would have definitely helped Chu Mu Qing. She was the old prophet's successor after all. She did not seem like the type of person who would sit back and watch when someone was in need. Mu Yi sighed as she said, "The truth is I learned about what happened to Chu Mu Qing after absorbing Chu Mu Qing's soul that was about to vanish after lingering for 3 days and 3 nights. I gained this information from some of her remaining memories." "You absorbed her soul?" Duan Ling Tian frowned. At this moment, the old prophet spoke up. "It's compulsory for the successor of the prophet progeny to do this in order to cultivate to become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. One of the requirements to become the successor of the prophet progeny is to search for and absorb 9 remnant souls that are infected by ruthless qi. This is the only way to become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator and cultivate the heaven-defying art of cursing. Naturally, the successor isn't allowed to kill just to harvest the souls. Even if they did, they would not be able to absorb the souls since the souls would reject them." Duan Ling Tian felt enlightened after listening to the old prophet's explanation. Previously, he was astonished when he first learned about the heaven-defying art of cursing that was cultivated by heaven-defying Tao cultivators. It truly lived up to its name for being so heaven-defying. The killing method was so terrifying that it could send chills running up one's spine. He had questioned the existence of such a heaven-defying technique, but he did not expect that one would have to go through such an arduous process just to become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. After a while, Duan Ling Tian looked at Mu Yi with eyes that burned with rage as he asked, "Do you still remember what the culprit looks like?" Duan Ling Tian did not even finish speaking when Mu Yi had already taken out a portrait. "This is the portrait of the person I saw in her memories. I've been searching for this person as well over the years, but I don't have any leads. The 9 souls that were infected with ruthless qi were violently killed. Mu Yi had already found 8 of those people who had murdered the souls she had absorbed. The only one she had yet to find was Chu Mu Qing's murderer." Duan Ling Tian studied the portrait in Mu Yi's hand. It was a portrait of a young man with average body size. His features were strangely twisted, giving him a sinister air. Someone gasped before crying out, "It's him." Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, turned to the source of the voice. The person who had spoken was none other than Chen Yiru, the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened as he asked, "Sandao.do you know him?" Initially, when he heard Mu Yi said she could not find the man even after all these years, he felt disheartened since he knew looking for the man now would be like fishing for a needle in the ocean. However, who knew Chen Yiru would recognize the man in the portrait? Chapter 2390 Ding Yi Jian the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. L.2390 Ding Yi Jian the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. "Yes, Master." Chen Yiru nodded immediately when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. "Who's he?" Duan Ling Tian asked as his eyes flashed coldly. "His name is Ding Yi Jian. He's a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial just like me." Chen Yiru said, "This person's biggest vice is women. He's always trying to take possession of every beautiful woman he meets. 30 years ago, I couldn't tolerate his behavior anymore, so I fought him. However, our fight ended in a draw. As it turns out, he's a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial." Realization dawned on Mu Yi at this moment. No wonder I couldn't find any clues related to him. It made sense now why she could not find the culprit even with the wide information network from the successor of the Red Dust progeny. After all, as wide as the Red Dust progeny's information network was, it did not reach as deep as the circles of the bodiless celestials in the Tao Martial Saint Land. 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned even colder at this moment. He asked, "Do you know where he usually stays?" "Allow me to calculate the time. His next bodiless celestial tribulation is less than 100 years from now. Currently, he should be cultivating in his cultivation place as he waits for his bodiless celestial tribulation. Coincidentally, His cultivation place is located in the northern region as well. Take me there. Duan Ling Tian said, killing intent could be seen flashing in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised to hear that Ding Yijian's cultivation place was in the northern region. After all, Chen Yiru had previously told him that many bodiless celestials lived in seclusion in the northern region. Even the powerhouse Ni Wu Tian, who was ranked first in the Supreme Saint ranking, lived in seclusion in the northern region while waiting for his ascension to the Devata realm. Yes, Master, Chen Yiru answered respectfully. Duan Ling Tian turned to the old prophet and said, Uncle Old Prophet, I'd like to seek revenge from my friend before I enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Earlier, he and the old prophet agreed that he would enter the Sword Saint secret zone as soon as his direct disciple, the current successor of the prophet progeny, returned to the Seven Absolutes sect. However, it seemed like he would have to postpone his entrance to the Sword Saint zone for the time being. Go ahead, the old prophet nodded. He understood Duan Ling Tian's feelings, so he did not try to stop him. After that, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Ka, Duan Si Ling, Feng Tian Wu, and the others before he left the snow-capped mountains with Chen Yiru and made their way to the north of the northern region. The northern region snowed all year long, but the land north of the northern region was so cold that it had turned into glaciers. The land seemed like crystals from afar, and the falling snow made it look like an ice land. There are quite a few people here, Duan Ling Tian said when he saw human figures along the way to the north of the northern region. However, most of these people were only Saint Celestial stage cultivators. He continued to mutter under his breath, up until now, I've already detected more than a dozen cultivators at and above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If these people come out of seclusion, there would probably be a huge change on the Supreme Saint ranking. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew that ever since the existence of bodiless celestials had been revealed, the Supreme Saint ranking had lost much of its credibility. Nowadays, not many people would speak about the Supreme Saint ranking. Even when they talked about it, their words were only filled with criticism or requests to include the bodiless celestials in the Dao Martial Saint land. After a while, Chen Yiru's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing him to snap back to his senses. Master, the land ahead is one of the spots where many bodiless celestials gather in the northern region. Duan Ling Tian saw many spacious mansions among the glaciers. A light shield shrouded the mansions and seemed to repel the snowflakes. This is Ding Yijian's cultivation place, Chen Yiru finally said. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed viciously as he asked, which one is it? It's here. Chen Yiru flew to the sky above the mansions and pointed at one of the mansions. Have a look and tell me if he's in there, Duan Ling Tian said. A hint of anticipation could be heard in his voice, as though he could not wait to deal with Ding Yijian. Since Duan Ling Tian was an eminent celestial, it was not wise for him to use his divine consciousness to detect a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. If the other person used his divine consciousness to attack him, he would be severely injured. For this reason, he asked Chen Yiru to check if Ding Yijian was in the mansion. Yes, Master, Chen Yiru replied respectfully before he extended his divine consciousness into one of the spacious mansions. Elementary devouring technique. Duan Ling Tian did not stay idle while Chen Yiru tried to determine if Ding Yijian was in the mansion. He cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to devour the heaven and earth. Spirit energy in his surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, he completely absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. All the reclusive cultivators who were cultivating were shocked, their cultivation interrupted. Since the area of effect of the elementary devouring tactic was very wide, even the heaven and earth spirit energy further away had been absorbed by Duan Ling Tian. All of them were baffled. The lack of heaven and spirit energy, naturally, hindered their cultivation. What happened? Why did heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly disappear? What happened? Why is the heaven and earth spirit energy so thin all of a sudden? Shit. What's happening? Meanwhile, Chen Yiru withdrew his divine consciousness from one of the mansions and said, Master, Ding Yijian is in the mansion. As soon as Chen Yiru finished speaking, a thunderous voice boomed in the air. Chen Yiru. A figure shot out of the mansion and flew into the sky before stopping near Duan Ling Tian and Chen Yiru. Duan Ling Tian's killing intent intensified when he saw the person who had arrived before him. This person was none other than the young man from Mu Yiyi's portrait. This was the man who had mercilessly killed Chu Mu Qing. The young man's expression changed drastically when he saw Chen Yiru standing behind a purple-clad young man. It seemed as though he knew who the purple-clad young man was. After all, the fact that Chen Yiru, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, had a powerful master was no longer a secret among the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Therefore, he knew that Chen Yiru's master was Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. Duan Ling Tian's name had become even more renowned in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land when word spread about how he forced Di Chen, a five-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan, to kneel and kowtow to him. Rumor had it that Duan Ling Tian displayed the strength of a six-tribulation bodiless celestial at that time. Are you sect leader Duan? Ding Yijian's expression that was filled with fury toward Chen Yiru disappeared immediately when he saw the purple-clad young man. A sense of uneasiness and anxiety began to rise in his heart. Although Duan Ling Tian did not reply to his question, he was certain in his heart that the purple-clad young man was Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, was said to have strength that could rival a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. There were even people who speculated that he might be, in fact, stronger than a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even Di Chen, a five-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan, was forced to submit, let alone a four-tribulation bodiless celestial like him. How could Ding Yijian not feel uneasy? At this moment, many thoughts flitted through Ding Yijian's mind as he tried to figure out why Duan Ling Tian had come. Duan Ling Tian can't possibly be here because of the conflict between Chen Yiru and I had 30 years ago, right? Sect leader Duan, Ding Yijian said tentatively. His heart constricted in fear when he saw the coldness in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He quickly said, I know I had a conflict with Chen Yiru previously, but I've already apologized to him. I even swore that I would avoid him whenever I see him. At this moment, he had discarded all his pride as a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. His pride was nothing when faced with Duan Ling Tian's terrifying power after all. Meanwhile, many bodiless celestials came out from their cultivation place when they felt the disappearance of the heaven and earth spirit energy. As soon as they came out, they recognized one of the figures standing in the sky. That's Chen Yiru. Chen Yiru used to cultivate in this place as well. Therefore, many of the bodiless celestials here recognized him. Chen Yiru has returned. The purple-clad man standing in front of Chen Yiru. Is he Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect? Many of the bodiless celestials were shocked when they figured out the identity of the purple-clad young man standing in front of Chen Yiru. Chapter 2391 Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect, had been famous for a long time in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whether it was the common folks or the bodiless celestials, all of them had been talking about him. For this reason, the bodiless celestials who had come out could easily recognize him after they saw Chen Yiru. Why is Duan Ling Tian here? Based on his attitude, it seems like he came with Chen Yiru to see Ding Yijian. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings almost disappeared as soon as he arrived. Does it have something to do with him? I don't know. The bodiless celestials who stood in the distance began a lively discussion about Duan Ling Tian. However, they did not have the courage to approach him. After all, the strongest among them was only a few five-tribulation bodiless celestials. He was someone who managed to make a five-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan kowtow and kneel. How would they dare to act recklessly in front of him? When the small group of bodiless celestials examined themselves, they, naturally, found that they lacked the capability to defeat Duan Ling Tian. They were weaker than Di Chen. Where would they find the courage to misbehave before Duan Ling Tian? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian scoffed loudly. A surge of killing intent rolled off his body. It felt as though he had transformed into the Grim Reaper at this moment. The energy that rolled off his body pressured the bodiless celestials present on the scene. Duan Ling Tian lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. The void cracked immediately. Numerous cracks began to appear and spread like a spiderweb. Fear tightened its clutch on Ding Yijian's heart when he saw this. A hint of shock mixed with admiration could be seen on his face. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind. He fervently hoped that Duan Ling Tian would forgive him for his past conflict with Chen Yiru. After all, nobody was really hurt in the conflict. In his opinion, this was just a small conflict. There was no reason for Duan Ling Tian to kill him. Unfortunately, Ding Yijian was unaware that Duan Ling Tian did not come looking for him to seek revenge for Chen Yiru. Duan Ling Tian was here to seek revenge for the hundreds of women whom he had ruthlessly killed in the past. Perhaps, he had forgotten the woman called Chu Mu Qing whom he had mutilated and killed, but the reason Duan Ling Tian had come was precisely for this particular woman. "You beast!" Duan Ling Tian hissed. His celestial origin energy that was laced with saint origin surged out of his body as he stared at Ding Yijian coldly. Ding Yijian felt chills running up his spine when he saw this. It felt as though he had fallen into a lake of ice. Although it was snowing here, the cold did not affect Ding Yijian. However, he felt chills running up his spine when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him with killing intent. It felt as though he had fallen into a lake of ice and was frozen. Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and sword chi shot out of his hand. The sound of a sword cry rang in the air briefly. The sword chi shot toward Ding Yijian at such a high speed that he did not even have any time to react. He cried out in horror, "No!" After he cried out, it did not take long before a soft sound sounded in the air. The sword chi had pierced his glabella, and his soul was instantly destroyed. Bodiless celestials' bodies were different from humans, their glabellas were connected to their souls. If their glabellas were pierced, their souls would instantly be destroyed. Despite being a bodiless celestial whose body was different from ordinary human beings, the middle of his brows was connected to his soul. The destructive force from Duan Ling Tian's sword chi destroyed Ding Yijian's soul in just a blink of an eye, leaving nothing behind. Ding Yijian had no chance of surviving at all. After Ding Yijian's soul was destroyed, his corpse turned to dust immediately. There was no trace left of his existence in both heaven and earth. The few 5 tribulation bodiless celestials had managed to catch a glimpse of Duan Ling Tian's sword chi earlier. The sword chi felt divine, as though it could destroy everything in this world. Chill ran up their spines when they thought about what had happened. Even if they did not die, they would be grievously injured if they had to face Duan Ling Tian's sword chi. They were not even certain if they would be able to defend against it. That's the sword-wielding art, the third stage of the sovereign heart sword, that sword Saint Feng Qingyang created, right? Rumor has it that Duan Ling Tian used the body sword fusion, the fourth stage of the sovereign heart sword, to make Di Chen kneel and kowtow to him. The strength he displayed at that time was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's more than enough to defeat even the strongest 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Let alone the 4th stage of the sovereign heart sword, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials knew they were no match for Duan Ling Tian even when he was using the 3rd stage of the sovereign heart sword. After killing Ding Yijian, Duan Ling Tian's killing intent dissipated immediately, and he reigned in the energy that surged out of his body. Rest in peace, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked in the southwest direction. That place was where Chu Mu Qing had passed away. Meanwhile, the bodiless celestials on the scene regained their senses. They realized there was more than meets the eyes. Initially, they had thought Duan Ling Tian had come to avenge Chen Yiru. However, when they recalled Duan Ling Tian had called Ding Yijian a beast before killing him, they realized something was amiss. It seems like this matter is not as simple as it seems. Could it be that, at that same time, Duan Ling Tian said to Chen Yiru, "Let's go." He did not look back as he disappeared from everyone's sight. They came and left like a gust of wind, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian did not return to the 7 absolute sects' temporary estate immediately. Instead, they made their way east. Only after he was certain nobody was tailing them did he return to the 7 absolute sects' temporary estate. He had, naturally, taken a detour to ensure the location of their temporary estate was not exposed. It was even more necessary now to keep the location of the sect secret since he and the 7 absolute sect had become the Dragon Clan's targets. Apart from that, he was about to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. He did not want any unforeseen circumstances to pop up before he entered the Sword Saint's secret zone. As they made their way back to the 7 absolute sect, Duan Ling Tian's mind was filled with thoughts about the Sword Saint's secret zone. According to Junior Uncle, the other people who possessed the key to the Sword Saint's secret zone had already used their keys. Currently, Junior Uncle's keys are the only one that can open the Sword Saint's secret zone. It's too bad that Junior Uncle has no idea who the people who possess the keys are. I don't know if they're from the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan or the Devil Clan. Duan Ling Tian did not know that the Sword Saint's secret zone was not created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. In fact, it was actually a Beyond Heaven secret zone that Feng Qingyang had encountered years back. After he entered the zone, he had a fortuitous encounter. It was what enabled him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and possess strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. A long time had passed since then. Although the old prophet and his companions knew about the Sword Saint's secret zone that had been passed down for generations, they were unaware that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang did not create the Sword Saint secret zone. They were clueless that Feng Qingyang had managed to figure out the way to open the secret zone. He only left his successor with the way to open the secret zone. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of all this. He did not know the key represented the entrance and exit point, and that a key existed in every mundane realm. In other words, there was only one key in every mundane realm, including this one. Most importantly, he was unaware that a key also existed on his home planet, Earth, which was also a mundane realm. When the Beyond Heaven secret zone was opened, a point of entrance and exit would appear in the mundane realms with keys as well. Chapter 2392 Prepare to open the Sword Saint secret zone. The name, Sword Saint secret zone, was not given by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. In fact, the disciples of the Seven Absolutes sect had come up with the name later on. The Sword Saint secret zone, or the Beyond Heaven secret zone, had nothing to do with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang apart from the fact that he had discovered and entered it. He had no ability to control what happened inside, nor could he help Duan Ling Tian once he entered the secret zone. He had only provided the later generation with the key to enter the secret zone. Duan Ling Tian and generations of members of the Seven Absolutes sect were under the impression that Feng Qingyang had created the Sword Saint secret zone. For this reason, all of them thought Feng Qingyang had left his legacies and many precious items in there. Back at the north of the northern region where Duan Ling Tian and Chen Yiru had left, the bodiless celestials who had gathered earlier had yet to return to their homes when wind began to howl in the air. Shortly after, a middle-aged man who was emitting an oppressive air appeared out of thin air. A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial instantly stepped out when the middle-aged man appeared. He bowed deferentially toward the middle-aged man. Lord Di Huan, Lord Di Huan. The remaining bodiless celestials quickly shifted their attention to the middle-aged man when they heard the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who had greeted Di Huan turned around and explained to the others, "This is Lord Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragon clan." The other bodiless celestials, naturally, broke into a commotion when they heard the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. They might not have seen Di Huan before, nevertheless, his name struck them like a thunderbolt. They had heard many things about Di Huan, so they knew he was the supreme elder of the dragon clan and also a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. They also knew that Di Chen, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan, whom Duan Ling Tian forced to kneel and kowtow, was Di Huan's son. "Greetings, Lord Di Huan, it's an honor to meet you." All the bodiless celestials greeted Di Huan respectfully as they bowed to him. After they learned of his identity, they were not wary about the fact that he was a supreme elder of the dragon clan, but because he was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Di Huan did not deign to reply to the bodiless celestials who had greeted him. He turned to the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who had greeted him first and asked in an urgent tone, "I thought you said Duan Ling Tian is here. Where's he?" It was not difficult to guess why Di Huan had come as soon as he spoke. It was obvious that the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial had informed him of Duan Ling Tian's presence earlier. Di Huan did not wait for the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial to reply as he extended his divine consciousness to check the area to see if Duan Ling Tian was around. However, he could not sense Duan Ling Tian at all. He felt as though he had been cheated. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestial replied respectfully, "Lord Di Huan." Duan Ling Tian went in the east direction. "However, since I'm not strong, I didn't tail him because I was afraid he would notice me." After a while, as though he was afraid Di Huan would misunderstand him, he quickly added, "Duan Ling Tian really came here and headed east after he left. Everyone present can testify to that. I won't dare to lie to you, Lord Di Huan." "Very well, you'll be handsomely rewarded if I manage to catch him." Di Huan's eyes brightened when he thought about capturing Duan Ling Tian. He no longer bothered with the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial and vanished into thin air under everyone's watchful gaze. Is this the speed of a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? A shocked expression appeared on the bodiless celestials' faces when they saw Di Huan vanishing before their eyes. They might be bodiless celestials, but they had never met a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial or anyone stronger. After all, Those who were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger were few and far between. For this reason, most bodiless celestials treated 7 tribulation bodiless celestials and those who were stronger everentially as though those people were God himself. It was clear that Duan Ling Tian had made a wise choice when he decided to head north to mislead others before returning to the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate. Otherwise, Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan, would have caught up to him. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's strength was only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial when he unleashed all his strength. He was no match for a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial like Di Huan. There was no doubt that he would turn into a slab of meat on the chopping board if he chose to face Di Huan now. In the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate that was located on a snow-capped mountain. Upon Duan Ling Tian's return, he quickly went to look for the old prophet. A sense of urgency filled him. He wanted to enter the Sword Saint secret zone as quickly as he could. Junior Uncle Prophet, I've already dealt with my personal matter. If the others are ready, we can enter the Sword Saint secret zone now. Naturally, the other people that Duan Ling Tian mentioned were this generation's successors of the 7 Absolutes in the 7 Absolutes sect. Unfortunately, the successor of the Kratos progeny and the Dark Shadow progeny, the 3rd and 4th Absolutes respectively, had died. It was very likely that the Dragon Clan was behind their deaths. Currently, there were only 6 successors left in the 7 Absolute sect. These people were Duan Ling Tian, Mu Yi, Feng Tianwu, Han Shuinai, Nangong Chen, and Nangong Yi. Okay, the old prophet agreed immediately since he could sense Duan Ling Tian's eagerness to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. After that, he went to round up the other successors of the Absolutes. After roughly an hour, Duan Ling Tian received a message from the old prophet. Depart immediately so we can look for a hidden location to open the Sword Saint secret zone. Soon after, a group of people left the snow-capped mountain and headed toward the northeast direction. Apart from the current successors of the Absolutes and the old prophet, Ka, Qinghuo, and Gan Ruyan tagged along as well. However, only the successors of the Absolutes were allowed to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. During their journey, Gan Ruyan asked the old prophet eagerly, Senior Prophet, can I enter the Sword Saint secret zone? Our sect leader holds the authority to decide something like that, the old prophet said as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Gan Ruyan instantly shifted her eyes to Duan Ling Tian. No, before Gan Ruyan could speak, she was rejected immediately. According to the record that has been passed down for generations, we're warned against letting cultivators below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage enter the secret zone. Anyone whose cultivation base is below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage will definitely die once he or she enters the Sword Saint secret zone that Senior Feng Qingyong left behind. 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was clearly impossible for Gan Ruyan to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Although her innate spiritual root had been improved and her cultivation speed had increased, she had only broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It would take a long time before she could even break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The two stages might be just one stage apart, but the gap in strength was extremely wide. Gan Ruyan fell silent when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. There was nothing she could say to refute his words after all. Although she looked disappointed, she no longer tried to speak. After listening to the warning that had been passed down for generations, she did not dare to enter the Sword Saint secret zone even if Duan Ling Tian gave her permission to enter. She instantly dismissed the thought about entering the Sword Saint secret zone when she found out those below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to survive the Sword Saint secret zone. How could a fortuitous encounter be more important than her life? Staying alive was the most important thing. At this time, it was Chen Yiru's turn to ask eagerly, Master, can I enter the secret zone? Junior Uncle Prophet told me earlier that there's an age restriction on the Sword Saint secret zone. Only those who are below 100 years old are allowed to enter, Duan Ling Tian said. However, you can try and see if you can enter. If you're really able to enter, who knows if you might have a fortuitous encounter. Duan Ling Tian was not a selfish or stingy person. Although Chen Yiru had not been with him for long, Chen Yiru had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to be loyal to him after all. He had no reason to stop Chen Yiru if he was able to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Chen Yiru's eyes were bright as he thanked Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Master. He was delighted that he had gotten his master's permission to enter the secret zone. Now, he only hoped he would be able to enter the secret zone. However, He knew there was nothing he could if he was denied entry. After all, it was not like he could change his age as he pleased. This is the place. After traveling northeast for a while, Duan Ling Tian finally chose the valley between ice mountains in a place that seemed extremely desolated. Based on the condition of ice in the valley, it seemed like the ice was formed a long time ago, possibly even 1,000 or 10,000 years ago. A thick and white fog shrouded the valley that made it impossible for people to detect its presence unless they used their divine consciousness. This is a pretty good spot, the old prophet said after he took a look at the surroundings. The others, naturally, did not have much of an opinion. Duan Ling Tian and his companions were hidden by the dense fog as they made their way to the valley. When they finally stopped moving, the old prophet lifted his hand and brought out a black box before passing it to Duan Ling Tian. He said, "This box holds the key that has been passed down for generations in the Seven Absolutes sect. This key will open the Sword Saint's secret zone. This box has been sealed with a formation that was said to be created by ancestor Feng Qingyong. Rumor has it that only the successors of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolutes of the Seven Absolutes, are able to open the box. As for how to open it, I'm not too sure either." After a moment, the old prophet said to Duan Ling Tian, "Why don't you try opening it?" Chapter 2393 Celestial Master Sec. This box. Duan Ling Tian discovered the box was quite heavy after the old prophet had passed it over to him. He did not know what the box was made from. Even Chen Yiru, who was a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, could not open it. "Master, there's nothing I can do," he said helplessly before passing the box back to Duan Ling Tian. Void cracks could be seen slowly closing up around Chen Yiru when he passed the box back to Duan Ling Tian. This was from his attacks when he attempted to open the box earlier. Elementary Devouring Technique. Duan Ling Tian cast his assist-type divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Technique, as soon as the box was passed back to him. He absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings to raise his strength so he could cast the sword-wielding art, the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, to open the box. The wind howled briefly before a destructive and oppressive sword chi shot out of Duan Ling Tian's palm toward the sealed box. Void cracks instantly appeared in the sword chi's wake. The void cracks were long and wide. It seemed like it would take an hour or so just to close up. Duan Ling Tian did not think his attack that was comparable to the strength of a five-tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to open the box, since Chen Yiru failed to open the box even after he had unleashed all his strength. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the white sword chi turned into liquid when it landed on the box. It did not take long before the box snapped open. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he thought to himself, "It seems like the formation on the box responded to the Sovereign Heart Sword that Senior Feng Qingyong created." "Master, your sword technique earlier is only comparable to that of a five-tribulation bodiless celestial's attack, right? Why did the box open so easily?" Chen Yiru asked with a baffled expression on his face. Chen Yiru was not the only one, everyone had a puzzled expression on their faces as well. They did not know what had happened. Although the attack that Duan Ling Tian had used was more powerful than Chen Yiru's attack, it was not that much stronger. However, the results were poles apart. This is due to the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method Sovereign Heart Sword that Senior Feng Qingyong left behind. "I used that technique to open the box," Duan Ling Tian explained to everyone as his eyes were fixed on the open box. A brass ball lay quietly inside of the box. A complex pattern that looked like words was engraved on the ball. Duan Ling Tian could not ascertain if they were just patterns or words. "So this is the key to open the Sword Saint secret zone." Duan Ling Tian held the brass ball in his hand as he studied it. He did not find anything special about the engravings. Everyone was looking at the brass ball as well at this moment. Soon after, the old prophet said, "Try to infuse your celestial origin energy into the ball." When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he did not waste any time and quickly infused his celestial origin energy into the brass ball. It did not take long before he discovered that the brass ball was like a starving infant who was greedily absorbing his celestial origin energy as though it was milk. It only stopped when it depleted more than half of his celestial origin energy. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a surge of energy from the brass ball that pushed his hand away. After that, the ball levitated in the air and the patterns on the brass ball were illuminated. The light from the patterns grew brighter and brighter as time passed. It looked extremely dazzling. "What's this?" Everyone's attention was focused on the brass ball at this moment. the sound of an explosion rang in the air and everyone present saw their vision turning white. It seemed as though the light of an explosion had blinded them. At the same time, a surge of formidable but gentle energy began to push them away from each other. When everyone regained their footing in sight, they quickly turned to look at the brass ball just to discover a hole in the void. There were vortexes spinning around the hole as though the vortexes were keeping the hole open. The hole did not show any signs of closing at all. Is this the point of entrance and exit for the Sword Saint's secret zone? Everyone shared the same thought at this moment when they looked at the hole that led to who knows where. Meanwhile, in a few mundane realms, mysterious energies that surrounded the holes in each of the mundane realms had disappeared, granting one entry to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. What? Is the Beyond Heaven's secret zone open? Heavens! It's been 30,000 years since it last opened. It's finally open again. The people that discovered the holes had opened were shocked when they saw this. Earth, where Duan-Ling-Tian was from, was also one of the mundane realms that held the key to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Earth was in a huge mundane realm that encompassed a vast universe with many planets and galaxies. Earth was as tiny as a speck of dust in this mundane realm. Despite its size, Earth, when it was known as planet Yan Huang, was one of the few rare planets that allowed its inhabitants to cultivate. In other words, this meant that the inhabitants could absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to strengthen themselves. At that time, planet Yan Huang produced many legendary cultivators whom Duan-Ling-Tian thought were from myths and ancient legends. Sun Wukong, Zhu Bajia, and Ne Zha were a few of those said cultivators. However, after more and more cultivators appeared, it did not take long before the heaven and earth spirit energy on the planet was depleted. For this reason, many cultivators from planet Yan Huang also began to move away. Afterward, planet Yan Huang that had been depleted of heaven and earth spirit energy became known as Earth. The number of cultivators grew lesser and people became weaker that one did not need much strength to rule Earth. On the other hand, the cultivators that moved away from planet Yan Huang moved to some planets that were rich with heaven and earth spirit energy and laid down their roots there. The Celestial Masters sect was an ancient sect that moved away from planet Yan Huang previously. The ancestor of the Celestial Masters sect was Celestial Master Zhang from the ancient myths and legends. Currently, the Celestial Masters sect had gained control over a galaxy. The headquarters of the Celestial Masters sect was located on a planet that was a few times bigger than Earth. The Beyond Heaven secret zone is open. The entire Celestial Masters sect had broken out in an uproar when they heard news of this. The Beyond Heaven secret zone's key from another mundane realm has finally been opened. It's been close to 20,000 years since the key has been used. Only when the key is used will the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the mundane realms open again. I hope the powerhouses in the Celestial Masters sect will have fortuitous encounters when they enter the secret zone and grow significantly stronger. What a pity the Celestial Masters sect isn't the only who's privy to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. We'll have to face a lot of competitors once we enter the secret zone. The competitors are from our mundane realm and other mundane realms as well. Regardless, the people from the Celestial Masters sect were boiling with excitement when they learned that the Beyond Heaven secret zone had opened again. Currently, in the mundane realm where Earth was located, there were many sects apart from the Celestial Masters sect. Some were stronger and some were weaker. However, they had one thing in common at this moment. All of them were rushing to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. All of them knew where the point of entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone was located, but it was sealed before this. How could they not rush there now that it was open? Chapter 2394. Entering one by one. There were a total of 5 keys to the Beyond Heaven secret zone that were placed in 5 mundane realms. If one had the key, one would be able to open the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Otherwise, the entrance would be barred by a mysterious energy. However, once the final key was used, the point of entrance and exit in all the mundane realms would open as well. Now that the Beyond Heaven secret zone had opened in all the mundane realms, this meant that Duan-Ling-Tian's key was the final key. Duan-Ling-Tian was, naturally, unaware of all this, in the northern region. In a valley surrounded by ice mountains and white fog, the Beyond Heaven secret zone is finally open. Our 7 absolute sect will regain our former glory. The old prophet looked emotional as he stared at the hole in front of him. As someone from the previous generation of successors of the 7 absolute sect and also the person with the highest seniority in the sect, he was, naturally, moved when he thought about the 7 absolute sect regaining its former glory, similar to when Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was around. When he looked at the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone and the successors of the Absolutes who were about to enter the secret zone, it was as though he could already see the sect regaining its former reputation. Similar to everyone present, the old prophet was unaware that the Sword Saint secret zone was the Beyond Heaven secret zone. How could they know that everything in the zone was not left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? Most importantly, they did not know that the people from the Seven Absolutes sect were not the only ones who would be entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Many powerhouses from the other 4 mundane realms would be going into the secret zone as well. In fact, there were thousands upon thousands of people who were rushing to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone in one of the mundane realms at this moment. There was no lack of powerful bodiless celestials among these people. Sandao, we should arrive at the Sword Saint secret zone after entering the hole. Junior Uncle Prophet has said that those over the age of 100 won't be able to enter the secret zone. Why don't you give it a try and see if it's true? Duan Ling Tian said to Chen Yiru. Yes, Master, Chen Yiru replied with a nod. He did not waste any time and attempted to leap into the hole immediately. As soon as he approached the hole, he could clearly sense an oppressive energy that came from the vortexes that prevented the hole from closing. That energy made him feel as though he would be turned into ash and disappear from the world immediately if he had come in contact with it. However, he discovered that the energy did not seem to repel him. For this reason, his courage grew and he hastened his speed as he charged headlong into the hole. In just a blink of an eye, his hand had already touched the hole. As Chen Yiru's body was further drawn into the hole, leaving only his upper body visible at the moment, he quickly said to Duan Ling Tian. Master, I think that I should be able to enter the secret zone. The force is winding around my arm and pulling me in at an increasing speed. You should go in then. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He felt sincerely happy for Chen Yiru. After all, a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial like Chen Yiru should be able to benefit greatly after entering the secret zone that was left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Master, I'll wait for you on the other side. Chen Yiru only managed to say these words before he was completely pulled in. Everyone present on the scene only managed to recover from their shock after Chen Yiru had entered the hole. I thought those over the age of 100 can't enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Duan Ling Tian's follower is a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, right? He's an old monster who has lived for 4,000 years. Does this mean anyone can just enter the Sword Saint secret zone? Nangong Yi exclaimed in shock. What's going on? The old prophet was baffled. Based on the records that were passed down in the 7 Absolute sect, it was said that those who were older than 100 years old would not be able to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Moreover, these words came directly from Sword Saint Qing Feng Yang. Is it possible that bodiless celestials are exempted from this rule? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian speculated out loud, the most direct manner to examine a person's age is by examining the body first. Since bodiless celestials' bodies are different from normal humans, it could be the reason why they're exempted from the rules. The truth was Duan Ling Tian had guessed correctly. The Sword Saint secret zone, or the Beyond Heaven secret zone, had an age restriction for those above 100 years old. However, this did not apply to bodiless celestials. Based on this, one could see that those who were able to enter the secret zone were either geniuses or powerful bodiless celestials. Those who had a cultivation base lower than the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would definitely die if they entered the secret zone. Duan Ling Tian, my brother and I are going to enter the secret zone now. You should hurry as well, Nangong Yi said before he entered the Sword Saint secret zone with his twin brother, Nangong Chen. It did not take long before both of them vanished into thin air. Duan Ling Tian turned to the old prophet and asked, Junior Uncle Prophet, how long will the point of entrance and exit for the Sword Saint secret zone stay open? It's said that it'll stay open for 10 years, the old prophet said. This information also came from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. 10 years. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Gan Ruyan as soon as he heard the old prophet's words. Sure enough, her eyes had brightened immediately. He said to her solemnly, with your current innate talent, I think you'll be able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in 1 or 2 years. At that time, you can enter the secret zone if you want to. Although it's said that even those at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage can also enter, there's a high chance you might not survive in there. Aren't the Nangong twins at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? If they can enter, there's no reason for me not to enter as well. I'm definitely going to enter the Sword Saint secret zone when I break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Gan Ruyan said indignantly. Miss Ruyan, the old prophet said gently, the sect leader is only reminding you out of kindness. The Nangong twins are the successors of the Didymus progeny. They bear the important responsibility of reviving 7 Absolute sect. Even if the path ahead of them is treacherous and filled with danger, they would still have to charge ahead. This is their responsibility and mission. His expression turned solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. After a while, he continued to say, you're different. You have nothing to do with the 7 Absolute sect. It's perilous inside the Sword Saint secret zone. It's best if you don't enter even after you've broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Who says I have nothing to do with the 7 Absolute sect? Gan Ruyan glanced at Ka and said, the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect is my brother-in-law. As his sister-in-law, I'm duty-bound to help with the revival of the sect. I'll definitely enter the Sword Saint secret zone after I break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Ever since Gan Ruyan met the female members of the 7 Absolute sect like Feng Tianwu, Han Shui Nai, and Mu Yi, she had lost the superior air she had when she was in the fire worship sect. She was a naturally competitive person. Since the opportunity to raise her strength had presented itself to her, how could she let it go? This was the Sword Saint secret zone that was left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyong. The man was capable of killing 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and possessed strength comparable to 9 tribulation bodiless celestial even though he was just an eminent celestial at that time. So far, he was the only one capable of such a feat in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. How could Gan Ruyan bear to let go of entering the secret zone that was left behind by such an impressive person? Duan Ling Tian had known Gan Ruyan for quite a while now. Although they did not spend much time together, he knew her quite well. For this reason, he knew it would be difficult to change her mind once she had made up her mind. He did not try to dissuade her and only said, do as you please. Just be careful. At this moment, Qing Huo, Gan Ruyan's master, spoke up, I'll join Ruyan at that time. Although his cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he had no thoughts of entering the Sword Saint secret zone. At his age, he understood how precious life was. However, the disciple he cherished like a daughter wanted to enter the secret zone so he could only risk his life to accompany her. If he did not accompany her, he would be filled with regrets for not following her for the rest of his life if something happened to her in there. Chapter 2395 Ka has entered the Sword Saint secret zone as well. Master, didn't you hear what he said earlier? If you're not a bodiless celestial and you're over 100 years old, you won't be able to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Although Gan Ruyan was touched by her master's words, she still had to remind him that he could not enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Naturally, she did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words or speculations. That's only Guardian Ling Tian's speculation. Since the Sword Saint didn't restrict bodiless celestials who are definitely older than 100 years old, why would he restrict cultivators who are older than 100 years old? Qing Huo was used to addressing Duan Ling Tian as Guardian Ling Tian, and he did not drop this habit even until now. Based on his words, it's obvious that he did not think much of Duan Ling Tian's speculations. When Duan Ling Tian saw Qing Huo was clearly doubting his words, he could not help but say, Guardian Qing Huo, why don't you consider this? Although Senior Feng Qingyong was strong enough to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was still an eminent celestial. This means he had cast the formation on the box when he was an eminent celestial as well. How could a formation that was cast by an eminent celestial restrict a bodiless celestial from entering the secret zone? Qing Huo was rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian's words. After a moment, his eyes gleamed resolutely as he said, although your words make sense, I'll still give it a try. Even if the Sword Saint secret zone really has an age restriction, I'm sure I'll be able to sense the repelling force before I even touch the hole. Before Qing Huo finished speaking and before Duan Ling Tian could reply to him, he had already flown toward the hole in the void. As he flew close to the hole, he suddenly tried to stop his movements. The sound of an explosion rang in the air as the mysterious force that stabilized the black hole suddenly became agitated, looking as though it was boiling. In just a blink of an eye, a shockwave from the energy shot out and landed on Qing Huo's body, sending him flying. Qing Huo, who had been sent flying, threw up a mouthful of blood, looking extremely miserable. It took him a while before he finally managed to steady his footing. Then, He lifted his head and looked at the black hole with a bitter smile on his face. As soon as Gan Ruyan saw this, she quickly rushed over to her master. She asked worriedly, "Master, are you okay?" "I'm okay." Ching shook his head before he said with a forced smile on his face, "If only I listened to Guardian Ling Tian, I wouldn't have ended up like this." His actions had proven that Duan Ling Tian's speculation was correct. In truth, Duan Ling Tian had only made these speculations based on what he knew. It was just a coincidence that his conjecture aligned with Qing Huo's actions. There was another reason for the restriction on the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the future, after being in the Beyond secret zone for a while, he would learn the truth about the restrictions. At that time, he would feel embarrassed for blindly making conjectures in front of Qing Huo. He felt as though he had spouted nonsense to Qing Huo. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was still under the impression that his speculation was correct. "It's just as I've expected. Brother Ling Tian, you're really impressive." Han Shui Nai praised. "Sect leader is truly impressive," the old prophet chimed in as well. As for Ka, Duan Si Ling, and Feng Tian Wu, they remained silent. However, their eyes were unusually bright when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. This was especially true for Duan Si Ling. A hint of admiration could be seen on her face as well when she looked at her father. Although Duan Ling Tian was used to getting looks of admiration in the past, he still felt flattered when he saw everyone admiring gazes. Even the old prophet's direct disciple, the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolutes sect, Mu Yi, had a startled look in her eyes even though no admiration could be seen at the moment. Previously, she had thought the sect leader of the seven absolutes sect was only stronger than her due to sheer luck. She did not expect he would be able to accurately tell why bodiless celestials could enter the Sword Saint secret zone and why normal cultivators who were older than 100 years old could not. As the saying went, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was feeling pleased with himself, but he was unaware that he was going to fall very, very hard in the future. After basking in everyone's admiration, Duan Ling Tian finally said to the old prophet, "Junior Uncle Prophet, I should leave now." Out of everyone present, he was definitely the most eager to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Currently, 3 people had already entered the Sword Saint secret zone ahead of him. This caused Duan Ling Tian to feel even more impatient to enter the secret zone. "Go ahead," the old prophet nodded when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. At the same time, a hint of anticipation could be heard in his voice as he said, "I hope everything goes smoothly when you obtain Ancestor Feng Qingyang's legacy. If you're successful, your strength will rise tremendously. Let alone possessing strength comparable to Ancestor Feng Qingyang, it's possible for you to surpass him as well." The old prophet was confident that Duan Ling Tian's strength would surpass Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. After all, when Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was an eminent celestial, his strength had only risen to the level of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial when he cast the Heart Sword amalgamation, the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian, who was also an eminent celestial, possessed strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial when he had only cast the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Based on this alone, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was even more impressive than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. For this reason, the old prophet was extremely certain Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill 9 tribulation bodiless celestials after he obtained the second legacy that was left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Unfortunately, the old prophet was unaware that the Sword Saint secret zone was actually the Beyond Heaven secret zone that had nothing to do with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Moreover, he was also unaware that the Beyond Heaven secret zone was extremely perilous. Duan Ling Tian would also need to face the group of powerhouses from the other mundane realms. In the past, it was considered a miracle that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was able to walk out from the Beyond Heaven secret zone alive. In truth, at that time, he was not the only one who had entered the secret zone. Various powerhouses from the Dragon and Phoenix clans and bodiless celestials had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. Unfortunately, apart from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, none of them survived the secret zone. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Ka and said, "Ka, please take care of Si Ling in my absence." "I will, Brother Tian. Please be careful." Ka nodded. Duan Ling Tian replied, "Okay." However, in his rush to enter the secret zone, he seemed to miss the strange look in Ka's eyes that disappeared as soon as it appeared. It was as though she was struggling with a decision in her mind. After Duan Ling Tian spoke to Ka, He turned to look at Duan Xiling and said affectionately, Xiling, Daddy is going away for some time. You must listen to your mommy when Daddy is not around, okay? Daddy, I've grown up. There's no need for you to treat me like a kid. I don't like it, Duan Xiling said with a frown after she pouted. A hint of embarrassment could be seen on her face. The old prophet and Qing Huo could not help but laugh when they heard Duan Xiling's words. In fact, everyone, including Mu Yi, had a smile on their faces when they heard this. In Daddy's eyes, you'll always be a child even after you've grown up. It'll be the same even after a few decades have passed, Duan Ling Tian said with a chuckle after he regained his senses. Then, he turned away and said, Shui Nai, Tian Wu, junior sister Yi, we should make a move now. We've no idea what awaits us inside. There's a possibility that we would be transported to different places once we enter. There's only one thing we must remember. Regardless of what happens, we must always be cautious. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he entered the black hole at lightning speed. The old prophet, Qing Huo, and Gan Ruyan knew the three women from the Seven Absolutes sect would follow suit soon enough. However, before any of the three women entered the black hole, a sweet and soft voice rang in the air. Sister, please take good care of Xiling. Everyone's eyes instantly shifted to the woman who looked identical to Gan Ruyan as she stood next to Duan Xiling. Before anyone regained their senses, the woman left like a gust of wind and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone quickly turned to look at the black hole. There were some ripples in the mysterious force. It was evident that someone had just entered the black hole. Ka. Gan Yuanru was stunned speechless. She was not stunned that Ka had decided to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone after Duan Ling Tian. She was stunned because Ka's speed was so fast that she could not catch Ka's movements at all. One should know that she would still be able to catch glimpses of movements of cultivators at the 8th and 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. What was happening? Chapter 2396 The Devil Clan has invaded the Upper Province. After Han Shuinai recovered from the shock, she exclaimed, How did Sister Ka move at such a swift speed? I couldn't catch her movements at all. The old prophet who had just regained his senses as well cried out, What? Shuinai, even you couldn't catch her movements. He was concerned about the safety of the sect leader's wife when he saw her entering the Sword Saint secret zone. After all, the secret zone was fraught with danger. Although Ka's cultivation base was not too bad, he thought it would be no higher than the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it seemed like he was wrong. Han Shuinai, the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, had already broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but she still could not catch Ka's movements. What did this mean? One should know that even a cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage would still be able to catch glimpses of movements of a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The old prophet gasped before he thought to himself, Don't tell me she has successfully become an eminent celestial. This would explain why Han Shuinai couldn't even catch a glimpse of Ka's movements. Feng Tianwu spoke up at this moment, I couldn't see Sister Ka's movements as well. The old prophet was shocked again when he heard this. Duan Ling Tian was the strongest person in the Seven Absolutes sect, followed by his direct disciple, Mu Yi, and Feng Tianwu. Both women had already broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, Feng Tianwu, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, had just said she could not see Ka's movements at all. This is madness. The old prophet was extremely shocked, but this was not the end of it. When he heard the words from his direct disciple, Mu Yi, he was even more shocked. It took a long while before he regained his senses. She moved so quickly that I didn't catch her movements as well. In my opinion, her speed is comparable to a 3 tribulation. Bodiless celestial at the very least. Mu Yi was going to face the Celestial Ascension tribulation soon, and there was no doubt that she was one of the stronger cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, not even she could catch Ka's movements. The old prophet said with a bitter expression on his face, the sect leader's wife. Who's she? It seems like what sect leader Tang Zan said in the past is true. The saint girl is truly the reincarnation of a goddess. Otherwise, how could she have possessed speed that's comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial in such a short time? Qing Huo said after he heard the old prophet's words. Ka. Although Gan Ruyan was shocked by her sister's current strength, she could not help but smile widely. She was sincerely happy about her sister's achievement. After all, She was aware that her sister felt inferior standing next to Duan Lingtian. She had hated herself and blamed herself for being a burden to Duan Lingtian. Although she did not know the details, her sister's strength was comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial now. 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, wow, mommy's amazing. Duan Si Ling's eyes lit up when she heard Mu Yi's words. She exclaimed excitedly, from today onward, apart from daddy, mommy is my idol as well. Sister Kei's the reincarnation of a goddess. How amazing. Feng Tianwu, who had long heard the rumors about the saint girl, felt sincerely happy for Kei's newfound strength. Mu Yi was the only one who had a complicated emotion swimming in the depths of her eyes. She had assumed that Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, was the only one stronger than her. Who knew even Duan Lingtian's wife was stronger than her? She took a deep breath before she said, Master, I'll be entering now. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished before everyone's eyes. Junior Uncle Prophet, I'll enter as well, Feng Tianwu said soon after. Before Han Zuan-Nai entered the secret zone, she turned to the old prophet and said, Junior Uncle Prophet, if I don't come out alive, please offer joss sticks on my behalf to my master on her death anniversary. Silly girl, don't talk nonsense. The old prophet chided Han Shui-Nai with a frown on his face, just remember to be careful at all times. You should come back and personally offer the joss sticks to your master. I'm just saying if I don't return. Han Shui-Nai's smile looked slightly forced at this moment. After all, she was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, she was only stronger than the Nangong twins. She was not entirely confident she would be able to return alive. There's no ifs, the old prophet said vehemently. Han Shui-Nai only sighed in response before she entered the black hole as well. At this moment, only 4 people were left on the scene. After a moment, the old prophet said, let's head back. This is a hidden location, so I don't think people will come across this place. Soon after, the 4 people left the ice mountain and returned to the nameless snow-capped mountain where the 7 Absolute sect's temporary estate was located. Meanwhile, Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragon clan, was still doing everything in his power to find Duan Lingtian and seek revenge for his son. However, it seemed like his efforts were destined to be in vain. 3 months passed in just a blink of an eye. This was the day where Di Chen would face his 6th bodiless celestial tribulation. Since he did not get his revenge after he was humiliated by Duan Lingtian, his obsession and the demon in his heart could not be removed. For this reason, he could not withstand the bodiless celestial tribulation. After all, the tribulation targets one's inner demons. If one had any unsolved knots in one's heart, it would become a big problem during the heart demon tribulation. Generally, those with inner demons in their hearts would not be able to pass the heart demon tribulation. It was no surprise that Di Chen was killed after the tribulation lightning struck him. Chenur! Di Huan roared when he witnessed Di Chen's death. His voice was filled with agony and despair as it resounded in the entire dragon clan. Is that the Supreme Elder? It sounds like him. Wait, isn't his son facing his bodiless celestial tribulation today? What happened? It seems like things didn't go well for Di Chen. I'm not surprised if he fails his tribulation. Duan Lingtian is still alive and well even after he had humiliated him. Di Chen's humiliation and anger have turned into an obsession. How could he pass the heart demon tribulation this way? Hush, lower your voice. Are you seeking death? If the Supreme Elder hears you, you'll definitely turn into a cripple even if you manage to walk away alive. It did not take long before everyone in the Dragon Clan discovered the reason behind Di Huan's plaintive cry. They knew their clan had lost a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. If Di Chen didn't choose his life, and instead, fought to the death with Duan Lingtian, he would have died with a good reputation in the Dragon Clan. He only managed to prolong his life for 6 months by acting like a coward, and now, even though he has died, his reputation is tarnished. Perhaps, he didn't think things would end up this way. His father is the supreme leader after all. It's not a surprise if he thinks his father would be able to successfully seek revenge for him. Well, it's clear to see that there's no use even if his father is the Supreme Elder. He still failed to find Duan Lingtian and seek revenge. Duan Lingtian, I swear on my life that I'm not a dragon if I don't kill you. Di Huan's furious voice rang in the Dragon Clan again after a few hours. It shook the Dragon Clan similar to a violent earthquake. Meanwhile, cracks on the void could be seen in multiple locations in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many tall and muscular figures could be seen swarming out from these cracks. These figures all possessed the heads of animals and had a human body. Some of them had the head of an ox, a pig, and even a horse. Those who were in the know would be able to tell with just a glance the devil clans had invaded the upper province at last. Chapter 2397. The whole world is turned upside down in half a year. After Duan Ling Tian destroyed the almost completed inter-province transportation formation that was set up by the devil clans before he returned to the upper province, quite a few events had taken place in the lower province. When the devil clans discovered that the inter-province transportation formation was destroyed and the formation masters from the devil clans who were in charge of repairing the inter-province transportation formation had all been killed, many of the bodiless celestials from the various devil clans were alerted to this. At the same time, the bodiless celestials from the human devil clan and various devil clans left the land of exile and came to the Dao Martial Saint land. With their joint effort, they forcefully opened a few spatial tiers that allowed the vanguards from the devil clans to enter the upper province. Similar to Duan Ling Tian, these bodiless celestials were able to tear a hole in the void to facilitate their travels to the upper province. For this reason, the vanguards from the devil clans could easily travel to the upper province. The devils who were currently swarming out of the spatial tiers were the vanguards from the devil clans, the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land were distracted by the matter between the Seven Absolute sect and the Dragon clan, so they did not realize the devil clans had already invaded the upper province, let alone make preparations to fend off the devil clans. It did not take long before the vanguards from the devil clans engaged in a one-sided slaughter with the people from the upper province. Humans were fleeing for their lives in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the upper province fell into chaos. The people discovered that the devils were much stronger than them. It's the devil clans. They're from the devil clans. The devil clans have invaded the upper province. Help! Although there were strong powerhouses in the upper province, they were easily drowned by the sheer number of devils. Moreover, compared to the united devils, humans were similar to scattered leaves. It took only a month before 1/10 of the upper province was conquered by the devil clans. It was at this moment that the entire upper province was alerted to the invasion by the devil clans. Everyone was shocked by the tragedy. In Seven Absolute sect's temporary estate that was located in a snow-capped mountain in the northern region, the old prophet was shocked when he received news about the devil clan's invasion. I thought the sect leader said that he had destroyed the almost completed inter-province transportation formation in the lower province before he returned to the upper province. How did this happen? When the old prophet received subsequent news about the devil clans, he finally discovered how the devil clans managed to make their way to the upper province. As it turned out, the bodiless celestials from the devil clans made a move and helped open spatial tiers that lead to the upper province. Since the bodiless celestials from the devil clans have made a move, I'm afraid the human bodiless celestials could no longer afford to sit back and watch. Soon after, the old prophet's expression darkened when he recalled something. No. Most bodiless celestials are gathered in the northern region. If a battle were to take place between the bodiless celestials from the devil clans and human bodiless celestials, the battlefield would most likely be in the northern region. I'm afraid our temporary estate will be affected as well. It seems like I better bring the few people in the sect with me to the hidden ice mountain. The old prophet did not waste any time and quickly brought Duan Xiling, Gan Ruyan, and Qing Huo with him, leaving the Seven Absolute sect's temporary estate for the hidden ice mountain where they had opened the Sword Saint's secret zone. When they arrived at the ice mountain, they quickly constructed a few wooden sheds. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this 1 month, the devil clans completed the repairs of the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province so that the rest of the devil clans could come to the upper province. During this time, a few bodiless celestials from the devil clans had also battled with the human bodiless celestials in the upper province. In comparison to the bodiless celestials from the devil clans, the human bodiless celestials were much weaker even though their cultivation base was the same. After all, the devil clans were bloodthirsty and combative. It gave them an edge over the human powerhouses. During the battles, many human bodiless celestials and bodiless celestials from the devil clans had fallen, but in comparison, humans lost many more bodiless celestials. It did not take long before the Dragon and Phoenix clans made announcements of their own. The Phoenix clan had said if the devil clans did not return to the land of exile in a month, they would annihilate the devil clans. On the other hand, the Dragon clan also declared war on the devil clans if they failed to leave the Dao Martial Saint land after a month. the people in the upper province were, naturally, skeptical when they heard about the Phoenix clan. They knew the Dragon clan was strong after it was revealed that they had many bodiless celestials in their clan, including 5 and 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. However, apart from the bodiless celestials, most people were unaware that the Phoenix clan was just as strong as the Dragon clan. For this reason, they were filled with doubts when they heard the Phoenix clan's announcement. They were only enlightened when some bodiless celestials stepped forward to correct their misgivings. They learned that the Phoenix clan was not inferior to the Dragon clan in terms of resources and bodiless celestials. I didn't expect the Phoenix clan would be so powerful as well. You're right, who knew that the 3 great sects, the Fire Worship sect, the Black Kshetra sect, and the Heaven Divination sect, that we thought are the strongest forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land are inferior to the Dragon and Phoenix clans that we always thought were weaker. The Dragon and Phoenix clans, the 2 strongest forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land, have announced that they'll declare war on the Devil clans if the Devil clans don't withdraw their forces and return to the land of exile. However, the Devil clans are so fierce and bloodthirsty. Will they retreat just because the Dragon and Phoenix clans asked them to? Although the Dragon and Phoenix clans had made their stance clear, not many people believed that the Devil clans would retreat after a month. If the Devil clans were afraid of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, would they have invaded and slaughtered so many people in the upper province? How could they be so foolish if they were truly afraid? Indeed, just as expected, the Devil clans completely disregarded the warning from the Dragon and Phoenix clans. After a month had passed, many bodiless celestials were sent out of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. The Fire Worship sect, the Black Kshetra sect, and the Heaven Divination sect were stunned when they saw the bodiless celestials who were sent out by the Dragon and Phoenix clans. The first group of bodiless celestials who were sent out by the Dragon and Phoenix clans was mostly ancestors from the 3 great sects. How could they not feel shocked? They had always thought there were no bodiless celestials in their sects. As it turned out, all of their bodiless celestials had joined either the Dragon or Phoenix clan. Naturally, the people from the 3 great sects were in an uproar. Why did the bodiless celestials from our Fire Worship sect deserted our sect and joined Dragon and Phoenix clans? Why didn't they stay in our Black Kshetra sect and led our sect to glory? How could they choose to become dogs in the Dragon and Phoenix clans? Most people from the 3 great sects could not figure out why their ancestors would desert their respective sects and join the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Moreover, they seemed willing to obey the commands from the Dragon and Phoenix clans to the point that they even decided to risk their lives and serve as vanguards for the Dragon and Phoenix clans in their bid for war against the Devil clans. Naturally, these people were unaware that their ancestors did not willingly decide to serve as vanguards for the Dragon and Phoenix clans. How could their ancestors not be aware that their chances of survival were extremely slim? However, they had no choice but to step forward and serve as vanguards since they knew they would definitely die if they defied the orders from the Dragon and Phoenix clan. Those powerhouses from the Dragon and Phoenix clans were not to be trifled with. At the very least, if they agreed to serve as vanguards, they still have a chance of survival, in a hidden ice mountain in the northern region. Although I've heard from the sect leader that the Dragon and Phoenix clans had abducted many bodiless celestials from the 3 great sects, I didn't think the number of bodiless celestials they've abducted would be so great. Although the old prophet was currently staying in the isolated ice mountain in the northern region, he still knew what was going on. After all, he had the Red Dust Progeny's wide information network. After the death of Han Shui Nai's master, he had temporarily taken charge of the Red Dust Progeny's information network. He would return the reins to Han Shui Nai once she returned from the Sword Saint secret zone. After a while, his trains of thoughts changed as he mused inwardly. It's been half a year since sect leader and the others entered the Sword Saint secret zone. I wonder what happened to them during these 6 months. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Beyond Heaven secret zone. So, this place is not the Sword Saint secret zone, but it's known as the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Moreover, apart from the few of us, there are also people from another 4 mundane realms. In the past 6 months, Duan Ling Tian had encountered 2 groups of people from 2 different mundane realms. These people decided to gang up on him to steal from him when they saw he was alone. Unfortunately, all of them were killed by Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 2398 The Celestial Sword and the Soul Congregation Embodiment. I wonder what's the origin of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There are even celestial supreme treasures in here. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he raised his hand. A A sword appeared in his hand immediately. The sword was translucent like a crystal. From afar, it looked as though it was made from water. It was extremely pleasing to the eyes. The sword that Duan Ling Tian held in his hand did not look particularly outstanding, but it was a celestial supreme treasure. Although this sword is far from being comparable to the Jasper celestial sword, it's still a celestial supreme treasure. I didn't expect the first item I obtained in the Beyond Heaven secret zone would be a celestial sword. With this sword, my strength has surpassed that of a 6 tribulation bodiless celestials. I would say it's comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he studied the translucent sword in his hand. Fortunately, among the 2 groups of people that I encountered, the strongest among them were 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. If there was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, I'm not sure if I'll be able to obtain this celestial sword. Duan Ling Tian had snatched this celestial sword from the 2 groups of people from the other mundane realms. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had come across a group of people and overheard their discussion about a treasure. For this reason, he decided to follow them from afar and eventually discovered the treasure that they had mentioned was a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, it was a celestial sword. If it was some other celestial weapon, it would not be much use to Duan Ling Tian. However, a celestial sword was extremely useful to Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian, who had inherited the legacy of Sword Saint Feng Qingyong, was a sword cultivator. A sword was akin to the life of a sword cultivator. The saying, "A man lives when the sword is alive, and a man dies when the sword is dead," aptly described a sword cultivator. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, swords, even super saint weapons, from the mundane realms were not helpful to him at all. Only celestial supreme treasures or weapons of a higher grade would be able to help him raise his strength. For this reason, when he discovered the treasure was a celestial sword, he began to think of ways to get his hands on the celestial sword. Shortly after, another group of people arrived. They had also wanted the celestial sword, therefore, they began to fight with the first group of people. Their verbal spat quickly escalated into a battle. It was at that moment that Duan Ling Tian quickly made his move and sneakily obtained the celestial sword. Contrary to expectations, he did not leave as soon as he obtained the sword. Instead, he remained on the scene and studied the celestial sword. Meanwhile, the 2 groups of people who had discovered the absence of the celestial sword finally stopped fighting and switched their target to Duan Ling Tian. How could they let Duan Ling Tian go? After all, they were fighting for the ownership of the sword. Now that the groups of people discovered that the sword they were fighting over had been taken by a third party, it was only natural that they would stop fighting. This is a good sword. Duan Ling Tian had felt excited when he discovered the sword he held in his hand was a celestial supreme treasure. At the same time, the groups of people joined forces and began to attack Duan Ling Tian. Based on their attacks, it was clear that they intended to kill him. Among the 2 groups of peoples, the 2 strongest people were 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duan Ling Tian had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, and the sovereign heart sword with the celestial sword to kill the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials without expending too much effort. Before the others regained their senses, everyone, except for one person, was killed by him. Duan Ling Tian had spared that person's life and interrogated him. Through that person, Duan Ling Tian learned that he was not in the so-called Sword Saint secret zone, but he was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone that was linked to 5 mundane realms. This means Senior Feng Qingyong didn't create this place. He had only worked to obtain a key for the future generation. At that moment, realization finally dawned on Duan Ling Tian. After that, Duan Ling Tian had tried to obtain more information about the Beyond Heaven secret zone from that person. However, the person did not know much. All he knew was the Beyond Heaven secret zone had existed since a very long time ago, and it would open every 100,000 to 200,000 years. In other words, I can only depend on myself in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. I can't expect help from Senior Feng Qingyong since he didn't create this place. I'll have to depend on myself to deal with threats and see if I have any fortuitous encounter. Duan Ling Tian became heavy-hearted when he thought about this. Prior to this, he had thought that the Sword Saint secret zone was created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyong, therefore, the threats in here would not be too vicious and were only meant to strengthen and train him. He had thought he only needed to work hard to obtain the legacy left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyong. However, currently, he realized there was no legacy from Sword Saint Feng Qingyong in here. Based on what Duan Ling Tian had learned, he knew the Beyond Heaven secret zone was not simple. Even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial would not miss the chance to enter this secret zone. Based on what I know, before ascending, Senior Feng Qing Yang's strongest technique was the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, after he came out from the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he was capable of killing 8-tribulation bodiless celestials even though he was only an eminent celestial. It's obvious that it had something to do with this secret zone. Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly. It's likely that Senior Feng Qing Yang had a fortuitous encounter in here that granted him strength comparable to 9-tribulation bodiless celestials and kill 8-tribulation bodiless celestials despite only being an eminent celestial. Duan Ling Tian was extremely curious. In the past, after Sword Saint Feng Qing Yang had completely mastered all 5 stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword, his strength was only comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, how did he possess strength comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial and the ability to kill 8-tribulation bodiless celestials? Did he have some other heaven-defying techniques, or was it due to a fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Was he even human? Even after thinking about it for a long time, he was not any closer to figuring it out. However, he thought it was more likely that Sword Saint Feng Qing Yang had a fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was. After a while, Duan Ling Tian's thought veered in another direction again. I didn't expect that apart from me and my companions, there are other people from the other 4 mundane realms who have entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. Moreover, quite a number of them are bodiless celestials. Based on what that person said, there are at least 100 bodiless celestials from his mundane realm who have entered this secret zone. He could not help but shudder when he thought about this. Although he was not entirely defenseless against a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, what if he met an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial? Even worse, what if he met bodiless celestials who cultivated the soul congregation embodiment? It was no secret that bodiless celestials' true forms were their souls. In order to maintain the stability of their souls, it was impossible for them to unleash soul attacks unlike when they had a physical body. If they forcefully cast a soul attack, it might result in their deaths and their souls being destroyed. However, this could be avoided if they cultivated the soul congregation embodiment. If a person cultivated the soul congregation embodiment before becoming a bodiless celestial, once he or she had become a bodiless celestials, he or she would be able to cast soul attacks unreservedly. There was no need for them to fear death when they cast soul attacks. There are so many bodiless celestials in here. It's not impossible to have 1 or 2 of them who had successfully cultivated the soul congregation embodiment. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he felt his body turn cold. If Duan Ling Tian met a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial who cultivated the soul congregation embodiment, there was a chance that the bodiless celestial could injure Duan Ling Tian's soul before Duan Ling Tian could even kill the bodiless celestial. If Duan Ling Tian was unlucky enough to meet a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment, it would be difficult for his soul to survive the soul attack. As impressive and strong as Duan Ling Tian was, when it came down to it, he was just an eminent celestial. How could his soul compare to those who were 3, 4, 5 or even higher tribulation bodiless celestials? Chapter 2399 An encounter with a small group of people. Duan Ling Tian might be a match for a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial with his current strength if he used the celestial sword, providing the 7-tribulation bodiless celestial did not cultivate the soul congregation embodiment. In fact, even if his opponent was just a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment, it would still be dangerous for him even if he could kill his opponent. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had asked Chen Yiru, a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, about the number of bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Chen Yiru had said there were no bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment in the upper province based on what he knew. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had realized how rare bodiless celestials who cultivated soul congregation embodiment were. Naturally, although they were rare, it did not mean there was none. Just because Chen Yiru said he did not think they were any did not mean there was none as well. According to that person, there are over 100 bodiless celestials from his mundane realm who have entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Moreover, he said that the number of people that came to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from his mundane realm is not the highest. This means there are probably more bodiless celestials from the other mundane realms who came to the secret zone as well. Since there are so many bodiless celestials, it stands to reason that there must be a few of them who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment. It seems like I'll have to be more cautious in here. Let alone an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, any bodiless celestials who have cultivated the soul congregation embodiment are a threat to me. Duan Ling Tian was laden with anxiety when he thought about this. Initially, he had assumed he and his companions were the only ones in the secret zone. It was completely out of his expectation that there were people from another 4 mundane realms who had entered the secret zone as well. More importantly, there was no lack of powerful people like Chen Yiru among these people. In fact, there were also many people who were much stronger than Chen Yiru. Since the beginning, Duan Ling Tian had not seen his companions in the secret zone. When he had just entered, he had waited for them for a long time, but he did not see any of them. At that time, he realized that as soon as they entered the black hole, they would be transported to random locations in the secret zone. Ever since then, he had traveled by his lonesome in the secret zone. He thought to himself, I wonder what Tian Wu, Shui Nai, Sandao, and the others are doing right now. Duan Ling Tian had been in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for half a year now. In the beginning, he did not encounter anyone nor did he find anything worthy of his attention. Later on, he managed to obtain the Celestial Sword. The Celestial Sword was the only valuable thing he had obtained so far. However, he was still very pleased with this result. After all, only half a year had passed. He had 9.5 years ahead of him to search for more precious items in the secret zone. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter did Senior Feng Qingyang have that granted him the ability to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial despite only being an eminent celestial. If I have that kind of fortuitous encounter as well, I'll be invincible in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes lit up like an array of stars in the night sky. All of a sudden, the sound of wind howling rang from the distance, interrupting Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. He looked up and saw 4 figures flying toward him from afar. As the 4 figures came closer, he could make out the figures belonged to 3 males and 1 female. The woman was young. Although she was not as beautiful as Duan Ling Tian's 2 wives and Tian Wu, her features were exquisite. Her complexion was fair and ruddy, and her skin seemed as soft as baby's skin. He thought this woman would definitely be able to become an actress or an anchorwoman if she was on his home planet. The other 3 were young men. One of them was tall and muscular. Although he looked like a brute, his eyes gleamed with an intelligent light. The second young man was average in height and his appearance was average as well. His eyes were dull as though he had no interest in everything that happened around him. The third young man had an athletic body. He was rather handsome as well. Naturally, he was not as handsome as Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian found the young woman, burly youth, and the apathetic youth rather pleasing to the eye. However, his impression of the handsome young man was not very good. He thought to himself, I can tell from this person's gaze that he's not a kind person. Duan Ling Tian had seen the handsome young man looking at the young woman lecherously. Based on the handsome young man's gaze, it seemed as though he could not wait to pounce on the woman and ravish her. On the other hand, when he looked at the burly youth and the apathetic youth, hints of disdain and arrogance could be seen in his eyes. Before those 4 people arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian, he heard the burly young man saying, "There's someone up ahead. It seems like our small group is going to gain another member. The more the merrier, I say. It'll make traveling in the secret zone much safer." The young woman snuck a glance at Duan Ling Tian. Her eyes brightened and she said excitedly, "If he joins us, there'll be 5 people in our group." 5 people should be enough, right? Zhang Yi, Rongbo. What do you think? The burly youth asked the apathetic youth and the handsome youth. I agree. The apathetic youth nodded. It seemed like he guarded his words as though they were gold. I don't care as long as he doesn't hold us back, the handsome young man said. The entire time, his gaze was fixed on the young woman. He only looked at Duan Ling Tian indifferently before turning away. I'm not going to save him if he holds us back or if he encounters danger. Rongbo. The burly young man frowned when he heard the handsome young man's words. If he joins us, he'll be our companion. If he's in danger, we'll have to try and save him. Your remarks are unnecessary. Unnecessary. Rongbo, the handsome young man, chuckled as he said disdainfully, Wang Shi. Let alone him, I wouldn't even save you and Zhang Yi if both of you are in danger when we enter that place. At most, I'll only help Lu Sha. His eyes darted to the young woman next to him as soon as he finished speaking. The young woman, Lu Sha, frowned. However, she did not speak up as though something was holding her back. Wang Shi frowned as well when he heard Rongbo's words. Even the apathetic Zhang Yi furrowed his brows for a moment. However, similar to Lu Sha, both of them did not speak up as though they were held back by something. Finally, Wang Shi took a deep breath to calm himself. Then, he looked at the purple figure up ahead before he said, "Let's go. Let's go over there." Zhang Yi and Lu Sha flew ahead, following Wang Shi. However, Rongbo, who was the back of the group, suddenly piped up, "I changed my mind. I don't think he should join us unless his cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. You're aware that I haven't broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right?" Lu Sha asked with a frown. "It's different. You're a woman, he's not," Rongbo said as he looked at the purple figure coldly. Not only did Duan Ling Tian hear the conversation between the four people, but he had also caught the cold and vicious glint in Rongbo's eyes when he looked at him. "I don't think I've ever offended this Rongbo, right?" He was quite curious. He had never met Rongbo prior to this. Why was Rongbo so hostile toward him? It did not take long before the four people arrived before Duan Ling Tian. Lu Sha, the young woman, took the initiative to speak first. She said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Lu Sha." Lu Sha had a good impression of Duan Ling Tian. However, it was obvious that her good impression stemmed from Duan Ling Tian's good looks. He was tall and strong with an extraordinary air about him. The three young men at the side paled in comparison to him. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian discovered a hint of jealousy that flashed in Rongbo's eyes when Lu Sha took the initiative to greet him. He could roughly guess the source of Rongbo's animosity toward him even though this was their first meeting. "I'm Duan Ling Tian." There was no need to guess. Duan Ling Tian knew these four people must have come from the other four mundane realms. For this reason, there was no need to hide his identity. However, it had to be said that even if these four people came from the same mundane realm as him, there was still no need to conceal his identity. Lu Sha did not beat around the bush and said, "Duan Ling Tian, Wang Shi and I found a place with precious items about a month ago. However, we're not strong enough to explore that place. For this reason, we decided to look for a few companions to enter that place. We met Zhang Yi first before we met Rongbo. Rongbo is the strongest among us. He's an eminent celestial." Rongbo looked at Duan Ling Tian arrogantly and disdainfully when Lu Sha spoke about him. He said condescendingly, "Brat, know your place. If your cultivation base is not at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, you should scram now." Chapter 2400 Show off your cultivation base and receive a slap on the face. Lu Sha frowned immediately. She looked at Rongbo and said, "Rongbo, that's enough. We've put up with your overbearing attitude and arrogance because you're an eminent celestial. You knew right from the start that we planned to add new members to our group. Now that we've met someone, you're chasing him away. If you find this beneath you and you want to leave, please feel free to leave." She became angrier and angrier as she spoke. Rongbo looked at Lu Sha incredulously as though he could not believe the outburst. He said furiously, "Lu Sha, you." He did not expect Lu Sha would get rid of him just to keep an unknown man with unknown abilities. He took a deep breath to suppress the flames of fury in his heart before he looked at Wang Shi and Zhang Yi. "Do both of you agree with her? Are you going to make me, an eminent celestial, leave just because of an unknown man who might not even have broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage?" Wang Shi grunted in agreement and said, "I respect Lu Sha's decision." "How dare you?" Rongbo's rage that he had suppressed with great difficulty rose again when he heard Wang Shi's words. He turned to Zhang Yi and asked, "What about you, Zhang Yi?" Although Zhang Yi was usually indifferent and taciturn, he was generous this time and imparted 4 words to Rongbo. "I respect their decisions." The truth was, none of them could stand Rongbo's overbearing behavior and arrogance. However, they had tolerated him in the beginning because he was an eminent celestial. An eminent celestial would help them quite a lot if they were to explore that place. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not want to lose him. Unfortunately, Rongbo had provoked them over and over again. All of them were annoyed and disappointed. At this moment, all their pent-up anger and frustrations broke loose. You. Rongbo began to tremble in anger when he heard Zhang Yi's reply. He really did not expect these three people would rather keep this unknown man and kick him out. Duan Lingtian did not bother with Rong Bo. He looked at Lu Sha and asked, "That place you discovered, what kind of place is it? Do you know what treasures are in there?" Lu Sha shook her head. "We don't know specifically what treasures are in there. However, many formations were set up in that place as though someone is trying to guard something. Based on the information that has been passed down for generations in my sect, those places that have many formations usually contain rare treasures." Her gaze brightened when she approached the end of her sentence. It was clear that she could not contain her excitement at all. Duan Lingtian nodded. "All right, I'll join you." He recalled the place where he found the celestial sword had many formations as well. For this reason, he was certain the place that Lu Sha discovered contained rare treasures as well. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, tempted by the precious treasures. He decided to join Lu Sha's group since he knew he would not be able to find that place if he did not join them. Moreover, apart from Rong Bo, he had a good impression of the other three people. Although it was still too early to tell, at the very least, he should not have a problem getting along with these three people. Wang Shi looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly as he said, "Thank you for joining us, brother Lingtian. By the way, you look quite young. It doesn't seem like you're a bodiless celestial. If you don't mind me asking, what's your cultivation base?" He paused for a moment, then, as though he had thought of something, he quickly added, "Please don't take it the wrong way. I'm just curious. Even if you're at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, you're still welcome to join our group." Wang Shi had used the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as an example because even though there was no cultivation base restriction to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone, most people under the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not enter the secret zone since it would only mean death. As soon Wang Shi finished speaking, Lu Sha and Zhang Yi shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian immediately. Rong Bo, who had yet to leave, turned to look at Duan Lingtian with a mocking expression as though he was waiting for Duan Lingtian to make a fool of himself. Suddenly, a wave of majestic and terrifying aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. It was his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin. His energy pressured the people present on the scene. Eminent celestial. Wang Shi's mouth was agape. His eyes were filled with excitement, and the slight regret he felt from siding with Lu Sha's decision to kick Rong Bo out of the group vanished immediately. After all, although Rong Bo's personality was horrible, it was undoubtedly a huge loss for their group to lose an eminent celestial. However, what was there to regret now that another eminent celestial had joined their group? Moreover, this new eminent celestial who joined their group seemed to have a good temperament. "Why, you're an eminent celestial?" Lu Sha was, naturally, pleasantly surprised. She did not expect to meet another eminent celestial so casually. Zhang Yi, who was usually apathetic, could not stop himself from smiling as well. On the other hand, Rong Bo turned red from anger. He felt extremely embarrassed. He felt as though Duan Lingtian had just slapped him. At this moment, Wang Shi turned to look at Rong Bo and said coldly, "Rong Bo, since brother Lingtian has already proven his capability, are you going to leave or are you still going to join us to explore that place?" Since a new eminent celestial had joined their group, he was no longer hesitant. He would not feel regret if Rong Bo left. However, if Rong Bo decided to stay, it was still a win-win situation. After all, it would mean they had two eminent celestials in their group. Rong Bo scoffed, but he did not leave. It was clear that he did not plan to leave. Lu Sha furrowed her brows. Although she would much prefer it if Rong Bo left, she did not say anything since Wang Shi had already spoken. Wang Shi looked at everyone as his eyes gleamed excitedly. "There are 5 of us now. We have 2 eminent celestials, 2 people at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and 1 person at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. I think with our combined strength, we can explore that place now." Wang Shi flew in front, leading the others to the place that they had discovered. During their journey, Lu Sha suddenly asked, "Duan Lingtian, if I'm not mistaken, you came from the Moro realm, right?" Wang Shi, Zhang Yi, and Rong Bo felt their ears perked up when they heard Lu Sha's question. They were, naturally, curious about this. Moro realm. Duan Lingtian was baffled. He asked, Why are you asking about this? Between the 4 of us, we came from 3 different mundane realms. The Beyond Heaven secret zone is linked to 5 mundane realms. Out of the 5 mundane realms, there are 4 big mundane realms. 3 of the mundane realms that we came from are among the 4 big mundane realms. It's impossible that we haven't heard about you since you're an eminent celestial who's younger than 100 years old. For this reason, I assume you're from the final large mundane realm, the Moro realm. After listening to Lu Sha's explanation, Duan Ling Tian was enlightened. He shook his head. I'm not from the Moro realm, I'm from the Saint Province realm. When Duan Ling Tian was in the lower province, he had learned from the devil clans that the Dao martial Saint land was known as the Saint Province realm. Saint Province realm, is that the small mundane realm? Lu Sha's eyes widened in surprise. An incredulous expression appeared on her face as she said, how's this possible? How did you become an eminent celestial before turning 100 in a small mundane realm with depleting resources? Wang Shi looked at Duan Ling Tian with shock and fear as he said, Brother Ling Tian, that's a little too amazing, right? From what I know, there was only one person from the Saint Province realm who became an eminent celestial stage before he turned 100 who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. If I'm not mistaken, that person's name was Feng Qingyang. He had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone the last time it opened. Chapter 2401 Yanhuang Realm Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Wang Shi's words. He did not expect someone from a different mundane realm had also heard about Feng Qingyang. Based on this, he realized that Feng Qingyang's fame was so widespread that it was not just contained in the Saint Province realm. Even people from other mundane realms had heard about Feng Qingyang. Lu Sha said, speaking of Qing Feng Yang, rumor has it that the great overarching golden celestial's inheritance appeared in the Beyond Heaven secret zone when it opened up previously. It seems like that was the inheritance that Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm had obtained. Wang Shi nodded. A hint of envy could be seen in his eyes as he said, you're right. He obtained that inheritance. I wonder if the great overarching golden celestial's inheritance will appear this time. It's said that the Beyond Heaven secret zone is created by a few great overarching golden celestials. You said senior. Feng Qingyang acquired the great overarching golden celestial's inheritance. Duan Ling Tian asked. Then, he thought to himself, from what I recall about the myths and ancient legends in my past life, great overarching golden celestials are the strongest celestials. He asked Wang Shi for confirmation. Wang Shi, who are the great overarching golden celestials? Brother Ling Tian, you came to the Beyond Heaven secret zone but you don't even know about great overarching golden celestials. Wang Shi was taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Then, he said, the great overarching golden celestials are the strongest celestials. Great overarching golden celestials are renowned even in Devata realms. Like I said earlier, it's said that the Beyond Heaven secret zone was created by a few great overarching golden celestials. The most precious treasures in this secret zone aren't the weapons or other items. It's the inheritances that were left behind that are the most precious. An expression of envy appeared on his face as he continued to say, when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened previously, it was said that a great overarching golden celestial's inheritance appeared and it was obtained by your Saint Province realm's eminent celestial, Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. So senior Feng Qingyang obtained the great overarching golden celestial's inheritance. It seemed like his speculation was right. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang did have a fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone that granted him the ability to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and the strength of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial despite only being an eminent celestial. Previously, he had wondered what kind of fortuitous encounter Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had in the secret zone. With Wang Shi's explanation, he finally obtained his answer. Rongbo sneered when he heard that Duan Ling Tian did not even know about great overarching golden celestials. What a hick! Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened and he frowned when he saw Rongbo's mocking gaze. Did Rongbo think he could bully him? However, before Duan Ling Tian could say anything, Lu Sha had already spoken up. Rongbo, watch your mouth. An angry expression appeared on her face as she said, Duan Ling Tian didn't offend you, right? What are you trying to achieve by provoking him? We're a small group, and the most important thing is unity. If you have a hard time tolerating his presence, you're free to leave. Lu Sha had lots of pent-up anger. Apart from his terrible manner, she had hated the way Rongbo looked at her lecherously since they had met. However, she did not kick up a fuss in consideration of the other 2 people in the group and him being an eminent celestial. However, since another eminent celestial, Duan Ling Tian, had joined their group, she did not see the need to suppress her anger nor tolerate Rongbo's bad behavior. In a way, Duan Ling Tian was her trump card now. A hint of rage appeared in Rong Bo's eyes, but he did not lose his temper. I was just joking. Why are you so serious? When he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, his eyes were filled with killing intent, as though he wanted to cut Duan Ling Tian into pieces. It was clear that the bulk of his anger and hatred were directed at Duan Ling Tian. After all, before Duan Ling Tian had appeared, he could act as he pleased among these people. Lu Sha, Wang Shi, and Zhang Yi would tolerate his behavior even if they did not like it. He was the strongest in the group after all, and they needed him. However, since Duan Ling Tian had appeared, he had lost his importance in the group. He was treated like a nobody. How could he not be infuriated by such a difference in treatment? How could he not hate Duan Ling Tian? At this moment, Wang Shi quickly stepped forward to mediate. He could tell Duan Ling Tian was getting annoyed by Rong Bo. Brother Ling Tian, that's how Rong Bo's temperament is. Don't mind him. Duan Ling Tian was, indeed, quite annoyed. However, after Lu Sha and Wang Shi had spoken up, he decided to shrug it off. He said indifferently, "It's fine. You can't just go around killing dogs that bark at you, right? It's best to just ignore them." Duan Ling Tian's comment stunned Lu Sha and Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, Wang Shi could only force a smile on his face. "Brat, who are you calling a dog, huh?" Rong Bo asked furiously. However, Duan Ling Tian did not even deign to look at him, let alone respond to him. Once again, Wang Shi stepped up to maintain the peace. "That's enough. We're all in this together. Let's not make the situation tenser than it is. We should continue on with our journey. Otherwise, it'll be too late if someone else discovers the location." The rest of the journey continued smoothly. During the journey, Duan Ling Tian learned that Lu Sha and Wang Shi came from the same mundane realm. The mundane realm was a huge mundane realm known as the vast cloud realm. There were many galaxies and planets in that mundane realm. On the other hand, Rong Bo came from a huge mundane realm known as the Skyline realm. He was an outstanding genius from a powerful sect in that mundane realm. Apparently, he was like a celebrity among the younger generation in that realm. After all, eminent celestials who were less than 100 years old were extremely rare. Naturally, he did not divulge this information to Duan Ling Tian. It was Lu Sha who had told Duan Ling Tian about it. Lu Sha continued to explain, "As for Zhang Yi, he came from a huge mundane realm known as the Yanhuang realm." Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened as soon as he heard Lu Sha's words. Yanhuang realm. He turned to look at Zhang Yi immediately. "Zhang Yi, you're from the Yanhuang realm." He felt as though he could not maintain his composure at this moment. This was because he had lived on Earth in his past life. The people from Earth were said to be descendants of Emperor Yan and Emperor Huang. Elder Huo, the three-legged crow, had also once told him that Earth was known as Yanhuang planet in the past. Although there was a high chance that Yanhuang realm had no connection to Earth and the similar names were just a fluke, he could not control the emotions that surged through him when he heard the word, Yanhuang. Yes, Zhang Yi could see the change in Duan Ling Tian's emotion. As indifferent as he was rather curious about what made Duan Ling Tian lose his composure. "Duan Ling Tian, have you heard of our Yanhuang realm?" "Zhang Yi, have you ever heard of Yanhuang planet?" Duan Ling Tian asked Zhang Yi hopefully. "Yanhuang planet," Zhang Yi exclaimed. It seemed like he had also lost his composure when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. An astonished expression appeared on his face as he asked, "You're from the Saint Province Plain, but you've heard about Yanhuang planet from our Yanhuang realm?" He was, naturally, familiar with Yanhuang planet. After all, the sect he was from originated from Yanhuang planet. Later on, the sect moved to another galaxy. "So there's a Yanhuang planet in your Yanhuang realm?" Duan Ling Tian continued to ask, "Can you please elaborate on the Yanhuang planet in the Yanhuang realm?" He really wanted to know if the Yanhuang planet from the Yanhuang realm was Earth where he had lived during his past life. Of course, it was unknown if Zhang Yi found Duan Ling Tian agreeable or because Duan Ling Tian had asked about Yanhuang realm, but the usually apathetic Zhang Yi who was taciturn began to speak. Yanhuang planet is one of the cultivation planets in Yanhuang realm. There are only a few cultivation planets in Yanhuang realm. In fact, most of the cultivators in Yanhuang realm can trace their roots back to Yanhuang planet. It's also for this reason that our realm is called Yanhuang realm. Even the sect I'm from, Celestial Masters sect, originated from Yanhuang planet. Celestial Master Sect. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. He remembered hearing about this sect in the myths and ancient legends in his past life. As the ancestor of the Celestial Masters sect called Celestial Master Zhang Dao Ling. At this moment, he was quite certain that the Yanhuang planet from Yanhuang realm where Zhang Yi was from was Earth. Chapter 2402 The Hope to Return to Earth. Why you know the name of our ancestor? Zhang Yi was astonished when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Apart from the members of the Celestial Master sect, the remaining people from the Yanhuang realm only knew the sect's ancestor as Celestial Master Zhang. Almost no one knew the name of their sect's ancestor. In fact, even the lower-level disciples in Celestial Master's sect were unaware of the name of their sect's ancestor. How did Duan Ling Tian, who was from another mundane realm, know that the Celestial Master's sect's ancestor's name was Zhang Dao Ling? Although Duan Ling Tian had already suspected it, he still could not help but gasp when he heard Zhang Yi's words. At this very moment, his expression was extremely complex. All this time, he had been wanting to go back to Earth. Other than to seek revenge from the broker in his past life, he wanted to return to Earth so he could do something for the planet he came from. However, Elder Huo had told him that it would not be easy for him to return. He had to ascend to the Devata realm first and use a transportation formation in the Devata realm to go to the Jade Emperor Heaven. After that, he would have to find a way to Earth from the Jade Emperor Heaven. Naturally, finding a way to return to Earth from the Jade Emperor Heaven was extremely difficult. At that time, he felt like returning to Earth was a distant dream even though he knew there was a chance for him to return. He did not expect that he might be able to return to Earth before he even ascended to the Devata realm. When he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the sound of people calling him caused Duan Ling Tian to regain his senses. He discovered that Lu Sha, Wang Shi, and Zhang Yi were looking at him worriedly. When three of them realized Duan Ling Tian had snapped out of his daze, they asked in unison, "Are you okay?" "I'm okay." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I'm just thinking of something from the past." "Were you thinking about the ancestor of our Celestial Master sect?" Zhang Yi asked curiously. After all, he could not figure out how a person from another mundane realm would know the name of the Celestial Master sect's ancestor. "Your Celestial Master sect's ancestor?" Duan Ling Tian was momentarily baffled. After all, he was thinking about returning to Earth. It had nothing to do with the Celestial Master's sect nor its ancestor. Zhang Yi was taken aback. He asked hesitatingly, Then, it has nothing to do with our sect's ancestor. However, how do you know the name of our sect's ancestor? Some of the disciples in the Celestial Master's sect don't even know the name of our ancestor, let alone outsiders. Moreover, you're not even from the Yanhuang realm. You're from the Saint Province realm, and yet, you know the name of our sect's ancestor. Can you please tell me how you know his name? He had lost his apathetic behavior at this moment. Duan Ling Tian knew he could not reveal the truth to Zhang Yi, so he quickly came up with an excuse. "I encountered a skeleton in our Saint Province realm in the past." A row of words was carved onto the stone tablet next to the skeleton. The words said that the skeleton belonged to a disciple of the Celestial Master's sect and the sect ancestor's name was Zhang Dao Ling. Zhang Yi stared at Duan Ling Tian unblinkingly as he asked, was there anything that revealed the person's name? Was there an identity token on him? He continued to say in an anxious tone, Duan Ling Tian, I suspect that's the remains of our Celestial Master's sect's disciple who wandered into the Saint Province realm the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone was opened. Name, identity token, no. Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he asked with gleaming eyes, so you're saying that people from Yanhuang realm can travel to the Saint Province realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? He was guiding Zhang Yi to speak about the topic he was most interested in. Now that Duan Ling Tian found out that the Beyond Heaven secret zone was connected to the Yanhuang realm, he could not help but wonder if he could go to Yanhuang realm through the point of entrance and exit before he finds a way to return to Earth. Yes, of course. Zhang Yi nodded and said, as long as you can find the point of entrance and exit of the Saint Province realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, not only the people from Yanhuang realm, but even people from the vast cloud realm and the other realms could enter the Saint Province realm freely. It works vice versa. If you can find the point of entrance and exit to the other realms, you'll be able to enter the realms as well. Zhang Yi's words confirmed Duan Ling Tian's suspicion that he could return to Earth without needing to ascend to the Devata realm first. However, he could not help smiling bitterly as he thought to himself, however, I can't even find the point of entrance and exit to the Saint Province realm, how am I going to find the point of entrance and exit to the Yanhuang realm? At this moment, Wang Shi chimed in, Brother Duan Ling, do you know that after a person has been in here for 3 years, they'll be able to sense the direction of the point of entrance and exit of their realm. At that time, that person can choose to return to their realm or stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. 3 years? Why 3 years? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. I'm not really sure why it's 3 years. It has always been like that with the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Once one has entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, one would not be able to leave for 3 years since one wouldn't be able to find the exit, Wang Shi explained. Then, what if I wish to go to another mundane realm? Will I need someone from that realm to lead the way after 3 years? Duan Ling Tian asked. Theoretically, yes, Wang Shi nodded. For example, if you want to travel to our vast sky realm, all you have to do is find someone from the realm after 3 years and have them guide you to the point of entrance and exit. I see. Duan Ling Tian found Wang Shi's explanation extremely useful. He thought to himself, in other words, after 2.5 years, as long as I'm able to find someone from Yanhuang realm to lead me to the point of entrance and exit, I'll be able to go to Yanhuang realm. There's a chance I can return to Earth after I go to Yanhuang realm. He could not help but feel emotional when he thought about this. Duan Ling Tian and the others continued on their journey. At the same time, he did not stop asking about the matters regarding Yanhuang realm and Yanhuang planet so he could have a better understanding of them. As it turns out, in the past, Earth was one of the most brilliant cultivation planets in Yanhuang realm. There were many strong powerhouses who came from there. Many of those powerhouses were those figures in the myths and ancient legends I heard about in my past life. However, due to the huge influx of cultivators, the heaven and earth spirit energy on Earth began to deplete. After a while, many cultivators and sects began to move away from Earth to other planets and galaxies where the heaven and spirit energy were rich. Since Yanhuang realm, the realm where Earth was located, is so big that it almost seems boundless, there are many galaxies and planets. In that realm, there are many sects and clans that compete at the interstellar level. The more Duan Ling Tian learned about Yanhuang realm, the more he wished he could grow a pair of wings to facilitate his search for the point of entrance and exit to the Yanhuang realm. After learning about Yanhuang realm, although his biggest interest was to return to Earth, he also became very interested in Yanhuang realm as a whole. Zhang Yi said, actually, all huge realms are similar to our Yanhuang realm. For example, the vast cloud realm where Wang Shi and Lu Sha came from, the skyline realm where Rongbo came from, and the Moro realm are all quite similar to Yanhuang realm. Generally, a huge mundane realm spanned across countless galaxies and planets. On the other hand, the Saint Province realm was considered as a small mundane realm. In the eyes of someone from a huge mundane realm, someone from a small mundane realm was no different from a barbarian. After listening to Wang Shi and Zhang Yi's explanation, Duan Ling Tian discovered that their words lined up with everything that Elder Huo, the three-legged crow, had told him in the past. Chapter 2403 The Legacy of a Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Duan Ling Tian still remembered the words Elder Huo had said back then. Elder Huo had used these words to describe the difference between a large and small mundane realm. Generally, there are 2 types of mundane realms. One of them is similar to the world in your past life. They consist of planets and galaxies and are extremely vast. They're inhabited by all kinds of living things. The Devata realm's celestials know them as large mundane realms. The mundane realm we're in is considered a small mundane realm. As you know, this mundane realm has the Tao Martial Saint Land, the mortal continents, and the sea. It has relatively fewer living species. The Beyond Heaven secret zone was linked to 5 mundane realms. Apart from the Saint Province realm that was a small mundane realm, the other 4 mundane realms were big mundane realms. One of the big mundane realms was also where Duan Ling Tian's home planet in his past life was located. While they were traveling, Duan Ling Tian turned to Zhang Yi and asked, Zhang Yi, how do people in Yanhuang realm categorize one's cultivation base? Do you use Saint Celestial stages to categorize cultivation base as well? He remembered that Elder Huo had said that the stages of one's cultivation base had different names in Yanhuang planet and the Saint Province realm. However, Zhang Yi and the others had mentioned the Saint Celestial stage earlier. Even Rongbo had said he would not be allowed to join the group if he had not broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Yes, of course. Zhang Yi nodded before he continued to say, previously, the Yanhuang realm had different names for the stages in one's cultivation base. However, at some point, it was standardized and changed to match the names in the surrounding mundane realms. Currently, the categorization of cultivation base in my, Guangxi, Lusha, and Rongbo's mundane realms are the same. If I'm not mistaken, the categorization of cultivation base in the Saint Province realm should be almost the same, right? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After listening to Zhang Yi, he realized Elder Huo did not lie. However, the categorization of cultivation base in Yanhuang realm had changed instead. After traveling for some time, Wang Shi's solemn voice rang in the air. We should be arriving at the place Lu Sha and I discovered in about 2 hours. His eyes brightened as he continued to say, there are numerous formations in that place. Based on my observation, I discovered that one of the formations restricts bodiless celestials from entering. Rongbo, who had been silent all of this time, looked at Wang Shi intently as he asked, a formation that restricts bodiless celestials from entering. Are you sure? Yes. Wang Shi nodded. Before entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, I've heard that there are some places in the Beyond Heaven secret zone that have formations that restrict bodiless celestials from entering. Naturally, the bodiless celestial can't use their divine consciousness as well since it's linked to their souls. In fact, that place seemed to repel our divine consciousness as well. We couldn't even get close with our divine consciousness. He turned to look at Lu Sha as though waiting for her to confirm his words. That's right. Lu Sha nodded. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. It seemed like Rongbo became very excited when he learned that bodiless celestials were prohibited from entering that place. His eyes were shining brightly and his expressions kept changing as though he knew something about the peerless treasures in that place. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he could not help but think to himself, is it possible that Rongbo knows something that we don't? Rongbo's change in behavior was too obvious. Even Wang Shi and Lu Sha had noticed it. Rongbo, do you know something? Wang Shi asked with a frown. If you know something, you should share it with us so that we can be prepared as well. It'll help us reduce the chances of accidents. Rongbo calmed down slightly when he heard Wang Shi's words. He shook his head and shrugged as he said, it's nothing. I don't know anything. Visit our comic site Read Live. As far as I know. Zhang Yi interjected. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, bodiless celestials are prohibited from entering places that contain legacies or inheritance left by great overarching golden celestials. Rongbo's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He glared at Zhang Yi resentfully. He really did not expect Zhang Yi would be privy to this matter. After all, only a few powerful sects in the mundane realms knew that bodiless celestials were not allowed to enter places that contained legacies from great overarching golden celestials. He had no intention of revealing this information at all. Not only did Zhang Yi know about this information, but Zhang Yi even revealed it to everyone. He thought Zhang Yi was an incompetent teammate. The legacy of a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian, Wang Shi, and Lu Sha's eyes lit up when they heard Zhang Yi's words. How could they not feel excited? After all, the most valuable thing in the Beyond Heaven secret zone was a legacy or inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. Wang Shi took a deep breath to calm down and asked Zhang Yi again for confirmation. Zhang Yi, are you sure about this? Well, this information has been passed down for generations in our Celestial Masters sect, so it should be true, Zhang Yi said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, according to our sect elder, one of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials in our sect, who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone before, he personally witnessed Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm enter a place that restricted bodiless celestials from entering. At that time, apparently, there were many bodiless celestials waiting for him outside to rob him when he came out. However, all those who tried to look for trouble with him were killed. He even managed to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial with 10 moves. Our sect elder even said he was lucky he didn't attack Feng Qingyang. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Feng Qingyang as well. Our sect elder speculated that Feng Qingyang was capable of such a feat despite only being an eminent celestial was due to the legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi's words sounded convincing and logical. Wang Shi and Lu Sha were stunned. After inheriting the legacy of a great overarching golden celestial, Feng Qingyang managed to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial despite being an eminent celestial. Previously, they had heard that a prodigious sword cultivator from a small mundane realm had successfully obtained a legacy from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, They were unaware that the prodigious sword cultivator managed to kill an 8 bodiless celestial despite being an eminent celestial. After a few moments, Lu Sha seemed to have recalled something. She looked at Rongbo pointedly and said, "Rongbo, you knew the place we discovered might contain the legacy of a great overarching golden celestial, right?" As soon as Lu Sha finished speaking, Wang Shi fixed a penetrating gaze at Rongbo as well. "Well, I knew there's such a possibility," Rongbo said indifferently. "However, not all places that prohibit bodiless celestials from entering necessarily have legacies from great overarching golden celestials. I didn't want to simply speculate without knowing for sure." Lu Sha said angrily, "You're clearly trying to hide this from us." The way Wang Shi looked at Rongbo became more and more unfriendly as time passed. Zhang Yi chimed in at this moment. "Generally, even if the places with formations that prohibit bodiless celestials from entering don't have legacies left by great overarching golden celestials, they would still have clues that lead to legacies left by great overarching golden celestials at the very least. So, it's highly probable that the place Wang Shi and Lu Sha discovered isn't that simple." Zhang Yi's words, once again, earned him a glare from Rongbo. Rongbo truly thought Zhang Yi had a big mouth. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was completely distracted by the possibility of finding a legacy from a great overarching golden celestial. He thought to himself, "With my current strength, I should be even stronger than Senior Feng Qingyang if I managed to obtain the legacy from a great overarching golden celestial." Excitement rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart when he thought about this. After he regained his senses, he could not help but urge Wang Shi, "We should continue with our journey." After about 2 hours, Wang Shi's voice rang in the air again. "We're here." Duan Ling Tian looked down and saw sharp ridges and U-shaped valleys filled with greeneries. He was currently hovering above a mountain valley. Although the valley was not small, it was extremely narrow. It was shrouded by a gray fog that obscured his view. After a while, Duan Ling Tian realized that not only could they not use their divine consciousness to enter the place, but they could not even exert their divine consciousness. Chapter 2404. Right in front of the treasure vault. "This is the place," Wang Shi said. Even without Wang Shi's reminder, Duan Ling Tian could tell they had arrived at the place based on the fact that his divine consciousness had been restricted by a formation in the valley. As he looked at the mountain valley that was shrouded in a gray fog, he thought to himself, "With all these restrictive formations around, it's only natural that bodiless celestials whose true forms are their souls couldn't enter this place." Duan Ling Tian and the others heard a gust of wind blowing and lifted their heads instantly. They saw a figure zooming in from the distance. However, it did not seem like the figure was heading toward them. The figure seemed to be in a rush and did not notice their presence. At this point, Wang Shi said in an urgent tone, "Let's enter. 5 of us should be enough." Based on his words, it was clear that he did not want another additional member in their group. After all, an additional person meant that they would get a lesser cut of the treasures in that place. Since Duan Ling Tian had joined them, they had 2 eminent celestials in their group. He was confident they had enough strength to enter that place. Yes, Duan Ling Tian, Lu Sha, and Zhang Yi nodded in unison. They, naturally, caught the underlying meaning in Wang Shi's words. Their robes began to flutter in the air as they prepared to enter the valley that was shrouded in great mist. Rongbo, who had been standing motionlessly at the side, suddenly cried out, "Wait a second." Before the others could even react, Rongbo looked at the rushing figure and cried out again, "Feng Man." When the figure that was flying away heard Rongbo's words, it stopped moving before changing its direction and flew toward Duan Ling Tian and the others. Meanwhile, Wang Shi, Lu Sha, and Zhang Yi's expressions changed drastically. If they still did not realize the approaching figure was Rongbo's acquaintance, then they were truly dumb. Duan Ling Tian was the only one whose expression remained unchanged. Nary a ripple could be seen on his face when Rongbo called out to the passerby. When the passerby finally arrived, he ignored Duan Ling Tian and the others. He looked at Rongbo and asked in a friendly manner, "Rongbo, why are you here?" So they really know each other. Although Wang Shi, Lu Sha, and Zhang Yi had already known these two were acquainted with each other, they could not help but feel their hearts sinking when they thought about having another person to share their cuts of the treasure in that place. Not only that, but that person was an acquaintance of Rongbo. Rongbo did not answer his acquaintance's question. Instead, he said, "Feng Man, try using your divine consciousness to scout the mountain valley below us." This Feng Man was a young man with an average appearance and an average build. Based on the look in his eyes, one could tell he was not a simple-minded person. After Feng Man heard Rong Bo's words, he tried to extend his divine consciousness to scout the mountain valley below only to find he could not do so. It was as though there was a force that prevented him from doing so. His eyes lit up and an excited expression appeared on his face. This is. It was obvious he had realized what might be contained in the mountain valley below him. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, only places related to legacies from great overarching golden celestials would have such formations. These formations were not intended to restrict the use of divine consciousness but were used to restrict souls from entering. Naturally, this applied to bodiless celestials who were essentially souls. It seems like you've realized it. Rong Bo said indifferently. Feng Man, who had regained his senses, burst out laughing. After a while, he said, Rong Bo, aren't you a lucky one? In just half a year after we entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, you found such a treasure vault. We'll hit the jackpot if this place truly contains the legacy from a great overarching golden celestial. Right, don't you think I'm a good friend? Rong Bo asked with a smile. The best, you're the best, Feng Man said as he gave Rong Bo a thumbs up. I really owe you one for calling me over. If Rong Bo did not call out to him earlier, he would have missed a great opportunity. After a while, Feng Man finally noticed Duan Ling Tian and the others. A frown appeared on his face as he said to Rong Bo, who are they? Rong Bo, with our strength, we can enter this place on our own. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and the others and said, we don't need all these people. As soon as Feng Man finished speaking, Rong Bo turned around and studied the people before him. When his eyes landed on Duan Ling Tian, he nodded in agreement with Feng Man's words. You're right, it's unnecessary for us to bring so many people along. Rong Bo. Wang Shi almost vomited blood in anger when he heard Rong Bo's words. What do you mean it's unnecessary to bring so many people along? Don't forget who discovered this place. If it weren't for me and Lu Sha, you wouldn't have found this place. His eyes flashed with fury as he continued to say, as soon as we arrived at this treasure vault that might contain a legacy from a great overarching golden celestial, you plan to take everything for yourself. Rong Bo and Feng Man had called the mountain valley below them a treasure vault since they knew the place either contained a legacy from a great overarching golden celestial or clues that led to one. A treasure vault was definitely a befitting name for this place. Although Lu Sha was silent, she was glaring at Rong Bo. If she knew this was going to happen, she would have insisted on kicking Rong Bo out of the group. When Feng Man heard Wang Shi's words, he sent a voice transmission to Rong Bo. So these are the people who found this place. How strong are they? Can both of us defeat them? Based on Rong Bo's reaction, it was clear Rong Bo did not have a good relationship with these people. Rong Bo quickly replied through voice transmission. Among those four, there's an eminent celestial, 2 cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and a cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If both of us join forces, it shouldn't be a problem for us to deal with them. After a pause, Rong Bo added, however, it's fine just to kill the 3 males. Don't kill the girl yet. I want to. Well, in any case, when I'm done with her, I'll send her to them. When he finished speaking, the way he looked at Lu Sha turned lecherous. Ever since Duan Ling Tian had joined the group, Rong Bo did not dare to have lewd thoughts about Lu Sha. He was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian alone, but if Wang Shi and Zhang Yi were to join forces with Duan Ling Tian, he would definitely not be a match for them. I understand. Feng Man nodded when he heard Rong Bo's reply. He turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and the others, not bothering to conceal his killing intent. All of them, apart from Duan Ling Tian, felt an acute sense of danger. It was as though they were being targeted by a venomous snake. Wang Shi suppressed the fear in his heart and said, Rong Bo, do you really think you'll be able to defeat all 4 of us just because you have an ally? Well, if he's weak, then, maybe not. Rong Bo smiled. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. There are 7 eminent celestials who are younger than 100 years old in the Skyline realm. Coincidentally, Feng Man is one of them. His smile widened when he finished speaking. Wang Shi, Lu Sha, and Zhang Yi's expressions changed drastically when they heard Rong Bo's words. They felt their hearts sink. They did not expect Feng Man to be an eminent celestial as well. After all, there were no more than 10 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in their respective mundane realms. If Feng Man was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would still stand a chance to defeat him and Rong Bo with Duan Ling Tian's help. However, how could they deal with 2 eminent celestials? Chapter 2405 Celestial Supreme Treasure. Rongbo looked at all of them and said, I'll give all of you one chance. I'll spare your lives as long you kick Duan Lingtian out of the group. You don't have to worry about him seeking revenge. You can rest assured that Feng Man and I will kill him. When he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a penetrating gaze. Naturally, Rongbo had no intention of letting all four of them live. He only said these deceiving words to let Duan Lingtian feel the despair of being abandoned before he died. Even if Wang Shi and the others kicked Duan Lingtian out of the group, he still would not let them live. That, Wang Shi and Lu Sha felt conflicted when they heard Rongbo's words. They felt caught between a rock and a hard place. Chills ran up their spines when they thought about how they would die if they did not kick Duan Lingtian out of the group. Everyone was afraid of death, and they were no exception. If they had a choice, they would, naturally, choose to preserve their lives. Contrary to Wang Shi and Lu Sha, Zhang Yi did not hesitate at all when faced with Rongbo's threats. He spat out these three words, "You are dreaming." He would not abandon Duan Lingtian just because of Rongbo's words. From the moment Rongbo had finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes were trained on Wang Shi, Lu Sha, and Zhang Yi. He saw Wang Shi and Lu Sha's hesitance and Zhang Yi's determination. A smirk appeared on his face as he thought to himself, Zhang Yi has a righteous and unyielding character. He's really worth befriending. It was easy to find fair-weather friends, but true friends are difficult to find. Zhang Yi would never imagine that in the future, he would feel extremely grateful for the choice he made at this moment. Due to his choice at this moment, he would gain Duan Lingtian's help that would make his future shine. Although he was considered quite talented, he was nowhere close to being at the top in the Celestial Masters sect. Most of the good resources in the sect would not even go to him. You're seeking death. Rongbo was infuriated by Zhang Yi's words. His eyes were filled with killing intent as his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, his celestial origin energy had shrouded his body, making him look imposing. His robes began to flutter as though there was a strong wind blowing as he looked at Zhang Yi and cried out, "Die!" Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunderous noises began to ring in the air as Rongbo charged toward Zhang Yi like a cannonball. It was clear that he was going in for the kill. Zhang Yi did not expect Rongbo would attack him immediately. He faltered for a moment before he mobilized his saint origin as well. He quickly tried to evade Rongbo who was charging at him. However, Rongbo was already very close to him. When he saw this, a wave of desperation overwhelmed him as he thought to himself, "Is this the day I die?" Even so, he did not regret his decision even if it meant he would die. Put aside the fact that he knew Rongbo had no intention of letting them live even if they kicked Duan Lingtian out, he was not the kind of person who would throw someone else under the bus just to save his own life. At the moment when Zhang Yi had resigned himself to death, he felt a gust of wind blowing past him. Following that, he felt a hand grabbing his shoulder and lifting him up into the air. It felt as though he was flying. Duan Lingtian, Zhang Yi did not need to guess to figure out who had saved him. After they came to a halt, he said to the person next to him, "Thank you, Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile, "There's no need for you to thank me. After all, he targeted you because of me." "Impossible," Rongbo exclaimed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He was clearly flustered. Your speed, how can you be so fast?" Although he had not cast any techniques or his movement divine ability, even if he did, he knew he still would not be able to catch up to Duan Lingtian's speed. At some point, Feng Man had moved next to Rongbo. His speed is, indeed, quite fast. He turned to Duan Lingtian with killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Your speed is definitely almost as fast as mine. It doesn't matter, you'll still die anyway. I almost forgot, Feng Man, you're known for your speed." Initially, Rongbo's expression had turned grim. He knew he would not be able to defeat Duan Lingtian based on his speed. Duan Lingtian could easily escape if he so wished. However, his expression changed for the better when he realized he had an ally. Moreover, his ally's strongest suit was his speed. Rongbo turned to Duan Lingtian and said mockingly, "Duan Lingtian, so what if you manage to save him? You're just wasting your strength. After we kill you, we'll kill him as well. Is that so?" Duan Lingtian said indifferently. It was as though he could maintain his composure even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. Duan Lingtian's nonchalant behavior angered Rongbo. "Since you're seeking death, I'll grant you your wish and kill you. Feng Man, let's kill him. Once we kill him, all the treasures in the treasure vault would belong to us. As soon as he finished speaking, celestial origin energy mixed with saint origin began to surge out of his body. Okay, Rongbo's words spurred Feng Man into action. He spread his arms open as a terrifying energy surged out of his body like a mighty dragon. At this moment, he looked like a god of war. Duan Ling Tian scoffed when he saw Rongbo and Feng Man. He waved his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword was translucent as though it was made from water. Rongbo sneered. A weapon? Don't you know weapons from the mundane realms aren't of any use to eminent celestials? Weapons from the mundane realms were a burden to bodiless celestials and were of no use to eminent celestials. For this reason, Rongbo mocked Duan Ling Tian when he saw Duan Ling Tian had retrieved his weapon. Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body after circulating through his 99 saint veins and converged in his sword. He said indifferently, "How do you know for sure that my sword is from the mundane realm?" When Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin surged into the sword began to shine brilliantly, blinding Rongbo and Feng Man temporarily. "How do you know for sure that my sword is from the mundane realm?" These words kept echoing in Rongbo and Feng Man's minds. At the same time, the sword that Duan Ling Tian held in his hand radiated a destructive aura that felt as though it could destroy heaven and earth. As soon as Rongbo and Feng Man felt the aura, both of their expressions changed immediately. They cried out in unison, clearly horrified, "Celestial supreme treasure!" Both of them could clearly sense the dangerous aura from Duan Ling Tian's sword. It was definitely not an aura that weapons from mundane realms possessed. There was only one possibility: Duan Ling Tian's weapon was from a Devata realm. Celestial supreme treasure. Zhang Yi, Wang Shi, and Lu Sha were stunned by Rongbo and Feng Man's words. The seemingly modest Duan Ling Tian who had traveled with them possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Run. This thought appeared in Rongbo and Feng Man's minds when they saw Duan Ling Tian wielding a celestial supreme treasure. Chapter 2406 Distancing himself. Rongbo and Feng Man had a deep understanding of the strength of an eminent celestial since they were both eminent celestials as well. If both of them joined forces, there was no doubt they would be able to defeat an eminent celestial. Naturally, there were exceptions to this. If their opponent mastered a divine ability from a Devata realm or possessed a celestial supreme treasure, let alone two of them, even if they had another two eminent celestials helping them, they still would not be a match for their opponent. An eminent celestial with a celestial supreme treasure had strength comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. If the celestial supreme treasure was of a higher grade, the strength it granted could be even stronger than a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, when Rongbo and Feng Man realized the translucent sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was a celestial supreme treasure, they instantly discarded their thoughts of fighting and decided to run instead. Sounds of explosions rang in the air as Rongbo and Feng Man utilized their celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin to escape. Both of them moved really quickly, running in two different directions. Trying to run. Duan Ling Tian sneered when he saw Rongbo and Feng Man trying to escape. Then, the sword shot out of his hand immediately. The short-lived sound of a sword cry rang in the air. The noise sounded like it heralded death to those people who heard it. Duan Ling Tian took his time to cast the sword-wielding art, the third stage of the Supreme Sword Tao Mental Cultivation Method Sovereign Heart Sword. Even without using the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, his strength now was comparable to a five-tribulation bodiless celestial. As the sword flew out, it looked like a meteor shooting across the sky. Everything in the surroundings paled in the majesty of the sword. "No!" Rongbo cried out in despair when he heard the brief sword cry. This was destined to be the last word that would come out of his mouth. In the next second, the sword pierced his skull from the back and emerged from his glabella. His soul was instantly destroyed. There was no chance for him to survive at all. After killing Rongbo, the celestial sword continued to chase after Feng Man at an extremely fast speed. Run. This was the only thought left in Feng Man's mind. He paled significantly when he heard Rongbo's cry. He knew in his heart that Rongbo had died. He cursed Rongbo inwardly. "Damn it. Damn you, Rongbo. If you didn't call me earlier, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Who cares about the legacy from a great overarching golden celestial? If I knew there was someone like this in your ranks, I wouldn't even want to have anything to do with that bullshit legacy." It seemed like Feng Man had decided to push all the blame to Rongbo. He seemed to have forgotten that he had been eager to kill the others so that he and Rongbo would be able to keep the legacy from a great overarching golden celestial or the clue leading to it for themselves. No, Feng Man felt his hair standing on its end when the sword was at his back. Similar to Rongbo, he let out a final desperate cry, no. Even if he was extremely unwilling, he could not escape death. In just a blink of an eye, he had followed in Rongbo's footsteps. 2 eminent celestials were dead. Duan Ling Tian had killed them so easily as though he was killing a chicken or cutting grass. Zhang Yi, Wang Shi, and Lu Sha only regained their senses when the celestial sword flew back into Duan Ling Tian's hand. Shock and disbelief could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. None of them expected the purple-clad young man who seemed so easygoing possessed such terrifying strength. He killed 2 eminent celestials in just a blink of an eye. One should remember that the only eminent celestials who were allowed to enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone were all younger than 100 years old. These people are considered as geniuses even in the big mundane realms. However, Duan Ling Tian had killed 2 of them in just a blink of an eye. Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. Rongbo said that there are only 7 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in the Skyline realm. Duan Ling Tian killed 2 of them with just a strike. A complex emotion could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is so powerful. Lu Sha was shocked and extremely delighted when she saw how strong Duan Ling Tian was. She turned to him excitedly only to find that he was cold and distant toward her, and Wang Shi, naturally, felt the change in Duan Ling Tian's behavior as well. He could only smile bitterly as he thought to himself, it seems like our hesitance has distanced us from him. He felt slightly regretful, but he knew there was no point in dwelling on this matter. I can only hope that he'll allow me and Lu Sha to enter the treasure vault with him. Wang Shi knew Duan Ling Tian would not kill him or Lu Sha. During their journey, he could see what kind of person Duan Ling Tian was. Duan Ling Tian would not attack them unless they gave him a reason to. However, he was not certain if Duan Ling Tian would still want to enter the treasure vault with them. At this time, Lu Sha wore a guilty expression on her face as she said apologetically, Duan Ling Tian, sorry. When Wang Shi saw this, he instantly apologized as well. Brother Ling Tian, so sorry. He hoped Duan Ling Tian would let bygones be bygones and explore the treasure vault with them. There's no need to apologize. Both of you didn't do anything wrong. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a faint smile on his face. Don't worry, I'll still enter the treasure vault with both of you. After all, I wouldn't be able to find this place without both of you. I'll try and help you if it's within my ability to do so. Wang Shi sighed in relief upon hearing that. As a woman, Lu Sha was definitely more sensitive to emotional changes. She could clearly feel that Duan Ling Tian had distanced himself from them. It was only natural after all. He was already being very gracious for agreeing to explore the treasure vault together. It was impossible for them to hope that he would treat them like how he did before. Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian in admiration when he saw how magnanimous Duan Ling Tian was. After a moment, his expression turned solemn as though he just remembered something. I'm not sure about Feng Man, but Rongbo was an outstanding disciple from a powerful sect in Skyline Realm. I'm afraid his sect members are already alerted to the fact that you killed him. In fact, the scene of his death might have already been transmitted back to them. A hint of worry could be seen in Zhang Yi's eyes when he spoke. The minor-major mirror image talismans were not exclusive to the Saint Province realm. Naturally, the other big mundane realms had it as well. They even had talismans that could fuse with the bearer so that others would not be able to detect it nor take it away. Don't worry, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, they don't know who I am anyway. So what if they know I'm the one who killed Rongbo? Can they find me in this huge Beyond Heaven secret zone? I'm just afraid that they'll find out about you or your location. From people who came from your mundane realm. They might even go to your realm to seek revenge. People can do unimaginable things for revenge, Zhang Yi said with a wary expression on his face. After a moment, he added, moreover, I remember Rongbo saying he was the nephew of the sect leader he was from. The more he spoke, the darker his expression became. Chapter 2407 Ka appeared. There's no need for you to worry about Rongbo's people finding out the mundane realm I'm from to seek revenge. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. Only me and a few members of the Seven Absolutes sect have entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the mundane realm where I came from. After all, the only people who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the Saint Province realm were only a few people from the Seven Absolutes sect. Even if news spread out about Duan Ling Tian, it would be hard for Rong Bo's people to find him in the secret zone. Moreover, if they wanted to find out about his location from the members of the Seven Absolutes sect, it would be even harder. What? Zhang Yi, Wang Shi, and Lu Sha were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. In the Saint Province, only a few people from his sect had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Ling Tian, is the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone in your mundane realm the final key to be used? Zhang Yi asked, still in shock. I'm not sure whether the key in my mundane realm is the final key to be used. All I know is we use the key to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Ling Tian's attitude toward Zhang Yi was completely different from his attitude toward Wang Shi and Lu Sha. He would not hesitate to answer Zhang Yi's question. Wang Shi and Lu Sha were slightly envious of Zhang Yi, but they knew there was nothing they could do to change things. After all, Zhang Yi had risked his life and supported Duan Ling Tian when Duan Ling Tian was in danger. Then, it should be the final key. Zhang Yi nodded. Only when the final key is used will the other 4 points of entrance and exit in the 4 mundane realms open. So, that's how it works. No wonder there are so many people from other mundane realms. As it turns out, the points of entrance and exit in the other mundane realms had been opened before and were sealed after that. The only reason the points of entrance and exit to the Beyond Heaven secret zone have been opened again was due to the final key. Duan Ling Tian finally got the answer that had been in his mind. Initially, he was confused about how after he used the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, there were people from other mundane realms who had entered the secret zone as well. Was it possible that the other 4 mundane realms had used their keys to open the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone at the same time? He finally understood that each of the mundane realms had already used their keys. The only reason they could enter again was due to the final key being used to open the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, no wonder so many people knew about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. I'm sure these people's ancestors had passed on this information to their descendants. As time passes, this place will definitely become public knowledge. Duan Ling Tian was right. The mundane realm with the most people in the Beyond Heaven secret zone was the mundane realm who first used the key to enter the secret zone. As time passed, many people knew about the location of the entrance to the secret zone. Naturally, once those people realized the Beyond Heaven secret zones had opened again, they had rushed to enter the secret zone. After a while, Duan Ling Tian looked at the valley that was shrouded with fog and said to Zhang Yi, let's enter. From the beginning until the end, he did not bother to look at Wang Shi and Lu Sha at all. Okay. Zhang Yi nodded before he turned to look at Wang Shi and Lu Sha and said, Wang Shi, Lu Sha. Let's go. Wang Shi and Lu Sha were currently feeling awkward. Duan Ling Tian did not invite them along. However, they were thankfully saved by Zhang Yi's invitation. They looked at Zhang Yi with gratitude before they followed Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Yi into the valley. In just a blink of an eye, all 4 figures disappeared into the valley that was shrouded in fog. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, an old man who was traveling across a desert changed his expression suddenly. He came to a halt and took out what seemed like fragments of something that had broken from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that the fragments used to be a soul pearl. This is Rong Bo's soul pearl. The old man's expression was extremely dark. Who is it? Who has the courage to kill the strongest disciple among the younger generation in the Wild Goose sect? This old man was a bodiless celestial from Skyline Realm where Rong Bo was from. He was also from the same sect as Rong Bo, the Wild Goose sect. Although he was not Rong Bo's master, he was still furious over Rong Bo's death. After all, as a bodiless celestial and ancestor from Wild Goose sect, how could he not feel furious over the death of someone so promising? Not only that, a disciple as outstanding as Rong Bo was rare in the Wild Goose sect. At this time, many people, young and old, from the Wild Goose sect in the Skyline Realm found out about Rong Bo's death through his soul pearls that had shattered. This purple-clad young man is the culprit. Images of the moments before Rong Bo's death until he was killed were projected before these people. Some of these people, mostly bodiless celestials, were enraged and vowed to avenge Rong Bo. In other parts of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, a group of bodiless celestials from the Skyline Realm who were not members from the Wild Goose sect had also discovered that Feng Man's soul pearl had shattered. Similar to Rong Bo, many bodiless celestials from his sect carried his soul pearl. Feng Man is dead. The few strongest bodiless celestials from Feng Man's sect also saw the scene where he was killed. The strongest bodiless celestial from Feng Man's sect growled when he saw the purple-clad young man in the mirror image. No matter who you are, you're destined to die when you kill a peerless genius from my sect. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, blissfully unaware that he was now the target of various bodiless celestials who had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone from the Skyline realm. Naturally, he would not be afraid even if those bodiless celestial found out about it. Just like he had said to Zhang Yi, the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was so vast that the people from Skyline realm would have a hard time finding him. Moreover, even if the people from Skyline realm found out he was from the Saint Province realm, they still would not be able to find the point of entrance and exit to the Saint Province realm. Most importantly, there was no need for Duan Ling Tian to be afraid of Rong Bo and Feng Man's people. Currently, he was slightly stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with the celestial sword. Additionally, his strength would only grow stronger. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, a graceful figure flew across the sky as she controlled the air in the barren mountains. The figure's appearance seemed to have dimmed the surroundings. The graceful figure was a woman with peerless beauty. Although she looked just like the girl next door, her temperament was that of a fairy who had descended from the 9 heavens. This woman's hair was as dark as ink, and people who looked at her would find it hard to look away. Her figure was perfect and her movement was graceful. Such a beautiful woman, whether it's her looks, figure, temperament or the way she moves, they are all impeccable. Do you think she's from Yanhuang realm as well? In the distance, 2 young men were staring at the woman who was flying in the sky. Their eyes flashed with a lecherous light as soon as they saw the peerlessly beautiful woman. Their desire to possess her was extremely strong. Both of them did not waste any time and flew toward the woman to block her path. The woman was none other than Ka, who had also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It had been half a year since she had entered the secret zone. She had been searching for her husband, Duan Ling Tian, and the other members of the 7 absolute sects, but to no avail. Ka frowned when she saw the 2 young men blocking her path. She was, generally, a patient person. However, she had been faced with this similar scene countless times. It was only natural that she began to feel impatient. Chapter 2408 Ka's Strength. One of the young men who blocked Ka's path took the lead to speak first. Beautiful lady, it's dangerous in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, it's much safer to be in a group. Both of us just so happen to be looking for another person to join our group, would you like to join us? Although the other young man remained silent, his gaze was filled with hope when he looked at Ka. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in joining both of you. Although Ka's temperament was good, her patience had been exhausted over the past 6 months. Therefore, she had rejected them in a direct and unfriendly manner. The 2 young men did not seem surprised by Ka's rejection. The young man who had been keeping quiet looked at her and asked, "Miss, I wonder if you came from Yanhuang realm like us?" It was obvious he was only trying to chat her up and make her open up to them. In his opinion, if the lady standing in front of them were also from Yanhuang realm, it might bring them closer. Yanhuang realm, Ka muttered under her breath. Over the past 6 months, many of those who accosted her and were rejected had also mentioned the mundane realm they were from. However, this was her first time meeting someone from Yanhuang realm. The 2 young men's eyes brightened when they heard Ka's words. Do you know about planet Yanhuang? Ka asked. Of course, one of the young men quickly responded. Planet Yanhuang is one of the cultivation planets in Yanhuang realm. Although I'm not from planet Yanhuang, I've heard about it. The other young man said in a haste, yes, planet Yanhuang is located at. He quickly told Ka all he knew about planet Yanhuang. At this moment, the 2 young men were certain that the lady before them was also from Yanhuang realm. Otherwise, why would she ask them about planet Yanhuang for no reason? After all, how could someone who was not from Yanhuang realm know about planet Yanhuang? The 2 young men thought Ka was only trying to verify if they were truly from Yanhuang realm. For this reason, they tried their best to prove that they were from Yanhuang realm. How could the 2 young men guess that Ka was only questioning them about planet Yanhuang because of her husband, Duan Ling Tian, whose soul had traveled to the Saint Province realm, not because she was from Yanhuang realm? Ka was one of the people who were most intimate with Duan Ling Tian. She had, naturally, learned about Duan Ling Tian's past life from him. Therefore, when she heard the 2 young men were from Yanhuang realm, Her interest was piqued and she could not help but ask about planet Yanhuang. Based on their words, it seems like planet Yanhuang is, indeed, Earth where Brother Tien was from. After listening to the two young men's explanations, Ka was certain that planet Yanhuang was Earth. Ka's heart skipped a beat as she continued thinking to herself, this means as long as we can find the point of entrance and exit of Yanhuang realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, we'll be able to return to Earth where Brother Tien was from. Since Ka had already been in this place for half a year, she had, naturally, learned that this place was not the Sword Saint secret zone, but the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Apart from the members of the Seven Absolute sect, there were people from other mundane realms who were here as well. She also learned that the other 4 mundane realms were big mundane realms, and each mundane realm had their own point of entrance and exit in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Ka thought to herself, if Brother Tien knows about this, he would be very excited. Since we've been here for so long, I'm sure he has already learned about this. After Ka regained her senses, she looked at the two young men indifferently before she flew past them without saying a word. Ka's action surprised the two young men, and they quickly moved to block Ka's path again. Ka's expression darkened when she saw the two young men blocking her path again. I've already told you that I'm not interested in joining your group. When the two young men heard Ka's words, they instantly dropped all pretenses of civility. They stared at Ka lecherously. Even if you aren't interested in joining us, we should have some fun before you go. Ka's eyes turned cold when she saw the two young men staring at her lecherously. The unapproachable air about her intensified as well. At this moment, she looked like an ice goddess, pure and inviolable. At the same time, an invisible force that felt imposing swept out of Ka. The void began to tremble in a loud explosion that shook the earth rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the energy that swept out of Ka's body shrouded the two young men, causing them to vomit blood. Their faces turned as pale immediately. However, the imposing aura continued to surround them. It seemed like Ka had no intention of withdrawing the energy. Before the two young men regained their senses, more energy surged out of Ka's body. The pressure from the energy made them feel as though they were carrying a mountain on their backs, causing them to bend over. Fear overwhelmed them as a thought appeared in their minds. Bodiless Celestial. Since they were both at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, anyone who could defeat them had to be bodiless Celestials. They would have lived in vain, if at this time, they still could not figure out that they had met a stronger opponent. Please spare our lives, Celestial. We're blind for not being able to recognize that you're a Celestial. The two young men hurriedly begged for pardon when they realized the person in front of them was a bodiless Celestial. They were scared out of their wits that their voices trembled when they spoke. After all, what they had done earlier was truly unforgivable. If they knew the lady before them was so strong, they would not dare to harbor any evil thoughts at all. A small mistake could cause a lifelong regret. I gave both of you a chance earlier. An extremely cold voice reverberated in the air. No, a wave of despair overwhelmed their hearts. Before they even had time to react, the invisible force that surrounded them seemed to turn into a giant beast before it devoured them. A gust of wind blew past. The two young men seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no commotion at all. They had just quietly disappeared. All that was left was a graceful figure of a woman hovering in the air. Ka muttered under her breath, it's unfortunate that both of you didn't cherish the chance I gave you. Ka, naturally, knew those two men harbored bad intentions when they approached her. However, since both of them had explained to her about Yanhuang realm and planet Yanhang, she turned a blind eye to their bad intentions and decided to let the matter go. She was going to leave, but who knew they would take the initiative to block her path again? Moreover, they even dropped all pretenses of civility. For this reason, she no longer held back. Ka lowered her head and looked at her right hand as she murmured to herself, my strength is increasing at an extremely fast speed. If I'm not mistaken, my current strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. However, compared to my previous life, this strength is nothing at all. Ka had regained much of her memory from her past life. However, her memory of her cousin was still vague. She believed it would not take long before she regained more of her memory. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes as she thought to herself, regardless of who I am in my past life, I'm Ka. I'm Brother Tien's wife and Si Ling's mother. No one can change this. I won't let anyone or anything change me. Chapter 2409 The Ultimate Winner. I wonder where Brother Tien is at the moment. Ka thought to herself as she continued on her journey to look for her husband. She had no interest in the treasures in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, including the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Although Ka had not completely recovered all her memories, she knew that the great overarching golden celestials could not compare to her at all in her past life. Even her servants could easily kill a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that Ka's strength was now comparable to a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, he was not even aware that she had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Currently, he was in the valley that was shrouded by fog with Zhang Yi, Wang Shi, and Lu Sha. Although nothing could be seen from outside, there was no doubt that danger lurked in every corner of the valley. In the beginning, it was still not too bad since Duan Ling Tian was able to look out for the other three people. However, the danger began to increase and became deadlier. Due to the sudden increase in danger, Duan Ling Tian did not cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, in time. He had cast the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Body Sword Fusion, and wielded the Celestial Sword, but he only managed to save Zhang Yi and Lu Sha. Wang Shi had died. After Duan Ling Tian put the Celestial Sword away, he gazed at Wang Shi's corpse and sighed. I was careless. If he had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, slightly earlier, he would have been able to save Wang Shi. He did not expect the danger would increase so quickly and suddenly. Fear gripped Lu Sha's heart as she stared at Wang Shi's corpse. However, she did not forget to reassure Duan Ling Tian when she heard him sigh. Duan Ling Tian, you've tried your best. I think Wang Shi wouldn't blame you. Tried my best. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly when he heard Lu Sha's words. If he had truly tried his best, Wang Shi would not have died. Naturally, it did not mean that he did not intend to save Wang Shi. He only felt he did not try his best because he did not cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, in time. Fear still lingered in Zhang Yi's heart as he stood at the side. Wasn't the situation earlier too dangerous and difficult to pass? If Duan Ling Tian weren't around, I'm afraid we would need at least 8th ordinary eminent celestials to pass the challenge. He was no longer as taciturn as he was before now that he was more familiar with Duan Ling Tian. No, you don't need that many people. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Do you still remember the third challenge? If we didn't leave immediately after passing the challenge, we would have seen the joint strike formation. Only 3 eminent celestials are needed to master that formation. It would be easy to pass this challenge if 3 eminent celestials have mastered the formation. Zhang Yi thought about Duan Ling Tian's words for a moment before he asked, what you're saying is the stone tablet that appeared next to the lake during the third challenge contained the joint strike formation? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The joint strike is inscribed on the joint strike formation and it could help us pass this challenge. Zhang Yi smiled wryly. It seemed as though he was looking at a monster when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. That's to say when you protected me and Lu Sha and successfully passed the challenge, you didn't even use the joint strike formation at all. You passed the challenge by only using your brute strength. Although he was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he could roughly guess Duan Ling Tian's strength. He continued to say, if I'm not mistaken, not only do you have the Celestial Sword, but you've also mastered a divine ability from a Devata realm. He came to this conclusion in the end since nothing else would explain how Duan Ling Tian's strength far surpassed an eminent celestial. Lu Sha instantly turned to look at Duan Ling Tian as soon as she heard Zhang Yi's words. She was, naturally, curious as well. Well, you're not wrong. Duan Ling Tian did not deny Zhang Yi's words. The last few stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword were much stronger than any techniques in the mundane realms, therefore, it was not wrong to consider it as a technique from a Devata realm. Naturally, Zhang Yi was unaware that he had a real divine ability from the Devata realm that he did not have time to cast earlier. It was the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. If he had managed to cast the elementary devouring tactic in time, Wang Shi would not have died. As expected, Zhang Yi said when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not think there were still things that he was not privy to. A complicated look could be seen in Lu Sha's eyes as she thought to herself, is he really just an eminent celestial from a small mundane realm? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian checked their surroundings in the valley before he realized that was the last of the challenges. That's it, that's the last challenge, let's look around. The inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial should be here somewhere since the last challenge was incredibly difficult to pass. After all, It's normal that something extraordinary would be hidden around such a dangerous challenge, Lu Sha said excitedly when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. That makes sense. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Duan Lingtian was the only one who did not think so. That might not be the case. Duan Lingtian sensed something amiss with the last challenge. Its difficulty had increased by a few times. Although he could not use his divine consciousness after descending into the valley, he could still sense there were supposed to be more challenges after this one that they managed to overcome. However, it really seemed like there were no more challenges. For this reason, he suspected that all the challenges had combined into one challenge to increase the difficulty. Indeed, Duan Lingtian's assumption was correct. Due to how easy it was for him to overcome the challenges, the last few challenges were combined into one to increase the difficulty. Nevertheless, it was still easy for him to pass the challenge. After all, he was not an ordinary eminent celestial. He was far stronger than an ordinary bodiless celestial. When Zhang Yi heard Duan Lingtian's words, he suggested, let's just look around. Even if the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial isn't here, we might find clues that are related to it. After that, 3 of them began to search the place. After a while, Duan Lingtian found a shabby feng shui compass. It was really old and obvious that it had been around for a long time. Although it looked old and shabby, it seemed to be working in good condition. The needle was accurate and pointed in the same direction. Could it be showing us the direction? Lu Sha gasped. Zhang Yi laughed. I don't think there's a need for us to look around anymore. I think the compass will bring us straight to the treasure vault. So this is the clue. Duan Lingtian frowned. They did not waste any time and began to travel in the direction where the needle pointed. I hope there's an inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the treasure vault. Lu Sha murmured. Even if there's none in the treasure vault ahead, we'll just have to keep following the clues. If we don't die, at some point, we'll find the inheritance in another treasure vault. Zhang Yi, Duan Lingtian turned to Zhang Yi and asked, is it possible that other people who have also found treasure vaults might also find clues that ultimately lead to the same treasure vault that contains an inheritance by a great overarching golden celestial? Yes. Zhang Yi nodded without hesitation. From what I know, each time when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opens, there'll only be one inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, Feng Qingyang from your Saint Province realm managed to obtain the only inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the secret zone. Fear appeared in his eyes as he continued to say, it's said that there were many eminent celestials who entered the treasure vault that contained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial with Feng Qingyang at that time, but none of them came out alive. According to some cultivators who weren't eminent celestials, the eminent celestials killed among themselves and some were killed by Feng Qingyang as they fought for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. In the end, Feng Qingyang emerged as the ultimate winner. Chapter 24 Tengao Village Sect. Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not get to witness for himself how Feng Qingyang had killed and obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial at that time. Nevertheless, he could imagine how Feng Qingyang had surprised the group of talented powerhouses from the 4 big mundane realms. Senior Feng Qingyang had thoroughly mastered the 5 stages of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method Sovereign Heart Sword when he was just an eminent celestial. Although he didn't possess a celestial sword or mastered any divine abilities from a Devata realm, his full strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian, who had inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword that Feng Qingyang created, understood this very well. Based on Feng Qingyang's strength at that time, an ordinary eminent celestial was no match for him at all. Duan Lingtian muttered under his breath. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, Zhang Yi heard his words. He instantly voiced his disagreement. I don't think his strength is that exaggerated. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi curiously. Why do you say so? After all, Senior Feng Qingyang from our Saint Province realm was already stronger than an ordinary bodiless celestial before he even entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The bodiless celestials in our Saint Province realm were no match for him at all at that time. Yes, I've heard about this, Zhang Yi nodded before he said, I've seen the records that are handed down in our Celestial Masters sect that documented what happened in the Beyond Heaven secret zone the last time it opened. Although the sword cultivator from your Saint Province realm, Feng Qingyang, didn't seem to have a celestial supreme treasure, he seemed to have mastered an extraordinary divine ability from a Devata realm. That was why his strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial even though he was only an eminent celestial at that time. Duan Ling Tian disagreed inwardly when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He knew those people must have mistaken the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method's sovereign heart sword that Feng Qingyang created for a divine ability from a Devata realm. Zhang Yi continued to say as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, if I'm not mistaken, before Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he should be stronger than you. Since Zhang Yi had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength when he killed 2 eminent celestials effortlessly with the celestial sword and when he overcame the last challenge earlier, he thought that Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial or possibly even a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. The reason Zhang Yi came to this conclusion was due to his weaker cultivation base. Otherwise, he would have been able to see that Duan Ling Tian's strength earlier was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, although Duan Ling Tian did not cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, his strength was equivalent to Feng Qingyang when Feng Qingyang first entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and before he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. If he had cast the elementary devouring tactic, his strength would rise another 2 levels, which would make his strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The reason for him being stronger than Feng Qingyang before Feng Qingyang had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was due to him mastering the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, from a Devata realm and the celestial sword he possessed. Without the elementary devouring tactic and the celestial sword, Duan Ling Tian would be undoubtedly weaker than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. After all, he had merely comprehended the sovereign heart sword to its 4th stage. Based on Zhang Yi's words, Duan Ling Tian knew that Zhang Yi was unaware that the strength he had displayed earlier was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Nevertheless, he did not reveal the truth to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi continued speaking, do you think those eminent celestials from the big mundane realms, including Yanhuang realm, were easy to deal with? Among those people, some of them owned celestial supreme treasures and mastered extraordinary divine abilities from the Devata realms. Although their numbers were small, those who competed with Feng Qingyang from your Saint Province realm had strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. What? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he found out those eminent celestials from the 4 large mundane realms were so strong. In fact, based on Zhang Yi's words, they seemed stronger than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. In fact, there were many monstrous geniuses among the eminent celestials who entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone at that time. For example, our Yanhuang realm had a peerless genius from Gao village sect whose strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial despite being an eminent celestial. Zhang Yi said. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Zhang Yi's words. An eminent celestial from Yanhuang realm whose strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian cried out, impossible. He quickly turned to Zhang Yi and asked, Zhang Yi, you mentioned the Gao village sect. Are you talking about Heavenly Marshal Zhu Ganyi? Zhu Ganyi, a Heavenly Marshal, was a character from the ancient legend on Earth in Duan Ling Tian's past life. Based on that ancient legend, Heavenly Marshal Zhu Ganyi had another identity as well. He was Monk Pig, the second senior brother, in the story of the journey to the west. Zhu Ganyi is the founder of Gao village sect. Why you? How do you know this? A shocked expression appeared on Zhang Yi's face when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Although the Gao village sect was one of the stronger forces in the Devata realms and its strength was roughly on par with the Celestial Master's sect, the Gao village sect kept a very low profile. For this reason, in Yanhuang realm, apart from those cultivators or sects with roots on planet Yanhuang, very few people knew about the Gao village sect, let alone the name of the sect's founder. Zhang Yi was already shocked when Duan Ling Tian previously mentioned the name of the founder of Celestial Master's sect, Zhang Tianxi. He was even more shocked now that Duan Ling Tian mentioned the name of the founder of Gao village sect. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had said he knew the name of the founder of Celestial Master's sect due to the skeletal remains of a disciple from the Celestial Master's sect that were found in the Saint Province realm. Zhang Yi did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words at that time. However, now that Duan Ling Tian accurately mentioned the name of the founder of Gao village sect, he could not help but feel suspicious. Did Duan Ling Tian make up a story about finding the skeletal remains of a disciple from Celestial Master's sect? When Duan Ling Tian saw the skeptical expression on Zhang Yi's face, he knew that he had revealed too much and he could guess what was going through Zhang Yi's mind at this moment. An idea appeared in his mind, and he said, "To be honest, I didn't find any skeletal remains of a disciple from Celestial Masters sect in the Saint Province realm. I know about the founders of Celestial Masters sect and Gao Village sect because of an inheritance I obtained in the Saint Province realm." Inheritance? Zhang Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian skeptically. "Yes, it's a celestial supreme treasure I accidentally came across in the Saint Province realm. The celestial supreme treasure is known as the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. There was a pagoda spirit who called himself a three-legged golden crow from planet Yanhuang. Duan Ling Tian cleverly brought up Elder Huo. However, before Duan Ling Tian could finish his sentence, Zhang Yi interrupted him with a shocked expression on his face. "What? Did you just say you obtained the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He then continued to talk about the treasure in detail. "The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that I obtained had a pagoda spirit on the first floor. That was the three-legged golden crow I mentioned. The Jasper Celestial Sword was on the second floor, and on the third floor." "Zhang Yi," interrupted Duan Ling Tian again as he said, "the astonishing God Halberd is on the third floor, and the Universe Ruler is on the fourth floor. The Heaven Net Umbrella is on the fifth floor, the World-Cleansing Horsetail Whisk is on the sixth floor, and the War-Heave Spear is on the seventh floor." Zhang Yi stated all the celestial supreme treasures in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda as though he was listing out his family's treasures. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. "Why, you know about the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda?" "Of course," Zhang Yi exclaimed. "The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is the top celestial supreme treasure according to legend. It's an extraordinary celestial supreme treasure even in the Devata realms. More importantly, it's from planet Yanhuang. Therefore, it's a source of pride for those of us with roots on planet Yanhuang." Zhang Yi's eyes burned with desire and pride as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 2411 The Stubborn Duan Ling Tian. Never in my wildest dream would I imagine that you managed to obtain the extraordinary celestial supreme treasure, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Zhang Yi gulped. Like those crazed fans on Earth in Duan Ling Tian's past life, he disregarded his image and pleaded, "Duan Ling Tian. Can you please take the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda out so I can have a look? Just one look is good enough." He looked at Duan Ling Tian expectantly after he finished speaking. A bitter expression appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as soon as he heard Zhang Yi's words. He sighed before he said, "The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been destroyed along with Elder Huo." "What?" Zhang Yi was shocked. He shook his head as he said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can there be any force in the mundane realm that's strong enough to destroy the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? As one of the most extraordinary celestial supreme treasures, let alone the mundane realms, not many people possess the strength to destroy the pagoda even in the Devata realms. Even a great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to destroy it." He paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a frown on his face as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, did you make a mistake? The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda can't be so easily destroyed." Zhang Yi did not doubt that Duan Ling Tian had truly obtained the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda before. Apart from the sad expression on Duan Ling Tian's face that could not be faked, Duan Ling Tian was able to speak about the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in great detail. However, he found it hard to believe that the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was destroyed. Duan Ling Tian sighed again. "Indeed, there's no one strong enough to destroy a celestial supreme treasure in the mundane realms. Even 9 tribulation bodiless celestials aren't capable of such a feat. The reason it was destroyed was due to Elder Huo, the three-legged golden crow, sacrificing his life in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to save my life. It was at that time the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was broken and our connection was severed." A mournful expression appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he recalled the time he was forcefully sent back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land as though he had lost something extremely precious. The three-legged golden crow sacrificed his life in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Zhang Yi shook his head. "That's impossible. Although the three-legged golden crow is the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it's impossible for it to destroy the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is one of the most extraordinary celestial supreme treasures. Even if the pagoda spirit has the strength to destroy the pagoda, its role as the pagoda spirit restricts it from destroying the pagoda. For lack of a better word, the pagoda spirit is only an accessory of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. There's no way it could have destroyed the pagoda. Zhang Yi was very confident when he spoke about this. As a disciple of Celestial Masters sect in Yanhuang realm, apart from cultivating, he liked reading ancient books about planet Yanhuang, one of the original cultivation planets in Yanhuang realm. This was why he was so knowledgeable about celestial supreme treasures and why he was confident the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda could not destroy the pagoda. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian desperately wished Zhang Yi's words were true, but he found it difficult to believe. After all, he also wished that Elder Huo was alive well and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was not destroyed. At that time, my connection with the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was severed. There was no doubt about it. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, is it possible that I was wrong? However, I clearly lost my connection to the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, Elder Huo shouldn't be able to break my connection with the pagoda. Zhang Yi had a solemn expression on his face as he said, tell me what happened in detail. I'm confident in my knowledge about celestial supreme treasures and its souls. There's no way that my words are wrong. When Duan Ling Tian saw how serious Zhang Yi was, he recounted what happened in great detail. After he finished recounting what had happened, he looked at Zhang Yi and asked, now, do you still think the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda isn't destroyed? Of course, Zhang Yi said confidently even after he listened to Duan Ling Tian's words, based on your words, the 3-legged golden crow, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, didn't have his full strength since the pagoda isn't completely restored. In other words, even if he sacrificed his life to save you, it wouldn't affect the pagoda at all. You assumed that he used the pagoda's power to self-destruct, but that's even more unlikely. Although the relationship between a celestial supreme treasure and its artifact soul isn't really a master and slave relationship, there's no doubt that celestial supreme treasures are superior to its artifact souls. An artifact soul can't destroy its celestial supreme treasure. He paused for a moment before he concluded, therefore, it's impossible for the 3-legged golden crow to sacrifice its life and the pagoda to tear a hole in the void to send you back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. But, Duan Ling Tian said with a frown. However, Zhang Yi interrupted Duan Ling Tian before Duan Ling Tian could speak. According to what you said, there's only one possibility left. An external force probably intervened and sent you back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and took the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda away from you. The external force was probably strong enough to break the connection between you and the pagoda. In conclusion, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the pagoda spirit are probably alive and well. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian before he added, as for the pagoda spirit's instruction to put the Jasper celestial sword back in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I suspect that it was done deliberately so you would return the celestial supreme treasure to the pagoda. After all, if you didn't want to return the Jasper celestial sword to the pagoda, there was nothing the pagoda spirit could do. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he remained silent to give Duan Ling Tian time to mull over his words. What kind of force can send me back to the lower province and take the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda away from me at the same time? Naturally, I wish Elder Huo is alive and well, and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda isn't destroyed, but I still find it hard to believe. Duan Ling Tian stubbornly persisted in his views. After all, he could not imagine what kind of being would be capable of such a feat. Not only was the person capable of sending him back to the lower province, but he was also able to convince Elder Huo to deceive him into returning the Jasper celestial sword and severing his connection to the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, he thought these were all Zhang Yi's speculations with no supporting evidence. Therefore, he was not convinced at all. Zhang Yi was rendered speechless when he saw Duan Ling Tian refusing to believe him even though he had spoken so much. After a while, he only said helplessly, well, forget about it. If you ever visit Yanhuang realm one day, you'll realize that I'm right. Then, let's talk about it when the time comes. Duan Ling Tian did not think Zhang Yi was lying to him, however, without any evidence, he found it difficult to believe Zhang Yi's words. His eyes flashed with determination as he said, I'll definitely go to Yanhuang realm. Lu Sha, who was traveling next to them all this time, had remained silent. However, inwardly, she thought Zhang Yi's words had merits. Unfortunately, she could see that unless she or Zhang Yi could provide evidence, it would be difficult to convince Duan Ling Tian otherwise. Therefore, she did not speak up to support Zhang Yi's words. The three of them continued to travel in haste. After a while, Duan Ling Tian, who had sorted his thoughts out, looked at Zhang Yi again and asked, Zhang Yi, based on what you said earlier, there's an eminent celestial from Gao village sect who's less than 100 years old but is as strong as a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Apart from him, are there any eminent celestials like that in Yanhuang realm? He was, naturally, curious about all these personages. Of course, Zhang Yi nodded and said, there's also an eminent celestial from Mount Wagwo sect whose strength is comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he's even stronger than the one from Gao village sect. Mount Wagwo sect. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Chapter 24:12 An eminent celestial comparable to a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. When Duan Ling Tian heard Zhang Yi mention a strong force called Gao village sect, he had already felt shocked. However, he was even more shocked when he heard Zhang Yi mentioning Mount Wagwo sect. He shook his head and smiled wryly. Indeed, they're good brothers. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it was not difficult for Zhang Yi to figure out that Duan Ling Tian had also heard about Mount Wagwo sect. It seems like you've heard about Mount Wagwo sect as well. Indeed, the founders of Gao village sect and Mount Wagwo sect were brothers. They were not biological brothers, but they were brothers because they had the same master. Since Zhang Yi found out Duan Ling Tian used to possess one of the top celestial supreme treasures, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, and that Duan Ling Tian used to communicate with the 3-legged golden crow, Elder Huo, he was no longer surprised by Duan Ling Tian's knowledge of planet Yanhuang that was located in Yanhuang realm. Yes, I heard it from Elder Huo. Duan Ling Tian nodded, pushing everything to Elder Huo. According to Elder Huo, Mount Wagwo sect used to have an extraordinary cultivator called the Great Sage Sun Wukong. If I'm not mistaken, the founder of Mount Wagwo sect is Sun Wukong. Right, that's right. Zhang Yi nodded before he said, whether it's Mount Wagwo sect or Gao village sect, both of them originated from planet Yanhuang. The two sects had prospered in planet Yanhuang before the heaven and earth spirit energy was depleted. After that, the people and monkeys from Gao village sect and Mount Wagwo sect left planet Yanhuang in search of a new place to live in along with countless other cultivators. Similar to Gao village sect and Mount Wagwo sect, our Celestial Masters sect is also founded in planet Yanhuang and has a long history. Many forces that were established in other places in Yanhuang realm can't compare to us. Since Gao village sect and Mount Wagwo sect have an eminent celestial below the age of 100 whose strength is comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial, does the Celestial Masters sect have someone like that as well? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. We do. Zhang Yi nodded. A grim expression appeared on his face as he said, his strength is not something ordinary eminent celestials can compare to. However, his strength is still considerably weaker compared to the two from Gao village sect and Mount Wagwo sect. Zhang Yi's emotion had changed, albeit subtly, when he spoke about this. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, noticed the subtle change. He could not help but ask, It seems like you don't really like that person from the Celestial Master sect. Yes, Zhang Yi did not bother to conceal this fact. He said irritably, in the beginning, there was no enmity between us. However, there was one time when we were queuing up to accept tasks, his younger brother had jumped the queue. Just because I pointed it out and took issue with it, he felt as though I'd wronged his brother. Since then, he had begun to oppose me. It's fine if I don't meet him, but if I'm unlucky and I meet him, he'll beat me up quite badly. Although Zhang Yi had spoken somewhat indifferently, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Sha could still hear the anger and humiliation in his tone. Duan Ling Tian even noticed Zhang Yi was clenching his fist so hard that his fingernails had pierced his flesh, causing blood to drip from his tightly clenched hands. Duan Ling Tian asked, what's his name? Zhang Yi replied through clenched teeth, Zhang Tingjun. Zhang Tingjun. I'll remember this name. Duan Ling Tian nodded and said, if we encounter him, I'll make sure to avenge you. It was only natural that he wanted to avenge Zhang Yi since he regarded Zhang Yi as a friend. Thank you, but there's no need for that. Zhang Yi rejected Duan Ling Tian's kindness. He explained in a decisive tone, I want to avenge myself. This was also one of the reasons why he was so eager to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Ling Tian nodded. When he saw how resolute Zhang Yi was, he no longer harped on the topic. He turned to Lu Sha and asked, Lu Sha, I remember you said the big mundane realm you're from is called Vast Cloud Realm. Are there any eminent celestials below the age of 100 whose strength is comparable to a bodiless celestial in vast cloud realm? Yanhuang realm where Zhang Yi came from had more than one eminent celestials with strength comparable to bodiless celestials. There were still 3 other mundane realms, excluding the Saint Province realm where Duan Ling Tian was from. The 3 mundane realms were Vast Cloud Realm, Skyline Realm, and Moro Realm. Duan Ling Tian had already met people from the Yanhuang Realm, Vast Cloud Realm, and Skyline Realm. He thought to himself, I wonder if any of those people I killed to obtain the celestial sword was from the Moro Realm. He was attacked by 2 groups of people when he tried to take the celestial sword. He managed to kill all of them, but he had no idea where they came from. The only thing he was certain of was that they were not from the Saint Province realm. After all, in the Saint Province realm, apart from him and the members of the 7 Absolute sect, no one had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Perhaps, after a year or so, someone from the Saint Province realm might enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Even then, he knew the identity of that person. It was Gan Ruyan, his sister-in-law. Lu Sha instantly responded to Duan Ling Tian's question, yes. She began to tell him about the eminent celestials in Vast Cloud Realm who were less than 100 years of age and had strength comparable to a bodiless celestial. According to her, the weakest among them had strength comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial while the strongest had strength comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, there aren't any eminent celestials in both of your mundane realms who have strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian asked Zhang Yi and Lu Sha after Lu Sha finished speaking. Well, we can't be certain about that. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, the one from Mount Wagwo sect whom I told you about earlier. When I said his strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, that was 10 years ago. I don't know if he has gotten any stronger after 10 years. In Yanhuang realm, he's the eminent celestial who most likely possesses strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in surprise, comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Such strength was comparable to his strength before he had obtained the celestial sword. After he recovered from his shock, he asked, then, do you think there are eminent celestials whose strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in the other huge realms? That's highly unlikely. Zhang Yi shook his head immediately. He said confidently, it's already absurd for an eminent celestial to possess strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. How can there be eminent celestials who possess strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Zhang Yi continued to say, an eminent celestial who possesses a celestial supreme treasure would have strength comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. If he managed to master an assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm, he might be able to possess strength comparable to a 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. If he's lucky enough to also master an offensive divine ability, his strength would be comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Defensive and movement divine abilities won't raise one's strength at all. In other words, if an eminent celestial doesn't obtain the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, his strength would be comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's the limit. Duan Ling Tian was thoroughly convinced by Zhang Yi's words. After all, just like Zhang Yi said, his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, could raise his strength by 2 levels. After all, the elementary devouring tactic was considered superior even in the Devata realms. Other assist-type divine ability would only be able to raise his strength by 1 level. Zhang Yi's voice continued to ring in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Well, it's almost impossible for an eminent celestial to possess strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Chapter 2413. The next clue. Extraordinary celestial supreme treasures are extremely rare and valuable. Let alone the major forces in Yanhuang realm, it's almost unheard of even in the Devata realms. Zhang Yi said as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian, since he knew Duan Ling Tian used to possess the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He sighed as he said, it's really unfortunate that you lost the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Otherwise, you'll definitely be even stronger than you are now. Although the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is not an offensive celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword is a top celestial weapon. With it, your strength would rise another level. He sounded very confident when he spoke about this. Duan Ling Tian only smiled bitterly in response. He had long known about these things that Zhang Yi said. Zhang Yi said in an attempt to reassure Duan Ling Tian, anyway, don't worry. It's unlikely that there's an eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in the beyond heaven secret zone. Moreover, even the major forces in Yanhuang realm have 1 or 2 common celestial supreme treasures at the most. I haven't heard of any forces that have a rare celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He sighed in relief inwardly after he heard Zhang Yi's words. Since the strongest eminent celestials were comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestials and it was unlikely that there were eminent celestials comparable to 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, he no longer had to worry about the competition. With his strength, he was far stronger than all of them. He felt extremely confident at this moment. After all, if he unleashed all his strength and techniques, and used the celestial sword, his strength was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Currently, he was 2 levels stronger than Feng Qingyang before Feng Qingyang had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After a while, a frown appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he thought to himself, I remember one of senior Feng Qingyang's competitors was an eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Senior Feng Qingyang's strength was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial at that time. How did he manage to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial then? According to Zhang Yi, all of the eminent celestials, including the eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, were killed. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was the last one standing and managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi, Duan Ling Tian turned to Zhang Yi and asked, at that time, senior Feng Qingyang only had strength comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. How did he manage to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial when there was an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial around? I'm not sure as well. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, however, I have my own theory. It's similar to all the theories in our Yanhuang realm. Please tell me, Duan Ling Tian said eagerly. Many people, like me, assume that the sword cultivator, Feng Qingyang, from your Saint Province realm, obtained a celestial supreme treasure while he was fighting with the other eminent celestials. We suspect that the celestial supreme treasure was a celestial sword. Since he's a sword cultivator, a celestial sword was definitely beneficial to him. At that time, his strength was comparable to 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, however, with the addition of a celestial sword, his strength would be comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. This way, it makes sense how he managed to obtain the inheritance left by a great overarching golden celestial, Zhang Yi explained patiently. When Duan Ling Tian heard Zhang Yi's words, his eyes brightened like the stars in the night sky. You're right, why didn't I think of this? Duan Ling Tian had forgotten about this because Feng Qingyang's strength came from his complete mastery of the Sovereign Heart Sword. He did not rely on any divine abilities from the Devata realms at all to gain his strength that was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. He had assumed that even if Feng Qingyang had obtained any extraordinary techniques or divine abilities in the secret zone, he would not have the time to completely master it. He had forgotten that if Feng Qingyang had obtained a celestial supreme treasure, he could use it immediately to raise his strength. Duan Ling Tian was still lost in his thoughts when he felt the feng shui compass vibrating in his hand. The needle was spinning around as though it had gone crazy. Have we arrived? He looked around and discovered he was hovering above a vast lake. The surface of the lake was so calm that it looked like a mirror. Is it possible that the second treasure vault is in the lake? When Duan Ling Tian was surveying the lake beneath his feet, the feng shui compass began to vibrate violently again. He could clearly sense a force brewing in the feng shui compass. Although the force was not particularly strong, if it went out of control, it was more than capable of destroying the feng shui compass. Duan Ling Tian quickly prepared to suppress the force that was running amok in the feng shui compass. However, to his surprise, the material that the feng shui compass was made from blocked his energy from entering the compass. He thought to himself, it seems like the feng shui compass no longer serves a purpose. As soon as that thought rose in Duan Ling Tian's mind, he did not hesitate as he threw the feng shui compass, and it flew hundreds of meters away. Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Yi and Lu Sha were, naturally, stunned by Duan Ling Tian's sudden action of throwing the feng shui compass away. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply to them, the sound of an explosion rang in the air. Zhang Yi and Lu Sha saw the feng shui compass that had been thrown out by Duan Ling Tian had exploded into nothingness. It has served its purpose. We'll have to rely on ourselves next. Duan Ling Tian explained when he saw Zhang Yi and Lu Sha looking to him for an explanation. After speaking, he turned to study the lake beneath his feet. Zhang Yi looked at the lake as well as he muttered, so there's either an inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial or clues leading to it in this lake. Lu Sha grumbled, similar to the valley, my divine consciousness is restricted here as well. Duan Ling Tian had also discovered that his divine consciousness was being suppressed by a force from the lake. Due to this reason, he was convinced their destination was the lake. He beckoned to Zhang Yi and Lu Sha before he said, let's go. Splash, 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 the sound of water splashing rang in the air as they entered the lake. It did not take long before the surface regained its calmness. Once they entered the lake, it did not take long before they encountered a formation. Challenges presented themselves to the three people one after another. However, it was easy for Duan Ling Tian to deal with these challenges. With the valley serving as a lesson, he became more prudent in protecting Zhang Yi and Lu Sha. They passed the challenges smoothly and obtained the next clue. Lu Sha had a gloomy expression on her face as she said, this is not where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial is located. This is only our second stop, and you're expecting to find the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Aren't you being too greedy? Zhang Yi shook his head. Let's go to our next destination. Duan Ling Tian said excitedly as he looked at the new feng shui compass in his hand. They did not waste any time and began to travel to their next destination. After a while, Lu Sha, who was extremely sharp-sighted, suddenly cried out, there's someone up ahead. As soon as Lu Sha had spoken, Duan Ling Tian also discovered the people up ahead. There's two of them, Zhang Yi said. He saw two figures flying in the distance. Based on their speed, he could tell they were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After a while, 3 of them saw another 4 people trailing after the first 2 people. Why is everyone heading in that direction? 3 of them were puzzled. That's... Duan Ling Tian suddenly narrowed his eyes. He had just seen another figure flying in that direction. However, his speed was so fast that Zhang Yi and Lu Sha did not notice him at all. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, it was not difficult for him to determine the other person's cultivation base. 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. After a while, Duan Ling Tian said to his companions, let's check it out. He made a decision to have a look at the place where everyone seemed to be going, even though it was not the direction where the needle of the feng shui compass was leading them to. After all, the last time he encountered such a situation, he managed to obtain the celestial sword. Chapter 24:14 Pei Kun Shan, the 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Let's go over and have a look. Zhang Yi and Lu Sha's eyes brightened when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. They were certain there must be something there since there were so many people heading there. Moreover, those people were traveling in a hurry. This further convinced them that there must be something special in that place. However, they were unaware that a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial had also gone that way, since they were too weak to discover his presence. As they made their way there, they discovered many black dots coming from all directions. These black dots were people who were all heading to the same destination as them. There are so many people, Lu Sha exclaimed when she saw this. There must be some sort of treasure there, Zhang Yi said solemnly with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Let go, Duan Ling Tian urged Zhang Yi and Lu Sha. He was excited as well when he saw this scene that was similar to when he obtained the celestial sword. He thought to himself, could there be another celestial supreme treasure? Duan Ling Tian had been in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for quite a while now. Additionally, after speaking to Zhang Yi, his knowledge about the Beyond Heaven secret zone had increased as well. Apart from the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial and the clues leading to it, he knew the secret zone contained other treasures as well. These treasures were usually not hidden, but they were protected by many formations. Anyone who wished to obtain the treasures would have to break the formations, just like Duan Ling Tian did when he obtained the celestial sword. At that time, the celestial sword was hiding in plain sight with many formations protecting it. When Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Yi, and Lu Sha arrived at the place, they stood among the crowd. Just as I thought, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed when he saw a small silver bell with a red string hovering above the peak of the tallest mountain. The small bell emitted a silver light and the aura of a rare treasure. Everyone could feel the aura from the small bell. It was obvious the aura was not restricted by the formations at all. They looked at each other warily before they turned to look at the small silver bell with greed in their eyes. All of them looked as though they could not wait to rush up to the bell to take possession of it. It's a celestial supreme treasure. Sure enough, it's a celestial supreme treasure. This celestial supreme treasure is mine. A shirtless middle-aged man said domineeringly, I'm Qui-Gon, the supreme elder of the famous king's sect from vast cloud realm. He directly revealed his cultivation base to intimidate everyone present on the scene. A four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian felt like laughing when he heard the shirtless middle-aged man's words. Even a four-tribulation bodiless celestial dared to boast so openly in here. After all, with so many people around, there must be many four-tribulation bodiless celestials around. In fact, there might even be 5 tribulation bodiless celestials present at this moment. Sure enough, at this moment, a gray-clad old man stepped forward and scoffed. How dare a mere 4 tribulation bodiless celestial speak such big words and claim ownership of the celestial supreme treasure? Do you believe I'll kill you as soon as you make a move? As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, a vast and terrifying force surged out of his body unreservedly. 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Qui-Gon, the supreme elder of the famous king's sect from vast cloud realm, widened his eyes in fear when he realized there was someone stronger than him present on the scene. His heart sank immediately. He knew his chances of obtaining the celestial supreme treasure were very low now. When he felt the pressure from the gray-clad old man who was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was not stubborn and instantly admitted defeat. He had an embarrassed expression on his face as he said humbly, Senior, I was just joking earlier. The gray-clad old man only scoffed in response to Qui-Gon before he looked away. 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. With a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial around, there's no chance of me obtaining this celestial supreme treasure. I guess we can only watch the show. With a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial around, who else would be able to snatch this celestial supreme treasure away? How unfortunate. I rushed here without resting. If I knew there would be a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here, I wouldn't have come at all. It's really unbearable having to watch the celestial supreme treasure falling into another person's hands. A hint of regret could be heard in everyone's voices as they discussed among themselves. I think this old man is the supreme guardian of Heavenly Note's sect from Moro realm. His name is Pei Kun Shan. It did not take long before someone from the crowd identified the gray-clad old man. After all, there were quite a few people from Moro realm among the people present on the scene. Pei Kun Shan, he's the supreme guardian of Heavenly Note's sect who passed his 5th bodiless celestial tribulation 300 years ago. Yeah, that's him, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As it turns out, this 5 tribulation bodiless celestial is from Moro realm. I was just thinking that I've met people from the 3 other realms except for Moro realm. Now, not only did I meet someone from Moro realm, but I even met a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from Moro realm. Lu Sha, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, said with a sigh, how unlucky. I can't believe there's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here. I guess the celestial supreme treasure is destined to be his. Although Zhang Yi remained silent, the disappointment in his eyes was obvious. Similar to Lu Sha, he did not think they stood a chance in obtaining the celestial supreme treasure. After all, both he and Lu Sha thought Duan Ling Tian's strength was only comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. They did not think he would be able to defeat Pei Kun Shan. Meanwhile, the people present, including a few 4 tribulation bodiless celestials, shook their heads as they discussed among themselves. A hint of unwillingness could be seen on their faces as they spoke. However, there was nothing they could do. They would only be seeking death if they tried to snatch the celestial supreme treasure away from a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. We don't stand a chance. The celestial supreme treasure is destined to be his. Duan Ling Tian and Pei Kun Shan, the supreme guardian of Heavenly Note's sect from Moro realm, were just about to make their moves to break the formations when a voice rang in the air. Grandfather. This voice caused Pei Kun Shan to halt his movements immediately. Duan Ling Tian, who noticed Pei Kun Shan's reaction, turned to look at the source of the sound. He saw 2 figures approaching from a distance. One was standing in front and one was standing at the back. It was obvious that the person who had cried out was the person at the back. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile when he saw the figure in front. It was as though he had seen his long-lost sibling. Pei Kun Shan laughed heartily when he saw the figure at the back. It belonged to a young man who was dressed in an embroidered robe. Chunger, how come you're here? Grandfather, I heard there's a celestial supreme treasure here, so I came here to have a look. I didn't expect to see you here. I guess this celestial supreme treasure is destined to be yours," the young man said in a flattering manner. All of a sudden, the young man dressed in an embroidered robe moved as though he had noticed something. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of a girl, blocking her path when he noticed her intention to leave. The girl was the figure in the lead earlier. It seemed like this young man was chasing after her. He said, "Beautiful, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Chapter 24:15 Kill you along with him. The woman whom Pei Lian Chen, the grandson of Pei Kun Shan, the supreme guardian of Heavenly Note sect, stopped, said coldly, "Pei Lian Chen, I have no relations with you. Who are you to stop me from leaving?" Pei Lian Chen smirked as he said smugly, "I can't do anything to you earlier since our strength is about the same. However, my grandfather is here now. There's no way you can escape. You'll be as helpless as a lamb on a chopping board once my grandfather seals your saint origin. At that time, I can do whatever I want to you." As he spoke, his eyes roamed lecherously all over the woman's body. From the moment he had laid eyes on this woman, he had taken a liking to her. His mind was filled with lewd thoughts and he could not wait to ravage her. Unfortunately, she was not any weaker than him, so there was nothing he could do to her. Just like that, they were stuck in a stalemate. For this reason, Pei Lian Chen was pleasantly surprised when he discovered his grandfather was here. His grandfather was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Based on the situation, it seemed like his grandfather was the strongest person here. When he saw this, his covetous thoughts toward the woman instantly surfaced in his mind again. With his grandfather here, there was no way the woman would be able to escape. As soon as the woman heard Pei Lian Chen's words, she turned to look at Pei Kun Shan warily. She thought about it for a moment before she finally said, "Senior, there's no enmity between us. Can you?" Before the woman could finish speaking, Pei Kun Shan interrupted her with a scoff. "There's no enmity between us, but since my grandson has taken a liking to you, you should just obey his wish. It's an honor that you're able to catch his attention." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step toward the woman. In just a blink of an eye, a terrifying energy surged out of Pei Kun Shan's body and shot toward the woman like a bolt of lightning. It was obvious that Pei Kun Shan intended to seal her saint origin. "No," the woman cried out. A hint of despair could be seen in her eyes. After a while, a hint of determination filled her eyes. She clenched her jaw. It seemed like she had decided to commit suicide before Pei Kun Shan could seal her saint origin. She would rather die than let Pei Lian Chen have his way with her. At the moment the woman was about to implode the saint origin in her body to commit suicide, a familiar voice tinged with a sense of urgency cried out, "Shui Nai, stop." Han Shui Nai instantly halted her movement. She did not need to look to know that the person who had spoken was none other than Duan Ling Tian, the man whom she regarded as her brother. Brother Ling Tian. However, before Duan Ling Tian could reply to her, Pei Kun Shan's energy landed on Han Shui Nai's body, sealing most of her saint origin. Only a small portion was left so she could maintain her flight in the air. Pei Lian Chen's eyes brightened when he saw this. As he prepared to capture Han Shui Nai, a purple-clad figure appeared next to Han Shui Nai like a ghost. As soon as he appeared, he sent his energy into her body and unsealed her saint origin. Meanwhile, the people in the surrounding had broken up into an uproar. All of them had discovered an anomaly in the surroundings. The heaven and earth spirit energy is gone. No, wait, the heaven and spirit energy is slowly coming back, but they're extremely sparse. Meanwhile, Pei Kun Shan was staring at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Han Shui Nai. He discovered that Duan Ling Tian had already unsealed her saint origin. Apart from that, he also noticed Duan Ling Tian was looking at him with killing intent. He felt like a prey that was being hunted by a venomous snake. He knew the disappearance of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was due to Duan Ling Tian since he saw the energy rushing into Duan Ling Tian's body. How could Duan Ling Tian not feel murderous when he saw Pei Lian Chen and Pei Kun Shan targeting Han Shui Nai? Apart from being the successor of the Red Dust progeny from the 7 Absolute sect, she was someone he regarded as his sister. An eminent celestial with an assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm. It was not difficult for Pei Kun Shan to determine Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base and the origin of his assist-type divine ability. He, naturally, thought the assist-type divine ability was from a Devata realm since it was capable of absorbing all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. With his divine consciousness, He could sense how quickly the purple-clad young man had absorbed the energy in the surroundings. No divine ability from the mundane realms was capable of such a feat. Han Shui-nai, who had regained her saint origin, moved closer to Duan Ling Tian and asked excitedly, "Brother Ling Tian, what are you doing here?" She looked exactly like a child at this moment. Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention away from Pei Kun Shan and looked at Han Shui-nai. The look in his eyes changed in an instant. It turned incomparably gentle. After all, he treated her like his biological sister. He said, "I saw many people making their way here, so I came to have a look." "Who knew I would meet you here?" Pei Lian Chen's expression darkened. He stared at Duan Ling Tian and asked coldly, "Who are you?" How could he not feel furious when the woman he had coveted for so long was looking at another man with such excitement? Duan Ling Tian ignored Pei Lian Chen as he asked with a smile on his face, "Shui-nai, how do you want Brother Ling Tian to punish him?" Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, Han Shui-nai's eyes flashed with killing intent as she turned to look at Pei Lian Chen. She gritted her teeth and said, "Brother Ling Tian, I never want to see him ever again." "Okay." Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. However, upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the rage in his eyes. A gust of wind appeared as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. Pei Kun Shan had immediately moved to stand in front of Pei Lian Chen, shielding him. Pei Lian Chen, who was terrified, sighed in relief when he saw his grandfather standing in front of him. After all, based on Duan Ling Tian's speed when he moved to Han Shui-nai earlier, he could tell that Duan Ling Tian was not weak. He knew he was no match for Duan Ling Tian, therefore, he thought he was going to meet his end earlier. Pei Kun Shan, who was shielding Pei Lian Chen, asked coldly, "You're an eminent celestial who has mastered a divine ability from a Devata realm. Which realm are you from and what force do you belong to?" Pei Kun Shan had asked this question because he thought Duan Ling Tian must have an extraordinary background since he was able to master a divine ability from a Devata realm. Therefore, if it was not necessary, he did not want to start a conflict with Duan Ling Tian. He might be a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he was like an ant compared to the powerhouses in the top forces. Those powerhouses from the top forces were easily 6 or 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. In fact, they might even have 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. As soon as the people in the surroundings heard Pei Kun Shan's words, all their attention shifted to Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, they knew eminent celestials who had mastered divine abilities from Devata realms were much stronger than ordinary eminent celestials. In fact, they were comparable to 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. There were only a handful of individuals like these in their respective realm. Moreover, most of these individuals were from the top forces in their realms. Their backgrounds were not something ordinary people could compare to. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Lu Sha were looking at Duan Ling Tian worriedly. They knew he was from a small mundane realm and did not have any backing. Moreover, both of them thought his strength was only comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. He was no match for Pei Kun Shan at all. Zhang Yi quickly sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, just say that you're from Mount Wagwo sect in Yanhuang realm. The old man won't dare to look for trouble with you if you say this." Duan Ling Tian did not heed Zhang Yi's advice. Instead, he said coldly, "Not only did you fail to educate your grandson, but you're also a terrible example for your grandson. Since you insist on protecting him, I'll just kill you along with him." "Kill you along with him." The entire place fell silent as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. Even Pei Kun Shan and Pei Lian Chen were stunned by his declaration. Chapter 24, 16 Second Celestial Supreme Treasure. Crazy. He's crazy. He's insane. Even if he's an eminent celestial who has mastered a divine ability from the Devata realms, his opponent is a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the mundane realm where I came from, the most powerful eminent celestial only has strength comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. They're as rare as a hen's teeth. Who does he think he is? Maybe he's one of those extraordinarily strong eminent celestials. Impossible. Do you know how rare those eminent celestials are? Moreover, even if he's one of those strong eminent celestials, he still wouldn't be a match for this 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. You're right, look at him, he's obviously a greenhorn who doesn't know what's good for him. When the crowd regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. Most of them thought Duan Ling Tian was a fool. "You said you'll kill me." Pei Kun Shan looked at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully when he regained his senses. Boy, I'll give you one more chance to tell me where you're from. Otherwise, I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. His eyes flashed coldly as he spoke. Pei Lian Chen glared at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent as he said to Pei Kun Shan, "Grandpa, why are you wasting words with him? Just kill him." Pei Kun Shan frowned when he heard Pei Lian Chen's words. He was reluctant to kill Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, it was not because he was benevolent. He was only afraid of the possibility that Duan Ling Tian might have a formidable background. After all, an eminent celestial who had mastered a divine ability from a Devata realm had to come from a top-ranking force. Such a person definitely had a high status. If he killed someone like that, the members of his sect might come looking for him. Even if they were from another mundane realm, who knew if they would enter Moro realm through the point of entrance and exit in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? You're going to teach me a lesson on behalf of my elders. Duan Ling Tian sneered when he heard Pei Kun Shan's words. He said indifferently, "How unfortunate you won't have a chance to do so." Everyone, including Pei Kun Shan and Pei Lian Chen, was stunned speechless by Duan Ling Tian's words. They could not figure out where he got his confidence from. At this moment, a sword appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hands. It was the celestial sword that was as translucent as a pool of water. Sword-wielding art, his energy that was enhanced by the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, surged into the celestial sword immediately. The celestial sword instantly lit up and emitted a destructive aura. Since the space in the Beyond Heaven secret zone was much more stable compared to the mundane realms, the force from Duan Ling Tian did not tear holes in the void. How's this possible? Apart from Han Shui Nai, who was standing the closest to Duan Ling Tian, Pei Kun Shan was the first to sense the destructive aura from Duan Ling Tian's celestial sword. As soon as he sensed the energy, he felt his heart sink. His instincts told him that the person in front of him was dangerous. After a while, his expression changed drastically. Alarm began to blare in his mind when he verified that Duan Ling Tian was holding a celestial supreme treasure. No, is that a celestial supreme treasure? At this moment, the short-lived sound of a sword cry rang in the air. Pei Kun Shan's eyes widened in fear and shock. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial sword was only a mere foot away from him. No, Pei Kun Shan hurriedly mobilized his celestial origin energy. Although the speed was not slow, he did not think he would be able to completely mobilize his energy in time. Based on the speed of the sword, it was comparable to the speed of a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial or someone stronger. He's an eminent celestial whose strength is equivalent to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. This was Pei Kun Shan's last thought as a soft noise sounded in the air. Something had pierced his glabella, effectively destroying his soul. Before he died, he finally understood why the purple-clad young man was so bold as to say he would kill him. As it turned out, the purple-clad young man was not boasting. After killing Pei Kun Shan, Duan Ling Tian did not even waste any time before. He turned around and used his sword to pierce Pei Lian Chen's glabella as well. He had killed both of them with just one strike. After killing Pei Kun Shan and Pei Lian Chen, the celestial sword drew an arc in the air as it flew back to Duan Ling Tian's hand. At this moment, time seemed to have stood still for everyone present. The 4 tribulation bodiless celestials, in particular, were thunderstruck since they managed to catch a brief glimpse of Duan Ling Tian's attack. It took them a while before they regained their senses. Even the strongest 5 tribulation bodiless celestial wouldn't be able to cast such an attack, right? Since Pei Kun Shan, who was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, couldn't even react in time and dodge the attack, doesn't it mean this person is as strong as a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? Who is he? He has such heaven-defying strength despite only being an eminent celestial. The 4 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene felt their hearts thumping wildly in their chests when they discussed this among themselves. Meanwhile, the rest of the people present on the scene finally regained their senses one after another. All of them were baffled. They saw Pei Kun Shan's body fading away while Pei Lian Chen's body fell to the ground. As a bodiless celestial, Pei Kun Shan had no physical body, therefore, when he died, he only faded away. Pei Kun Shan is dead. He's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, how can he die so easily? Pei Lian Chen is dead as well. Shock and disbelief could be seen on the crowd's faces. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Lu Sha, who had been worried about Duan Ling Tian, were in a similar state as well. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial so effortlessly. His opponent did not even have the time to retaliate. Zhang Yi felt chills running up his spine as he thought to himself, killing a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial so easily as though he's killing a chicken. Does this mean his strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? At this moment, he finally realized he had truly underestimated Duan Ling Tian. Contrary to his assumption, Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. The only person who did not seem surprised was Han Shuinai. After all, she had known Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial before they even entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. As the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, Han Shuinai was very knowledgeable even though her cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Brother Ling Tian, your sword. She could tell Duan Ling Tian's sword was extraordinary. Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile on his face, I obtained this celestial sword in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Although Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, everyone present heard his words clearly. Celestial sword. A celestial supreme treasure. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial said in horror. That's why his attack is so terrifying. As it turns out, he was using a celestial supreme treasure. The remaining 4 tribulation bodiless celestials turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in unison. An envious expression could be seen on their faces. At this moment, many people's eyes were darting back and forth between Duan Ling Tian and the small silver bell that was protected by formations. It seems like today he'll gain another celestial supreme treasure. Just as expected, Duan Ling Tian vanished from his spot in just a blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was next to the small silver bell. He had gone through the formations as though the formations were only there for show. Chapter 2417. The crowd is greatly overwhelmed. Ding, ding, ding. Duan Ling Tian held the small silver bell in his hand and shook it as he studied it. It should be a type of sound celestial supreme treasure. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, he sent some of his energy into the bell before shaking it again. The sound of the bell was loud and clear. This time, when the bell rang, a terrifying sonic wave rippled out from the bell in Duan Ling Tian's hand. In just an instant, many people began to cry out in pain. Those with a lower cultivation base even injured their internal organs and threw up blood. Ah, ouch! Lu Shahu was caught unprepared, threw up blood as well, causing her face to turn as pale as a sheet of paper. Even Zhang Yi's face turned pale when the sonic wave hit him. Only eminent celestials and those who were stronger than 2 tribulation bodiless celestials were not affected. There was only one eminent celestial present on the scene. However, there were many 2nd tribulation bodiless celestials whose strength was similar to an eminent celestial present. The effect the bell had on the people present was, in fact, quite weak. After all, Duan Ling Tian only sent a small amount of his energy into the celestial supreme treasure since he only intended to test the bell out. Duan Ling Tian continued to look at the bell in surprise as he thought to himself, the energy I sent into the bell earlier was at most comparable to the strength of a cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, the sonic wave managed to injure those at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, it even affected the cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to a certain degree. The 3 and 4 tribulation bodiless celestials who were present could, naturally, tell how much energy Duan Ling Tian had sent into the small silver bell. When they saw the people who were affected, they could tell how powerful the celestial supreme treasure was. Their eyes brightened with greed as they looked at the bell. However, there was no doubt they did not dare to make a move even though they coveted the bell. After all, they knew they were no match for Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Pei Kunshan served as a lesson to them so they did not dare to act recklessly no matter how greedy they were. Those 4 tribulation bodiless celestials who caught a brief glimpse of Duan Ling Tian's attack were even more fearful. Duan Ling Tian had looked like the Grim Reaper when he killed Pei Kunshan and Pei Lian Chen. It was better not to act recklessly. Their lives were more important than a celestial supreme treasure after all. What a strong celestial supreme treasure. Since he's able to kill Pei Kunshan, who was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, this means his strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial at least. We're only seeking death if we try to snatch that celestial supreme treasure away from him. I guess I really have no fate with this celestial supreme treasure. I'm really jealous that he possesses 2 celestial supreme treasures. If only I cultivated the soul congregation embodiment. When the ringing from the bell stopped and the sonic wave faded away, those people with a lower cultivation base finally heaved a sigh of relief. They shifted their eyes back to Duan Ling Tian. A hint of envy and fear could be seen in their eyes at this moment. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he stared at the bell. This bell seems quite powerful. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from his spot and reappeared next to Han Shuinai. He looked at her and said, "Shuinai, if I'm not mistaken, the red dust progeny seems to include sonic attacks, right? This bell is too cumbersome. Moreover, I have no use for it, so you can have it." Han Shuinai was dumbfounded when she saw Duan Ling Tian passing the celestial supreme treasure to her. She did not expect he would give her such a precious treasure. The bell was a celestial supreme treasure that was superior to all weapons in the mundane realm. Even if he did not have any use for it, he could have given it to one of her two sisters-in-law or Feng Tianwu. As much as she knew that he cared for her, she knew very well that she was nothing compared to her two sisters-in-law and Feng Tianwu. Naturally, this was only Han Shuinai's opinion. She was also very important to Duan Ling Tian since he regarded her as his sister. "It's too cumbersome. I have no use for this bell, so you can have it." Duan Ling Tian's words echoed in the crowd's mind. All of them seemed as though they were struck by a bolt of lightning when they heard his words. Some of them were so angry that they threw up blood. What was cumbersome? It was a celestial supreme treasure. How could it be cumbersome? What did he mean by he had no use for it? Zhang Yi smiled bitterly. He had the same opinion as the people around him. He said as he shook his head, "Duan Ling Tian's words really make the rest of us feel speechless." As for Lu Sha, who was standing next to Zhang Yi, she had a jealous expression on her face when she looked at Han Shuinai. How she wished she was Han Shuinai. She could not imagine how she would feel if someone gave her a celestial supreme treasure. Han Shuinai did not take the bell from Duan Ling Tian. She said, "Brother Ling Tian, I think you should keep this celestial supreme treasure for Sister Ka or Sister Tianwu. Even if they can't use it, you can keep it for Sister Fair." Naturally, she also wanted to bell, but she knew she should not accept it. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said in a dissatisfied tone, "Shuinai, it seems like you've become more disobedient in these few years that I didn't see you. Well, if you don't like the bell, then I'll just throw it away and let others have it." Duan Ling Tian's words caused many people's hearts to ache. Heavens, how could he speak so casually about throwing a celestial supreme treasure away? At this moment, many people were staring at Han Shuinai with a burning gaze. All of them had the same thought in their minds. "Please say you don't like it. Please, miss, you must stick to your words. Don't accept it." Naturally, all of them wished Han Shuinai would reject the celestial supreme treasure so Duan Ling Tian would throw it away. At that time, they would have a chance of obtaining the small silver bell. Although they knew the chances were slim, they still could not help but hope for it. The four tribulation bodiless celestials, in particular, fervently prayed that Han Shuinai would not accept the bell. After all, if Duan Ling Tian really threw it away, among the people present, they had the highest chances of obtaining the bell. "Brother Ling Tian, you." Han Shuinai felt rather helpless when she heard Duan Ling Tian's childish words. She was rendered temporarily speechless, causing the atmosphere to turn awkward. "Just take it." Duan Ling Tian simply threw the bell to Han Shuinai before he flashed back to Zhang Yi and Lu Sha and left Han Shuinai standing alone. Everyone's eyes were trained on the bell as Duan Ling Tian threw it to Han Shuinai. It was as though they would immediately reach for it if Han Shuinai did not take it. Han Shuinai had no choice but to take it. She looked at Duan Ling Tian appreciatively and said, "Thank you, Brother Ling Tian. We've known each other for such a long time, there's no need to be polite. Moreover, I'm not used to you being so polite." Duan Ling Tian gazed at Han Shuinai and shook his head. Then, he said, "Since we managed to meet, let's stick together. Let me introduce you to these two people." Duan Ling Tian quickly introduced Han Shuinai to Zhang Yi and Lu Sha. From the beginning until the end, he had treated everyone present as though they were air. These people who were treated like air finally sighed in relief when Duan Ling Tian and his companions left. Then, they discussed among themselves. "Who's that man? His strength is actually comparable to a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial despite only being an eminent celestial. I wonder which mundane realm he came from. I don't know. However, I'm certain he's not from our vast cloud realm. Well, we don't have someone like him in Moro realm either." Chapter 24:18 Zhang Yi attacks. After Duan Ling Tian and his companions left, the crowd that was left behind, naturally, began to discuss him. After all, an eminent celestial who had strength comparable to a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial was rare even in a large mundane realm. How could they not feel curious? Those who were present were from the four large mundane realms, the Moro realm, Skyline realm, Yanhuang realm, and Vast Cloud realm. However, none of them had heard of such a person in their respective mundane realm. I'm from Yanhuang realm, and I haven't heard of such a person. If he's really from Yanhuang realm, then he can only be that person from Mount Wagwo sect, a man from Yanhuang realm remarked. Mount Wagwo sect from Yanhuang realm. Although I'm not from Yanhuang realm, I've heard of this sect. Rumor has it that this sect is the strongest sect in Yanhuang realm. A man from Skyline realm was shocked. He could not help but say, based on your words, there's an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial from Mount Wagwo sect in Yanhuang realm. Does this mean that man is from Mount Wagwo sect in Yanhuang realm? Many people shifted their attention to this man when they heard his words. No, the man from Yanhuang realm shook his head without any hesitation at all. Based on my knowledge, the eminent celestial from Mount Wagwo sect isn't a sword cultivator. For this reason, I'm certain that the purple-clad young man isn't from Yanhuang realm nor Mount Wagwo sect. Then, he looked around and questioned, don't you have any eminent celestials whose strength is comparable to a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial in your realm? Well, we have eminent celestials like him, a man from the Vast Cloud realm said before he shook his head. However, similar to you, I'm certain that the purple-clad young man didn't come from our Vast Cloud realm. We haven't heard about any eminent celestials whose strength is comparable to a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial in our Moro realm, the people from Moro realm said. We have one in Skyline realm. However, that man is a saber cultivator. The person from Skyline realm also shook his head. There are only two possibilities left. A voice suddenly rang in the air, suppressing all the other voices. 1. The purple-clad young man may be from one of our four large mundane realms, but he keeps a low profile so we weren't aware of his existence. 2. He's from the small mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. The former theory sounds more plausible compared to the latter. After all, the Saint Province is a small mundane realm. How could they have an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial? A man from Skyline realm said with a frown. The Saint Province realm was a small mundane realm after all. If it was not because one of the keys to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was placed in the Saint Province realm, they probably would not have known about the Saint Province realm at all. The people from large, mundane realms had a sense of superiority over those from small mundane realms. I agree. I think the strongest eminent celestial a mundane realm could have is those whose strength is comparable to a 3 of 4 tribulation bodiless celestials. Someone from Moro realm said. Indeed, many people from the Vast Cloud realm agreed. At this moment, a man from Yanhuang realm said, have all of you forgotten who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened? His words were akin to a bucket of cold water that was poured on those who had spoken earlier. Someone exclaimed, how could I have forgotten about that person? The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone was opened, a sword cultivator called Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. This person's words caused a huge commotion immediately. You're right, I've forgotten about that person as well. That sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm is said to possess the strength of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial despite being an eminent celestial even without relying on a celestial supreme treasure. At that time, an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial from our Skyline realm was there as well. However, he still lost to that man at the end of the day. Rumor has it that he managed to raise his strength to that of a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial because he obtained a sword-type celestial supreme treasure. For this reason, he managed to successfully obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Well, there are also rumors that said he managed to obtain the inheritance because the great overarching golden celestial who had left the inheritance behind was also a sword cultivator. At this moment, no one thought it was impossible for a small mundane realm to produce such a strong powerhouse. After all, Feng Qingyang proved that it was entirely possible. If I'm not mistaken, Feng Qingyang seemed to be the only eminent celestial who came from the Saint Province realm. You're right, I've seen the records about what happened the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. It's said that Feng Qingyang was the only eminent celestial who came from the Saint Province realm. Indeed, I've also seen similar records. It's said that among those who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the Saint Province realm, there was only one eminent celestial. The others were bodiless celestials. The ancestor of my sect was acquainted with some of the bodiless celestials from the Saint Province realm. For this reason, he found out that Feng Qingyang was the only eminent celestial below the age of 100 in the Saint Province realm at that time. The entire Saint Province realm had only one eminent celestial below the age of 100. The foundation of small mundane realms is indeed inferior to large mundane realms. We have 7 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in Skyline realm during that era. As the discussion continued, many people began to feel disdainful of the Saint Province realm again. Naturally, there were some people who were wiser. One of them could not help but say, although there was only one eminent celestial below the age of 100 in the Saint Province realm at that time, don't forget that his strength was comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial after he obtained a celestial supreme treasure. The reminder instantly silenced many who despised the Saint Province realm. However, there were some who were unconvinced. Even then, we can only say that he got lucky. Someone suddenly said, "Don't tell me all of you think the purple-clad young man is from the Saint Province realm." There were some people who thought this was possible. However, most people thought Duan Ling Tian was from one of the large mundane realms. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of the discussion that was going on behind his back. At this moment, he and his companions had arrived at the destination where the feng shui compass had led them to. This place was a treasure vault that contained either an inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial or the clues leading to it. A gust of wind blew violently, stirring up sand everywhere. Currently, Duan Ling Tian and his companions were hovering above a desert. Due to the sandstorm, the visibility was not that good. They did not have a clear view of the desert. Moreover, they could not use their divine consciousness to investigate their surroundings due to the formations in the area. Sword! Zhang Yi cried out. His saint origin began to surge as he lifted his hand. It did not take long before a sword that was intertwined with bolts of purple lightning appeared in his hand. Chapter 2419 The Hermit of Green Lotus, Li Bai. Based on the ancient legend on Earth, the disciples of Celestial Master sect, that was founded by Celestial Master Zhang Daoling, specialize in thunder attacks. It seems like it's true. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he saw the lightning that was intertwined with Zhang Yi's sword. He could see that Zhang Yi's saint origin contained lightning attributes that allowed him to summon lightning easily. Duan Ling Tian continued speculating inwardly, based on Zhang Yi's posture, it's likely that he's a Dao cultivator. Moreover, in the ancient legend from my past life, disciples from the Celestial Master sect are, generally, Taoist priests. Lightning! Zhang Yi cried out again. Thunder began to rumble in the sky immediately before a bolt of lightning struck down. The bolt of lightning was as thick as a huge tree trunk. Its force was extremely strong. Moreover, its speed and accuracy were incredibly high. It struck the place where Duan Ling Tian and his companions were hovering above like a dragon. Ah! Han Shui Nai and Lu Sha exclaimed in unison when they saw the lightning striking in their direction. Duan Ling Tian's comforting words rang in their ears in a timely manner. Don't worry, this bolt of lightning won't hurt us. Thunder continued to rumble in the sky as the bolt of lightning finally made its target clear. It was heading to Zhang Yi as though it was going to devour him. The bolt of lightning that was several times bigger than Zhang Yi carried with it a terrifying power as it prepared to strike down at Zhang Yi while Zhang Yi continued to wave his thunder sword above his head. The following scene surprised everyone. When the thick lightning bolt came in contact with the thunder sword, it was instantly and greedily absorbed by the sword like a hungry child. It began to emit a dazzling purple light after it completely absorbed the lightning bolt. The purple lightning bolts that surrounded the swords buzzed loudly at this moment. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he saw this method. He could clearly feel the strong resonance between Zhang Yi's sword and heaven and earth. Based on this, he could tell Zhang Yi was probably one of the stronger cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With Zhang Yi's comprehension of heaven and earth and his affinity with lightning, his celestial ascension tribulation should be just around the corner. Lightning strike! Zhang Yi cried out again. Han Shui Nai and Lu Sha's eyes were trained on Zhang Yi's thunder sword at this moment. Zhang Yi lifted the thunder sword before he slashed them down through the sandstorm. The sound of a sword cry rang in the air. Zhang Yi's sword cry was different from Duan Ling Tian's sword cry. Duan Ling Tian's sword cry sounded clear and pure whereas Zhang Yi's sword cry contained the low roar of thunder. When Zhang Yi slashed his sword down, there was a burst of light. 9 bolts of lightning shot out from the sword like 9 purple wyrm dragons. These 9 bolts of lightning converged into one gigantic bolt of lightning before it struck down at the desert ferociously. The light was so dazzlingly bright that even Duan Ling Tian had to squint his eyes. Duan Ling Tian and the 2 women were still squinting their eyes when an earth-shattering noise rang from under their feet. Accompanying the noise was a huge shockwave. However, the shockwave was quickly suppressed by Zhang Yi's thunder sword. After that earth-shattering noise died down, the sandstorm seemed to have disappeared. Duan Ling Tian and his companions could see a giant pit in the midst of the desert. They could see an extensive palace hidden in the giant pit. Is this an underground palace? As soon as Duan Ling Tian had spoken, the palace of the gates opened automatically as though it was welcoming them. Before they regained their senses, a voice that was filled with vigor rang from the palace. It stunned Han Shuinai, Zhang Yi, and Lu Sha and caused Duan Ling Tian to slightly frown. How could they maintain their composure at this moment? Young men, congratulations. You've arrived at the heaven-ranked treasure vault I left behind. My name is Li Bai, and I'm also known as the Hermit of Green Lotus. I'm a sword celestial. Han Shuinai, Zhang Yi, and Lu Sha's eyes brightened when they heard these words. They were pleasantly surprised. Heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a sword celestial. It seems like this is an extraordinary place. Han Shuinai thought to herself. Duan Ling Tian lost his composure for a moment. Li Bai, the Hermit of Green Lotus. Sword celestial. In his past life, there was a famous poet in history who was called Li Bai, the Hermit of Green Lotus. Apart from being a famous poet, he was also an excellent swordsman. Peerless swordsmen can kill a man in 10 steps. They fought for justice without asking for anything in return. This was a poem from Li Bai. Coincidentally, it was also Duan Ling Tian's favorite poem. Duan Ling Tian felt his heart skip a beat as he thought to himself, is this Li Bai the same Li Bai in history from my past life? In Duan Ling Tian's past life, Journey to the West was a fiction that was written based on mythology about Sun Wukong and Pig Monk. However, Li Bai was a real person in history from the Tang dynasty. Based on the time I've been in the Saint Province realm, it seems like Li Bai was from 1,000 years ago. The Beyond Heaven secret zone had existed for a long time. Senior Feng Qingyang came here hundreds of thousands of years ago and obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial who was also a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator. Duan Ling Tian was confused as he thought to himself. Zhang Yi exclaimed, Li Bai. The Hermit of Green Lotus. The sword celestial. Is he the famous Green Lotus sword saint from our Yanhuang realm 1,000 years ago? Zhang Yi's words caught Duan Ling Tian's attention immediately. However, he was still confused. The Beyond Heaven secret zone opened hundreds of thousands of years ago. Zhang Yi, did you say Yanhuang realm had a Green Lotus sword saint 1,000 years ago? Duan Ling Tian asked with bright eyes. Zhang Yi nodded before he said in a reverent tone, the Green Lotus sword saint shared the same hometown as our celestial master's sect, planet Yanhuang. He was a genius in that era. Although planet Yanhuang was lacking heaven and spirit energy, he cultivated until he was able to leave that place. It took him less than 100 years to pass the celestial ascension tribulation and ascend to a Devata realm. He's widely acknowledged as the most outstanding genius in 10,000 years on planet Yanhuang. Zhang Yi paused for a moment before he continued to say excitedly, if the person who left this underground palace behind is truly the Green Lotus Sword Saint, this means he has already become a great overarching golden celestial. Only a great overarching golden celestial is able to leave a treasure vault in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Zhang Yi continued muttering to himself, his name is Li Bai. He's also called the Hermit of Green Lotus. It's him. It has to be him. What a genius. He actually became a great overarching golden celestial within 1,000 years. Hold on. Duan Ling Tian could not help but interrupt Zhang Yi, who was getting more and more excited. Zhang Yi, the Beyond Heaven secret zone has existed for a long time. The last time it opened was hundreds of thousands of years ago. However, Li Bai, the Hermit of Green Lotus, is only an ordinary man 1,000 years ago. How could he have left a treasure vault in the secret zone hundreds of thousands of years ago then? Chapter 24-23 Types of Treasure Vaults. The ancient poet, Li Bai, was a figure from 1,000 years ago on Earth where Duan Ling Tian used to live. However, the Beyond Heaven secret zone had existed for a long time, possibly even millions of years ago. The Beyond Heaven secret zone last opened hundreds of thousands of years ago. It was impossible for the Li Bai on Earth to have left this treasure vault here based on the timeline. Zhang Yi, who was baffled by Duan Ling Tian's words, asked, Duan Ling Tian, don't you know that apart from people from the 5 mundane realms, great overarching golden celestials can enter the beyond heaven's secret zone as well? Moreover, they can enter whenever they please. Great overarching golden celestials from Devata realms can enter the beyond heaven's secret zone as well. There's such a thing. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, taken aback since he did not know about this matter. In fact, he did not even know about the beyond heaven's secret zone before he entered it. He had thought it was called the Sword Saint Secret Zone and that it was left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Han Shui-Nai was similarly shocked when she heard this, while Lu Sha remained unperturbed as though she had already known about all these things. The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone is actually a medium for great overarching golden celestials to find inheritors for their inheritances. The reason why this realm is so stable that even 9 tribulation bodiless celestials aren't able to even leave a hole in the void is due to the fact that this secret zone was created by a great overarching golden celestial, Zhang Yi explained. Although the stability of the realm is not comparable to Devata realms, it's still much superior to mundane realms. Duan Ling Tian had discovered earlier that the secret zone was, indeed, very stable when he had attacked earlier. He had unleashed an attack that was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial strength earlier to kill Pei Kun Shan, but the attack did not leave any cracks in the void at all. Not even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would have been able to leave a tiny crack on the void. After all, if they were capable of that, the keys to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone would have lost their value. Great overarching golden celestials and those who are stronger are usually very particular and have high requirements for their disciples. If they can't find disciples they're satisfied with in Devata realms, it's not unusual for them to turn to mundane realms. This is the reason the Beyond Heaven's secret zone exists. In fact, our 5 mundane realms aren't the only mundane realms connected to a Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Most mundane realms are connected to a Beyond Heaven's secret zone as well. Since there are so many mundane realms, it's not too difficult to guess that there are many Beyond Heaven's secret zones as well. Zhang Yi continued to patiently explain. This Beyond Heaven's secret zone wherein opens only once every 100,000 of years. Moreover, there's only one inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. This means only one person will be able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every 100,000 of years. Imagine the chaos if there were no Beyond Heaven's secret zones. It would be difficult for great overarching golden celestials to find inheritors in all the mundane realms. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by Zhang Yi's words. Every mundane realm was connected to a Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Previously, Elder Huo had told him there were 81 Devata realms, but there were countless of mundane realms. Even if a Beyond Heaven's secret zone was connected to a few mundane realms at the same time, the number of Beyond Heaven's secret zones must be very high. Duan Ling Tian had initially found it impractical when he learned that the Beyond Heaven's secret zone would only open once every hundreds of thousands of years and only one person would be able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. How difficult would it be for a great overarching bodiless celestial to search for an inheritor that way? However, when he found out that every mundane realm was connected to a Beyond Heaven's secret zone, he realized it was not as impractical as he had thought. After all, the number of mundane realms were high. This means the number of Beyond Heaven's secret zone was high as well. Who knew if there were hundreds of thousands, possibly millions, of Beyond Heaven's secret zones out there? If there are hundreds of thousands of Beyond Heaven's secret zones, this meant that even if the secret zones only opened once in 100,000 years and only one person would be able to obtain the inheritance, collectively, it meant that there would be one man each year who received the inheritance. If there were 1,000,000 Beyond Heaven's secret zones, this meant that there would be 10 men who inherited the inheritance in a secret zone every year. The numbers of inheritors were quite high when calculated in this manner. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian no longer found this method impractical. Zhang Yi finally spoke up again. Therefore, the Green Lotus Sword Saint, no, I should call him the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, has a high chance of being Li Bai from planet Yanhuang. As long as he has already become a great overarching golden celestial, there's no reason why he can't leave his inheritance here. Speaking of which, Zhang Yi gazed at Duan Ling Tian and laughingly questioned, Duan Ling Tian, you wouldn't think that the underground palace in front of us has the inheritance left behind by that Green Lotus Sword Celestial Li Bai, would you? After a while, he narrowed his eyes as he asked Duan Ling Tian curiously, Duan Ling Tian, you can't possibly think the inheritance from Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, is in the underground palace, right? Duan Ling Tian was confused by Zhang Yi's question. Isn't this where the Green Lotus Sword Celestial left his inheritance? However, based on Zhang Yi's words, it did not seem to be the case. Of course not. Zhang Yi shook his head. Didn't you hear Li Bai's words earlier? He had said this is a heaven-ranked treasure vault he left behind. Isn't the inheritance located in a heaven-ranked treasure vault? Duan Ling Tian asked. Zhang Yi was rendered momentarily speechless by Duan Ling Tian's ignorance. He really wondered how Duan Ling Tian managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone half a year ago. Nevertheless, he still patiently explained everything to him. You don't know about heaven-ranked treasure vaults? Well, in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, apart from the location of the inheritance from a great overarching bodiless celestial, there are 3 types of valuable sites. One of them is human-ranked treasures vaults. Those are the places we had been earlier. This type of treasure vaults only contained clues leading to the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After that, there are the earth-ranked treasure vaults. It's where celestial supreme treasures are located. Generally, there's only one celestial supreme treasure in each earth-ranked treasure vault. These treasure vaults are protected by formations. Finally, apart from the location where the inheritance is located, the heaven-ranked treasure vaults are places that contain the most valuable treasure. Before Zhang Yi found out that Li Bai was the one who had left this treasure vault behind, he had already been very excited when he heard the words, a heaven-ranked treasure vault. Do heaven-ranked treasure vaults also prohibit bodiless celestials from entering it, similar to human-ranked treasure vaults and the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Does this mean bodiless celestials are only able to obtain celestial supreme treasure from earth-ranked treasure vaults? It seems like they have not much to gain here. Well, it's not entirely inaccurate to say they don't have much to gain in here. After all, if they discover the location of a heaven-ranked treasure vault or the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, they can still wait outside and look for an opportunity to snatch the treasure from those weaker than them. A worried expression appeared on Zhang Yi's face when he spoke about this. When he saw how indifferent Duan Ling Tian looked, he reminded him fearfully, Duan Ling Tian, you can't underestimate the bodiless celestials who have entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Many of them are 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. There are even 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duan Ling Tian's calm facade cracked a little when he heard the words, 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. He asked, are there any 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm? Of course, Zhang Yi replied without any hesitation. Duan Ling Tian felt his heart skip a beat when he heard Zhang Yi's words. After all, knowing about 9 tribulation bodiless celestials and the possibility of meeting one was a different matter. Chapter 2421 The difference between a large and small mundane real. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were extremely rare in the Saint Province realm where Duan Ling Tian came from. After all, it was extremely difficult to become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. There were very few 8 tribulation bodiless celestials who could pass the 9th bodiless celestial tribulation to become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had also assumed that the other mundane realms had a scarcity of 9 tribulation bodiless celestials as well. He was, naturally, stunned when he learned from Zhang Yi that there were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yanhuang realm. He was even more stunned when Zhang Yi told him Yanhuang realm had more than just 1 or 2 9 bodiless celestials. It took him a while before he regained his senses. After a while, he looked at Zhang Yi with a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes as he asked, is what you said true? Of course, Zhang Yi replied confidently, put everything else aside, just my celestial master's sect alone has a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, he'll be facing his 10th bodiless celestial tribulation in a few decades, so he has gone into closed-door cultivation. Although the Beyond Heaven secret zone has opened, none of us dared to disturb him for fear of affecting his cultivation. For this reason, he didn't enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. 10th bodiless celestial tribulation. Duan Ling Tian's body shivered slightly when he thought about this. The 10th bodiless celestial tribulation was the deadliest bodiless celestial tribulation, apart from the tribulation oath from the 9 heavenly tribulation. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials would have to undergo the 10th and final bodiless celestial tribulation. If they failed to pass the 10th tribulation, they would die. If they passed the 10th tribulation, they would be able to obtain the second chance to ascend to a Devata realm. Since you have a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in your celestial master's sect, does this mean Mount Wagwo sect and Gao village sect have 9 tribulation bodiless celestials as well? Duan Ling Tian asked. There's one in the Mount Wagwo sect, but the Gao village sect has none. Although the Gao village sect doesn't have a 9 tribulation bodiless sect, its status is still high in Yanhuang realm due to its close relationship with Mount Wagwo sect. Everyone knows provoking Gao village is equivalent to provoking Mount Wagwo sect as well. I'm sure you know the reason is due to the founders of Mount Wagwo sect and Gao village sect sharing the same master, Zhang Yi replied. Duan Ling Tian nodded, but his stunned expression had not completely disappeared. He continued to ask, from my knowledge, it's extremely difficult to become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the Saint Province realm, the existence of a 9 bodiless celestial is extremely rare. It seems like Yanhuang realm is really different from the Saint Province realm. His eyes shone with curiosity as he continued to ask, why does it seem so easy for Yanhuang realm to have 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Zhang Yi replied, that's obvious. The Saint Province realm is only a small mundane realm. Not only is it small, but it also lacks inheritances from celestials. On the other hand, Yanhuang realm is a large mundane realm. There are many factions with strong foundations that possess inheritances from celestials. These inheritances from celestials range from celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities from the Devata realms. If an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial possesses a celestial supreme treasure and masters a divine celestial treasure from a Devata realm, how difficult do you think it would be for them to pass the 9th bodiless celestial tribulation? In fact, not only does Yanhuang realm have many 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, but we also have many 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who passed the 10th tribulation and successfully ascended to the Devata realms. Zhang Yi explained, in our realm, there are also those who intentionally fail the celestial ascension tribulation and choose to become a bodiless celestial. Most of these people generally have already possessed a celestial supreme treasure and mastered a divine ability from a Devata realm. With these two in their arsenals, it wouldn't be difficult for them to pass the 10th tribulation. Even if they fail, they still manage to buy 10,000 years worth of time to protect their respective sects. At this point, Zhang Yi's eyes brightened and his tone turned reverent as he said, in fact, the ancestor of our celestial master's sect who's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial had intentionally failed his celestial ascension tribulation in the past so he could continue to protect our sect for another 10,000 years. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he'll likely pass the 10th tribulation in a few decades. Inheritances from celestials. Duan Ling Tian was enlightened and his interest was piqued. He could not help but ask, where do the inheritances from celestials come from? Did people from Yanhuang realm who had ascended return to leave their inheritances? Zhang Yi mulled over Duan Ling Tian's question for a moment before he replied, yes, there are cases like that but it's very rare. After all, there are very strict conditions for returning to Devata realm after one has ascended. One has to be a great overarching bodiless celestial at least to travel to the mundane realm to endure the spatial turbulence. Secondly, one would be affected by the secular world's karma and it would affect the improvement of one's cultivation. In fact, there's a chance that one's cultivation base might not improve at all after being affected by the karma in the mundane realm. He continued to explain patiently, those who aren't great overarching golden celestials couldn't return to the mundane realms, whereas many great overarching golden celestials and those who are stronger are unwilling to return to the mundane realms due to their fear of the secular world's karma. Only some great overarching bodiless celestials are willing to return to leave some celestial supreme treasures or divine abilities from the Devata realms behind for their juniors. It's only natural that not all of them are willing to take the risk just to help their juniors. For this reason, not all forces in Yanhuang realms have inheritances left by celestials. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He understood what Zhang Yi was trying to say. He thought to himself, the Saint Province realm is small. Although there are forces with ancestors who had ascended to a Devata realm, the quantity still couldn't be compared to those from large mundane realms. It's no surprise that the Saint Province realm has almost no inheritances from celestials. As a result, it's harder for an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial to successfully become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered how wide the difference was between a small and a large mundane realm. Zhang Yi continued to say, the Beyond Heaven's secret zone has also become the only way for many other people and forces to obtain celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities from Devata realms. Many people swarmed like bees into this place because they knew they would achieve glory and fame if they managed to find a celestial supreme treasure or divine abilities from the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Naturally, he knew that for those forces who did not have inheritances from celestials, the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was the last place that would give them a chance to obtain inheritances by celestials. Also, it was no surprise that forces like the Celestial Masters sect and Mount Wagwo sect had also entered to search for inheritances by celestial even if they already had it. After all, was there anyone who dislikes having more treasures from a celestial? Duan Ling Tian changed the topic and asked, "What's inside the heaven rank treasure vault if the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial isn't in there?" Zhang Yi answered, "In the heaven rank treasure vault, there are mostly more than one celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities from Devata realms. I'm quite certain, Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial has left some celestial supreme treasures, and perhaps, one or two divine abilities from the Devata realms here. More than one celestial supreme treasures and few divine abilities from the Devata realms." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. He was not too excited about the celestial supreme treasures since he already possessed one, but he definitely needed divine abilities that were non-assist type from the Devata realms. Chapter 24-22 Entering the Underground Palace. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of why his strength was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial at this moment. It was all thanks to the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method Sovereign Heart Sword, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that was extraordinary even in Devata realms, and the Celestial Sword. Although the Sovereign Heart Sword was extraordinarily powerful, it was a martial tactic, not an offensive divine ability. Therefore, if Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm, he could master it without worrying that it would conflict with the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, the offensive divine ability would still have to somewhat complement the Sovereign Heart Sword. Otherwise, its strength would be greatly reduced or it might even fail to raise Duan Ling Tian's strength. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself excitedly, "If I'm able to obtain a sword-type offensive divine ability, it'll definitely complement the Sovereign Heart Sword. My strength will definitely rise if I can master it." Currently, his strength was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial when he unleashed all his strength and techniques in his arsenal. However, if he managed to master a sword-type offensive divine ability from the Devata realms, his strength would probably rise to a level comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian continued to think to himself excitedly, "If I can also successfully master the Heart Sword Amalgamation, the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, then my strength would be equivalent to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial." However, he calmed down after he thought to himself again, "However, I don't think I'll be able to completely master the Heart Sword Amalgamation before ascending to a Devata realm." He had tried comprehending the Heart Sword Amalgamation, the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, but there was something missing that caused him to be unable to comprehend it. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to the underground palace. "Anyway, it would be great if I'm able to obtain a sword-type offensive divine ability from the heaven-rank treasure vault that Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, left behind." On the other hand, upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Lu Sha's expression had remained calm while joy filled Han Shui Nai's face. Han Shui Nai did not expect the heaven-rank treasure vault would also contain divine abilities from the Devata realms and celestial supreme treasures. "Let's enter." Duan Ling Tian promptly spoke as 3 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. Then, he took the lead and entered the underground palace. Han Shui Nai and the others followed closely behind him. Duan Ling Tian was the pillar of the group. If Duan Ling Tian did not take the lead, they would not have dared to recklessly enter the heaven-rank treasure vault. As soon as Duan Ling Tian and his companion passed through the doors of the palace, the entire place flashed and changed completely. They did not even have a chance to take a clear look at their surroundings before it changed. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. It seemed like he was no longer in the palace. They were outdoors and a swamp could be seen. The entire place was eerie and gloomy. "Did we activate an illusory formation when we entered this place?" Han Shui Nai asked after she recovered from her shock. She moved closer to Duan Ling Tian. Although she was powerful as well, she was still unsettled by the dark and eerie swamp. Moreover, this was a heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. She did not dare to underestimate the danger that lurked in here. All 4 of their expressions were solemn when a familiar voice rang in the air again. "There are a total of 9 challenges in this heaven-ranked treasure vault that I left behind. You will gain something of mine every time you make it through 3 challenges. Lu Sha cried out. That's the Green Lotus Sword Celestial's voice. She looked around warily, as though searching for a 5th person. Li Bai's voice rang in the air again. After the 3rd challenge, the reward would be a celestial supreme treasure. After passing the 6th challenge, the reward is a divine ability. And, when you pass all 9 challenges, you'll be rewarded with a jade token that contains the recording of my comprehension on the sword Dao in the past 1,000 years. Everyone's eyes, Duan Ling Tian, in particular, lit up when they heard Li Bai's words, divine ability. There's divine ability in this heaven-ranked treasure vault. Li Bai was a sword celestial. There was a high possibility that the divine ability he left behind was a sword-type divine ability. Duan Ling Tian's heart thumped in his chest wildly. It took him a long time before he managed to calm down. He thought to himself, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial said he also left behind his comprehension of the Sword Dao. This should count as his inheritance or legacy as well, right? Li Bai's comprehension of the Sword Dao should be his legacy, just like how the Sovereign Heart Sword was Feng Qingyang's legacy. After a while, Duan Ling Tian turned to Zhang Yi and asked, do you know anything about this? I forgot to mention it earlier. In a heaven-ranked treasure vault, apart from celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities, there was also another thing. It's a minor legacy or inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi quickly responded to Duan Ling Tian's question. A minor legacy or inheritance? Didn't you say this place wouldn't contain the inheritance of Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. The minor legacy or inheritance is left for those who have fate with the great overarching golden celestial. If they manage to meet the celestial after ascending to a Devata realm, they would only be considered as a nominal disciple. Only those who comprehended and mastered the true inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial would be acknowledged as a true disciple, Zhang Yi explained patiently. However, that's not to say it's useless. It would still be slightly useful. With Zhang Yi's explanation, Duan Ling Tian had a clearer understanding of the situation now. He thought the minor legacy of a great overarching golden celestial was negligible. Knowing this, he completely lost interest in Li Bai's comprehension of the Sword Dao. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had focused all his attention on passing the 6th challenge, since the reward would be a divine ability from a Devata realm. Moreover, there was a high possibility that it was a sword-type offensive divine ability. Suddenly, Zhang Yi cried out in alarm, it is coming. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses immediately and heard the soft sound of something bubbling. After a look around his surroundings, he and companions discovered the swamp was bubbling like lava. The energy waves are really powerful. The energy from the swamp caused Han Shuinai, Zhang Yi, and Lu Sha to feel depressed. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who seemed unaffected by the energy waves. The sound of wind whistling in the air suddenly sounded from all directions. Then, water from the swamp began to boil over as numerous giant swords appeared. The swords looked dull, as though they were made of stone. They moved fairly slowly as they left the swamp. However, as soon as they completely got out of the swamp, they were no longer slow, nor did they look clunky. They seemed as light as a feather and as fast as lightning. At this moment, tens of thousands of giant swords flew out of the swamp, all aimed at Duan Ling Tian and his companions. Numerous swords' cries rang in the air as they flew toward Duan Ling Tian and his companions, ready to kill them. Chapter 24-23 8-Clawed White Dragon. 8-Clawed Devil Dragon. These swords, each of the swords, strength is comparable to the full strength of a cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the power from the swords. Naturally, this level of power was no threat to him, so he was not worried. However, the same could not be said for Han Shuinai and Lu Sha. Both women's faces had paled at this moment. Although both of them were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they still felt a tremendous pressure when faced with giant swords that contained the full strength of a cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Zhang Yi's expression had also turned solemn, but it was not as grim as the girl's. Sword, lightning, he cried out without wasting any time. He quickly sent his Saint Origin into the Thunder Sword before he began to destroy several of the gigantic stone swords in one sweeping motion. When Zhang Yi destroyed the few gigantic swords, the remaining swords divided themselves into 9 groups and flew out in all directions, causing a thunderous noise to ring in the air. The shockwaves stirred up the dust and sand, obstructing everyone's sight. After the dust settled, Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 saw the 9 groups of swords had transformed into 9 larger swords. It would take a dozen or more men to hug the circumference of the sword. Every time the swords moved, a thunderous noise would ring in the air. It sounded as though giants were walking on earth. The swords. Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically. He could clearly sense the swords' energies were currently not any weaker than him. Colors continued to drain from Han Shuinai and Lu Sha's faces as a faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He did not expect the first challenge in the heaven-ranked treasure vault that was left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, would be so challenging. Currently, the strength of each of the swords was comparable to the strength of a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, it was stronger than ordinary cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Individually, the swords were certainly weaker than Zhang Yi. In fact, he could even deal with 2 or 3 of them. However, if all the swords attacked him at once, he did not think he would be able to deal with it. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a bitter smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, who knew we'd need your help with the first challenge as well. Previously, Zhang Yi and Lu Sha could deal with the earlier challenges in the human-ranked treasure vault. They did not need Duan Lingtian's assistance at all. He really did not expect that the first challenge in the heaven-ranked treasure vault was so difficult that, let alone Lu Sha, even he could not deal with it. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a faint smile when he heard Zhang Yi's words. At the same time, the 9 swords that looked as though they were capable of holding up the sky and seemed clunky and slow began to move. Their speed was even faster compared to earlier. Not only did the swords look formidable, but even the shockwaves from the swords were terrifying. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yi, who remained unmoved, Han Shuinai and Lu Sha looked as though they were going to be blown off. However, that did not last long. Suddenly, the silhouette of a black turtle appeared from Duan Lingtian and shrouded the women. They instantly felt the pressure disappear. Go, Duan Lingtian said quietly. The celestial sword that had appeared in his hand at some point zoomed out with a short-lived sword cry. Han Shuinai, Lu Sha, and Zhang Yi could vaguely hear the sword cry, but they could not see the sword at all as it moved. A thunderously loud sound reverberated in the air, causing 3 of them to feel as though they were going deaf. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian cast the sword-wielding art to control the celestial sword and destroy the 9 swords all at once. Size-wise, Duan Lingtian's sword was like an ant compared to the 9 gigantic swords. However, Duan Lingtian's sword easily destroyed the 9 gigantic swords. Just like that, Duan Lingtian and his companions successfully overcame the first challenge by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. 4 of them ventured deeper into the swamp area before it flashed again. The swamp had disappeared and they were currently in a luxuriously decorated hall. Everything they saw gold and shiny. It was extremely lavish. The hall was lit up by numerous luminous pearls that were embedded in the hall. Each of the pearls was so big that it would need 2 grown men to hug it. While Duan Lingtian and his companion were going through the second challenge in the heaven-ranked treasure vault in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the realm adjacent to the Saint Province realm, the land of exile, was experiencing a disturbance of its own. Since the space barrier had been torn down, almost anyone can travel freely between the 2 realms once their cultivation base had reached a certain stage. An earth-shattering dragon cry resounded in the air. In the polar south of the land of exile, among the barren hills that were shrouded with red mist, there was a blood-red lake. Currently, the blood-red lake was roiling. A loud explosion sounded in the air as a white figure shot out of the lake. The lake seemed to have exploded when the figure shot out. The blood-red water spurted up into the air like geysers, looking as though blood was splattering in the air. A dragon cry sounded in the air again. The former dragon cry seemed to have come from the lake earlier, whereas this dragon cry seemed to have come from several thousands of feet above the lake in the sky. A white divine dragon was seen hovering above the lake. Its body was almost 2,000 meters long. It was covered in white and shiny scales. It looked as though it was sculpted from porcelain. It looked unreal. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the white divine dragon had 8 claws on each of its paws. It was an 8-clawed divine dragon. In the Saint Province realm, there was only one 8-clawed divine dragon. He was also the clan leader of the dragon clan in the lower province. He was an 8-clawed golden dragon. How did an 8-clawed white dragon appear in the land of exile? When the 8-clawed white dragon moved, devil chi surged out of its body like lightning bolts. Its eyes were red as though it had experienced chi deviation. If there were members from the dragon clan here to witness this, they would be extremely shocked to see the white dragon. A white dragon was even rarer than a golden dragon. Its innate talent was even higher than a golden dragon. The sound of roaring continued to sound from the blood-red lake. The sound was deeper compared to the cry of the eight-clawed white dragon. The blood-red lake exploded. Again, spurting water into the sky as a black figure suddenly shot up into the sky. The other dragon that flew out of the blood-red lake was covered in black and shiny scales. It also had 8 claws in each of its paws. Similarly, it was also covered by devil chi, and its eyes were red. At this moment, an 8-clawed black dragon could be seen next to the 8-clawed white dragon. If the members of the dragon clan were here, their jaw would drop when they saw the black dragon. This black dragon was clearly an 8-clawed devil dragon. 2 of the 8-clawed divine dragons were still hovering in the air when there was a golden flash by the lake. Soon after, a golden-clad little girl appeared. She laughed before crying out excitedly, "Little black, little white, both of you finally came out from your closed-door cultivation." Chapter 24 Little Black and Little Gold's Strength. The little girl who appeared out of thin air looked very adorable. With her chubby cheeks and pouting lips, she looked like a doll. She laughed, "Little black, little white, both of you finally came out from closed-door cultivation." Apart from the golden-clad little girl present on the scene, there were only the 8-clawed white dragon and 8-clawed devil dragon. This meant the golden-clad little girl was referring to these 2 divine dragons when she called them Little Black and Little White. When the golden-clad little girl spoke, the red in the 8-clawed white dragon's eyes disappeared, returning to normal. Her eyes looked extremely lively. At the same time, the devil chi shrouding the 2 8-clawed divine dragons had disappeared as well. Whoosh! A flash appeared followed by a gust of wind. The 8-clawed white dragon transformed into a cute white-clad little girl who looked to be the same age as the golden-clad girl. The 8-clawed white dragon that had transformed into a white-clad little girl looked at the golden-clad little girl in shock. She did not expect the golden-clad little girl would come out of closed-door cultivation first. "Little Gold, has it been long since you came out of closed-door cultivation?" "Of course, don't you know who I am? Currently, I'm the ferocious red-eyed celestial devouring mouse." The golden-clad little girl known as Little Gold said as she lifted her chin up proudly. A scoff rang in the air at this moment. It was from the 8-clawed devil dragon that had turned into a black-clad little boy whose age was also similar to the 2 girls. His cold expression made him seem older than his age, making him look like a little adult. At this time, his eyes had also lost the red color. However, unlike the 8-clawed white dragon whose eyes were lively, his eyes were cold. The golden-clad little girl turned to look at the black-clad little boy with a triumphant expression on her face. "What, Little Black, don't you believe me?" The black-clad little boy known as Little Black had a disgruntled expression on his face as he replied, "If it wasn't for the fact that this legacy blood pool was left behind by rodent-type divine beast, how could you have come out of closed-door cultivation before us?" "Excuses, I'm just stronger than you. Let's fight if you don't believe it." The golden-clad little girl was upset when she heard the black-clad little boy's words. She spoke quickly, one sentence after another, as she provoked the black-clad little boy. "Fine, let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The black-clad little boy sneered. Faced with the provocation from the golden-clad little girl, he did not back down. "Fine, let's do it." Although the golden-clad little girl was a girl, she acted like a boy. She was undaunted. After she responded to the black-clad little boy, she turned to look at the white-clad little girl. And said, "Little White, watch me beat him up. Does he really think I'm afraid of him just because he has successfully transformed into an 8-clawed devil dragon? Both of you." The white-clad little girl was at loss seeing the golden-clad little girl and black-clad little boy's antics. Nevertheless, she knew there was nothing she could do. Both of them had always been this way, they had always fought. The only difference was they were weaker back then. She sighed as she thought to herself, "Well, I'll just let them be if they want to fight. In any case, I'd also like to see how strong Little Black has gotten. I think our strength should be about the same." If Duan Ling Tian was around, he would immediately recognize these 3 children. They were none other than the 2 little pythons and the Jade Eyes Heavenly Mouse who used to follow him around. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. A deafening explosion reverberated in the air as Little Black took the lead and flew into the sky, looking like a meteor that was shooting across the sky. He flew directly toward Little Gold. When he flew, he left cracks in the void in his wake. The cracks in the void seemed quite big that it would take a while for them to close. If Duan Ling Tian was around to see this, he would have been shocked. After all, the stability of the land of exile was on par with the Saint Province realm. For Little Black to be able to tear holes in the void meant that his strength was at least comparable to a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, even a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial who unleashed all his strength would only be able to leave tiny cracks in the void. The cracks in the void that Little Black left behind were clearly not small. This meant that Little Black's current strength was no less than that of a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. The void shook and cracks began to form in Little Black's wake. "Come on then," Little Gold said excitedly. She was clearly not afraid of Little Black, who was charging at her. Her eyes were bright and filled with fighting spirit as she looked at Little Black. In just a blink of an eye, a terrifying energy surged out of her body. The moment the energy surged out of her body, it left huge cracks in the void. A deafening explosion reverberated in the air again as Little Gold moved toward Little Black. She charged directly toward him. It was clear she had no intention of avoiding Little Black. She was fearlessly charging toward him head-on. Generally, in a situation such as this, Little Black would have the upper hand since he had made a move first. When Little Gold moved, it could be seen that cracks in the void that she left in her wake were bigger than the ones Little Black left in his wake. Little White's mouth was agape as she stared at the scene before her. The void was filled with numerous cracks. Have we truly gotten so strong? After observing for a moment, she murmured to herself, it seems like Little Gold is slightly stronger than Little Black. In the past, she had always been slightly weaker than Little Black. Usually, Little Black would be able to defeat her after exchanging about 100 moves. However, now, apart from the cracks left behind by Little Black and Little Gold, it was obvious that Little Gold was currently slightly stronger than Little Black. Little White shrugged. Well, this is to be expected. After all, just like Little Black had said, the legacy blood pool was left behind by rodent-type divine beast. Little Gold is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse to begin with. Since they're the same species, it's only natural that she would only benefit more from the legacy blood pool. Little White continued thinking to herself, moreover, if it wasn't for Little Gold, we wouldn't even be here. Previously, 3 of them were exploring the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It did not take long before they met Duan Ling Tian's good friend, Su Li. However, Su Li seemed to be in some sort of predicament, so they decided to follow him to monitor him. Wherever Su Li went, they would follow. After all, if they did not do anything and something happened to Su Li, they would feel guilty and would not be able to face Duan Ling Tian in the future. Moreover, they knew Su Li had experienced chi deviation. However, he managed to spare their lives when he recalled Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, 3 of them would have been killed by him. As they continued to follow Su Li, they traveled to many places in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Finally, they left the lower province and traveled to this bleak place that did not see the light of day. Even the heaven and earth spirit energy here was lacking. They really did not want to stay in this place a second longer than necessary. However, they had no choice but to stay since Su Li showed no signs of leaving this place. During this time, Su Li became more like his former self and he seldom experienced chi deviation. Occasionally, he would even chat with them. Since Su Li seemed to be getting better, they had planned to bring him out of this place. However, at that time, Little Gold suddenly said, "Little Black, Little White. I hear a voice calling out to me to a nearby area. Do you hear it as well?" Due to these words by Little Gold, all of them, including Su Li, came to this place. Chapter 24-25 Legacy Blood Pool. Little Gold had led them to the Legacy Blood Pool. If it was not for Little Gold, they would not be able to find the Legacy Blood Pool even if they searched for 1 million years due to how hidden it was. Before they arrived at this place, they had to go through numerous terrifying and deadly formations. Even Su Li, who was in his chi-deviated state, did not dare to step out of line and obediently followed behind Little Gold since Little Gold was the only one who could sidestep them. They knew the formations were deadly because they had witnessed with their own eyes how Su Li's sword was easily destroyed by the formations as though it was made of paper. They knew what kind of sword Su Li had possessed after all. It was the Traceless Sword, one of the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. It was not difficult for them to recognize a Super Saint weapon since the old prophet also owned a Super Saint weapon, the 9-Cloud Sword. The 9-Cloud Sword and Traceless Sword were the only swords among the 10 great Super Saint weapons. Even an eminent celestial would not be able to destroy a Super Saint weapon, let alone destroying it easily as though it was made of paper. Most importantly, the formation that had destroyed the traceless sword was one of the formations that they encountered in the beginning. As they traveled deeper, the formations they encountered subsequently only got stronger and stronger. For this reason, Su Li, even his chi-deviated state, obediently followed Little Gold. Based on Little Black and Little Gold's strength, it seems like they're far stronger than an eminent celestial. It's comparable to bodiless celestials at this point. Little White's heartbeat quickened as she watched the battle between Little Black and Little Gold. This legacy blood pool is really amazing. What kind of existence is the Devata God devouring mouse? How did the legacy blood pool he left behind raise our strength so much? We became even stronger than eminent celestials even though we haven't undergone the celestial ascension tribulation. I wonder what people like us are called. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. In fact, they only learned that the lake was called Legacy Blood Pool later on. When they had first arrived, all of them were attracted to the blood-red lake since they could clearly sense a type of energy that was even purer than the heaven and earth spirit energy from the lake. After they went into the lake, they discovered the pure energy surged into their bodies at an extremely fast speed, transforming part of their energy. While their strength was rising, information began to appear in their minds. It was from this information they learned that the lake was called Legacy Blood Pool, and it was left behind by a senior who called himself Devata God Devouring Mouse. By immersing themselves in the lake, they were accepting his favor. In the future, when they ascended to the Devata realm, they would be able to join his faction. They learned that after immersing themselves in the pool they could also use the secret technique that was also left behind to call upon the force of celestial ascension to ascend to the Devata realm. A loud explosion rang in the air, accompanied by a shockwave. Many cracks began to appear in the void again. The void seemed as fragile as a piece of paper as Little Black and Little Gold battled among themselves. This was only a warm-up, both of them had not even gotten serious yet. All of a sudden, Little White remembered Su Li. Where did Su Li go? Is he still in closed-door cultivation? She flew around to search for him but it was futile. There were no traces of him at all. Little White decided to jump into the legacy blood pool again to search for Su Li. When she entered the lake, she realized that it was much larger than it looked. The last time I was in here, I was too busy cultivating that I didn't have a good look at it. Although the legacy blood pool was big, with her current speed, it did not take long for her to search the entire place. After about 15 minutes, a deafening explosion could be heard ringing consecutively above the legacy blood pool, stirring up the calm surface of the lake. Little White was, naturally, not affected by the disturbance. After searching the lake, she concluded that Su Li was no longer in the legacy blood pool. When she finally emerged from the lake, it seemed like the battle between Little Black and Little Gold had ended as well. Little Gold laughed triumphantly as she said, "You're so weak, Little Black. I managed to defeat you in less than 100 moves." Little Black scoffed. His expression darkened when he saw the gloating expression on Little Gold's face. A hint of unwillingness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. However, regardless of how he felt, he knew there was nothing he could do about it. Although the legacy blood pool helped Little Black to transform into an 8-clawed divine dragon, it was still something left behind by rodent-type divine beast after all. Naturally, Little Gold, who was a mouse, would benefit more from the legacy blood pool since she was a rodent. She had transformed into a red-eyed celestial devouring mouse. At this moment, Little White cried out, "Su Li is gone." Upon hearing Little White's words, Little Gold and Little Black stiffened before they turned to look at Little White. Little White said anxiously, "I can't find him anywhere. I've searched the legacy blood pool as well but there's no sign of him. Could something have happened to him?" "Nothing should happen to him." Little Black, who regained his senses first, replied solemnly, "I'm sure that the legacy blood pool would improve Su Li's strength as well. Moreover, he's stronger than us to begin with. He should be even stronger now after immersing himself in the legacy blood pool." He paused for a moment before he said with a glint in his eyes, "Maybe he used the secret technique that the senior left behind to attract the celestial ascension force and ascended to a Devata realm." Little Gold nodded. "That's possible." Little White felt her anxiety lessened when she heard Little Black and Little Gold's words. Little Gold continued to say as her eyes gleamed coldly, "Well, Su Li can ascend, but we can't for now. The devil clans are running amok in the lower province. They might have even invaded the upper province by now. We need to go to the upper province to search for Brother Ling Tian and Sister Shui Nai. Now that we have gotten stronger, we have to protect them." Naturally, Little Black and Little White agreed with Little Gold's words. Although they were able to ascend to a Devata realm now, they did not plan to leave just yet. They still had a few unfinished businesses in the Dao Martial Saint land. They wanted to protect the people whom they considered as family and defeat the devil clans. When they left, they discovered the formations that had obstructed their path as they came in had disappeared. It seemed like the formations would only appear to stop people from approaching the legacy blood pool. Leaving the legacy blood pool would not trigger the formations at all. As soon as they realized this, 3 of them who had been flying cautiously instantly sped up and disappeared into thin air. It did not take long before they left the land of exile and returned to the Saint Province realm. As soon as they returned to the Saint Province realm, they learned that the devil clans had already invaded the upper province. Their expressions changed drastically when they heard the news. Chapter 2426 The young man with blood-red eyes. Great overarching bodiless celestials are those who were stronger in the Devata realms would risk getting affected by secular karma if they entered mundane realms. If they were contaminated with secular karma, it would affect their cultivation base. Worst case scenario, their cultivation base would stop progressing completely. For this reason, regardless of how much these powerhouses care about their descendants in the mundane realms, they would not recklessly return to the mundane realms. They could only help by leaving behind inheritances, legacies, celestial supreme treasures or divine abilities from Devata realms to help their descendants. Since they could not descend to the mundane realms, they would usually send those whose cultivation base had stagnated due to their innate talent to the mundane realms to leave these treasures there. Since these people's cultivation base had already stagnated, it made no difference to them even if they were infected by secular karma. After all, it was beneficial for them to work for those strong powerhouses in the Devata realm. For example, the legacy blood pool was personally created by someone powerful from a strong faction in a Devata realm. However, due to his inability to descend to the mundane realms, he had sent someone to place it in the mundane realm. The legacy blood pool was protected by many formations. Even the strongest existence in mundane realms such as 9 tribulation bodiless celestials would not be able to destroy the formation. One could only get close to the legacy blood pool if one had fate with it. Little Gold was certainly such a person. She had sensed the call from the legacy blood pool and somehow knew how to sidestep the formations that protected the legacy blood pool. Thanks to her, Little Black and Little White, who under normal circumstances would not be able to get near the lake, also managed to reap benefits from the lake. In fact, the legacy blood pool was nothing to the person who created it. He had created many treasures such as the legacy blood pool and could always create more. After creating them, he would send his underling to place them in various mundane realms, waiting for the people who had fate with it. In the case of the legacy blood pool, Little Gold, who was a rodent, was, naturally, fated with it. Let's go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. When Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White learned that the devil clans had invaded the upper province, they became anxious. They could not help but worry about Duan Ling Tian and Han Shui Nai. While they were traveling, they began to speak about Su Li. I wonder if Su Li really ascended to a Devata realm. If he was in his chi deviated state, it's likely that he has ascended. You're right, unless he managed to stay in control, it's likely that he has ascended. 3 of them were in agreement that Su Li had ascended to a Devata realm. They would never expect that not only did Su Li not ascend to a Devata realm, but he did not even get to immerse himself in the legacy blood pool. Since the legacy blood pool was left behind a rodent-type divine beast, Su Li, who was a human, was instantly ejected from the lake as soon as he entered it. The divine beast had intended this to happen since his faction would only accept divine beasts, not humans. Back then, after Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold had entered the legacy blood pool and went into closed-door cultivation, Su Li had jumped into the lake as well. However, as soon as he jumped in, he was instantly sent out by formation in the lake that would only send humans out. At this moment, no one knew Su Li's current whereabouts except for Su Li himself. When Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White finally arrived in the upper province, they were still chatting among themselves. According to the rules in the mundane realms, cultivators, including bodiless celestials, would have to undergo the heaven tribulation before they can ascend to a Devata realm. Not only did we become stronger than eminent celestials without undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation, but we can even directly ascend to the Devata realm if we want to. What's going on exactly? Little Gold muttered. Generally, cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would attract the heavenly tribulation at some point before they were able to become eminent celestials and ascend to a Devata realm. On the other hand, Bodiless celestials who had failed the celestial ascension tribulation would have to undergo 10 bodiless celestial tribulations before they would be able to ascend to a Devata realm. However, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White seemed to have bypassed all of that and could directly ascend to a Devata realm now. I'm really curious as well, Little White said in confusion. Although Little Black remained silent, his expression showed that he felt the same way as Little Gold and Little White. They were, naturally, unaware that the reason 3 of them did not have to undergo the heavenly tribulation was due to the legacy blood pool shielding and hiding them from the heavenly laws while they were cultivating. Most cultivators would have to undergo the celestial ascension tribulation in order to become eminent celestials due to the heavenly laws. However, forces from Devata realms were able to help someone hide from the heavenly laws to a certain extent. These people were rare and special cases since they were able to secretly ascend to a Devata realm without going through the heavenly tribulation. In fact, Duan Ling Tian's wife, Ka, was in a similar situation like Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. Ever since Ka had used that painful and difficult method to regain her memories from her past life, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. During that process, her cultivation base had rapidly passed the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but she did not attract the Celestial Ascension tribulation. Since she was hidden from the heavenly laws, she, naturally, did not have to undergo the tribulation. After arriving in the upper province, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White decided to head to the northern region. Along the way, they met numerous devils from the devil clans, but none of the devils had cultivation bases above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. To Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White, these devils were as easy to slaughter as chickens. In fact, they could kill these devils with just a flick of their fingers. While Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White made their way to the northern region where the 7 Absolute Sects' temporary estate, an uninvited guest had made his way to the valley located among the ice mountains. Although the uninvited guest was stealthy, he still alerted those who dwelled in the valley of the ice mountains. Those people who dwelled in the valley were none other than the old prophet from the 7 Absolute Sect, Duan Si Ling, Gan Ruyan, and Qing Huo. "Who's there?" Qing Huo asked. The uninvited guest was a handsome young man. His robe was drenched in blood. It was quite obvious that the blood was fresh. Since Qing Huo was the strongest among them, he stepped forward and solemnly said, "Sir, this is private property, please leave." Upon hearing that, the young man with blood-red eyes who was shrouded in devil chi turned to look at Qing Huo coldly. Qing Huo felt chills running up his spine when he saw the look in the young man's eyes. A violent and powerful energy surged from the young man's body and shrouded Qing Huo in just an instant. Qing Huo began to tremble violently as the ice beneath his feet began to crack and spread. It did not take long before he vomited blood. Gan Ruyan's face paled when she saw the blood that splattered on the ground. The blood created a stark contrast when it splattered on the snow-white ground. She cried out, "Master!" The old prophet's expression turned grim. He did not expect this young man to be so powerful. Just his energy alone was able to injure Qing Huo, who was the strongest among them, to this extent. Seeking death, the young man said in a stilted manner as he stared at Qing Huo. Chapter 24-27 I'm Su Li. Seeking death. As soon as the red-eyed young man spoke, his saint origin that was laced with devil chi surged out of his hands before solidifying into a formidable-looking 3-foot-long blade. He looked at Qing Huo with killing intent, preparing to kill Qing Huo. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the wooden cabin in the valley. "Aunt, who came? Did Daddy and the others return?" A young girl appeared soon after. The young girl looked about 10 years old, but her appearance was already beautiful. It was not difficult to imagine that she would certainly be a beauty when she grew up. The young girl who had appeared successfully caught the red-eyed young man's attention, who was previously about to kill Qing Huo. No, although Qing Huo was temporarily safe, he could not help but panic when he saw the red-eyed young man shifting his attention to the young girl. "Si Ling," Gan Ruyan cried out. She did not expect the little girl would rush out at this time. The young girl who had rushed out of the wooden cabin was none other than Duan Ling Tian and Ka's daughter, Duan Si Ling. Like 2 gusts of wind, the old prophet and Gan Ruyan instantly flew out and shielded Duan Si Ling, protecting her like adult wolves protecting their cub. To Gan Ruyan, Duan Si Ling was her niece. There was no doubt she would willingly sacrifice her life to save Duan Si Ling. As for the old prophet, Duan Si Ling was the daughter of the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect. Since he had devoted his life to the 7 Absolute Sect, how could he stay idle now that the sect leader's daughter's life was threatened? "Get out of the way," the red-eyed young man said hoarsely. Both Gan Ruyan and the old prophet could feel the force from the red-eyed young man's voice pressuring them before sending them flying. Gan Ruyan managed to quickly stabilize herself so she was not injured. On the contrary, the old prophet, whose cultivation base was lower than her, fell violently on the ground before throwing up blood. Aunt, Grandpa Prophet, Duan Si Ling finally regained her senses at this time. Her childish face changed expression drastically. Just like a gust of wind, the red-eyed young man appeared before Duan Si Ling in just a blink of an eye. Duan Si Ling was, after all, only a little girl who was about 10 years old. Confronted with an intimidating and scary-looking man, naturally, terrified her. Her body was stiff and her face turned pale immediately. Sir, she's merely a child. Qing Huo began to say, but before he could finish speaking, he was blasted away by the red-eyed man. In just a short moment, he had heard all three people. Gan Ruyan wanted to say something, but Qing Huo stopped her via voice transmission. Ruyan, it's better for us to observe the situation for now. It doesn't seem like he has any killing intent toward Si Ling. In fact, his killing intent toward me isn't as strong when he was looking at Si Ling. When Gan Ruyan heard Qing Huo's words, she began to observe the red-eyed young man. Indeed, there was no killing intent from the red-eyed man at all when he was standing before Duan Si Ling. Even the red in his eyes had begun to fade. What's he doing? Gan Ruyan, Qing Huo, and the old prophet were baffled. After a while, the red in the young man's eyes disappeared completely and his eyes returned to normal. With this alone, he seemed to have transformed into another different person. A cold smile appeared on his indifferent face as he asked Duan Si Ling, Who are you to Duan Ling Tian? There's something about you that seems similar to him. Gan Ruyan, Qing Huo, and the old prophet became even more baffled. They did not expect this young man who seemed to have come with bad intentions would ask such a question. When Gan Ruyan regained her senses, she blurted out, Duan Ling Tian. He knows Duan Ling Tian. Is it because Si Ling's brows are similar to Guardian Ling Tian? Qing Huo was dumbfounded. He knows the sect leader. Even the old prophet felt perplexed. In any case, all three of them could not help but sigh in relief. It seemed like Duan Si Ling was in no danger. Why do you know my daddy? Initially, Duan Si Ling was so petrified that her body had instinctively stiffened. However, the fear in her heart dissipated when she heard the young man's words. Her eyes when she looked at the young man now contained more curiosity than fear. Daddy, why you're Duan Ling Tian's daughter? The fellow already has a daughter. The young man was dumbfounded. Then, he began to laugh. Well, it's only natural. After all, so much time has passed since we last saw each other. Who are you? How do you know my daddy? The fear in Duan Si Ling's eyes had completely faded, and the curiosity became even more pronounced. I'm a friend of your daddy. Of course, I know him. The young man laughed. You're my daddy's friend? Duan Si Ling asked skeptically. Then, what's your name? Although I've not met my daddy's friends, I've heard about them before. I'm Su Li. Did your daddy mention me before? The smile on the young man's face widened. Su Li, Qing Huo and the old prophet were perplexed when they heard the young man's name. They had not heard of him before. Even Gan Ruyan could not help but frown. She had not heard this name before. Unlike Qing Huo, the old prophet, and Gan Ruyan, Duan Si Ling exclaimed excitedly, Su Li. Your Uncle Su Li. Uncle Su Li, I've heard Daddy talking about you. At this moment, the fear in her heart had completely disappeared as she chattered, both of you met each other in Iron Blood City on Cloud Continent. At that time, both of you participated in the selection in the Iron Blood Soldier Genius Camp, right? Daddy told me that was the first time he met you. Upon hearing Duan Si Ling's words, the young man known as Su Li seemed to become confused. Iron Blood Soldier Genius Camp, Iron Blood City, Cloud Continent. When he recovered his senses, he smiled at Duan Si Ling. I didn't think your daddy would tell you about this. Where's your daddy now? Daddy has entered the Sword Saint secret zone, Duan Si Ling replied as she looked at the black hole that seemed bottomless in the void nearby. A hint of loneliness could be seen in her eyes at this moment. Sword Saint secret zone. Su Li shifted his attention to the black hole in the void. So this is the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone? Yes, Duan Si Ling replied. As soon as Duan Si Ling spoke, the energy from Su Li that had calmed down before to roil and surge out again. Duan Si Ling was, naturally, shocked by this turn of events. In just a blink of an eye, the devil chi that Su Li had reined in burst out again. His eyes that had just returned to normal turned red again. A vicious look could be seen in his eyes. "Uncle Su Li," Duan Si-ling called out tentatively in a soft voice when she saw Su Li had reverted back to his earlier form. That 3-foot-long blade that was transformed from Saint Origin and Devil Chi appeared in Su Li's hands again. Sword rays continued to shoot out of the tip of the sword. His body was trembling violently as he ignored Duan Si-ling. He began to speak in an incoherent manner. "No, cannot." It seemed as though it was exceedingly difficult for him to speak. The sound of a sword cry rang in the air as he brought the sword up to slash down at Duan Si-ling. "No!" Gan Ruyan cried out when he saw Su Li was about to attack Duan Si-ling with his sword. The old prophet and Qing Huo's expressions had changed drastically as well. If anything were to happen to Duan Si-ling, how would they explain it to Duan Ling Tian when he returned? "Uncle Su Li." Duan Si-ling had an expression of disbelief on her face when she saw Su Li was about to attack her. She did not expect Su Li, a good friend of her father, would attack her when he found out that she was her father's daughter. At this moment when she was filled with fear and despair, she could not help but shut her eyes. Chapter 2428 Everyone has come. Sword ray flashed like a bolt of lightning as the sword fell toward Duan Si-ling. The soft sound of something being cut rang in the air. Gan Ruyan trembled when she heard the sound. She shut her eyes immediately. She could not bear to watch the scene unfolding before her eyes. She felt as though her heart had stopped beating. Qing Huo and the old prophet's expressions changed drastically as well. Shock could be seen in their eyes. Su Li's sword did not land on Duan Si-ling's body. Instead, it had cut some of her hair off. She was currently unharmed. Su Li roared like a wild beast with his reddened eyes. His handsome face contorted as though he was struggling with himself. He said hoarsely in broken sentences, "No, cannot hurt her." Based on Su Li's words, Qing Huo and the old prophet discovered Su Li did not seem to have full control of his actions. It seemed as though something was controlling him. Everyone was still stunned when Su Li moved like a bolt of lightning toward the black hole in the void nearby. Su Li had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. "Uncle Su Li," Duan Si-ling murmured. She had clearly seen the struggle within Su Li's eyes. Her instincts told her the person who tried to kill her was not Su Li. It was clearly the actions of the devil that was in his body. That explained Su Li's dual personality. Si-ling. Gan Ruyan cried out in joy and relief upon discovering Duan Si-ling was unharmed. How could she not feel joy when she saw her niece was unharmed? What happened earlier? That Su Li seemed to have transformed into another person. No, it seems more like he's possessed. When his eyes turned red, it felt as though he's more devil than human. Qing Huo and the old prophet looked at each other as they conversed among themselves. They had thought Su Li would not be able to override the devil's control when he tried to kill Duan Si-ling. Moreover, Su Li's killing intent was real. He really intended on killing Duan Si-ling. Who knew he managed to suppress the devil for a moment and change the trajectory of the sword, and thus, saving Duan Si-ling's life. How did Uncle Su Li become like this? Duan Si-ling asked worriedly when she heard Qing Huo and the old prophet's conversation. She could see Su Li was not in a good condition before he left. Although she had already come to a conclusion in her mind, she still wanted confirmation. The old prophet furrowed his brows as he asked, "Little Si-ling, did you truly hear your daddy speaking about him? He's truly from Cloud Continent." "Yes." Duan Si-ling nodded her head. Daddy mentioned Uncle Su Li a couple of times before. He even said Uncle Su Li is his best friend and that his biggest regret is not being able to meet Uncle Su Li after he left Cloud Continent. Daddy hasn't seen Uncle Su Li since then. I didn't expect Uncle Su Li would suddenly appear here. Yes, how did he know to come here? The old prophet, Qing Huo, and Gan Ruyan were confused when they heard Duan Si-ling's words. Naturally, they did not think it was a coincidence that Su Li had appeared in this place. The upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was vast. Although it was not out of the realm of possibility for someone to accidentally stumble across this place, for the person to be also acquainted with Duan Ling Tian was too big of a coincidence. How Su Li appeared here had a little to do with the legacy blood pool that Little Gold brought him to when they were in the land of exile. Although he was ejected from the pool when he entered it, at that moment he could feel the dense spirit energy in there. It had left a deep impression on him. As soon as Su Li came to the western region in the upper province, he could instantly sense the same dense spirit energy from the entrance of Beyond Heaven's secret zone. If he was still completely human, he might not have been able to sense it. However, since he had turned into a devil due to chi deviation, he could clearly sense it. Hence, he hurriedly rushed here. After Duan Si Ling confirmed that Su Li's actions were out of his control, she looked at the old prophet and asked, "Grandpa Prophet, will Uncle Su Li be okay?" It could be clearly seen in her eyes that she expected the old prophet to reassure her and say Su Li would be okay. "He should be okay," the old prophet replied, "seeing as he's still able to retain some control, it seems like he's been this way for a while now." He continued to comfort Duan Si Ling. "Therefore, there's no need for you to worry about him. Okay." Duan Si Ling felt much better after hearing the old prophet's words. 3 days later, 3 uninvited guests came to this valley in the ice mountain. "Why are you here?" The old prophet was startled when he saw the 3 uninvited guests. These 3 uninvited guests were none other than the 2 little pythons and little gold mouse he met last time. Back then, the old prophet had instructed Yu Wuying to take these 3 and leave them in the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land. He had done that because he had divined that they would have some fortuitous encounter in the lower province. Although he was not entirely sure if the divination was completely accurate, he still decided to take a chance and ordered Yu Wuying to bring them away. After all, one would only succeed by taking risks. Old geezer. The golden-clad little glared at the old prophet and asked, "Why did you order Yu Wuying to send us away to the lower province that's infested with devils? Were you planning to kill us?" Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White had returned to the upper province 3 days ago. Through the intelligence network of the Red Dust progeny, they learned about many things that they were unaware of. One of the things they found was the old prophet was the one who had ordered Yu Wuying to send them to the lower province. Naturally, they also knew the old prophet had done that because he had divined that they would have a fortuitous encounter in the lower province. However, they were upset that the old prophet did not even talk to them about it and just threw them to lower province without any explanation. For this reason, apart from Little Gold, even Little Black was staring at the old prophet coldly. Little White, whose temper was the best among the 3, was also staring at the old prophet with some hostility. "It seems like 3 of you managed to come across a fortuitous encounter in the lower province, right?" Although 3 of them did not release their energies, the old prophet could vaguely tell that they had gotten stronger based on the way they carried themselves. "The lower province. Fortuitous encounter," Little Gold said reproachfully. "What fucking fortuitous encounter could there be in the lower province? What, does this mean 3 of you did not have any fortuitous encounter?" The old prophet was shocked. He began to mutter to himself, Don't tell me I made a mistake during divination." Naturally, there were risks involved in sending the 3 of them away. It was not a sure thing that they would have a fortuitous encounter. Therefore, upon hearing Little Gold's words, the old prophet thought he had made a mistake. At this moment, Duan Si Ling, who was standing at the side, spoke up. She said reproachfully, "Hey, you're such a cute little girl. How can you be so impolite? Grandpa Prophet is an elder, you mustn't talk to him like that." She spoke in a tone of an elder educating a junior. "Si Ling," Gan Ruyan said warningly. Duan Si Ling might not realize Little Gold was strong, however, she could clearly sense it. Therefore, she hurriedly warned Duan Si Ling. "Who are you, little girl?" Little Gold asked impatiently as she turned to look at Duan Si Ling. She frowned and said threateningly, "It'd do you good not to intervene in the matter between us and the old prophet." Chapter 24-29 Brother Ling Tian and Sister Ka's daughter. When Duan Si Ling heard Little Gold rebuking her, she was rather shocked. She instinctively glanced at the black-clad little boy and white-clad little girl who were standing nearby. After a while, an idea formed in her mind and she asked tentatively, "Are you Little Gold?" The golden-clad girl looked at Duan Si Ling impatiently. However, upon hearing Duan Si Ling's words, she began to study Duan Si Ling intently. She discovered that this girl who looked about 10 years of age seemed quite familiar. However, she was certain she had not met this girl before. After a while, she asked, "Who are you? How do you know me? Did the old geezer tell you about me? You're truly Little Gold." Duan Si Ling became excited when the golden-clad little girl did not deny her words. She said excitedly, "Since you're Little Gold, those 2 must be Little Black and Little White." She turned to look at the black-clad little boy and white-clad little girl who also returned her stare. The white-clad little girl could not help but ask the black-clad little boy, "Little Black, don't you think she looks rather familiar?" The black-clad little boy nodded in agreement. Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. So, it's them. Gan Ruyan was Kei's sister. Naturally, she had heard a lot from Kei during the time they spent together. She remembered Kei mentioning a little gold mouse and 2 little pythons. She also learned that these 3 had accompanied Han Shui Nai to the 7 Absolute sect before they were sent away by the old prophet. Who knew they would return at this time? She sighed in relief. Since these 3 were Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White, she knew they would definitely not harm her niece. After all, her niece was the daughter of the person whom they cared about the most. Who are you? I feel you look familiar, but I'm certain I haven't met you before, Little White asked as she looked at Duan Si Ling in confusion. She could see the shadow of 2 people on this girl, and these 2 people were extremely important to her. Gan Ruyan looked at Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black before she introduced Duan Si Ling. She's called Duan Si Ling. 3 of them instantly shifted their eyes to Gan Ruyan. Sister Ka. Little White's eyes brightened and an excited expression appeared on her face the moment she saw Gan Ruyan. Little Gold's eyes brightened for a moment as well before it dimmed down. She said, "No, she's not Sister Ka. They look identical, but I'm certain she's not Sister Ka. Their auras are different." After all, before she gained a human form, she had often stayed in Ka's sleeves, therefore, she was very familiar with Ka's aura. She isn't Sister Ka. Little Black chimed in at this moment, agreeing with Little Gold. Upon hearing Little Gold and Little Black's words, Little White's excitement faded as well. Indeed, upon closer inspection, although the lady before them looked identical to Ka, their aura and temperament were different. "Indeed, I'm not your sister Ka," Gan Ruyan clarified, "I'm her twin sister, Gan Ruyan. As for Si Ling, she's Duan Ling Tian and Ka's daughter. Brother Ling Tian and sister Ka's daughter. No wonder she looks familiar. I can see the shadow of Sister Ka and Brother Ling Tian in her. As it turns out, she's Brother Ling Tian and Sister Ka's daughter." Little Gold and Little White brightened upon hearing Gan Ruyan's words. They flew excitedly toward Duan Si Ling and studied her intently. Although Little Black did not move, his gaze had softened and was no longer cold. In fact, a hint of affection could be seen in his eyes as well. "I didn't think Brother Ling Tian and Sister Ka's daughter would grow up so fast," Little Gold said to herself before she turned to say to Duan Si Ling in a gentle tone, "You're Si Ling, right? I'm your aunt, Little Gold." She smiled at Duan Si Ling affectionately. Her attitude now was completely different from how it was earlier. Duan Si Ling shook her head. "You look younger than me, I won't call you aunt." Indeed, Little Gold looked much younger than Duan Si Ling. It was, naturally, difficult for a 10-year-old girl to address a little girl who looked to be 8 or 9 years old as aunt. "You." When Little Gold heard Duan Si Ling's words, she was slightly displeased but could not find it in her heart to get angry. So, she tried to convince Duan Si Ling in a gentle voice, "Be good. Si Ling, when I met your parents, you weren't even born yet. Therefore, you should address me as aunt." She really wanted to hear Duan Si Ling address her as aunt. Unfortunately, Duan Si Ling was unwilling. Rage surged up in Little Gold's heart, but she, naturally, could not bear to vent her anger on Duan Si Ling. After all, she was the daughter of the 2 people she cared about. For this reason, she doted on Duan Si Ling as well. Little White shook her head and laughed. "Isn't fine, Little Gold. If Si Ling doesn't want to address you as aunt, it's okay. Why do you care so much about a title?" In her eyes, Duan Si Ling was just a child who needed their care. There was no need for them to take her so seriously. "Fine, fine." Little Gold gave in immediately. After all, how could she bear to be angry with Duan Si Ling? At this moment, Little Black walked over. His gaze was affectionate, and a rarely seen warm smile could be seen on his face when he looked at Duan Si Ling. He said, "Si Ling, I'm Little Black. Are Brother Ling Tian and Sister Ka doing well?" Duan Si Ling looked at the black hole in the void as she said, "Daddy and Mommy have entered the Sword Saint secret zone." She paused for a moment before she added, "Uncle Su Li has gone in as well." A hint of worry could be seen on her face when she mentioned Su Li. As soon as Duan Si Ling's words left her mouth, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White were shocked. Su Li hasn't ascended yet, and he has entered the Sword Saint secret zone. 3 of them had thought that after going into the Legacy Blood Pond, Su Li had ascended to a Devata realm. Who knew that was not the case? Moreover, he even came here. They were not surprised that Su Li made his way here. After all, When 3 of them could not find Han Shui Nai at the snow-capped mountain that used to be the temporary estate of the 7 Absolute Sect, they had sensed the energy here when they left. If it was not because of the legacy blood pool, they would not have detected this aura. Since the energy was similar to the legacy blood pool, they decided to follow the energy here. Who knew they would meet the old prophet as soon as they arrived? Si Ling, did you say that Su Li was here and he entered the secret zone? Little White asked solemnly. Yes. Duan Si Ling nodded. After talking to Little White, Duan Si Ling finally understood Su Li's condition. As it turned, he became like that because he had obtained an inheritance from the devil clans. Sometimes he would be normal, and sometimes he would be unable to recognize anyone. Su Li actually pointed his blade at you. The 3 of their expressions darkened immediately when they learned Su Li had attacked Duan Si Ling. 3 of them had treated Su Li well in the past due to Su Li's relationship with Duan Ling Tian. How could they tolerate Su Li pointing his sword at Duan Si Ling, who was Duan Ling Tian's daughter? After all, between Duan Ling Tian and Su Li, naturally, Duan Ling Tian was more important to them. Si Ling, are you alright? Little White and Little Gold approached Duan Si Ling and examined her carefully, clearly concerned. I'm alright. Duan Si Ling slightly shook her head. At that time, Uncle Su Li managed to stop himself. He only cut some of my hair. Good. That's good. Little White and Little Gold sighed in relief. Although Little Black remained silent, his tense expression relaxed as well when he heard Duan Si Ling's words. After a while, Little Gold turned to the old prophet and asked, Old geezer, where's Sister Shui Nai? Before the old prophet could reply, Duan Si Ling quickly chimed in, Aunt Shui Nai has also entered the Sword Saint secret zone. Little White's eyes brightened. This means Brother Ling Tian, Sister Ka, and Sister Shui Nai are together. Yes, they've been reunited for a while now. Daddy is now the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect. Duan Si Ling said proudly. The sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect. Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black were taken aback when they heard Duan Si Ling's words. Chapter 24:30 Another Celestial Sword. Since it had been a long time since the old prophet had ordered Yu Wuying to send Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, 3 of them were, naturally, unaware of the many things that had happened in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Only through Gan Ruyan and Duan Si Ling's words that they managed to piece together some of the things that had happened. Brother Ling Tian is the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny of the 7 Absolute Sect. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold only knew that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny had appeared before this. However, they did not know his identity. They even discussed among themselves what kind of person the successor of the Fog Rain progeny was. They did not expect the successor of the Fog Rain progeny would turn out to be Duan Ling Tian. How amazing, what a coincidence. Little Gold and Little White looked at each other in shock. They knew the successor of the Fog Rain progeny would become the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect. Since they did not know what kind of person he was, initially, they had felt slightly dissatisfied since they felt he would not be qualified to be Han Shui Nai's leader. However, all their misgivings disappeared when they found out the successor of the Fog Rain progeny was Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, 3 of them also learned about the deaths of Ji Yu Li and Yu Wuying, the successors of the 3rd and 4th Absolute respectively. Ji Yu Li is dead. Yu Wuying and Sister Shui Nai's master had died as well. They fell silent for a moment. The feeling of resentment they held toward Yu Wuying had disappeared as well. After all, there was a need to respect the deceased. Their eyes seemed to burn with rage as they said through gritted teeth in unison, Dragon Clan. Although they were not formally members of the 7 Absolute Sect, due to Han Shui Nai, they considered themselves as members of the sect as well. Since other members of the sect had been killed, how could they not be furious? However, 3 of them did not act recklessly. After all, the Dragon Clan was a force to be reckoned with. The Dragon Clan even had a supreme elder who was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Qing Huo spoke up at this moment with a grim expression on his face. The strongest person in the Dragon Clan is the inner clan leader, the true patriarch of the Dragon Clan. Rumor has it that the patriarch is at least an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's even possible that he's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After a while, Little Gold asked, Old geezer, can we also enter the Sword Saint secret zone? According to the records of the 7 Absolute Sect, it would be difficult for those with cultivation bases below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage to survive once they enter the Sword Saint secret zone, the old prophet said. A hint of hesitation could be heard in his voice as he added, 3 of you. Although the old prophet could sense that Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White were different from the past, based on Little Gold's words earlier, it seemed like they did not have any fortuitous encounter in the lower province. Therefore, he did not think their cultivation base had even reached the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Little Gold laughed when she heard the old prophet's words. Then, she said nonchalantly, Old geezer, although I said we didn't have any fortuitous encounter in the lower province, I didn't say we didn't have any fortuitous encounter at all. We went to the land of exile and managed to come across a fortuitous encounter there. As soon as Little Gold finished speaking, she turned to Little Black and Little White and beckoned them over. Little Black, Little White, let's go. Energy surged out from Little Gold's body swiftly before she charged into the black hole in the void. Si Ling, I'll take my leave now with Little Black. Let's play when we return. Little White said quickly before she and Little Black entered the black hole in the void. In just a blink of an eye, 3 of them disappeared. The old prophet, Qing Huo, and Gan Ruyan were stunned speechless when they felt the energies from Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. Qing Huo stuttered as he said, their energies seemed to surpass eminent celestials, right? It seems like they really did come across a fortuitous encounter. In fact, the old prophet's eyes had already brightened when Little Gold said they came across a fortuitous encounter in the land of exile. When he discovered their strength, his eyes brightened even more. It seemed like his decision to send them away back then was right. If he did not send them away at that time, they would have missed out on a great opportunity. They're stronger than eminent celestials. Duan Si Ling was stunned by Qing Huo's words. She asked curiously, Grandpa Qing Huo, does this mean their strength is comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial at least? Yes, in fact, they might be even stronger than a 4 and 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Qing Huo said, he had encountered both a 4 and 5 tribulation bodiless celestial previously. He had met the 4 and 5 tribulation bodiless celestial in the fire worship sect's estate. The 4 tribulation bodiless celestial was Li Bing, the ancestor of the fire worship sect, while the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was Di Chen, a 7-clawed golden dragon from the dragon clan. He felt that the energies from Li Bing and Di Chen were weaker than Little Gold, Little Black, and Littler White's energies. Since Di Chen was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who was on the verge of becoming a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, those 3's strength had to be comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial at least if they were stronger than Di Chen. What? The old prophet exclaimed. He was amazed even though he knew their strength was comparable to a bodiless celestial. However, he did not expect them to be stronger than a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. He was curious. Those 3 are even stronger than a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter they came across. Master, are you certain that they're stronger than a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Gan Ruyan asked incredulously. Of course. Qing Huo nodded. He said solemnly, you remember Di Chen, right? Yes. Gan Ruyan nodded. Naturally, she remembered Di Chen. He was a 7-clawed golden dragon from the dragon clan. He was also the only son of Di Huan, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial and the supreme elder of the dragon clan. Well, Di Chen's energy is weaker than those 3. Qing Huo continued. What? Gan Ruyan was dumbfounded. Di Chen was someone who was about to become a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White were still stronger than him. Gan Ruyan found this difficult to believe. She had heard a lot about those 3 from Ka and Han Shui Nai, the successor of the Red Dust progeny. Although she had heard that the old prophet had divined that they would meet with a fortuitous encounter in the lower province, she did not think their strength would rise so monstrously. She muttered under her breath, I wonder what fortuitous encounter they came across. It's probably something that surpassed anything in the mundane realm. She was unaware that her speculation was right at this moment. Little Gold and the other 2 are so strong. Duan Si Ling was extremely surprised. It was difficult for her to imagine that those people who looked younger than her were so strong. At the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, after a few days, Duan Ling Tian and his companions finally passed the 3rd challenge. They managed to obtain the celestial supreme treasure that Li Bai left behind. However, When Duan Ling Tian saw the celestial supreme treasure, he said, "It's another celestial sword." Duan Ling Tian held the sword in his hand and sent some of his energy into the sword. The sword began to emit light as a sword cry began to reverberate in the air. After testing it out, he came to the conclusion that the grade of this celestial sword was similar to the celestial sword he had obtained earlier. Duan Ling Tian threw the celestial sword as though it was rubbish to Zhang Yi as he said indifferently, "Zhang Yi, since you also use a sword, you can have this." This. Zhang Yi hastily caught the sword in his hand, but he said hesitatingly, "Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expend much effort all this time. I think it's better if you keep this celestial sword." Chapter 2431 The Divine Ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Although Zhang Yi wanted the sword, he did not feel it was appropriate for him to take it. After all, he did not contribute much at all since the first challenge in the heaven-ranked treasure vault that Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, had left behind. It was already difficult for him to deal with the first challenge. He could not even do anything during the second and third challenges that became progressively harder. "Just take it." Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by Zhang Yi's polite refusal. He only smiled faintly after speaking before he continued to move forward. He had no intention of taking the celestial sword from Zhang Yi at all. Meanwhile, Lu Sha stared at the celestial sword in Zhang Yi's hands enviously. Ever since she had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, she had not obtained any treasure yet. "Brother Ling Tian, wait for me." Han Shui Nai quickly ran after Duan Ling Tian. A hint of appreciation flashed through Zhang Yi's eyes as he gazed at Duan Ling Tian's back. He quietly put the celestial sword away. He had decided to accept Duan Ling Tian's kindness. The following 3 challenges, naturally, got progressively harder as well. However, they were nothing to Duan Ling Tian. He was able to pass through the challenges effortlessly. After they passed the 6th challenge, the scenery changed again. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, there should be a divine ability after we pass the 6th challenge. Previously, they were in a desert, now they were in a bamboo forest. A stone tablet lay conspicuously in the bamboo forest. The stone tablet's surface looked smooth and did not look special. However, it attracted everyone's attention immediately. How could it not attract their attraction despite its ordinary appearance when it was the only thing in this bamboo forest? Suddenly, the voice of Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, rang in the air again as clear as bells. "Congratulations on passing the 6th challenge. The stone tablet contains a divine ability that I accidentally found in the Devata realm. At that time, it had no name. After I mastered it, I decided to call it the 13 Green Lotus Swords." Li Bai's voice continued to ring in the air. The 13 Green Lotus Swords is a sword-type divine ability and has 13 swords. The strength of these 13 swords can be combined into a single attack. The strength of the 4th sword of the 13 Green Lotus Swords is comparable to the strongest sword-type divine ability in the mundane realm. The 5th sword is comparable to an ordinary sword-type divine ability in the Devata realm. Your strength will progressively get stronger as you continue to master it. Everyone's eyes brightened when they heard Li Bai's words. Based on his words, it was clear that this divine ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords, was not a common divine ability even in the Devata realms. All of them inhaled sharply when they looked at the stone tablet in the bamboo forest again. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, I wonder if this stone tablet that contains the divine ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords, can be comprehended by more than one person. At this moment, Li Bai's voice rang out in a timely manner. This stone tablet with the divine ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords, can be comprehended by more than one person. As long as you put your hand on the stone tablet, you'll be able to begin comprehending it. However, 3 days and 3 nights after the first person puts his hand on the stone tablet, it will disappear. Before it disappears, I hope that you'll be able to remember the content of the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Finally, I hope I'll be able to meet whoever manages to completely master the 13 Green Lotus Swords. Although you can't be considered as my disciple, we can still have a few drinks together. Based on Li Bai's words, it seemed that he liked drinking alcoholic beverages. However, the 4 people in the bamboo forest were not too concerned about that at this moment. They were more focused on the part where Li Bai said the divine ability could be comprehended by more than one person. They were relieved since this meant they would not have to worry about being left out. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he saw Han Shui Nai, Zhang Yi, and Lu Sha looking at him hopefully. Then, he led them to the stone tablet that contained the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, Duan Ling Tian was the first one to put his hand on the stone tablet. Then, the other three quickly followed suit and put their hands on the stone tablet as well. All of their eyes were closed at this moment. As soon as Duan Ling Tian put his hand on the stone tablet and closed his eyes, a black figure appeared in his mind. Judging from its form, it should be a man. He could not help but think to himself, could it be Li Bai? However, he had no time to ponder on that thought since the black figure began to move. A sword appeared in the black figure's hand. He wielded it skillfully and moved with a flash, leaving afterimages in his wake. Then, the black figure slashed the sword across the sky. It seemed capable of cutting through everything. The first green lotus sword. A thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind unbidden. He knew then this must be the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords. Duan Ling Tian was still immersed in his thoughts when the black figure separated into two. The second black figure wielded the sword in a posture different from the first black figure while the first black figure still maintained its posture. The second green sword. Another thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Subsequently, the third green lotus sword, the fourth green lotus sword, the fifth green lotus sword. After a short time, the 12th green lotus sword, the 13th green lotus sword. Duan Ling Tian did not even react in time. When the 13 black figures had executed all the movements of the 13 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, it only took the black figures a moment to execute the first to the 13th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. Duan Ling Tian could barely keep up with the first three swords. He could not keep up at all after the fourth sword. It's too fast. The speed of the figures wielding the sword is extremely fast. Duan Ling Tian was extremely shocked. He did not expect that even after comprehending the sovereign heart sword of the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, he still could not keep up with the speed of the fourth sword of the 13 green lotus swords. If the 13 swords movements were combined and used at the same time, I can't imagine its strength. After all, the green lotus sword celestial had said that just the strength of the fifth sword of the 13 green lotus sword is comparable to the strength of ordinary divine abilities in the Devata realms. I can imagine how terrifyingly strong it would be if I managed to comprehend all 13 swords. Its strength would probably be comparable to those high-ranked divine abilities in the Devata realms at that time. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he thought about this. The 13 green lotus swords was indeed a peerless treasure. He became excited as he continued thinking to himself, even if I only mastered the fifth sword of the 13 green lotus swords, my strength will rise a few levels. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew it would be difficult to master the first 5 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, let alone the remaining 8 swords. However, he was not discouraged. What I should do now is comprehend the basics of the 13 green lotus swords. Most importantly, I'll have to memorize all 13 swords of the 13 green lotus swords even if I can't comprehend them yet. After all, if Duan Ling Tian could not even remember the movements of the 13 swords from the 13 green lotus swords, how was he going to comprehend and master it? Although I've already comprehended the sovereign heart sword, I only managed to catch the movements of the first 3 swords of the 13 green lotus swords. I'm afraid the other 3 people might not even be able to catch the movements of the first sword when they see it for the first time. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered the black figure was going to demonstrate the 13 green lotus swords for the second time, and he quickly focused his attention on the black figure. Duan Ling Tian was right in his speculation. Indeed, Han Shuinai, Zhang Yi, and Lu Sha could not even catch the movements of the first sword when the black figure demonstrated the 13 green lotus swords. Before they even regained their senses, the first demonstration had ended. The demonstration of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The black figure repeatedly demonstrated the 13 green lotus swords to them. Chapter 24:32 How much of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, did you remember? When the black figure demonstrated the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, for the 31st time, Zhang Yi finally managed to capture the movements of the first green lotus sword. Great, I can finally see it clearly. Zhang Yi was despairing just a moment ago. However, he became excited when he discovered he was finally able to track the movements of the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords. His eyes that had turned dull brightened immediately. Zhang Yi was aware that if he wanted to memorize the divine ability, the 13 green lotus sword, he would need to be able to track the movements of all 13 swords. He thought to himself, I don't expect to remember all 13 swords of the 13 green lotus swords within 3 days and 3 nights, I only hope that I'll be able to memorize the first 6 or 7 swords. Zhang Yi was not too ambitious, and he was realistic. He would be content if he could memorize and comprehend the 6th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. After all, the 5th green lotus sword was already comparable to an ordinary divine ability in the Devata realms. If he managed to master the 6th or 7th green lotus sword, he would already be extremely strong. Although Zhang Yi had managed to fully capture the movements of the first green lotus sword after 15 minutes, he knew that the subsequent green lotus sword's movements would only become progressively faster. He would definitely require more time just to capture all the movements of the second sword of the 13 green lotus swords, also known as second green lotus sword, indeed. It took Zhang Yi roughly 2 hours before he managed to memorize the movements of the second sword of the 13 green lotus swords. Meanwhile, Han Shui-nai took almost the same time as Zhang Yi to finish memorizing the movements of the first green lotus sword. As for Lu Sha, she took half an hour more to memorize the movements of the first green lotus sword. Meanwhile, on Duan Ling Tian's side, I finally managed to memorize the 10th green lotus sword. Duan Ling Tian only had 3 more swords to memorize. It was fortunate that Zhang Yi, Han Shui-nai, and Lu Sha were unaware of Duan Ling Tian's progress. Otherwise, they would definitely throw up blood. 3 of them had worked so hard just to catch a glimpse of the first and second green lotus sword's movements and memorize them, but Duan Ling Tian had already memorized the 10th green lotus sword. This also meant Duan Ling Tian only needed to memorize the movements of 3 more swords before he completely memorized the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. At that time, he would be able to start comprehending and mastering this divine ability. Based on his progress, he would definitely be able to completely memorize the 13 green lotus swords before time ran out. Duan Ling Tian knew very well why he was able to memorize the 13 green lotus swords. It's all thanks to the Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, that Senior Feng Qingyong left behind. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to memorize the first 10 swords of the 13 green lotus swords so quickly. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself confidently, based on my progress, it would probably take roughly half a day before I completely memorize the 13 green lotus swords. Alas, things would not always go as planned in life. Half a day had already passed and Duan Ling Tian had barely managed to memorize the 12th green lotus sword. It seems like I've overestimated myself. The movements of the last sword of the 13 green lotus swords are incredibly fast. When Duan Ling Tian discovered this, he no longer dared to be complacent and refocused his effort into memorizing the 13th green lotus sword. At this time, another half a day had passed. A little bit more, just a little more and I'll be able to completely memorize the 13 green lotus swords. In the end, Duan Ling Tian spent another half a day before he managed to completely memorize the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Now that he memorized it, even if the stone tablet disappeared, he would still be able to comprehend and master the divine ability. Finally, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief as he opened his eyes and removed his hand from the stone tablet. Naturally, the black figure that was still demonstrating the 13 green lotus swords in his mind had disappeared without a trace as well. Duan Ling Tian looked around and saw that Han Shui-nai, Zhang Yi, and Lu Sha were all frowning. It was obvious they were having a difficult time memorizing the 13 green lotus swords. He thought to himself, there's 1.5 more days left. I hope they'll be able to memorize as much as they can. He knew how difficult it was to track and memorize the movements of the 13 green lotus swords after all. It was not that he looked down on Han Shui-nai and the others, but he truly felt they would not be able to completely memorize the 13 green lotus sword. He speculated inwardly that they would not even be able to memorize 10 of the 13 green lotus swords before they ran out of time. After all, each sword would get progressively faster. There's nothing I can do to help them with this. Duan Ling Tian murmured to himself before he sat at the side and began to comprehend the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that he had memorized. A day and a half flew by in a blink of an eye, and the stone tablet under Han Shui-nai, Zhang Yi, and Lu Sha's hands disappeared into thin air accompanied by a soft sound. At this time, the scenery changed again, and they found themselves in a lavish hall. At this time, Duan Ling Tian, who had been comprehending the 13 green lotus swords, opened his eyes in surprise. 1.5 days have passed. I managed to master the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords during this time. Moreover, I'm halfway through mastering the second sword of the 13 green lotus swords. I'm certain I'll be able to completely master the second green lotus sword if I were given another 2 days. He was delighted when he thought about this. After a while, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Han Shuinai, Zhang Yi, and Lu Sha, who seemed to have just regained their senses. He asked, "How's everyone feeling? What do you think of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords? How many swords did you manage to remember?" "Brother Ling Tian, I only managed to remember 4 swords out of the 13 green lotus swords." Han Shuinai smiled bitterly. "It seems like I'm not suited for the sword Dao and have no fate with the 13 green lotus swords." Although the first 4 swords of the 13 green lotus swords were powerful, they were only comparable to the top divine abilities in mundane realms. Similar to the divine abilities in mundane realms, although Duan Ling Tian had completely memorized the 13 green lotus swords, he could not share it with anyone else. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang Yi and Lu Sha and asked, "How about both of you?" "I only memorized until the 3rd green lotus sword," Lu Sha said as she forced a smile on her face, feeling helpless. Although she had mastered the first 3 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, it was weaker than the offensive divine ability from the mundane realm that she had comprehended. For this reason, she did not plan to comprehend the 13 green lotus swords. "I managed to memorize the first 6 swords of the 13 green lotus swords. I'm confident I would have been able to memorize the 7th sword if I had 2 more hours." Zhang Yi sighed even though he was satisfied with the result. He knew that the 6th green lotus sword was comparable or even greater than ordinary divine abilities in the Devata realms. When Duan Ling Tian heard Han Shuinai and Lu Sha's words, he did not have high expectations for Zhang Yi. Therefore, he was pleasantly surprised when he heard Zhang Yi's words. That's not bad. This proved that Zhang Yi was gifted in the sword Dao. The 6th green lotus sword. Han Shuinai and Lu Sha were shocked when they heard Zhang Yi's words. They did not expect the gap between them to be so wide. Lu Sha looked at Zhang Yi and said, "Congratulations, Zhang Yi. If you're able to successfully comprehend and master the first 5 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, when you become an eminent celestial, coupled with the celestial sword, you'll be as strong as a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Combined with the various techniques from the celestial master sect, your strength should be comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial." Her eyes were filled with envy and admiration when she spoke. "It's pure luck. I'm just lucky," Zhang Yi replied humbly. At this moment, Han Shuinai asked Duan Ling Tian, "Brother Ling Tian, how much of the 13 green lotus swords did you memorize?" Zhang Yi and Lu Sha instantly shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian as their eyes shined with curiosity. How much of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, did Duan Ling Tian memorize? Chapter 24-33 Fall O. 13 swords. Duan Ling Tian said slowly with a faint smile on his face as Han Shuinai and the other 2 people stared at him intently. 13 swords. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the other 3 were stunned speechless. Although they had expected that he would have an easier time memorizing the 13 green lotus swords, they did not expect him to completely memorize the 13 green lotus swords. All of them were amazed. To be able to completely memorize the divine ability from the Devata realm, the 13 green lotus swords, meant that he would be able to comprehend and master the divine ability in its entirety. Lu Sha's face was filled with disbelief as she asked, "Duan Ling Tian, are you sure you managed to see all the movements and memorize all 13 swords?" It was only natural that she felt skeptical. After all, she had personally experienced how difficult it was to memorize the movements of the 13 green lotus swords. Moreover, the 13 green lotus swords was an extraordinary divine ability even in the Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian only grunted when faced with Lu Sha's skeptical gaze. After a while, he said indifferently, "There's no need for me to explain this. It's up to you if you choose to believe it or not." Initially, Duan Ling Tian still had a rather good impression of Lu Sha even though she was hesitant to act that time when Rongbo had threatened them to kick Duan Ling Tian out of the group. He could understand her hesitance at that time. However, her skeptical gaze and doubtful words really angered him this time. After a while, he said, "Is it necessary for me to lie about this? Is there any benefit to me lying?" Lu Sha was stunned speechless when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She felt embarrassed and regretful. If she had a chance to start over, she would not have asked him that question regardless of how much she doubted his words. She thought to herself bitterly, "It's too late to do anything now." Since the incident with Rongbo, Duan Ling Tian has already become distant. He even gave the celestial sword to Zhang Yi first. Now that I made him upset again, I'm afraid there won't be any gain for me even if I continue to follow him. At this moment, a complex expression could be seen on her face. Meanwhile, Han Shui-nai chimed in, "Brother Ling Tian, I believe in you." She was slightly unhappy when she saw Lu Sha doubting Duan Ling Tian earlier. Once she heard his words, her expression turned cold immediately when she looked at Lu Sha. In fact, even a hint of anger could be seen in her eyes. Zhang Yi said, "It's true. There's no need for Duan Ling Tian to lie." Although he was shocked, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would lie. Throughout their time together in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he felt he knew what kind of person Duan Ling Tian was. He could not say that he knew Duan Ling Tian very well, but he was certain Duan Ling Tian would not lie about this. Han Shui-nai and Zhang Yi's words were like needles to Lu Sha's ears. Her face turned red before they turned pale. After a while, she turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said in a low voice, "Duan Ling Tian, I think there's no point in me continuing to follow you. It's better if we part ways from here onwards." When Lu Sha was about to leave the heaven-ranked treasure left behind by the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, Duan Ling Tian suddenly called out to her, "Wait. I know what's going through your mind at this moment. There's no need for you to worry. If we run into any celestial supreme treasure after this, it'll be yours. I'm not a petty person and wouldn't act unfairly just because of your words." Really, Lu Sha did not seem happy at all when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Instead, she sneered, "Aren't you just trying to get me to follow all of you so you can leave me behind to die during one of the challenges?" Upon hearing Lu Sha's words, Duan Ling Tian frowned. Although he had a good temperament, these words had truly angered him. What are you talking about? If he really wanted her dead, would she even be alive now? Lu Sha, what nonsense are you spewing? Han Shui-nai was furious. She thought to herself, this Lu Sha. How dare she question brother Ling Tian's integrity? Lu Sha, what's your problem? Zhang Yi's expression had changed as well. He did not expect her to say such things. Are you saying it's not true? Lu Sha continued to sneer. Duan Ling Tian, based on your strength that you displayed recently, if you didn't intentionally hold back, how could Wang Shi have died? You think I intentionally killed Wang Shi? An unsightly expression on Duan Ling Tian's face. Wang Shi had been killed in one of the human-ranked treasure vaults because Duan Ling Tian did not expect the challenges to be so difficult. As a result, he did not have time to cast the elementary devouring tactic to save Wang Shi. He did not expect that Lu Sha would accuse him of deliberately holding back his power and letting Wang Shi die. Isn't that so? Since Lu Sha had made up her mind to leave, it seemed like she did not think there was a point in holding her tongue anymore. Her sneer became more pronounced as she said, with your strength, you could have breezed through the challenges. If you didn't hold back, would Wang Shi have died? So you're insisting that I intentionally let him die? Duan Ling Tian was angry that he started laughing. What reason do I have to harm him? Isn't it because when Rong Bo asked us to kick you out of the group, both Wang Shi and I hesitated for a moment? You must be angry, that's why you let him die. Lu Sha said with a cold smile. Based on your words, I should still be angry at you. Why are you still alive then? Duan Ling Tian asked as he narrowed his eyes. Who knows, perhaps, you're just trying to look kind in front of Zhang Yi. Since Lu Sha felt there was nothing left for her to lose, she did not bother to hide her wicked thoughts anymore. Zhang Yi, who had been remaining quiet most of the time, spoke up at this moment. Lu Sha, Duan Ling Tian is not that kind of person. Zhang Yi, you can never know a person's heart. I advise you to be careful. After saying this to Zhang Yi, Lu Sha turned and left. Since there were no obstacles when one left the heaven-ranked treasure vault, she was able to smoothly leave the place. After Lu Sha left, Duan Ling Tian asked with a wry smile on his face, Zhang Yi, do you also think I deliberately let Wang Shi die? Of course not, Zhang Yi said, without any hesitation. To be honest, after I witnessed your true strength, I have, indeed, thought about that incident. However, I believe you just didn't have time to save Wang Shi. I don't think you deliberately let him die. There's no way you would deliberately let him die. If you really wanted Wang Shi or Lu Sha dead, it would be easy for you to kill them. What's the point of bringing them along with us just to kill them? After hearing Zhang Yi's speech, Duan Ling Tian chuckled. All of the frustration caused by Lu Sha before had disappeared completely. He thought that as long as Zhang Yi believed him, it was enough. After a while, he said, "Come on. Let's go and see what the 7th challenge has in store for us." To be honest, Duan Ling Tian was not particularly interested in the minor inheritance that the Green Lotus Sword Celestial left behind, which they would obtain after passing the 9th challenge. However, since they were already here, he decided to finish the remaining 3 challenges in the Heaven Rank Treasure Vault. Meanwhile, Lu Sha, who had left, still felt extremely dissatisfied. She muttered to herself, if it weren't for Wang Shi and I, would they have even found that place? Even after a while, she found that her anger did not subside. For this reason, she decided to spread the word about the Heaven Rank Treasure Vault to everyone she met along the way. It did not take long before many people learned about the Heaven Rank Treasure Vault. What? A Heaven Rank treasure left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. He's a legendary figure in our Yan Huang realm. I didn't think he would become a great overarching golden celestial after only 1,000 years. I heard there's a celestial sword and a divine ability from a Devata realm as well. Let's go check it out. Why are you in such a hurry? We're bodiless celestials, there's no way for us to enter the place. There's no chance for us to obtain the divine ability from the Devata realm or the sword Dao that's contained in the minor inheritance left behind by the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. The only thing we have a chance to get our hands on is the celestial sword. At this time, a crowd had begun to form outside the underground palace. Most of these people were bodiless celestials. These bodiless celestials could only wait outside since they could not enter the Heaven Rank Treasure Vault. Those who were not bodiless celestial did not hesitate to fly into the Heaven Rank Treasure Vault as soon as they arrived. Chapter 2434 The Celestial Technique, the Destructive Celestial Thunder. After Duan Ling Tian, Han Shui Nai, and Zhang Yi passed through the 7th challenge in the Heaven Rank Treasure Vault that was left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, they heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. In just a blink of an eye, 3 of them were surrounded by dozens of people. Zhang Yi, one of the people who surrounded them, cried out in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to come across a Heaven Rank Treasure Vault by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. The person who had spoken to Zhang Yi was a young man dressed in white robes with silver edges. When he spoke to Zhang Yi, he had spoken arrogantly and condescendingly as though he was an emperor talking down to his subjects. Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically. It was obvious he did not expect to see the young man here. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? The white-clad young man known as Zhang Yunfei chuckled. What, aren't you happy to see me? I heard that the celestial sword in here was obtained by someone called Zhang Yi, he said condescendingly. Before I came, I thought it was someone else who had managed to obtain the celestial sword. After all, a loser like you couldn't have possibly obtained it. To my surprise, it's actually you. At this point, Zhang Yunfei's eyes flashed coldly as he said, Zhang Yi, hand the celestial sword over. After Zhang Yunfei spoke, many of the people with him who were impatient began to express their opinions. Zhang Yunfei, even if you want the celestial sword, you can't have it. Everyone here wants that sword. If you want that sword, then, you'll have to fight for it. When Zhang Yunfei heard their words, he scoffed. Then, he said coldly, do you think you can stop me? Seeking death. As soon as Zhang Yunfei finished speaking, a loud explosion reverberated in the air as a vast energy surged out of his body. Apart from Saint Origin, there was a stronger force contained in his energy. Celestial Origin Energy. He's an eminent celestial. Most people's expressions changed when they sensed Zhang Yunfei's energy. However, there were a few people who remained unafraid. So what if you're an eminent celestial? Do you think you're the only eminent celestial in here? Both of the eminent celestials quickly released their celestial origin energy that was mixed with Saint Origin as well, displaying their strength. 2 eminent celestials. Zhang Yunfei did not expect to see 2 eminent celestials in here. He was slightly surprised. What, are you afraid? The 2 eminent celestials sneered. Afraid? Zhang Yunfei laughed. I hope you're not ordinary eminent celestials. Otherwise, you'll be killed within 2 breaths. He did not seem worried at all. In fact, he seemed extremely confident. The 2 eminent celestials exchanged a look of surprise. Both of them had the same thought in their minds. Zhang Yunfei is probably stronger than a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, how can he remain so confident? An earth-shattering explosion sounded out of nowhere at this moment. Zhang Yunfei wielded his thunder sword and sent his celestial origin energy that was mixed Saint Origin into it. Clouds began to form above him as he waved his sword around. In the midst of the cloud, purple and white light flashed intermittently, brightening the underground palace. This light, naturally, came from the bolts of lightning. Destructive thunder celestial. Zhang Yunfei cried out. Zhang Yi's expression changed dramatically when he saw this. He exclaimed in shock, he has mastered this celestial technique. Celestial technique. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He had heard Elder Huo speaking about celestial supreme techniques previously. It was similar to the martial tactics in the mundane realms and could be used alongside divine abilities. One would only be able to master celestial supreme techniques once one had become an eminent celestial, since celestial supreme techniques required the celestial origin energy. At that time, Elder Huo had a celestial supreme technique but could not teach it to him since he was far from becoming an eminent celestial. Celestial technique. The two eminent celestials exclaimed in unison. They knew if an eminent celestial had mastered a celestial supreme technique, his strength would be stronger than a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Their survival instinct kicked in immediately. Brother, I don't dare to take that sword. Why, you can have it. Brother, I don't want that sword as well. I'll take my leave. The two eminent celestials expressed their stance and prepared to leave this place as soon as they could when Zhang Yunfei's voice rang in the air. It's too late. Zhang Fei's celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin surged out of his body again, causing the earth to shake. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself, it's similar to an assist-type divine ability. He could clearly sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the underground palace had been absorbed by Zhang Yunfei. Although it was nowhere near as powerful as his elementary devouring tactic, it was still much more powerful than ordinary assist-type divine ability. He speculated inwardly, it seems like Zhang Yunfei's strength is comparable to a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. As the two eminent celestials tried to escape, two bolts of purple lightning struck them. The light from the lightning was so blinding that most people had a difficult time seeing. When the light finally faded away, the two eminent celestials had already disappeared. Upon seeing this, the people broke out in a commotion immediately. Please, spare our lives, sir. Please, we're foolish for not recognizing your strength. Please spare our lives. How could they not beg for their lives? The two eminent celestials who were stronger than them had been turned into nothing in just a blink of an eye. How could they resist? Some of them even fell to their knees as they begged for their lives. Zhang Yunfei scoffed. It was clear that he did not intend to spare their lives as he waved his hand. In just a blink of an eye, numerous bolts of lightning struck the ground. It felt as though its power was enough to destroy the entire world. The dozens of people in the underground palace had, thus, disappeared as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian asked Zhang Yi, is he the eminent celestial from the Celestial Masters sect whom you previously mentioned? The one who's stronger than a five-tribulation bodiless celestial? No. Zhang Yi shook his head. The person I mentioned is Zhang Yuntang, Zhang Yunfei's brother. Before he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Zhang Yunfei's strength was only comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial powers. However, that's only my assumption since I didn't know he had mastered the Celestial Masters sect's destructive thunder celestial. Zhang Yi continued to say, in fact, Zhang Yuntang gained strength comparable to five-tribulation bodiless celestial due to this celestial technique, the destructive celestial thunder, a divine ability from a Devata realm, and celestial supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian nodded before he said, this means if Zhang Yunfei obtains your celestial sword, his strength will be comparable to Zhang Yuntang. Yes, Zhang Yi said with a bitter smile on his face. Zhang Yuntang's celestial supreme treasure should have been given to him by the Celestial Masters sect, right? Since Zhang Yunfei has mastered the destructive celestial thunder, won't your sect give him a celestial supreme treasure as well? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Zhang Yi shook his head. We only have two celestial supreme treasures in our sect. One will be given to the most talented and strongest disciple while the other will be kept in the sect. Unless something happened to his brother, it's unlikely he'll obtain a celestial supreme treasure from our sect. I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood why Zhang Yunfei was looking at Zhang Yi like a hungry wolf looking at its prey. Chapter 24:35 Giving him the celestial sword. When Duan Ling Tian heard Zhang Yi's words, he knew that even if Zhang Yunfei had mastered the destructive celestial thunder and possessed strength comparable to a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, with his brother being ahead of him in everything in the Celestial Masters sect only possessing two celestial supreme treasures, he would never obtain a celestial supreme treasures from the sect. Therefore, he would have to obtain one on his own. Now that he found out Zhang Yi had obtained one, he, naturally, would not let this great opportunity pass by. Zhang Yunfei looked at Zhang Yi coldly and said in a condescending tone, "Zhang Yi, hand over the celestial sword. If you kneel before me and kowtow 3 times, I might consider sparing your worthless life." He spoke as though he was the Grim Reaper, easily deciding Zhang Yi's life or death. Zhang Yi's expression turned unsightly and he clenched his hands tightly when he heard Zhang Yunfei's words. He was so furious that his body began to tremble. However, he knew there was nothing he could do since he was no match for Zhang Yunfei. Suddenly, he felt a hand resting on his shoulder, causing him to widen his eyes imperceptibly. In just a blink of an eye, a figure had moved in front of Zhang Yi, shielding him. "Is that so? Why do I feel that you'll die today instead?" That figure was none other than Duan Lingtian. Although he had spoken calmly, killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Zhang Yi was someone he sincerely considered as a friend, and currently, someone was threatening his friend. How could he not feel angry? Duan Lingtian continued to say, "He's my friend, and nobody can casually kill my friends." Zhang Yunfei shifted his attention from Zhang Yi to Duan Lingtian as soon as Duan Lingtian stepped forward to shield Zhang Yi. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he said angrily, "You brat. You're seeking death." Zhang Yunfei's eyes were cold and his body emitted killing intent when he spoke. At the same time, celestial origin energy mixed with saint origin began to surge out of his body. As he lunged toward Duan Lingtian, he cried out, "Die!" A thunderous sound rang in the air. Clouds began to converge again as a purple and white light flashed intermittently within the clouds. Everything happened so quickly that Zhang Yi and Han Shuinai could not even react in time. Duan Lingtian scoffed when he saw Zhang Yunfei casting the celestial technique, the destructive celestial thunder. He lifted his hand and the celestial sword he had acquired appeared. Meanwhile, his energy circulated through this 99 saint veins and surged out of his body in just an instant. Duan Lingtian cried out, "Sword-wielding art." In just an instant, the celestial sword that was shooting out sword rays shot out as well. Indeed, the celestial technique, the destructive celestial thunder, was quite extraordinary. Its power was destructive, and it left thunderous explosions in its wake. Unfortunately, the seemingly domineering and destructive technique seemed to suddenly stop in its track. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Duan Lingtian's sword shot out and completely overwhelmed the destructive celestial thunder in just a blink of an eye. A deafening explosion sounded in the air, causing the earth to quake. A shockwave swept out, sending Han Shuinai and Zhang Yi flying. They were slightly injured by the shockwave as well. A series of explosions continued to reverberate in the air, seemingly causing the air to stagnate. Fortunately, they were not in the mundane realm. Otherwise, the collision of the attacks would have left countless cracks in the void. After all, the power of the attacks was comparable to the full strength of a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. After a while, the commotion finally subsided. However, it seemed like there was no clear winner in the battle between Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yunfei. Duan Lingtian had attacked in a hurry, therefore, he did not have the time to cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the 4th stage of the sovereign heart sword, the body sword fusion. If it were not for this reason, how could Zhang Yunfei have survived? Zhang Yunfei looked at Duan Lingtian pointedly and said in a low voice, "It seems like you're that Duan Lingtian from the Saint Province realm. Not bad. With your celestial sword and celestial technique, you possess strength comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. It seems like you're not any weaker than me." Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and asked, "You've heard about me?" However, Zhang Yunfei did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. Instead, he looked at Zhang Yi and sent him a voice transmission. "Zhang Yi, if you hand over your celestial sword, I'll kill this man and let you have his celestial sword. Moreover, I will not fight you for the minor inheritance from Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. I'll even help you with the challenges so you can obtain the minor inheritance." At this moment, Zhang Yunfei had lost his condescending tone when he spoke. Instead, he sounded quite respectful when he spoke to Zhang Yi. After all, he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. He did not expect Zhang Yi's companion would possess strength that was comparable to his. However, he was certain he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian once he obtained Zhang Yi's celestial sword. In other words, whether he would be able to kill Duan Lingtian or not depended on Zhang Yi. Naturally, the promise he made Zhang Yi was just an empty promise. He did not intend to spare Zhang Yi's life at all. After all, once he killed Duan Ling Tian, he could easily kill Zhang Yi. With this, he would obtain 2 celestial swords and the minor inheritance from Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. He had everything planned out in his mind. All he needed right now was Zhang Yi's cooperation. Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yi shook his head. He knew what was going through Zhang Yunfei's mind. He said loudly without bothering to use voice transmission, "Even if I hand over the celestial sword to you, you still won't be a match for Duan Ling Tian." Zhang Yunfei did not expect Zhang Yi to reply to him out loud and flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Zhang Yi, you're dead." Naturally, he did not take Zhang Yi's words seriously when Zhang Yi said that he would not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. He assumed Zhang Yi was just trying to provoke him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Zhang Yi and said, "Since he thinks he can beat me with a celestial sword, why don't you give him the sword? I want to see how strong he'll become after getting his hands on a celestial sword." His expression was calm when he spoke. It was clear he was not bothered at all. As soon as Duan Ling Tian spoke, Zhang Yi did not hesitate and took his celestial sword out and threw it at Zhang Yunfei. He said solemnly, "Zhang Yunfei, you'll soon discover that my words are true." When Zhang Yunfei caught the sword in his hand, an ominous feeling rose in his heart when he confirmed that Zhang Yi had, indeed, given him the celestial sword and saw how calm Duan Ling Tian was. He could not shake off the feeling that something was wrong. However, there was no way he could back down now. He had no other choice but to steel his nerves and continue on the path he had chosen. Zhang Yunfei thought to himself to calm his nerves, he must be exaggerating. There's no way he's telling the truth. With that thought in mind, he lifted the celestial sword and cast his assist-type divine ability and the celestial technique, the destructive celestial thunder. Elementary devouring tactic. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian cast his assist-type divine ability and whirlpools began to appear around him. It did not take long before the whirlpools disappeared. Let alone Han Shui Nai, even Zhang Yi could not get a good look at the mysterious whirlpools. On the other hand, Zhang Yunfei could clearly see the technique Duan Ling Tian had cast. He could tell the Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability was not inferior to his own assist-type divine ability. However, after a while, he discovered that his assist-type divine ability was losing out to Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability in regard to absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Fortunately, he had absorbed enough energy to launch his attack. Zhang Yunfei thought to himself, "With this celestial supreme treasure, my strength will be comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if his assist-type divine ability is superior to mine, his strength would be on par with mine at best." Chapter 2436 The Death of Zhang Yunfei. The world of imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. It did not take long before Zhang Yunfei learned the meaning of these words. Destructive celestial thunder. This time, the strength of the celestial technique was much stronger than the one he had cast earlier. It was comparable to the strength of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, a level stronger than his previous attack. Sword-wielding art. The sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand shot out immediately. Similar to Zhang Yunfei, it could be seen that the attack was much stronger than his previous one after he had raised his strength using the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring technique. However, there was a difference between his and Zhang Yunfei's attacks. The power of Zhang Yunfei's attack seemed to have risen a level whereas his attack seemed to have risen a few levels. Lightning flashed in the sky before striking down. Its power was destructive. At this moment, both Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Yunfei's attacks collided violently. Different from earlier, this time there was no pause. After all, there was only a pause earlier due to the attacks, equal strength. This time, Duan Ling Tian's celestial sword carried with it an even more terrifying and destructive force as it flew out. Its strength was clearly much more superior compared to the destructive celestial thunder. The deafening explosions shook the earth, and a shockwave swept out like a hurricane. In the face of Duan Ling Tian's attack, the destructive celestial thunder was so weak like a blade of grass. In just a blink of an eye, it was easily nullified by Duan Ling Tian's attack. Zhang Yunfei, who had exerted all his strength to cast the celestial technique, threw up blood as soon as his attack was nullified. The ground was dyed a dazzling red by his blood. His face was extremely pale at this moment. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He said with great difficulty, "How's this possible? My strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi scoffed when he heard Zhang Yunfei's words. He said unhurriedly, Duan Ling Tian can kill a true 5 tribulation bodiless celestial if he wants to, let alone an eminent celestial like you who only possess the strength of a 5 tribulation bodiless. How can you compare yourself to him? The scene of Duan Ling Tian killing Pei Kun Shan, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, was still vivid in Zhang Yi's mind. Therefore, he was not surprised that Duan Ling Tian had easily defeated Zhang Yunfei. What? Impossible. Zhang Yunfei's body trembled in fear when he heard this. He did not expect the purple-clad young man standing before him possessed such terrifying strength. He thought to himself in anger, damn it. Damn it all. Who was the one who spread the news about this heaven-rank treasure vault that was left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial? Why did that person forget to mention that Duan Ling Tian had obtained a celestial sword and is capable of killing a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? At this moment, he had lost all his motivation to fight after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength. Duan Ling Tian stared at Zhang Yunfei pointedly and asked in a low voice, how did you find this place? How do you know my name and that I'm from the Saint Province realm? Who did you hear this from? He had an inkling of who the culprit was, but he still wanted confirmation. Previously, Zhang Yunfei had arrogantly ignored Duan Ling Tian's question, but at this moment, how would he dare to ignore Duan Ling Tian after witnessing his strength? He hurriedly replied without pausing to breathe, I'm not sure who started the rumor. However, word has been spreading about the location of this heaven-ranked treasure vault. Moreover, it's widely known that it's left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, from Yanhuang realm. Apart from that, that person also said there are 3 people in the treasure vault and each of them possesses a celestial supreme treasure. These people are Duan Ling Tian and Han Shui Nai from the Saint Province realm and Zhang Yi from the Yanhuang realm. He revealed everything he knew. He did not dare to withhold any information at all. Han Shui Nai's expression changed as she cried out, it must be Lu Sha. Apart from her, nobody knows brother Ling Tian and my name. Lu Sha, Zhang Yi said through gritted teeth as his body emitted killing intent. Usually, he was patient and was not quick to anger, but he could help but feel angry when he heard that Lu Sha had deliberately sabotaged them after leaving the heaven-ranked treasure vault. He thought to himself, Lu Sha really wants us to die. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had his suspicions confirmed, remained calm as though he was not angry at all. Who knew if he was truly not affected by this information? After a while, he lifted his hand and the celestial sword shot out again. His move was unexpected and carried with it the same terrifying force from before. No, Zhang Yunfei cried out. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would attack him again. He hurriedly waved the celestial sword in his hand in a panic, trying to stop the incoming attack. Unfortunately, he was too slow. In just a blink of an eye, his glabella was pierced and blood gushed out from the wound immediately. It was no surprise to anyone that Duan Ling Tian had easily killed Zhang Yunfei. After all, his strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. If he had cast the body fusion sword, his strength would increase to the level of a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi's expression changed dramatically. He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would directly kill Zhang Yunfei after all. Is there something on your mind? Duan Ling Tian asked when he noticed the change in Zhang Yi's expression. He was confused. Did Zhang Yi not want Zhang Yunfei to die? No, there's nothing on my mind. Zhang Yi shook his head. However, there was a subtle expression of fear and unease that could be seen on his face. All these, naturally, did not escape Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He could tell there was something on Zhang Yi's mind. Are you certain? Yes, it's really nothing, Zhang Yi said. However, when he saw the look in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he finally said, it's just that when you killed Zhang Yi, I'm certain his seniors must have been alerted to his death. However, it's not a big deal since I don't think they'll be able to find you. They won't be able to seek revenge from you. Minor major mirror image talisman. A thought instantly popped up in Duan Ling Tian's mind. With the minor major mirror image talisman, the scene prior to one's death would be transmitted to the other holder of the talisman. After a while, he muttered under his breath, strange. I didn't sense the minor major mirror image talisman or any doubt talisman from him earlier. Although Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, Zhang Yi clearly heard his words. He explained, in Yanhuang realm, these talismans are not called minor major mirror image talismans. Moreover, these talismans are considered to be low grade in our realm. In our realm, one could inscribe such a talisman on one's body. It functions the same way, but it would not leave a trail behind. After a while, he added, however, there's no need for you to worry. The Beyond Heaven secret zone is so big, they definitely won't be able to find you. Moreover, you're from a different realm. They might not be able to find me. However, what about you? I'm certain the scene of him being killed must have included you as well. Moreover, his seniors must know you, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. At this moment, he finally realized the reason behind the change in Zhang Yi's expression earlier. When Zhang Yi heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he forced a smile on his face and said, I'll be fine. At most, I just won't return to the Celestial Masters sect after exiting the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The world is so big, it wouldn't be difficult for me to find another home. Duan Ling Tian asked, would those people from the Celestial Masters sect still punish you if they find out you're stronger than Zhang Yunfei and are highly talented as well? Of course not, Zhang Yi replied, strength is important after all. It's also due to this reason that Zhang Yunfei boldly announced he was going to kill me. Although I'm not ranked as high as he was, I'm still considered as talented in the sect. Similar to him, I have a Dao talisman inscribed on my body as well. If he kills me, the scene would be transmitted to my seniors. However, since I'm ranked lower than him, the sect would probably only give him a light punishment as a formality if he really did kill me. After all, in the sect, he's much more valuable than I am. Chapter 24:37 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. After listening to Zhang Yi's words, Duan Ling Tian reminded him, that was before. Currently, not only do you possess a celestial supreme treasure, but you've also obtained an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. As long as you're able to master the first 5 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, it'll be equivalent to mastering an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. He paused for a moment before he continued, if you also master the assist-type divine ability that has been passed down for generations in the Celestial Masters sect in the Celestial Technique, the destructive Celestial Thunder, your strength will be comparable to a 6 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Zhang Yi smiled helplessly as he said, I'm not qualified to comprehend that assist-type divine ability and the destructive Celestial Thunder. You're overestimating me. I'm not, Duan Ling Tian said confidently. If you successfully master the first 5 swords of the 13 green lotus swords and become an eminent celestial, with your celestial sword, you'll possess strength comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Let me ask you this, at that time, when you return to the Celestial Master sect, do you think they'll still blame you for Zhang Yunfei's death? Zhang Yi shook his head. No, however, it might be easy to become an eminent celestial, but mastering the first 5 swords of the 13 green lotus swords won't be easy. He was well aware of his own capability. Duan Ling Tian continued to persuade Zhang Yi, think about it. It's just like you said, the world is big, you can always find a new home. Before you master the first 5 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, don't return to the Celestial Master sect. When you master it and return to the sect, they won't blame you for Zhang Yunfei's death. Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, that's what I'll do for now. He had no other choice after all. At this moment, Han Shui Nai finally spoke up. She could not help but complain indignantly, Brother Lingtian. Lu Sha has crossed a line. I didn't expect her to be so vicious. A cold light flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he said, I didn't expect her to do this as well. When he had first met Lu Sha, he had thought she was a rather nice person. He did not expect her to be so vicious. His expression changed and he clenched his hands when he thought about her. He vowed inwardly that he would not let her go if he encountered her again. Zhang Yi, who was nervous about the predicament they were in, said solemnly, at this moment, I'm afraid this heaven-ranked treasure vault that's left behind by Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial, is surrounded by many bodiless celestials. Han Shuinai nodded, agreeing with Zhang Yi's words. Since Lu Sha had spread word about this, if non-bodiless celestials like Zhang Yunfei had heard about it, there was no doubt that other bodiless celestials had also heard about it. However, since they were prohibited from entering the heaven-ranked treasure vault, they would definitely wait outside for them to come out. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian did not comment on it. Instead, he said to Han Shuinai and Zhang Yi, let's continue. Since Zhang Yi and Han Shuinai were able to think of it, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, also knew there would be many bodiless celestials waiting outside to ambush them. However, there was nothing he could do about it at this moment, so it was better to focus on the challenges ahead. What he needed to do now was to raise his strength before he left the heaven-ranked treasure vault to maximize his chance of survival when he faced those bodiless celestials who were like a pack of hungry wolves. Indeed. At this moment, more and more people were gathering outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Most of these people were bodiless celestials. Those who were not bodiless celestials had long entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault. An unknown force gathered in the air before images flashed in the air. The scene that was being transmitted was the moments before Zhang Yunfei's death and when he was killed by Duan Lingtian. It could be seen that the destructive celestial thunder that Zhang Yunfei cast was extremely powerful, but it still could not triumph over the purple-clad young man's attack. Who the hell is this person? He's just an eminent celestial, but he possesses strength comparable to a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. An elderly man muttered to himself as he watched the ever-changing scene in front of him. The elderly man's appearance slightly resembled Zhang Yunfei, especially their noses. This elderly man was Zhang Yunfei's grandfather. He was one of the two protectors of Celestial Master's sect, Zhang Chuhe. He was also one of the three strongest people in the sect, only ranked below a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. In the Celestial Master's sect, the most powerful person was the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Below him were 3 8-tribulation bodiless celestials. Among the 3 8-tribulation bodiless celestials, one of them was the sect leader and the other two were the protectors of the sect. Zhang Chuhe's eyes were red as he stared at the purple-clad young man intently. He said through gritted teeth, "I don't care who you are. Since you dare to kill my grandson, I'll definitely kill you." His body radiated killing intent, and the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped a few degrees. After a few moments, he suddenly said when he noticed another person in the images, "This person looks familiar." After a while, he realized that person was a disciple from the Celestial Masters sect as well. He exclaimed in surprise, "Zhang Yi." Zhang Chuhe thought to himself angrily, not only did he stay idle as he watched my grandson die, but it seems like he's acquainted with the purple-clad young man. At this moment, the anger Zhang Chuhe felt began to swell. His anger was no longer solely targeted at Duan Lingtian at this moment, it was targeted at Zhang Yi as well. Damn it! Collaborating with an outsider and killing a fellow disciple. Zhang Yi, you're a sinner. Unforgivable. Zhang Chuhe was one of the stronger people from the Celestial Masters sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, even then, there was nothing he could do to avenge his grandson if he could not find the culprits. He knew it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find the people responsible for his grandson's death. He thought to himself, it's fine. When Zhang Yi returns to Yanhuang realm, I'll be able to kill him. Moreover, I'll probably be able to find the purple-clad young man through Zhang Yi. After 2.5 years, everyone would be able to sense the point of entrance and exit to their respective mundane realm. Zhang Chuhe decided that, at that time, he would guard the point of entrance and exit to Yanhuang realm to catch Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, he would look for 1 or 2 more celestial supreme treasures to increase his strength. After Zhang Chuhe made up his mind, he disappeared in a flash and went on his search for Earth-ranked treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. This was his original objective of entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone anyway. Meanwhile, inside a human-ranked treasure vault in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, a young man who resembled Zhang Yunfei cried out, "Brother!" A shattered soul pearl could be seen in the palm of his hand. Killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes at this moment. This young man wore a white robe with golden edges just like Zhang Yunfei. This person was none other than Zhang Yunfei's elder twin brother, Zhang Yuntang. He was also the strongest disciple among the younger generation in Celestial Master sect. Zhang Yuntang was delighted when he finally passed the challenges in this human-ranked treasure vault and obtained the clue that would lead to the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Who knew at this time, he would discover that his younger twin brother had died. Zhang Yuntang was further enraged when he realized he did not know who murdered his younger brother. The only way for him to find the murderer was to look for his grandfather, Zhang Chuhe, since his grandfather would receive the transmitted images of the scene when Zhang Yunfei died. His voice was cold as he vowed, "No matter who you are and where you're from, you'll have to pay for killing my brother. You'll have to die." Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of all this. Currently, he, Han Shuinai, and Zhang Yi were facing the challenges in the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. It did not take long before they finally managed to obtain the minor inheritance left behind by Li Bai. In just a blink of an eye, half a year had flown by. No one has come out yet. Half a year has passed, and so many people have gone in, but no one has come out. How big is this heaven-ranked treasure vault that's left behind by a great overarching golden celestial? Is it possible that they have all died in there? The bodiless celestials who were gathered outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault looked at each other in confusion as they discussed among themselves. Some of them had come here as soon as they received word about this place. They had been waiting for a long time. A few of them even left after waiting, but the majority of them had stayed. The ones who remained were extremely powerful bodiless celestials. Needless to say, the ones who had left were weaker bodiless celestials. After all, with the presence of the strong bodiless celestials, they knew they would not gain anything even if they continued to wait. Naturally, there were a few weaker bodiless celestials who stayed just to watch the show. Chapter 24:38 6 months later. Is it possible that this heaven-ranked treasure vault has another exit? A bodiless celestial asked as he stared at the entrance to the underground palace and frowned. No, another bodiless celestial who was standing nearby shook his head. Human-ranked treasure vaults, heaven-ranked treasure vaults, and the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone have only one point of entrance and exit. It has always been so in the past. Based on the record left behind by the people who entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone in the past, it was said there was only one point of entrance and exit for human-ranked treasure vaults, heaven-ranked treasure vaults, and the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. The bodiless celestial who had spoken first asked skeptically, however, in these 6 months, there are at least 100 non-bodiless celestials who have entered the treasure vault. Isn't it strange that not even one of them has come out? Yes, it's rather strange. However, it doesn't mean there's another point of entrance and exit in the heaven-ranked treasure. After a while, he shook his head and continued to say, there are only two possibilities, either all of those who entered are dead or they just simply haven't come out yet. Many bodiless celestials who were present agreed with this bodiless celestial's words. Naturally, many of them also felt dissatisfied. They had been waiting out here for so long, and yet, they did not gain anything at all. A gust of wind appeared as a figure could be seen flying from afar before arriving before all the bodiless celestials in just an instant. Run. One of the bodiless celestials recognized the young man who had just arrived. This bodiless celestial was an old man who was dressed in a simple and common robe. Due to this reason, he looked particularly unremarkable among the group of bodiless celestials. The young man was taken aback when he saw the old man. He did not waste any time and respectfully greeted the old man. Greetings, Elder Chi. The young man, Run, was from the same sect as the old man. However, he had only met the old man a few days before he entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone for the first time. At that time, he had learned that the old man was a rare 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from his sect. Moreover, it was said that the old man was even stronger than the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who was the leader of the young man's group. He really did not expect he would meet this old man here. Run, did you come here because of the heaven-ranked treasure vault? The old man asked Run. Yes. Run hurriedly nodded. He felt a jolt of fear when he scanned his surroundings. There were at least 50 to 60 people around, and they were mostly bodiless celestials. It seemed as though they were guarding the entrance to the heaven-ranked treasure vault. As a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was, naturally, pressured by the presence of so many bodiless celestials. I've been waiting here for 6 months now, the old man said to Run. At least 100 people have entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault during this time, and among these people, there were many eminent celestials as well, but no one has come out yet. The old man paused for a moment before he said, please think it through before you decide to enter the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Elder Chi, I want to enter the treasure vault. Run replied without any hesitation. The moment he entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, he was already prepared to face all kinds of dangers. After all, there would be no fortune without any risks. He had to take the risk if he wanted to obtain a celestial supreme treasure, a divine ability from a Devata realm or the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. The old man did not dissuade Run. After all, he had his own selfish motive as well. He wanted to see if there was any kind of danger in there. If something were to happen to Run, he would be able to find out the situation inside. After all, he had Run's soul pearl, and he had a Dao talisman that corresponded with He Run's mirror image Dao talisman. Elder Qi, I'll go now, He Run said to the old man. He did not hesitate as he flew into the underground palace under the watchful eyes of the bodiless celestials present on the scene. After He Run entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault, another bodiless celestial asked the old man, "Big brother, is he a junior from your sect?" "Yes." The old man nodded slightly. "So, does this mean you have his soul pearl?" Another bodiless celestial asked. "Not only do I have his soul pearl, but I even have a mirror image Dao talisman that corresponds to the one he carries." The old man said. The eyes of the bodiless celestials brightened when they heard the old man's words. After all, they knew this meant the old man would be able to find out what was happening in the heaven-ranked treasure vault. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the old man lifted his hand as a soul pearl appeared in his hand. This soul pearl belonged to He Run, who had just entered the underground palace. Many of the bodiless celestials shifted their attention to He Run's soul pearl. In just about 10 breaths, the soul pearl in the old man's hand suddenly shattered, causing fear to rise in the many bodiless celestials' hearts. Dead, he died so quickly. He had only entered the treasure vault for less than 20 breaths, right? I wonder what danger lurks in this heaven-ranked treasure vault. Shock and disbelief could be seen on the group of bodiless celestials' faces when the soul pearl shattered. After all, the young man had just entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault. How did he die so quickly? Since those people who had entered the heaven treasure vault before this were not the juniors from their sect, they, naturally, did not possess those people's soul pearls. For this reason, they were unaware if those people were still alive or not. They were completely unaware of what was going on inside. However, based on the shattered soul pearl in the old man's hand, it seemed like the heaven-ranked treasure vault was incredibly dangerous. A cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage had died within 20 breaths after entering the treasure vault. At this moment, many bodiless celestials turned to the old man and urged him, "Big brother, shall we take a look at how he died?" On the other hand, a shock expression could be seen on the old man's face as he looked at the shattered soul pearl. He muttered to himself, "He died so quickly." Although he did not expect much from He Run, he still did not expect He Run would die so quickly. He was, naturally, curious about how He Run died. As he took out a mirror image Dao talisman, he thought to himself, "I want to see if He Run died from one of the challenges in the treasure vault or if someone killed him." As soon as the old man tore the Dao talisman, a mysterious force appeared before it transmitted the scene of what had happened to He Run. The mirror image showed He Run with 3 other people. There was a purple-clad young man who was sitting cross-legged in the air. Phantoms wielding swords were swiftly moving around his body. Is he comprehending a divine ability? A bodiless celestial asked excitedly, "Is it possible that this is the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus sword, that's contained in this heaven-ranked treasure vault?" "That's possible." Many bodiless celestials nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a divine ability from a Devata realm. It's a sword-type divine ability, and it should be the 13 green lotus swords. Based on the rumors we heard, there were originally 3 people who entered this heaven-ranked treasure vault. One of them is a purple-clad young man from the Saint Province realm who's known as Duan Ling Tian. Before he entered this treasure vault, he had already obtained a celestial sword. This purple-clad young man should be Duan Ling Tian. Apart from the celestial sword, it seems like Duan Ling Tian has also obtained the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Those 2 who are flanking Duan Ling Tian should be Zhang Yi from Yanhuang realm and Han Shui Nai, who's also from the Saint Province realm. Rumor has it that both of them also possess a celestial supreme treasure each. This means there are 3 celestial supreme treasures in total. The eyes of the bodiless celestials waiting outside the underground palace were extremely bright when they saw Duan Ling Tian, Han Shui Nai, and Zhang Yi in the mirror image. Many of them had stayed for so long outside of the heaven-ranked treasure due to the celestial supreme treasures that 3 people possessed. Now that they saw the 3 were alive and well, how could they not feel excited? This meant they did not wait in vain. Meanwhile, some bodiless celestials were curious. Why are there only 3 of them? Where are the rest? Someone said grimly, "Can't you see the bloodstains on the floor? If I'm not mistaken, they have been killed by these 3 people." True enough, the mirror image Dao talisman showed what happened to He Run. What happened to He Run was very simple. As soon as he entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault, it did not take long before he met Duan Ling Tian, Han Shui Nai, and Zhang Yi. He exchanged a few words with Zhang Yi before he charged at Zhang Yi. Unfortunately, In just a blink of an eye, Zhang Yi summoned a bolt of lightning to kill him. After watching this, a bodiless celestial from Yanhuang realm cried out, "This person is Zhang Yi. He's from the Celestial Masters sect in Yanhuang realm." Chapter 2439 Gan Ruyan has entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Based on his attack and strength, his strength should be on par with Hirun. However, the sword he wields is indeed extraordinary. It should be the celestial sword he obtained from this heaven-ranked treasure vault. Many bodiless celestials took notice of the sword that Zhang Yi wielded. Although both Zhang Yi and Hirun's strength was the same, Zhang Yi had easily killed Hirun. The bodiless celestials could easily see it was due to the sword that Zhang Yi wielded. It was obvious that the sword was a celestial sword. When a cultivator at 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage wielded a celestial sword, he or she would have strength comparable to an eminent celestial. Celestial sword. The bodiless celestials were staring at the sword in Zhang Yi's hand greedily. Celestial Masters sect of Yanhuang realm. A hint of fear could be seen in the eyes of the old man who came from the same sect as Hirun when he heard someone say the person who killed Hirun was from the Celestial Masters sect. His fear was only natural since the Celestial Masters sect was one of the top forces in Yanhuang realm. Even among the top forces, the Celestial Masters sect was quite extraordinary. Although the sect the old man was from was not one of the top forces in his realm, he was not from Yanhuang realm. For this reason, the fear in his eyes disappeared quickly as he thought to himself, so what if he's from the Celestial Masters sect? It shouldn't matter if I don't kill him, I can still snatch his celestial sword away. In his opinion, he would not offend the Celestial Masters sect as long as he did not kill Zhang Yi. After all, Zhang Yi could only blame himself for being incompetent and could not protect the celestial sword from being taken away. It did not take long before the mirror image disappeared with a soft noise. At this moment, all the bodiless celestials were filled with greed after watching the scene transmitted by the mirror image. Before the mirror image, all of them were unaware of what happened in the heaven-ranked treasure vault, and they were not certain if anyone had obtained the celestial supreme treasure in the treasure vault. They feel assured now that they knew the celestial supreme treasure had been obtained, it was just that the person had not come out. Although they knew all of the more than 100 people that entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault had died, they were not afraid. After all, those people who entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault were not bodiless celestials. Most of their strength was not comparable to bodiless celestials at all. I can't wait for them to come out. Be patient, they'll have to come out eventually. Initially, some bodiless celestials had already gotten impatient and were prepared to leave. However, after watching the mirror image, all of them had discarded the idea of leaving. All of them were eagerly staring at the entrance of the underground palace, waiting for the people inside to come out. In the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, in a misty valley surrounded by ice mountains, Gan Ruyan bade farewell to Qing Huo and the old prophet. At this moment, she was prepared to enter the black hole in the void. "Master, Senior Prophet, I'm going in now." Now that Gan Ruyan had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, she was ready to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Naturally, she was unaware that she was about to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone, not the Sword Saint secret zone. "Since Si Ling is cultivating, I won't kiss her goodbye. Please take good care of her," Gan Ruyan said before she left. Before Qing Huo or the old prophet could respond, she had already disappeared into the black hole. Qing Huo sighed when he saw this. In the end, he could not stop his direct disciple from entering the Sword Saint secret zone. Although he wanted to accompany her, he was prohibited from entering due to being a non-bodiless celestial who was more than 100 years old. A lady who had just exited a human-ranked treasure vault muttered to herself, "This eldest sister has come in as well." The woman was holding a feng shui compass at this time. Her beautiful eyes looked at the feng shui compass for a moment before she flew away. This lady's hair fell on her back like a waterfall. Her figure was graceful, and her appearance was stunning. More importantly, her appearance was identical to Gan Ruyan. This lady was none other than Duan Ling Tian's wife, Ka. If this was a month ago, Ka would not have been able to sense Gan Ruyan's presence even though they were twins. The reason Ka could sense Gan Ruyan's presence now was due to the increase in her strength. Since her cultivation base had improved when she regained some of her memories from her past life, not only did her strength increase, but she discovered her senses to her surroundings were also getting more acute. For this reason, she easily sensed Gan Ruyan when Gan Ruyan entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Naturally, this was also largely due to the blood connection between them. Meanwhile, Gan Ruyan discovered she was in a stone forest after she entered the black hole. At this moment, she could hear the sounds of explosions as though people were fighting. She heard people roaring as well. The celestial supreme treasure is mine. I want this celestial supreme treasure as well. Gan Ruyan moved closer to the commotion and saw a few people fighting. Apart from that, she saw many onlookers standing at the side. She looked around her surroundings before her eyes finally fell on the area below where the people were fighting. She thought to herself, celestial supreme treasure. There's a celestial supreme treasure here. Gan Ruyan had seen a crescent knife floating above a towering boulder. She could tell the knife was extraordinary with just a glance. She felt her heart beating wildly in her chest as she thought to herself, that must be the celestial supreme treasure. She did not expect she would encounter a celestial supreme treasure as soon as she entered the black hole. Gan Ruyan suddenly jolted, realizing something was amiss. No, isn't this the Sword Saint secret zone? Only the members from the Seven Absolutes sect and the people she knew had entered the Sword Saint secret zone. Nobody else had come in. Was this place not the Sword Saint secret zone? She continued thinking to herself, I remember Senior Prophet saying the key he has to the Sword Saint secret zone is not the only key around. Other people might have the key as well. These people probably entered using the other keys. Gan Ruyan continued to study the people in the distance. It seems like these people who are fighting are bodiless celestials. She discovered that the people who were fighting were much stronger than her. She continued observing the situation before her and eavesdropped on the conversation of the onlookers. Who do you think will obtain the celestial supreme treasure in the end? I think one of the 2-5 tribulation bodiless celestials will obtain the celestial supreme treasure. After all, they are the strongest among the people vying for the celestial supreme treasure. The others don't stand a chance at all, a middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Gan Ruyan instinctively turned to look at two people who were fighting fiercely. It seems like other people were avoiding them as they fought. It seems like those two must be the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Gan Ruyan was amazed. She could hardly capture the movements of the two people. It was not difficult for her to tell those two people were the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Gan Ruyan continued thinking to herself, however, their strength seems inferior to Di Chen from the Dragon Clan. I guess that's to be expected since Di Chen was on the cusp of becoming a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Prior to this, she had met Di Chen, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, when she was still the sect leader of fire worship sect. At that time, Di Chen was forced to apologize and kowtow to Duan Ling Tian, her brother-in-law. This incident had increased her brother-in-law's notoriety in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Gan Ruyan had also, naturally, heard that Di Chen had failed his 6th bodiless celestial tribulation and died. She was aware that he had failed his tribulation due to his obsession with her brother-in-law. For this reason, Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan and a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, was seeking her brother-in-law in the upper province to avenge Di Chen. After a moment, Gan Ruyan turned her attention back to the other bodiless celestials present on the scene. It seems like all these bodiless celestials are quite strong as well. Suddenly, Gan Ruyan discovered an onlooker was slowly approaching the celestial supreme treasure, taking advantage of the fact that the 2-5 tribulation bodiless celestials were distracted and engaged in a fierce battle. He plans to steal the celestial supreme treasure. Chapter 2440. The sisters are reunited. Will he be able to succeed? Gan Ruyan thought to herself. Apart from Gan Ruyan, a few people had noticed the man's action as well. He's getting close to the celestial supreme treasure. Gan Ruyan could not help but feel nervous on behalf of the man when she saw he was merely a few meters away from the celestial supreme treasure. A loud explosion rang in the air suddenly, causing the void near the celestial supreme treasure to shake violently. The shockwave sent the man who was approaching the celestial supreme treasure flying. The explosion caught the attention of the 2-5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Trying to steal the celestial supreme treasure. Seeking death. Gan Ruyan watched as the 2-5 tribulation bodiless celestials stopped fighting and began to furiously attack the man who tried to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from under their noses. In a blink of an eye, the attacks from the 2-5 tribulation bodiless celestials converged on the man and exploded, producing a small mushroom cloud. After the mushroom cloud dispersed, there were no traces left of the man who had tried to steal the celestial supreme treasure. Gan Ruyan felt chills running up her spine when she saw this. She knew this man had been killed by the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials and not even his body was left. At the same time, those who were inclined to follow in that man's footsteps when they saw he intended to steal the celestial supreme treasure sighed in relief. Luckily, I didn't go. Fortunately, he went before me. Otherwise, I'd be the one who died. A series of explosions rang in the air again as the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials resumed fighting. At this point, nobody dared to take advantage and attempted to steal the celestial supreme treasure. Ganru Yan speculated inwardly, I'm afraid none of the bodiless celestials present would have a chance to get their hands on the celestial supreme treasure unless the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials are both heavily injured. At this moment, the attacks from the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials landed on each other. Both of them were severely injured. However, it did not stop them from fighting. Thunderous explosions continued to reverberate in the air as the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials continued their fierce fight. As time passed, the number of wounds on both their bodies increased as well. At the same time, their auras were also weakening. Nevertheless, the other bodiless celestials present on the scene still did not dare to make a move. After all, as the saying went, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was still stronger than them even if the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was injured. All of a sudden, a burst of laughter could be heard as the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were fighting. Soon after, a muscular middle-aged man appeared. As soon as the muscular middle-aged man showed up, he instantly charged toward the 2 severely injured 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. He said happily, "Thank you." Ganru Yan could clearly sense this man was also a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. She thought to herself, it seems like this person is looking to benefit from these 2 people's fight. At this moment, the crowd broke into an uproar as well. He's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Heavens, there's another 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, it seems like he has been here since the beginning. He was just waiting for the right opportunity to strike. He's too sly. At this moment, even the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials had stopped fighting, staring at the newcomer with a hint of unwillingness and fear in their eyes. Who would have expected that when they fought each other, they were actually creating a chance for another person? As they severely injured each other, the chances for the other person became even better. Many of the onlookers were discussing among themselves. Most of their attention was on the muscular middle-aged man. It seems like the newcomer is going to be the winner. That 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials have exhausted almost all of their strength. Even if they join forces, they won't be a match for the newcomer even though they're all 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Does this mean the celestial supreme treasure will fall into the newcomer's hands? At this time, the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials who were injured finally made a decision to join forces. Damn it, let's join forces. Otherwise, we'll certainly die, and he'll be able to obtain the celestial supreme treasure without expending any effort. Would the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials would be able to win after joining forces? The answer was no. Even if both of them were badly injured, they still had strength comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, their strength was nothing compared to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who was at his prime. After 10 strikes, the 2 injured 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were easily killed by the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man did not sustain any injury at all. Ganru Yan thought to herself, this man's strength seems comparable to Di Chen, the 7-clawed golden dragon. Based on this, it's obvious the muscular middle-aged man is stronger than 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials even when they were at their prime. The crowd began to discuss among themselves again. Some of them felt the muscular middle-aged man was shameless while some of them thought he was just being smart. He's clearly stronger than the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. He's too shameless. Although he's clearly stronger than them, he still waited until those 2 were injured before he made his move. How's this shameless? He's just being smart. If he appears in the beginning, he might only be able to defeat one of those 2. Moreover, if those 2 joined forces in the beginning, he might even be defeated. Just like a gust of wind, the muscular middle-aged man moved and reappeared near the crescent saber that was a celestial supreme treasure. His eyes shone as he looked at the crescent saber. This celestial saber is mine. He lifted his hand, preparing to break the formations shrouding the celestial supreme treasure. At the same time, the onlookers continued discussing among themselves. We've been working for half a day, and yet, we gain nothing in the end. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial could not help but laugh bitterly. He's too strong. I'm afraid there are not many 5 tribulation bodiless celestials in the beyond heaven's secret zone who are stronger than him. It's not just about his strength. He's really patient and cunning as well. Everyone, including Gan Ruyan, thought the celestial supreme treasure would undoubtedly fall into the muscular middle-aged man's hands at this moment. However, life had always been unpredictable. An ancient voice rang in the air as an elderly man dressed in a gray robe appeared. Who said the celestial supreme treasure belongs to you? He was staring intently at the muscular middle-aged man who was preparing to destroy the formations shrouding the celestial supreme treasure. He gazed at the middle-aged man as though he was looking at a dead man. Everyone, including the muscular middle-aged man, was not aware of the old man's presence. While Gan Ruyan stared at the old man, a gust of wind blew past her ears. A voice that was very pleasing to the ears rang by ear. Eldest sister, Ka, Gan Ruyan exclaimed in shock as she turned to look at the source of the voice, no longer caring about the old man who had just appeared. She saw a lady who looked identical to her standing by her side. The lady was none other than her twin sister, Ka. Elder sister, you've broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Ka's appearance did not attract much attention since most people's attention was focused on the gray-clad old man. The crowd was in an uproar again. Is he a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial as well? Many of them were shocked by this development. Meanwhile, Gan Ruyan nodded her head when she heard Ka question. However, a hint of skepticism and curiosity could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Ka. She still remembered the scene when Ka vanished into the black hole. According to myriad, Ka's strength, at that time, was comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial or possibly even stronger. Although Gan Ruyan was delighted for her sister, she was curious and confused. How did her sister become so strong? She opened her mouth to ask the burning question in her mind, Ka. A loud explosion interrupted Gan Ruyan at this moment. She turned to the source of the explosion and discovered that the muscular middle-aged had been killed by the gray-clad old man. Before the muscular middle-aged man died, he gasped. 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. These were his last words. The people present on the scene felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard the muscular middle-aged man's dying words. 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's the real winner. Chapter 24:41. She's your younger sister. When the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were injured, the muscular middle-aged man had appeared and seized the opportunity to kill them. At that time, the people present on the scene thought the muscular middle-aged man would definitely obtain the celestial supreme treasure. However, contrary to their expectations, when the muscular middle-aged man was about to break the formations shrouding the celestial supreme treasure to collect it, a gray-clad old man appeared and directly killed the muscular middle-aged man. Earlier the muscular middle-aged man had proclaimed the celestial saber belonged to him. However, when the gray-clad old man appeared, he had said, "Who said it belongs to you?" The muscular middle-aged man did not even have time to react before he was instantly killed by the gray-clad old man. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. The muscular middle-aged man's dying words revealed to everyone that the gray-clad old man was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, everyone could not help but discuss among themselves again when they saw the turn in events. They sighed when they thought of the 3 5 tribulation bodiless celestials who had died pointlessly. Even a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial is here. How unexpected. Isn't this natural? There will always be another person to take advantage of the situation as 2 people fight. 3 5 tribulation bodiless celestials have died for a celestial supreme treasure. I don't think they would have thoughts of obtaining the celestial supreme treasure if they knew a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial is here. After all, it's impossible for them to defeat a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the gray-clad old man who killed the muscular middle-aged man appeared near the crescent celestial supreme treasure in just a flash. He effortlessly destroyed the formations shrouding the celestial supreme treasure. A hint of delight could be seen on his face as he held the crescent celestial supreme treasure in his hand. He could not believe this stroke of good luck. After all, he was only passing by when he discovered this Earth-rank treasure vault that contained a celestial supreme treasure. On top of that, when he came over, most of the struggle for the celestial supreme treasure was over. He only needed to kill the muscular middle-aged man to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. His eyes were glued to the crescent celestial saber as he muttered to himself, "If I were slightly late, you would have fallen into that person's hands. Although the gray-clad old man did not speak loudly, almost everyone heard his words. They were envious of his luck. However, they were also aware that he could smoothly obtain the celestial supreme treasure due to him being a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, if he was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial or weaker, he would not have been able to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. He's talking about the muscular middle-aged man, right? Seems like it. Moreover, it seems like he had just arrived not too long ago. Exactly. Didn't he say if he had come slightly later he might not have been able to obtain this celestial supreme treasure? If this is the case, then, he's truly lucky. At this moment, Gan Ruyan's eyes were shining as she looked at the celestial supreme treasure. How lucky of him to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. However, her eyes dimmed when she remembered the gray-clad old man was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. There was no way she would be able to obtain that celestial supreme treasure. Ka, who had heard Gan Ruyan's words, asked, "Eldest sister, do you want that saber?" Ka. Gan Ruyan looked at Ka and laughed bitterly. Is there anyone who doesn't want a celestial supreme treasure? However, since he's a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, the celestial supreme treasure is destined to be his. Well, if you want it, Ka said softly before she disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Gan Ruyan was stunned by Ka's words. Before she could even reply, Ka had already disappeared from her side. It did not take long before she heard the crowd's voice that was laced with surprise. Who's she? What a beautiful lady. Not only is she beautiful, but her speed is incredibly fast. I didn't even notice anything. It seems like she had appeared out of thin air. Gan Ruyan quickly turned to the front and saw a familiar figure blocking the gray-clad old man's path. At this moment, the gray-clad old man was just about to leave. The person who was blocking his path was none other than Ka. Ka. Gan Ruyan exclaimed in shock, "Ka, what are you doing? Come back, he's a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial." Her voice was laden with panic. Naturally, Gan Ruyan attracted many people's attention as well when she exclaimed out loud. This lady looks identical to the lady who's blocking the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although their temperaments are different, it's obvious that they're twins. Based on the tone of this lady, it seems like she's afraid of the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. The anxiety in her voice is almost palpable. It seems like she doesn't think her sister is a match for the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. At this time, a courageous onlooker probed Gan Ruyan's cultivation base. He exclaimed in shock, her cultivation base is only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. A hint of contempt could be heard in his voice as well. 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Are you joking? You're right, her cultivation base is only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if her sister is more talented than her, how much stronger can she be? Is her sister seeking death? When the crowd discovered Gan Ruyan's cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they thought the lady who was blocking the gray-clad old man's path was insane and seeking death. At this moment, another courageous person tried to probe Ka's cultivation base. However, he discovered his divine consciousness could not get closer than 3 meters away from Ka. My divine consciousness can't get near her. My divine consciousness can't get near her as well. Hearing this, many people tried to probe Ka cultivation base. However, the results were the same. Could she be stronger than all of us? Someone suggested. That's unlikely. Her twin sister's only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if she's highly talented, she should only be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage or an eminent celestial. However, I'm able to probe the cultivation base of a 3rd tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone an eminent celestial. Does this mean she has some sort of treasure that prevents people from probing her cultivation base? That's highly likely. I heard there's an assist-type celestial supreme treasure that can repel divine consciousness and even defend against soul attacks. It seemed like most people present on the scene believed that Ka possessed some sort of celestial supreme treasure that would be able to repel divine consciousness and soul attacks. With this thought in their minds, they turned to look at Ka greedily. However, the greed in their eyes lessened when they saw the gray-clad old man whom Ka was standing in front of. At this moment, they finally remembered there was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial around. Unfortunately, even if she has an assistive-type celestial supreme treasure, it has nothing to do with us. She has to be insane. If she didn't block the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial's path, no one would know she possesses an assistive type celestial supreme treasure. I wonder what goes on in her mind. Most people thought Ka was seeking death. Initially, they thought she was as strong as the gray-clad old man since she was bold enough to block the gray-clad old man's path. However, when they discovered her sister's cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they no longer thought she was a match for the gray-clad old man. After all, how strong could she be when her sister was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gan Ruyan flew to Ka's side. "Senior," Gan Ruyan said apologetically, "Senior, I'm sorry. My younger sister is ignorant and naive. I'll bring her away now." Although she knew Ka's strength was not any weaker than a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, she did not think Ka would be a match for the gray-clad old man who was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. "She's your younger sister?" the old man in gray asked coldly with a knowing expression on his face. Chapter 24:42 Instant Kill. "Yes," Gan Ruyan replied immediately. She did not dare to treat the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial with disrespect. After all, a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to kill her with just a finger. When the gray-clad old man heard Gan Ruyan's words, he looked at Ka and laughed. "I didn't expect a windfall. Not only did I gain an offensive celestial supreme treasure, but I'm about to obtain an assist-type celestial supreme treasure as well." As a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, the gray-clad old man had lived for a long time. Therefore, he was more careful than most and did not act recklessly. Although the lady who obstructed his path looked identical to the lady whose cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he did not instantly jump to the conclusion that they were twin sisters. Moreover, even when others concluded she possessed an assist-type celestial supreme treasure since their, including his own, divine consciousness could not probe her cultivation base, he did not let his guard down even though he shared similar thoughts with them. For this reason, he directly verified the matter with Gan Ruyan. The gray-clad old man thought to himself as he looked at Gan Ruyan, non-bodiless celestials who can enter the beyond heaven's secret zone have to be younger than 100 years old. Since her cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, she's certainly younger than 100 years old. Since this lady who's obstructing my path is her twin sister, it means she's also younger than 100 years old. She hasn't even reached 100 years of age, there's no way she's a bodiless celestial. At most, she's an eminent celestial. His eyes shone with greed as he thought about this. He, naturally, coveted the assist-type celestial supreme treasure he thought Ka possessed. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the gray-clad old man said threateningly, "Give me the celestial supreme treasure you possess, and I'll only kill you. Otherwise, not only will I kill you and snatch your celestial supreme treasure, but I'll kill your sister as well so you have someone to accompany you to hell." He looked at Ka disdainfully as though she was just an ant that he could easily kill. Naturally, he was not wrong in his thinking. After all, as a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, someone who was not even 100 years old was truly like an ant to him. Gan Ruyan was shocked by the gray-clad old man's words. Even if her sister were to hand over the celestial supreme treasure she supposedly possessed, he would still kill her. She opened her mouth to interject, "Senior." At this moment, everyone looked at Ka sympathetically since they thought she would die. However, Ka did not seem flustered by the gray-clad old man's words. She remained calm as she said flatly, "My elder sister wants the celestial supreme treasure in your hand." Gan Ruyan was stunned speechless when she heard Ka's words. What kind of situation was this? Ka actually took her words seriously. An expression of guilt appeared on her face when she realized Ka had obstructed the gray-clad old man's path due to her careless words. The crowd was, naturally, stunned by Ka's words as well. Even the gray-clad old man was no exception. Is she insane? However, the gray-clad old man was once again shocked when he saw the lady who was obstructing his path seemed to have disappeared into thin air after she spoke. Naturally, he knew it was impossible for her to just disappear. No, a panicked thought appeared in the gray-clad old man's mind at this moment. He tried to focus his attention and managed to catch a brief glimpse of a graceful figure charging at him at a very swift speed. He was horrified when he saw the graceful figure fast approaching him. S7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. How can a lady who's younger than 100 years old be a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? At this moment, he deeply regretted looking down on this lady and underestimating her. without any hesitation, the gray-clad old man mobilized the energy in his body at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, he did not even think about killing his opponent. His only wish was to escape, even if it meant he had to abandon the celestial supreme treasure he just obtained. Energy surged out of the gray-clad old man's body before he shot out like a cannonball in the opposite direction of Ka. He thought to himself fearfully, "Run! I must run." A hint of frustration rose in his heart. He was a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial, who could have expected he would fall to such a state? The old man was still desperately fleeing when the void near him suddenly stilled and a graceful figure suddenly appeared. The figure was none other than Ka. He gulped and prepared to surrender and hand the celestial supreme treasure to her. However, before the gray-clad old man could raise the white flag, Ka had already acted. In just a flash, white dazzling rays radiated from her body. Like a white flame, it shrouded the gray-clad old man in just an instant. The white light surged to the sky, and the air stagnated in its wake. When the light finally faded, the gray-clad old man had disappeared. The only thing that remained was the crescent celestial supreme treasure. The crowd watched as the celestial supreme treasure fell into a slender hand. From the moment Ka chased after the gray-clad old man to the moment she killed him, it only took a moment. How's that possible? Isn't she the twin sister of the lady at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage? Since her elder sister's cultivation base is only at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, this means both of them are younger than 100 years old. How's she so strong? She's not even 100 years old, but she's capable of killing a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. Impossible. More importantly, it seems like she didn't use any celestial supreme treasure when she killed the sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. How terrifying. The crowd was in an uproar. They were in disbelief that Ka managed to kill the gray-clad old man who was a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, she had done so without using any celestial supreme treasure. Based on her attack, it seemed like she possessed strength comparable to a seven tribulation bodiless celestial at least. She's definitely not an eminent celestial. She must be an old monster. I agree. How can an eminent celestial possess strength comparable to a seven tribulation bodiless celestial without using any celestial supreme treasure? At this moment, Ka returned to Gan Ruyan's side. She smiled as she handed the crescent celestial supreme treasure to Gan Ruyan. Elder sister, didn't you say that you wanted this celestial supreme treasure? I've obtained it for you. However, Gan Ruyan did not reach out to take it. It was not that she did not want it, but she was still in a state of shock. When she regained her senses, she looked at Ka as though she was in a trance. Ka did not look any different. However, what had just occurred was still vivid in her mind. She did not expect her sister's strength would grow so tremendously in such a short time. It was beyond the range of her comprehension. The sixth tribulation bodiless celestial was so strong, and yet, he could not even withstand a single blow from her sister. She felt as though she was dreaming. Finally, she reached out and accepted the crescent celestial saber from her sister, still bewildered. She stammered, Ka, how did you? Ka smiled and said, Elder sister, let's go somewhere else. I'll explain everything to you. When Gan Ruyan heard Ka's words, she scanned her surroundings and quickly nodded. Although her sister had gotten much stronger, it seemed like her sister was still the same. Her sister still did not like places with many people. Chapter 2443 finally, made it. Gan Ruyan disappeared from everyone's sight in just a blink of an eye with Ka's help. What's happening? Is that female cultivator who's at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage really her sister? A four tribulation bodiless celestial asked with a gulp. I'm not sure. All non-bodiless celestials who are able to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone are definitely less than 100 years of age. If that lady is as strong as a seven tribulation bodiless celestial, it's not a surprise if she's the ancestor of the lady at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. How's it possible that she's the younger sister of that lady at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage? Many people were puzzled. Is it possible that, a three tribulation bodiless celestial speculated at this moment, the elder sister was reincarnated? Rumor has it that there's a special technique in Dao Martial Saint Land that allows one to reincarnate. You're saying that the lady at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage was reincarnated to this era from close to 10,000 years ago? Yes. Otherwise, how's it possible for the seven tribulation bodiless celestial stage to address her as elder sister? Everyone fell silent when they heard the three tribulation bodiless celestials' words. They had also heard of the rumors of people being reincarnated, but most of them regarded it as a hoax or just a myth. In fact, Duan Lingtian had experienced reincarnation as well through the extraordinary technique, the Three Lives Rebirth technique, from the rebirth martial emperor on Cloud Continent. It was a rare technique even in the Dao martial saint land. Although it seems far-fetched, it's the only plausible explanation. True. After all, it's even more far-fetched to believe that the lady is a cultivator who's younger than 100 years old, possesses strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial without the help of any celestial supreme treasure. Meanwhile, Gan Ruyan was unaware that those people had concluded that she had been reincarnated. At this moment, she was brought to a quiet and deserted valley filled with flowers and birds by Ka. Ka looked at Gan Ruyan and said, "Sister, I know that you have a lot of questions. I'll answer your questions, but I hope you'll keep this a secret from Brother Ling Tian. I don't want him to worry. I promise I'll keep it to myself, so please tell me." Gan Ruyan felt a slight tremor in her heart when she heard Ka's words. She had a hunch that the method her sister used to increase her strength was extremely dangerous. Otherwise, her sister would not have asked her to keep it secret. As she listened to her sister's explanation, her expression changed drastically. Gan Ruyan asked in shock, "You burned your soul and recovered memories from your previous life, and at the same time, your strength increased. Somehow, you avoided the celestial ascension tribulation when you're burning your soul, and your strength is currently comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial." After listening to Ka's account of what happened, she could imagine the excruciating pain Ka had to endure by burning her soul. A bitter smile appeared on Gan Ruyan's face as tears streamed down her face. She felt her heart ache for her sister. "Ka, is this necessary? Elder sister, I don't want to be a burden to him." Ka's reply was simple. Naturally, the him she was referring to was Duan Lingtian. "You silly girl," Gan Ruyan muttered when she heard Ka's reply and saw the brilliant smile on Ka's face when she spoke about Duan Lingtian. In her opinion, her sister was being incredibly foolish. Ka quickly changed the topic. "Elder sister, did you just enter the secret zone?" "Yes." Gan Ruyan nodded. "As soon as I entered, I saw the group of people fighting for the celestial supreme treasure." As she spoke, she looked at the crescent celestial saber in her hands. Earlier, it did not matter to her who would ultimately possess the celestial supreme treasure. After all, she knew she was not strong enough to contend for the celestial supreme treasure. Who knew, in the end, the crescent celestial supreme treasure would end up in her possession? Then, you must already know this is not the Sword Saint secret zone left by Senior Feng Qingyang, right? Ka asked. What? Gan Ruyan was stunned by Ka's words. This was not the Sword Saint secret zone. Then, what's this place? She did not doubt her sister's words. This place is called the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Ka told Gan Ruyan everything she knew about the Beyond Heaven secret zone that she had learned in the past year. This Beyond Heaven secret zone is connected to 5 mundane realms. There are only a few of us from the Saint Province realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, and the others are from the 4 mundane realms. Moreover, the other 4 mundane realms are large mundane realms, and our realm is just a small one. Gan Ruyan felt as though her horizon had broadened when she heard Ka's words. She was shocked by Ka's words. Apart from that, eminent celestials below 100 years of age aren't that rare in those large mundane realms. Moreover, some of them are as strong as 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestials. Realization suddenly dawned on Gan Ruyan. I see. So those bodiless celestials who were fighting for the celestial supreme treasure earlier are from the other mundane realms. It had to be said that Gan Ruyan was really lucky that Ka found her almost immediately as soon as she entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, with her cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it would be difficult for her to survive in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Time flew by swiftly and another year passed by in just a blink of an eye. At this time, many of the weaker bodiless celestials left one after another. Apart from those who stayed for the excitement, the stronger bodiless celestials remained in the secret zone and patiently waited outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault that was left by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. After all, they had already confirmed a year ago that the 3 youths inside the heaven-ranked treasure vault had obtained the celestial supreme treasure. All they needed to do was wait for the 3 youths to come out to snatch the celestial supreme treasure away. That 2 young men and that young girl, are they planning to stay in there for 8 or 9 more years? A bodiless celestial said with a frown on his face. It's fine if they plan to stay for another 8 to 9 years. I'll patiently wait until they come out. After all, they'll have to come out eventually unless they plan to die in there. Another bodiless celestial said. Those who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone would gain the innate ability to sense the point of entrance and exit to their respective mundane realm after 3 years. The secret zone would stay open for 10 years. If a person did not leave when the 10 years were up, they would be trapped in the secret zone. They would have to wait until the next time the secret zone opened to leave, provided they were able to survive that long. Even if they managed to survive, who knew what their mental state would be like? Moreover, in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, one would not be able to attract the heavenly tribulation and ascend to a Devata realm. One's cultivation base would stay stagnant in here. This was a fate worse than death for most people. Knowing this, how could anyone willingly trap themselves in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? A bodiless celestial suddenly said at this moment, I only want a celestial sword. I'm not interested in other treasures. However, no one paid him any attention. After all, it depended on one's ability whether one could obtain the celestial sword once the three youth exited the heaven-ranked treasure vault. In the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Hermit, the faint sound of sword howling in the air rang in a lavishly decorated hall. A purple-clad young man could be seen sitting cross-legged in the air in a spherical light shield formed by tens of thousands of flying swords. Meanwhile, a beautiful girl and a young man were sitting in a corner each, cultivating. The sound of sword howling in the air turned louder all of a sudden as the swords surrounding the purple-clad young man revolved at an even faster speed. Just as quickly as the sound had increased, everything suddenly fell silent as though time had frozen. In the next moment, a thunderous and earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as the light shield formed by the swords exploded. The purple-clad young man who was sitting crossed-legged in midair as though he was meditating like a monk suddenly opened his eyes after the shockwave from the explosion subsided. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as he said, finally. I did it. Chapter 2444 Leaving the Underground Palace. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had gone into closed-door cultivation for some time. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a gleam in his eyes, I was so focused on my cultivation this time that I completely lost track of time. I wonder how much time has passed since I entered closed-door cultivation. He looked around, planning to ask Han Shuinai or Zhang Yi about how much time had passed, when he discovered they were both sitting cross-legged in a corner in the lavish hall, cultivating. I'll wait for them. Duan Ling Tian did not wake them. He was not in a rush after all. Naturally, he did not stay idle. He used this time to try and master the 13 green lotus swords. Time flew by quickly, and another month passed in just a blink of an eye. At this time, Han Shuinai had woken up and discovered Duan Ling Tian had come out of his closed-door cultivation. When she saw him staring at her, she exclaimed in surprise, Brother Ling Tian, you've come out of closed-door cultivation. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a faint smile on his face. When did that happen? Han Shuinai asked. It has been a month, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. So are we leaving this place? A wary expression appeared on Han Shuinai's face as she said, I don't know if those bodiless celestials are still waiting for us at the entrance. It would be great if there's another exit. After Duan Ling Tian had gone into closed-door cultivation, Han Shuinai and Zhang Yi had tried to look for another exit in the underground palace, but their efforts bore no fruit. Eventually, they had to give up and come to terms with the fact that there was only one point of entrance and exit in this heaven-ranked treasure vault left by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. Apart from that, they had also learned from the group of cultivators who came in previously that a group of bodiless celestials was waiting for them outside. We'll wait for Zhang Yi to come out from his closed-door cultivation before we leave, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. It seemed as though he was not worried about the bodiless celestials who were waiting for them outside of the underground palace. Brother Ling Tian, did you gain much during your cultivation this time around? Han Shuinai asked. An idea began forming in her head when she saw Duan Ling Tian was unbothered when she mentioned the bodiless celestials waiting for them outside. It's not bad, Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile on his face. When Zhang Yi finally came out from his closed-door cultivation, 5 months had already passed. All in all, roughly 2 years had passed since Duan Ling Tian and the others entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In 6 months' time, all of them would be able to sense the point of entrance and exit to their respective mundane realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. At that time, those who wished to leave would be able to do so. Naturally, Those who wanted to stay would be able to do so as well. 3 distinct sword cries rang out one after another before they finally merged into one at this moment. The final sword cry was so piercing that it seemed as though it was capable of slashing a hole in the void. When Duan Ling Tian saw Zhang Yi casting the 3 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, he could not help but praise him. Zhang Yi, it seems like you made a lot of progress during your closed-door cultivation. You even managed to master the first 3 swords of the 13 green lotus swords. He was slightly surprised. After all, only those who tried to master the 13 green lotus swords would know how difficult it was to master it. The first sword of the 13 green lotus sword might be easy to master, but the subsequent swords would get progressively harder to master. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi managed to master the first 3 swords of the 13 green lotus swords in just 1.5 years. It was not an easy feat, so it was truly commendable. Zhang Yi put his celestial sword away and asked, Duan Ling Tian, since even I managed to master the first 3 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, I'm sure you've made even more progress. It's not too bad, Duan Ling Tian responded vaguely. Then, he said to Han Shuinai and Zhang Yi, we've been in here for about 2 years now. It's time for us to leave. Duan Ling Tian had learned from Han Shuinai that they had been in the heaven-ranked treasure vault left by Li Bai for 2 years now. He wondered if the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial had been found at this point. Duan Ling Tian waved his hand and a feng shui compass appeared out of thin air in his hand. He had obtained this feng shui compass earlier in this heaven-ranked treasure vault. It should lead them to their next destination that could be either a human-ranked treasure vault, heaven-ranked treasure vault, or the location of the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Outside the underground palace, there's no one, Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise. He was planning to retreat back into the underground palace if there were many bodiless celestials outside. He thought it was better to play it safe. He would not give the bodiless celestials a chance to attack them. They would be safe in the underground palace that had formations that prohibited bodiless celestials from entering. He thought to himself warily, are they hiding? As soon as that thought appeared in Zhang Yi's mind, a thunderous sound reverberated in the air. Following that, Zhang Yi saw Duan Ling Tian, who was walking in the lead, stomped his feet before flying forward. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian had already traveled a great distance away. Brother Ling Tian, Han Shuinai called out. Similar to Zhang Yi, she was worried. Just as she was about to warn Duan Ling Tian of the danger, she discovered he had flown far ahead. For this reason, she had no choice but to muster her courage and follow suit. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yi, who was filled with anxiety, also followed Duan Ling Tian and Han Shuinai. As he flew forward, he checked his surroundings, constantly, as though he was worried someone would strike at any time. After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian came to a halt, waiting for Han Shuinai and Zhang Yi to catch up. When all of them gathered, they prepared to move in the direction where the needle of the feng shui compass was pointing. Those bodiless celestials just left. Zhang Yi and Han Shuinai were in disbelief. So far, they did not see hide nor hair of any bodiless celestial. They could not believe that no one was waiting for them outside the underground palace. Just as they were about to leave, Duan Ling Tian remarked indifferently, here they come. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, before Han Shuinai and Zhang Yi could even reply, the sound of wind howling rang in the air. Zhang Yi and Han Shuinai's expressions changed drastically. In just a blink of an eye, the 3 of them were surrounded by roughly 20 people. Among these people, there were old men and old ladies, middle-aged men and middle-aged women, and young men and young ladies. All of them had one thing in common. They were all bodiless celestials. Moreover, they were powerful bodiless celestials. I can't even see their movements. Han Shuinai and Zhang Yi felt chills running up their spines. They could not capture the movements of the bodiless celestials at all, let alone figure out where they came from. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian remained calm. He was unbothered by the appearances of these bodiless celestials. Nary a ripple of emotion could be seen on his face at all. An old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and his companions greedily as he laughed. All of you finally left the underground palace. Do you know how long we've been waiting for you? A middle-aged man looked at the 3 of them with a sneer. This lad and this lass are quite careful. It's a pity that you're both dragged down by this boy. Do you think we can't foresee that you'll run back into the underground palace if you discover our presence earlier? He had seen how careful Zhang Yi and Han Shuinai was earlier. Naturally, he had also seen Duan Ling Tian charging ahead, seemingly without any care. all the bodiless celestials could have attacked Duan Lingtian when he charged out. However, they decided to wait until Zhang Yi and Han Shui-nai had caught up with Duan Lingtian before they made their move. They did not want to risk those three running back to the underground palace. Moreover, all three of them possessed a celestial supreme treasure each. It was better to reveal themselves when all three of them were together. Zhang Yi only smiled bitterly when he heard the bodiless celestial's words. He felt slightly confused. After all, throughout their journey, he had learned that Duan Lingtian was not a reckless person. Why did Duan Lingtian act so recklessly this time? On the other hand, Han Shui-nai's panic subsided. She seemed to be lost in her thoughts when she saw Duan Lingtian maintaining his composure even after so many bodiless celestials had appeared. She thought to herself, is it possible that Brother Lingtian has a way to deal with them? She shuddered. These bodiless celestials were clearly not ordinary bodiless celestials. Could Duan Lingtian really deal with them? Chapter 24:45 Time to Shine. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man. His words were dripping with disdain as he said, "Do you really think there's a need for us to hide from all of you?" His words were not only directed to the middle-aged man who said he had dragged Han Shui-nai and Zhang Yi down, it was also directed to all the bodiless celestials present on the scene. Duan Lingtian's words were, indeed, arrogant and domineering. Naturally, the bodiless celestials were infuriated when they heard these words. They glared at Duan Lingtian and some of them had even begun to mobilize the energies in their bodies. "Brat, you're seeking death." An impatient bodiless celestial cried out as he charged toward Duan Lingtian fiercely. This bodiless celestial was the person who had spoken earlier and said that Duan Lingtian had dragged Han Shui-nai and Zhang Yi down. He was also a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. As soon as the middle-aged man made his move, the bodiless celestials could easily discern his strength. None of them was surprised by this discovery. After all, the bodiless celestials who remained were powerful. The weakest among them were six tribulation bodiless celestials. There were many seven tribulation bodiless celestials who were present, therefore, a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial was no one noteworthy. A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as the middle-aged man approached Duan Lingtian. He swung his fists at Duan Lingtian as he converged his energy in his fists. Han Shui-nai cried out in alarm, "Brother Lingtian." Although she could not catch the middle-aged man's movements, she could clearly feel the wind that was blowing as the middle-aged man moved toward Duan Lingtian. She could even see Duan Lingtian's robes fluttering in the wind. How could she not know that the middle-aged man had launched an attack against Duan Lingtian? Although she had confidence in Duan Lingtian's strength, she could not help but feel nervous. Zhang Yi thought to himself when he saw the middle-aged man making a move, "I'm afraid he's stronger than a mere 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial." The other bodiless celestials only watched as the middle-aged man attacked Duan Lingtian. No one made a move to stop him. It was only natural after all. They were angered by Duan Lingtian's words. Moreover, when the middle-aged man killed Duan Lingtian, he still would not be able to leave with Duan Lingtian's celestial sword. They might as well let the middle-aged man do the dirty work for them first. As soon as the middle-aged man made his move, Duan Lingtian quickly cast his assist-type divine ability. Elementary devouring tactic. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian began to absorb all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings in just a blink of an eye. Han Shui-nai and Zhang Yi might not be able to sense anything when Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, but the bodiless celestials present on the scene could clearly sense it when Duan Lingtian completely absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Although they had seen assist-type divine abilities from Devata realms in the past, they were still shocked by Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability. What a terrifying assist-type divine ability! All of them thought to themselves. Soon after, they saw a translucent sword appearing in Duan Lingtian's hand. Their eyes lit up immediately. "Celestial sword," one of them exclaimed. Explosions continued to ring in the air as the middle-aged man punched down at Duan Lingtian. The void shook in the wake of his fists. It looked extremely terrifying. Based on this, the bodiless celestials present on the scene could tell that the middle-aged man did not hold back and had unleashed all his strength to deal with Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he intended to kill Duan Lingtian with just one strike. Faced with the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian sent his energy into the celestial sword as he cried out, "Sword-wielding art. 13 green lotus swords, 13 green lotus swords." A sword cry rang briefly in the air. Although it was brief, the sound shocked everyone present on the scene. The sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand shot out immediately. It seemed capable of killing a person who was 1,000 miles away. The sound of a sword cry rang in the air again. The 7 tribulation bodiless celestials could distinctly sense the sword cry that rang consecutively. However, to the weaker bodiless celestials, it seemed as though the sword cry had rung at the same time. In fact, only those who were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger could clearly see Duan Ling Tian's attack. Duan Ling Tian's celestial sword had shot out, followed by sword rays. The stronger bodiless celestials could not see how many sword rays there were. However, they were certain there were more than 5 sword rays. Is this a divine ability from a Devata realm or a celestial technique? The 7 tribulation bodiless celestials watched as the sword rays caught up to the sword and merged into one before it collided with the middle-aged man's fists. Another sword cry reverberated in the air. It sounded distinctively more piercing compared to the previous ones. As the sword slashed across the sky, a terrifying sword ray could be seen in its wake. The sword looked like a monster that could devour the heavens as it met the middle-aged man's punches. How's this possible? The middle-aged man who was charging at Duan Ling Tian finally recovered his senses. His expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Ling Tian's incoming attack. At this moment, the sword pierced the middle-aged man's glabella before he could even react. Blood instantly spurted out of the wound. His energy vanished as his eyes turned lifeless. The old man had died. All the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene, Han Shuinai and Zhang Yi gasped when they saw this. When they shifted their eyes back to Duan Ling Tian, it was as though they were looking at a monster. A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed by Duan Ling Tian with just a strike. Although Han Shuinai had long suspected Duan Ling Tian was more than a match for the bodiless celestials before them, it was still a shocking sight when she witnessed it with her own eyes. Brother Ling Tian has gotten so strong. It seems like he improved a lot after coming out from his closed-door cultivation. Zhang Yi squinted his eyes as he tried to catch Duan Ling Tian's movements. Did Duan Ling Tian cast the 13 green lotus swords? Although he could not see, he could faintly sense Duan Ling Tian had cast the 13 green lotus swords when he heard the sword cry. The 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene were shocked and frightened when they saw this. Initially, they did not think Duan Ling Tian posed a danger to them. After all, he was only an eminent celestial who was not even 100 years old. How strong could he be? Now that they saw him kill the middle-aged man, they knew they would have died as well if they were in the middle-aged man's shoes. He managed to kill a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is he really younger than 100 years old? Is he just an eminent celestial? How amazing! An eminent celestial who's younger than 100 years old managed to kill a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial who didn't hold back his strength. His strength is not any weaker than mine. At this moment, after killing the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, Duan Ling Tian looked at the other bodiless celestials who surrounded them indifferently as he said, "Do you still think there's a need for us to hide from you?" All the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials did not dare to meet Duan Ling Tian's eyes at this moment. Only the 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials fearlessly returned his gaze. To the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, Duan Ling Tian was strong, but his strength was on par with a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. At this moment, an old man who was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial scoffed and stepped forward. This man was none other than Elder Qi. He was from the same sect as Rui, who was killed by Zhang Yi upon entering the underground palace. Previously, he had conjured up a mirror image to show the other bodiless celestials that the 3 people were still in the underground palace. For this reason, the other bodiless celestials patiently waited outside and did not leave. Elder Qi stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. Do you think you'll make it out alive just because your strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Chapter 24:46 Who dares to stop me? Brat, you're too arrogant. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial scoffed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent and chimed in, "Do you think you're invincible just because your strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? There are more than 7 tribulation bodiless celestials here." Although the 3 remaining 7 tribulation bodiless celestials did not say anything, they were looking at Duan Ling Tian with hostility in their eyes. Upon hearing the words from the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene began to whisper among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian warily. Most of them did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive the attacks from these few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duan Ling Tian is too arrogant. He thinks he'll be able to survive just because he's as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. How naive. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial might not be able to defeat him and snatch the celestial supreme treasure away from him, but how could he withstand the attacks from 2, 3 or even 4 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? In my opinion, Duan Ling Tian is going to die today. Although most of the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials knew their chances of obtaining the celestial supreme treasure were slim to none since there were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene, some of them still held on to the hope that perhaps they would be able to obtain the celestial supreme treasure when the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were fighting among themselves. Otherwise, they would not have continued to stay in this place. So what if there are more than one 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? A sneer appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he heard the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. He said indifferently, "My words still stand. None of you scares me." After he finished speaking, he turned to Han Shui-Nai and Zhang Yi and said, "Shui-Nai, Zhang Yi, let's go. I'd like to see who would dare to stop me." After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he leisurely walked in the direction that the feng shui compass was pointing them to. From the beginning until the end, he did not pay any attention to the bodiless celestials at all. Han Shui-Nai and Zhang Yi were also stunned when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words, and they thought he was really fearless. After taking a few steps forward, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Han Shui-Nai and Zhang Yi were not with him. He turned around and saw both of them standing rooted to their spots as though they were frozen. He said with a slight frown on his face, "What are both of you dreaming about? Let's go." Han Shui-Nai and Zhang Yi cried out as soon as they regained their senses. Both of them followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian, still feeling shaken inwardly. Both of them were really curious if Duan Ling Tian were just putting on a fearless front or if he were truly unafraid of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Even Han Shui-Nai, who had always trusted Duan Ling Tian, felt slightly nervous at this moment. After all, she was not certain he would be able to deal with a few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials at once. The 6 tribulation bodiless celestials were stunned when they saw Duan Ling Tian really intended to walk away. They began to discuss among themselves. "He's insane. Totally insane. Duan Ling Tian is crazy. How dare he ignore those 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Why is he so arrogant? Is he truly unafraid of those 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? I think he's just putting on an act." After a while, the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials' topic changed to how there were no eminent celestials who were stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in each of their realms. If I'm not mistaken, even an eminent celestial who owns a celestial supreme treasure and has mastered several extraordinary divine abilities and celestial techniques would only have strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm not sure about other mundane realms, but the strongest eminent celestial in our mundane realm is only as strong as an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's not a match for those 7 tribulation bodiless celestials who are stronger. In my mundane realm, there's only one eminent celestial in history who possessed strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's the same for my mundane realm. All of us are from the 4 large mundane realms, but Duan Ling Tian is only from the small mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. Even in the history of the 4 large mundane realms, there were no eminent celestials who were stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. How's it possible for a lad from a small mundane realm to be stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? He's bluffing. He's just putting on an act. Meanwhile, the 6 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were enraged when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words and saw him walking away, not paying them any attention at all. Some of them were so angry that they began to tremble in anger. They had, naturally, overheard the conversation between the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials and agreed with their words. They did not think Duan Ling Tian was stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The wind howled in the air as the 6 7 tribulation bodiless celestials began to move to stop Duan Ling Tian and his companions from leaving. Since the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were barring their way, Duan Ling Tian and his companions had no choice but to come to a halt. Han Shui-Nai and Zhang Yi's expressions changed drastically when they saw there were 6 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. They did not expect that there would be so many 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene. So many 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Zhang Yi froze in fear when he saw the scene before him. All the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials looked at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent as they began to speak. Brat, you're really bold, I'll give you that. Do you think we can't tell that you're putting on a brave front? Even the strongest eminent celestials in Moro Realm, Yanhuang Realm, Vast Cloud Realm, and Skyline Realm aren't stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Do you think we'll be fooled and think you're stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian was no ordinary eminent celestial. Otherwise, he would have fallen to his knees when faced with the murderous gazes from the 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials. As soon as all of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials had spoken, Duan Ling Tian's darkened immediately. Even Buddha would lose his patience with these people's endless harassment. Their words had successfully angered him. He barked, "Get lost." The 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials were furious when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Get lost. Did he ask us to get lost? Did I hear wrongly? You did not. He really asked us to get lost. One of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials finally said with a scoff, "You're seeking death." His voice was as cold as winter. As soon as he finished speaking, he flapped his arms as though he was a bird as he flew across the sky. 2 large explosions rang in the air as soon as the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial made his move. At this moment, the remaining 5-7 tribulation bodiless celestials were staring intently at the scene unfolding before their eyes. It did not take long for them to realize the person who had made his move was Elder Qi. Elder Qi was from the same sect as He Run, who was killed as soon as he entered the underground palace. It was all due to Elder Qi showing the bodiless celestials a mirror image that they managed to discover those 3 who had first entered the underground palace possessed a celestial supreme treasure each and still had not left the heaven-rank treasure vault. Die! Elder Qi cried out. His energy surged out of his body as he dove toward Duan Ling Tian like a hawk flying in the air. His hands were akin to the wings of a hawk as they sliced through the air. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold when he saw this. He scoffed as his body began to emit a dazzling white sword ray. It did not take long before the sword ray shrouded him completely. Those with a higher cultivation base could see that he had seemingly transformed and became part of the tens of thousands of sword rays. Chapter 2447 Killing a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. As Elder Qi dove toward Duan Ling Tian like a hawk, he said coldly as though he was a grim reaper who had already decided Duan Ling Tian's fate, "Today, I must bring you down a notch before I kill you to show you the meaning of, there's always someone stronger than you in the world." In the distance, Duan Ling Tian's voice rang out among the tens of thousands of sword rays. "There's always someone stronger in this world. Let's see how strong you are." The sounds of a sword cry reverberated in the air as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. At this moment, he had completely disappeared, becoming one with the tens of thousands of sword rays. It did not take long before the white light that sword rays emitted turned blindingly bright, causing everyone to squint. When the light was no longer as bright as before, the people present on the scene realized that the sword rays had merged and transformed into an ordinary sword. The expressions of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials turned grim when they saw the sword. Although the sword's appearance was ordinary, they had a nagging feeling that there was more than meets the eyes. They were certain that the sword was not ordinary at all. Elder Qi continued moving toward Duan Ling Tian as he moved his arms that seemed as though they were sharp blades that could cut through anything. The energy that surged out of his arms seemed to increase at this moment. It was clear that he had unleashed all his strength. He did not hold back his strength since he could sense that the sword Duan Ling Tian had transformed into was not simple. In fact, he felt threatened by the sword. He cried out, "Die!" Duan Ling Tian's voice rang from the sword after Elder Qi spoke. "You'll be the first 7 tribulation bodiless celestial whom I kill." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the sword shot out toward Elder Qi. However, its speed seemed very slow. Even Han Shuinai and Zhang Yi, who were the weakest among everyone present on the scene, could clearly see the movement of the sword. However, they were unable to see the profundity of this seemingly simple attack. This was only natural since even the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials were unable to see it. Only the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were able to see the profundity of the attack. The 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' expressions darkened when they saw Duan Ling Tian's simple strike. The profundity of this strike was slightly similar to the profundity of the attack that Duan Ling Tian had used earlier to kill the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Earlier, the celestial sword had shot out, followed closely by more than 5 sword rays. In just a few moments, the sword rays had merged with the celestial sword, causing a burst of energy. It was a truly terrifying attack. Based on that, they knew this seemingly simple attack had to be terrifying as well. Body sword fusion. 13 green lotus swords. Duan Ling Tian cried out. His attack contained not only the fourth stage of the sovereign heart sword, but he had also used the divine ability from a Devata realm, the 13 green lotus swords. The sovereign heart sword was like celestial techniques. They could be used alongside divine abilities to further enhance his strength. The distance between Elder Qi and Duan Ling Tian was fast closing as Elder Qi continued to move his arms that seemed like the sharpest blades in the world. Duan Ling Tian, who had become part of the sword, shot out leisurely toward Elder Qi, slicing the void open. The hole in the void turned bigger and bigger before it finally seemed to devour Elder Qi for a moment. A soft but audible noise rang in the air as the sword and Elder Qi, who seemed like a hawk, finally collided. The sword that Duan Ling Tian was a part of hovered in the air where Elder Qi was standing earlier, whereas Elder Qi had moved to the other side. Everyone's attention was focused on Elder Qi at this moment as various emotions flitted across their faces. All of a sudden, a blindingly bright light appeared again from the sword. When the light finally disappeared, Duan Ling Tian could be seen hovering in the air as he looked at Elder Qi. Everyone seemed to have fallen into a state of confusion as they discussed among themselves. He seems fine. He's unharmed. Then, what was that noise earlier? However, it did not take long before they saw Elder Qi's body twitched and a wound appeared on his glabella. The wound widened all the way to his forehead. It was not difficult to see that this wound was enough to kill any bodiless celestial. Elder Qi's aura vanished as his body gradually vanished as well. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial had died just like that. Silence descended on the entire place at this moment. After witnessing Elder Qi's death, everyone's eyes darted back to Duan Ling Tian in unison. An expression of surprise could be seen in Han Shui Nai's face at this moment. All her worries had vanished as well. Although she had always had faith in Duan Ling Tian, she still could not help but worry about him. After all, he was facing such a dangerous situation earlier. She sighed in relief as she thought to herself, Brother Ling Tian is capable of killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial so easily. Does this mean his strength is currently comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? This. Zhang Yi was dumbstruck. Not even in his wildest dreams did he think this would happen. As a cultivator from Yanhuang realm and a disciple of the Celestial Master sect, he knew that the strongest eminent celestial in his realm was only as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he not be shocked now that he had seen an eminent celestial who possessed strength comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Earlier, I overheard the other bodiless celestials saying that the strongest eminent celestials whom they have heard of only possess strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Does this mean Duan Ling Tian has rewritten history? No, wait, there was Feng Qing Yang from the Saint Province realm who was said to be as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Feng Qing Yang only became that strong after he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Prior to obtaining the inheritance, his strength, with the celestial sword, was only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's a far cry from Duan Ling Tian's current strength. I can't imagine how terrifyingly strong Duan Ling Tian would be if he manages to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Zhang Yi was frozen by the many thoughts that flashed in his mind. He was certain that if Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, before he ascended to a Devata realm, he would definitely be the strongest person in all mundane realms. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Yi's eyes were bright as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He was sincerely happy for Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials gasped when they finally regained their senses. On the other hand, the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' expressions turned grim. A thought flashed in all their minds at this moment. He's so powerful. Chapter 2448 Famous in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Ling Tian stood, leaning on his sword, as his purple robes fluttered in the wind. Although his long black hair was being blown by the wind, it did not cover his handsome face. His expression was indifferent when he looked at the remaining 5 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, causing chills to run up their spines. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? All of them lowered their heads instantly when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words, 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. This purple-clad young man's strength was definitely comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. All of them were certain of this after they witnessed his attack. All of them thought to themselves, his attack might be even stronger than an ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. His strength is probably on par with those extremely strong 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. When the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials finally regained their senses, all of them gasped in shock. Their eyes were focused on Duan Ling Tian as they discussed among themselves. A hint of fear and wariness could be seen in their eyes at this moment. Dead, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial died just like that. Heavens, is Duan Ling Tian a monster? Didn't he come from a small mundane realm? How did he become so terrifyingly strong? Is he really just an imminent celestial, not an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? If he's a bodiless celestial, do you think he would be able to enter the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial? Prior to this, none of them had expected that one day, they would be afraid of an eminent celestial who had not even turned 100 years old. One of the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials suddenly said, the last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened, didn't an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? After he obtained the inheritance, he even managed to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial on his way out. I've heard about it. That man is called Feng Qingyang. He's a peerless cultivator in the Saint Province realm. Before obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching bodiless celestial, his strength was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. After he obtained the inheritance, he was only as strong as a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, another 6 tribulation bodiless celestial said. Is it possible that Duan Ling Tian has already obtained the inheritance left by a great overarching golden celestial? A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial speculated. Silence descended immediately as soon as that person finished speaking. Indeed, it was possible that the purple-clad young man had already obtained the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial, right? The 6 and 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were still staring at Duan Ling Tian in shock and horror when Duan Ling Tian nonchalantly called out to Han Shui Nai and Zhang Yi, "Let's go." When Duan Ling Tian left with his 2 companions left, none of the bodiless celestials dared to chase after him even though he was moving at a slow and steady pace. In fact, some of them even sighed in relief when they saw that he had left. Among the 5-7 tribulation bodiless celestials, one of them still did not give up. He sent voice transmissions to the other 7 tribulation bodiless celestials but none of them responded to him. After all, they did not think they would be a match for Duan Ling Tian even if they joined forces. After a while, one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials sighed regretfully. It's a pity that I wasted so much time here. You're right, if I knew Duan Ling Tian was so strong, I wouldn't have wasted my time waiting for him here. We waited for 2 years. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial exclaimed. The bodiless celestials who had arrived the earliest and had not left had waited for 2 years. Based on the turn of events, it was clear that they had wasted their time waiting. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial chimed in at this moment, although we have wasted 2 years, at least we managed to survive. Look at those 2, not only did they waste their time, but they even died. Upon hearing this, the remaining bodiless celestials felt lucky that they were able to preserve their lives. Anyway, is Duan Ling Tian really not a bodiless celestial? After a while, there were still people who doubted if Duan Ling Tian was really an eminent celestial. I'm certain he's not. After all, if he's a bodiless celestial, he wouldn't have been able to enter the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Let alone the heaven-ranked treasure vaults, even the human-ranked treasure vaults bar bodiless celestials from entering. Even the strongest existence in the mundane realms, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, wouldn't be able to enter a human-ranked treasure vault in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. That's right, there's no doubt he's not a bodiless celestial. Many people agreed with this statement. If he's not a bodiless celestial, how could he be so strong even though he's only an eminent celestial? Don't tell me he has already obtained the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial said grimly. Upon hearing this, most of the bodiless celestials felt their hearts sink. After all, the most valuable thing in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. Well, there's another possibility. Maybe he possesses something that's not any weaker than the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial before he even entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. That's possible. Many people nodded in agreement. That's unlikely. If he possesses something like that, is there a point in him entering the beyond heaven's secret zone? Someone retorted, you can't say that. Maybe he came to help his family and friends. Moreover, is there anyone who would complain about possessing too many celestial supreme treasures? At this moment, the source of Duan Ling Tian's strength became a mystery to everyone. Regardless, all of them were sure of one thing. Duan Ling Tian from the Saint Province realm was as strong as an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian would not expect that his actions today would cause him to become famous in the beyond heaven secret zone. All the bodiless celestials who were present on the scene began to spread word about what had happened wherever they went. Duan Ling Tian, who's from the Saint Province realm, possesses strength comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial despite only being an eminent celestial. Many people were in disbelief when they heard about what happened. Are you kidding? A mere eminent celestial managed to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. I don't care if the others believe it, I definitely don't believe it or not. I don't believe it either. In the history of Moro realm, the strongest eminent celestial only possessed strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, there's only a handful of such people. It's the same in Skyline realm. In my opinion, Duan Ling Tian's probably not an eminent celestial. It's highly likely that he's an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. I heard that Duan Ling Tian entered a heaven-ranked treasure vault. How could he enter the treasure vault if he's a bodiless celestial? Who knows what's true and what's fake? In any case, I refuse to believe it. News about Duan Ling Tian's feat continued to spread, but many people only regarded it as a rumor and did not believe it. At this moment, Lu Sha, who had decided to leave Duan Ling Tian, was shocked. She had spread word of Duan Ling Tian and the other two being in the heaven-ranked treasure vault in hopes that some bodiless celestial would teach him a lesson. Duan Ling Tian killed a 6 and 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in just one move. The 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could only watch as he left with Han Shui Nai and Zhang Yi. Lu Sha truly did not expect this. However, after mulling over it, she shook her head. Impossible. Duan Ling Tian couldn't possibly be as strong as an 8 bodiless tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he suddenly become so strong? However, deep in the depth of Lu Sha's heart, she could not help but feel that the news was true. She thought to herself fearfully, in 6 months, when I'm able to sense the point of entrance and exit to vast cloud realm, I'm going to leave immediately. It won't end well for me if I encounter Duan Ling Tian. He definitely won't let me off the hook. Although there were still many celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities from Devata realms, Lu Sha did not hesitate to leave. After all, with her strength, there was a low chance of her obtaining any of them. She knew her own strength very well. Moreover, even if she had a high chance of obtaining those things, she still would not stay a moment longer. After spending some time with Duan Ling Tian, she knew what kind of person he was. He was the kind that would not attack if one did not provoke him, but if one were to provoke him, he would definitely return the favor 100 times. Fear coursed through her veins as she thought to herself, I can only hope that I don't encounter Duan Ling Tian during these 6 months. Otherwise, there's no doubt that I'll die. Chapter 24:49. They are about to meet. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, those who had heard the news could not believe that an eminent celestial was capable of killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The name of that eminent celestial quickly spread like a wildfire in half of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Although the Beyond Heaven secret zone was vast, the speed of rumors spreading was incredibly fast. At this moment, a lady in a fiery red dress stood in a remote valley. When her fiery red dress fluttered in the wind, she looked like a fire elf. A hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes as her alluring lips moved when she muttered to herself, Big Brother Duan killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Meanwhile, a lady dressed in white with a veil covering her face stood nearby. Her eyes were also filled with surprise and incredulity as she said, how's this possible? Don't tell me he has already obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. These two ladies were none other than the 2 successors from the 7 Absolute sect, Feng Tian Wu, the successor of the 5th Absolute, the Blazing Phoenix progeny, and Mu Yi, the successor of the 2nd Absolute, the Prophet progeny. Both of them had met up about 6 months ago in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Due to their strength, they had to keep a very low profile. After all, they might not even be able to deal with an ordinary eminent celestial. Upon hearing Mu Yi's words, Feng Tian Wu nodded. It's possible. We'll know if he has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial after those people come out. After all, if he has obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, all the feng shui compasses from the human rank and heaven rank treasure vaults would be rendered useless, Mu Yi said. Feng Tianwu nodded her head. She had heard about this not long after she entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. At this moment, Mu Yi and Feng Tianwu had already discovered this place was the Beyond Heaven secret zone, not the Sword Saint secret zone. They knew that the Beyond Heaven secret zone was connected to 5 mundane realms, including the Saint Province realm. They also discovered that not only powerhouses younger than the age of 100 from the other mundane realms had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, but they also discovered many bodiless celestials had entered the secret zone as well. Among these bodiless celestials, there were many 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Rumor had it that there were also 9 tribulation bodiless celestials among the bodiless celestials. After half a day had passed, Mu Yi's eyes suddenly brightened. She turned to Feng Tianwu and exclaimed, "They're out." Feng Tianwu asked curiously, "Is the feng shui compass they obtained still working?" She sincerely hoped that the feng shui compass was not working, since it would mean Duan Ling Tian had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Every time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, only one person would be able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, once someone had obtained the inheritance, the clues leading to the location of the inheritance would be rendered useless. In other words, if Duan Ling Tian had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, all the clues would no longer work. Mu Yi focused her gaze on the feng shui compass for a moment before she replied, "The feng shui compass in their hands is still working." As a heaven-defying Tao cultivator, Mu Yi had mastered a soul secret technique that allowed her to prevent people, including bodiless celestials, from detecting her divine consciousness. For this reason, although she had been keeping track of a small group of people who had obtained clues leading to the location of the inheritance left by a great overarching golden celestial after she met Feng Tianwu, she was not discovered. A few days earlier, that small group of people had entered a human rank treasure vault. It was just then that they had come out. As soon as they came out, Mu Yi continued tracking them. When Mu Yi discovered the feng shui compass was still working, she hurriedly beckoned to Feng Tianwu and said before they left the remote valley, "Let's go. Let's follow them." Feng Tianwu was lost in her thoughts. She knew Duan Ling Tian's strength well. Before they had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, his strength was comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. Big brother Duan didn't obtain the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial yet. Then, how did he manage to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Even if he obtained a celestial sword, his strength should only be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is it possible that he has also obtained an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm? Based on what I know, there might be divine abilities from Devata realms in a heaven rank treasure vault. It's very likely that he has obtained one of those divine abilities. Feng Tianwu had sacrificed her life for Duan Ling Tian in the past. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was moved and her importance in his heart had increased. It did not take long before he fell in love with her. Since she was someone he loved, he, naturally, did not hide anything from her. For this reason, she was able to make accurate guesses about him. Feng Tianwu became excited as she continued thinking to herself, "If I'm right, Big Brother Duan has probably obtained another clue that leads to the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, since there would definitely be a feng shui compass in a heaven-ranked treasure vault." How could she not be excited when this meant she would be able to meet him in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Indeed, there was a point where Feng Tianwu and Mu Yi would intersect with Duan Ling Tian and his companions. This intersection point was none other than the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At this moment, Feng Tianwu and Mu Yi were not the only people from the Saint Province realm who were making their way to the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. Hovering above a glacier, Gan Ruyan, who had just found out Duan Ling Tian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, was shocked as well. He managed to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. He has become so strong. When Gan Ruyan regained her senses, she turned to look at a lady who looked identical to her. "Ka, I had thought your strength had surpassed his. Who knew he would become even stronger?" Her eyes were filled with complex emotions when she spoke. She was shocked that Duan Ling Tian was even stronger than her sister. Ka smiled faintly when she heard Gan Ruyan's words, seemingly unsurprised. Brother Tian is definitely stronger than I am. At this moment, her eyes were filled with excitement. After all, she would be able to see him in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone soon. Ka's understanding of Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, even better compared to Feng Tian Wu. She knew that her man had definitely obtained a celestial sword and an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. She did not even consider celestial techniques since she knew he would not try and master a celestial technique even if he obtained one. After all, she knew the Sovereign Heart Sword would conflict with a celestial technique. Ka thought to herself excitedly, since divine abilities from Devata realms can only be found in heaven-ranked treasure vaults, this means Brother Tian has already entered and exited a heaven-ranked treasure vault. He has certainly obtained the clue that leads to the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Elder sister and I have passed by many human-ranked treasure vaults and are heading toward the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial as well. I should be able to meet Brother Tian there. A little girl dressed in golden robes was playing with an iron claw. It could be seen that the iron claw was extraordinary since it was not forged from common iron. Moreover, the aura it emitted was extremely intimidating. Many non-bodiless celestials would feel threatened by the iron claw. The golden-clad little girl muttered to herself, so this is a celestial supreme treasure. Indeed, it's different from the weapons in mundane realms. At this moment, the golden-clad little girl was surrounded by non-bodiless celestials and bodiless celestials alike. All of them were discussing furtively among themselves. Who's this little girl? Why is she so strong? A bodiless celestial asked in a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with trepidation as he looked at the golden-clad little girl. A 5-tribulation bodiless celestial couldn't even endure a single strike from her. The strongest person among this group of people was only a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. How could the people in the surroundings not feel afraid when they recalled the scene of the golden-clad little girl killing a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial? Where would they even find the courage to snatch the celestial supreme treasure away from her? Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.